more to the P2 than to the GT car in that instance, I think.
Rodrigo Sales then just slightly deranging the left front of the nose
really
on
fortunate.
that car.
You're right.
That
There.
could have
really
been a big one there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm pleased to see them both carrying on. Hopefully they won't need to pit.
It's under investigation.
Oh, it's clearly there's only one person they're going to blame for that, and it's not the Ferrari.
Johnny Morlam alongside Paul Trustwell and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. And into the pit lane once again as we head down to Shea. Adam, it's time for the Toyota stop, Shea.
And I've just seen something that I don't think I've ever seen before in WEC competition, and Paul Trustwell can answer this because he knows the rule book far better than I do. Is the person who is standing in front of the car, whose job it is to hold the signboard, allowed to put the signboard down, get on the ground, and then look under the front of the car? Because that's exactly what he just did. Every single time I've seen a pit stop in Le Mans, the signboard holder must continue to hold the signboard. Very, very standard stop, though. That was fuel only, as same for Oliver Jarvis in the 23 United Autosport LMP2.
I think he's all right, Shea, so long as he doesn't touch the car, to be honest, because, Paul, it's about how many people are working, and looking underneath the car whilst you're standing in front of it with the lollipop or the board is one thing, but actually touching it is something entirely different again.
And the lollipop only has to be there to tell the driver where to stop. It doesn't have to be there the whole time the car is stopped. It's used as the signal to the driver to tell him when to go, but it doesn't have to kind of be there all the time. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. No doubt, though, the ACO observers will be observing it. They're very hot on things like that. Alain Tanier and his team of pit observers.
Is it still Alain Tanier after all these years?
I
I thought he'd retired about 10 years ago.
He's certainly still here because I've seen him.
They used to call him the sheriff, didn't they?
Indeed, but important regulations are picked regulations because it's all about safety, isn't it?
Totally agree. Battle for the lead all of a sudden. And a big slide from the number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, ahead of his young Japanese teammate, Ryo Hirakawa. He's coming out the Daytona chicane, and Hirakawa is on an outlap.
Yeah, Kobayashi took the lead there. So he's been catching Hirakawa for a while now. Any favoritism in that? It's a difficult one, isn't it?
Well, Kobayashi's got such a great history, and you know, we talked about how much store was put on endurance, but also on loyalty in the Japanese culture. But Hirakawa is certainly the coming man, and maybe he's getting just a little bit of a run now. Didn't get the chance to qualify here as they come up on the WeatherTech Porsche down at Mulsanne.
You wouldn't want to take your boss out, though, would you?
No. Yeah, because Kamui is wearing a number of hats.
Exactly, that's what I meant. So
yes.
In terms of... I thought maybe that's why the Conway car was allowed to pit before Sebastian Buemi earlier on, when Paul and I were having a discussion on how important it is to lead at Le Mans.
More issues down in the pit lane, and we've seen far from perfect reliability throughout the field. Peter Snowden has more from us from the lane.
Yeah, from the number 57 Kessel Ferrari, that's just been straight into the box, given for its routine, and it's a brake or clutch issue. They're doing something right down in the front here. There's I'm trying to get out of the way some of the mechanics, but also have a quick look in there. But basically climbing all over the front of the car here to get into the front area, and it's I can't see which reservoir it is they're trying to do at the moment, but there's a can of fluid being used. It's like being a city and guilds, this is, I tell you. But it's certainly an issue with they're dropping fluid everywhere. It doesn't do the paintwork too much, but it's going to be a wrap anyway, isn't it? But it's overheating at the moment, obviously, but there's definite fluid issues with one of the reservoirs.
Thank you, Peter. It's not going to fix itself, Johnny, is it? It's only going to get worse.
No, it's not. It's not going to. You're exactly right. Paul, I have a question for you.
Go on.
I noticed that Milesi's jumped back in front into the top 10 now, ahead of the United Autosports 23 car. It seems to have done a pit stop on that last change, which was 5 seconds quicker, or am I reading that wrong?
No, you're reading it right in that the pit stop for the number 1 car was 1 minute and 6 seconds compared to the
23.
United team car, which was 1 minute and 11 seconds. So yes, absolutely right. The last pit stop time.
What are we seeing as an average in terms of a really quick P2 pit stop time then?
If you'd have asked me that before the race, I would have guessed at a minute and 5.
Okay.
But bear in mind, that's the time from pit in to pit out. The actual time in front of the garage for fuel only should be under 35 seconds. 35 seconds at a maximum in front of the garage. Anything over 35 seconds and you're starting to eat into the extra time that you might need for bodywork changes or aero tweaks or things like that. So pit stop actually in front of the garage between 35 and 40 seconds. Time in the pit lane between 1 minute and 5 and 1 minute and 10.
Because those 5 seconds can make such a difference, because you're losing the 5 seconds, but then you might get caught behind somebody that you'd cleared, like in this instance, and then they hold you up for an entire stint and you lose another 15, 20 seconds in your stint. So you're giving away the best part of half a minute because of a slower pit stop.
Exactly. The problem with the pit stop is that sometimes it's outside your control, because you'll hit a slow car on your in lap as you come into the pit lane. You may be the type of driver, and hopefully they aren't any, but some drivers just take a little while to get themselves dialed in, and maybe they're a second slower through the Dunlop chicane because they're a bit nervous about how much grip they're going to get and how much you push. I mean, we do see these spins at the Dunlop chicane on the outlap, and that's very often because the driver is so keen not to lose any time at all as they're heading out of Dunlop chicane.
Yeah.
And it's those little bits in the pit lane as you come in or as you go out, or just because there's a car coming past you when you want to release the car. And those 5 seconds that you then lose are so difficult to get back on the track.
Absolutely. And with the, at least you have the advantage either when you're double stinting the tyres or triple, quadruple or whatever, you know you've got the hot tyres on. When they come out of the oven, these tyres, it never ceases to amaze me, Paul, when you're going into the chicane, how much grip you've got. You're always a little bit thinking, how much have I got? You turn left and you think, wow, I've got a ton of grip here. It can sometimes catch you out, but with the tyre ovens, it's amazing how much grip it generates within literally a corner or two.
And a lot of the teams using electric tyre warmers rather than the hot air ovens.
Tents, yeah.
I know there's some debate. I'm not enough of a rubber expert to know, but sometimes thank you, John.
Talk about his personal life.
Don't need to know that.
The oven can heat the core of the tyre more than an electric blanket can, because sometimes the electric heaters only heat the outside of the tyre.
I'm a firm believer in the ovens, and I've actually experienced both. I did a bit of single-seater testing when I was at Lotus with the ovens, with the blankets, and the ovens I think are better.
Let's go down to Peter, who's loitering with intent around the Kessel pit as the number 31 Prema, the 31 WRT, sorry, Sean Galil car comes into the pit lane for a regular stop. Certainly not been a regular stop down at Kessel.
Well, certainly not the 57 Kessel car, having mechanics sprawling all over it, literally swarming over the front of this car. So much so that until a few moments ago, the car was still sitting on its dollies, and as they were climbing on and off the front, frantically trying to get to the root cause of this problem, the car was moving it around in the garage. They've now just put it onto its second level of air jacks and secured it, and made it a little bit easier. No driver change at the moment, but the fluid that was being administered is actually, it's the same as the clutch and brake fluid or hydraulic, but it's actually the power steering failure. That's what they're trying to get to, and you can imagine that the steering rack is possibly not the easiest item to get to down in that front area, so it's taking a little bit of effort to get there. They have taken the opportunity to change the front discs and calipers through a dry brake system going on there, so both sides of that being done at the same time. But the big issue, whether it needs a power steering rack changing, which I think is going to be very complicated or not, I don't know, but that's the issue with the 57 Kessel Ferrari.
Meantime, the battle for 5th and 6th in LMP2. What a battle, go to LMP2. Great stuff. Hello to Olivier and Fred and Natalie and the rest of my FIA WEC TV production family. Had a great evening with them last night. They had a little soiree here in the TV compound to get everybody back together, and they're working really hard to make sure we can see all the way around the track and provide the pictures to all of the international broadcasters as well. Well, when you want a bit of action, dive back into LMP2 at 20 minutes past 9 Central European Summer Time. We're about half an hour, just over half an hour away from official sunset. It's still warm, 24 degrees in the air, 34 on the track. And Ricky Taylor has Esteban Gutierrez for company as they go down to Arnage in the right-hander. It's where one of the Porsche Turbo safety cars are based. 5 of them here this weekend, being run by 4 technicians from Manthey Racing, who frankly know, actually they've forgotten more about Porsche 911s than most of us will ever know.
100%.
They are just the people.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Manthey Porsche, sir? Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Road car or race car, anybody offers you a Manthey version of a 911 or a Cayman or a Boxer or anything, you don't have to think about it, Johnny.
I had the pleasure of meeting Olaf Manthey back in 1998.
Oh.
And he already knew more about Porsches then than he probably had forgotten.
Yeah.
And that's a long time ago.
Yeah. Still likes to come. He's driving in the BMW Legends race, actually, at the Nürburgring.
That was their, was
ago.
that their last Nürburgring 24? You'll know this. Is that right? As Manthey as the factory Porsche team? Or I read somewhere, or am I mistaken on that?
Manthey effectively are part of Porsche now, because they were the team running the works cars here for a while. It's now called Porsche GT team.
Right, so
I
maybe
think
it's just
been
the name.
bought out. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
It was still Manthey
End of an era.
At the Nürburgring a couple of weeks ago, which was a great race.
But Olaf himself no longer playing any day-to-day role in running the company.
No, but his son is.
Is his son, okay. As far as I knew, it was the 2 brothers whose name I always forget, Rickard and, yeah, I'll remember it later when it's not important.
Of course.
Who run the day-to-day engineering activities, and very efficient they are too.
Porsche versus Corvette for second position at the moment as they go across the line. You hear the unmistakable rumble of the Corvette and the unmistakable flat 6 wheel of the almost 4.2 litre flat 6. It's not quite. It's something like 4196 or 4197. And I remember when that engine was first taken out that far, speaking to the Porsche racing team and saying, why did you just make a 4.2? And they showed me an engine block, and I went, oh, that's why. You couldn't have got a piece of tissue paper between the bores of the cylinder. There's literally no more to give. Nothing.
The problem, I mean, you sort of think about these things, and the trouble with engine capacity is that it's not a matter of making it a nice round number so you can measure it easily.
No.
You know, I mean, yes, it makes sense if you've got a certain diameter of piston to make it a certain number of millimetres, or if you've got a certain length of piston travel, you can make it a certain amount of millimetres. But that's not how engines work. And as I say, when you do the volume calculation, you have to take pi and multiply by h and then take the cube, and it never comes out to be an exact number of cc's.
I'm trying to think what my Porsches are all odd numbers when I think about it now, because the 3.8993 isn't actually 3.8000.
Exactly. It's
and certainly the 3 litre 968 is 2987 or something like that. So you're right, you're spot on. Let's go down to Snowy, down in the pit lane. Snowy, what do you got?
Well, the unfolding drama at Kessel, the 57 entry, has turned out to be a broken bracket for the power steering rack. And it's, the steering rack, which obviously is power steering, but power operated. But it's just pushing the car out onto the apron now as we speak. It's got to finish its pit stop, obviously, have its tyres done. But talk about old school. I've seen some of the biggest spanners and Stilsons, wrenches going into that engine bay you could ever believe. And then they've made a bracket, literally Heath Robinson made a bracket out of steel or some form of metal, at the back of the workshop, back of the garage, with grindstones and sparks going everywhere, and made some kind of bracket to get that back in. Talk about, think on the job and ad lib. But the car is now out. It's being refueled. It's on the pan, and any second now, the 57 Kessel car will be back in Le Mans 24 hour.
And very good news that it is back in the 24 hours, because here we are 5 hours, I'm going to hate myself for saying this, but I've got to say it at some point, 5 hours and 24 and a half minutes into the race, and 62 cars started this race, and once that Ferrari is back out and circulating on the track, which, as Peter Snowden assured us, Kessel Racing have got the car out and running again, we'll have 62 cars running on the track. The only pit stoppers we've got are routine ones. We don't have anybody stuck on the circuit. We don't have anybody stuck in the garage. How long is this going to go on for? We're practically at a 6-hour distance. And it doesn't happen often. I mean, consider what happened in warm-up this morning.
Yes.
They were throwing them off all over the place. It was a 15-minute session. How many crashes did we had in pre-practice sessions? They were 3-hour sessions, or a 2-hour session in the case of the nighttime qualifying. I mean, it can't go on for much longer, which is why I'm sticking my neck out now and drawing attention. But we've got a remarkable level of reliability. And the other thing that we were saying before the race, as yet, although we've had incidents, we haven't had any race-ending incidents for anybody.
No, it's been fantastic. You're absolutely right. And like you say, a few little people tripping themselves up, but nobody, and maybe the lesser experienced drivers doing that, but getting away with it. And in terms of any of the top drivers making mistakes in any of the close battling we've seen, which, let's face it, there's been some real door mirror to door mirror stuff. They've been incredibly good at keeping it clean.
And all right, we've had a bit of side-by-side. We have. There's one being looking at, and there's a black and white flag at the moment for David Perel for abusing track limits.
55, isn't it? That's the 55.
David Perel.
David Perel, yeah.
Spirit of Race Ferrari with Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin.
That's unusual for David. He's normally pretty steady. You push the limits, though, and find out what's happening. And
they never tell you where, though. I mean, Paul, are they telling the teams where? Are they getting the information?
They will tell the teams where that is, but they don't put it on our screen.
The driver needs to know where.
And it normally comes up on your flag in the car.
Oh, does it?
It'll come up with the black and white flag and a T and a T5. We've got the update coming in a little while. Paul will run through that if you don't mind. And before that, we'll have a quick word, Peter Snowden, with Ben Keating.
Ben, thank you very much for your moment. You've got a bottle of water there very quickly, but just talk through the TF Ford Aston.
Well, I'll say that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to be out there, to be running race laps here. Race is always different than practice. I don't want to take any risk in practice, and you kind of see where you are in the race. And right now, we're a lot slower than the Porsches. So it was time to do everything I could do. I had a few moments out there of a few sketchy moments, I'll say, and a few glorious moments. So I had, I did a bunch of laps that were quicker than anything I did in practice, but we got no choice but to lay it on the line today. Those Porsches are really quick.
Ben, I've got to ask you, sketchy moments and glorious moments, which best of each?
A little bit of each, but we've still got, another 18 and a half hours here. So you can't take too much risk yet. You got to wait, make sure you're there at the last 6 hours.
Now, Tom Ferrier just lent into me. Tom Ferrier is a good old mate of mine. He said, ask Ben, what's the difference between qualifying and race? I want to know. Don't blame me.
He's trying to give me a hard time for going out there and running quali laps. Yeah.
Tom never did, so why would he know?
Yeah. Well, Tom runs a great team and is a great guy. It was a lot of fun out there, for sure. The sun's coming down, the air is getting cooler, the track is getting more rubber. It's getting quicker and quicker as we go along, so I'll look forward to getting back in the car tomorrow morning. That'll be really quick.
Ben Keating, thank you very much for your time. I'll let you get that water, and I certainly agree with Ben's bit on Tom Ferry there. Runs a great team and he's a great bloke, so thank you, Ben.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
So 5.5 hours of the race elapsed, and 88 laps have been completed by the two Toyotas at the head of the field. Number 7 in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi leading the way, and he has a an 8-second advantage over Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota in second place. In third place is the 708 Glickenhaus in the hands of Pippo Durrani at the moment. He is a further minute and a half behind the two Toyotas. And then fourth overall, having just completed a pit stop, Brian Briscoe now at the wheel of the second of the Glickenhauses. That's car number 709. That had a bit of a delay whilst they changed a sensor earlier in the race, and then a further 2.5 minutes behind their sister car. So those are the top 4 in hypercar. The Alpine has lost around about 20 minutes in the pits, having a couple of longer pit stops, and is down in 31st place overall. In LMP2, the leader there is the number 38 Jota in the hands of Roberto Gonzalez, and he has a 2-minute advantage now over the Cool Racing LMP2 car, number 37. Ricky Taylor is currently at the wheel of that car, 3 seconds ahead of the Inter-Europol competition car, number 34, which is third. Esteban Gutierrez at the wheel of the third place car. In fourth place is the number 5 Team Penske car, still in the hands of Felipe Nasr, who's nearing the end of his second stint behind the wheel of the number 5 car, and he is right on the tail of the Inter-Europol competition car. And then in fifth place in the P2 category, car number 28 for Jota is Oliver Rasmussen, and Rasmussen is another 30 seconds behind in fifth place. And then in sixth place, Rolfin Eichen with the Team WRT Orica, number 32. That's the top 6 in LMP2. In GTE Pro, the leader there, the number 63 Corvette, Nicky Katzberg at the wheel of that car, 30 seconds or so ahead of Alex Sims at the wheel of the number 64. So it's Corvettes 1 and 2. In third place in GTE Pro is the Porsche number 92 of Laurens Van Toor, and he is around about 25 seconds ahead of the second place car in the the fourth place car in GT Pro, which is Fred Macavici in the second of the Porsches. So 92 and 91 in third and fourth in GTE Pro, and then the two AF Corsa Ferraris a further minute or so behind, not quite a minute actually, 30 seconds each behind them. The AF Corsa Ferraris in the order 52 ahead of 51. In GTE AM, the leader there is the WeatherTech Porsche, car number 79 in the hands of Cooper McNeil. Second in GTE AM, number 98, Nicky Thiem at the wheel of the Northwest AMR team car, which is about 20 seconds behind. And then in third place in GTE AM, the number 77 car of Harry Tinknell. In fourth place in GTE AM is the TF Sport Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen at the wheel of that car, number 33, so the Aston's well up. In fifth place in GTE AM, the AF Corsa Ferrari with Konrad Grunerald behind the wheel of that, number 61. And just to round out the top 6 in GTE AM is the Hardpoint, aka Absolute Motorsport, car number 99, the Porsche in the hands of Martin Rump. That's the positions at the end of 5.5 hours of the race. It's just gone, no, it's not just coming up to, just gone 9:30 in the evening here at Le Mans.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
91.2 FM, this is Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022 with live coverage as it happens of the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Another quick shift change in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre as John Hindhaugh steps away. Johnny Palmer back in the seat, therefore, still joined by Johnny Molan for the next half an hour or so, and Paul Truswell to my left. We'll have plenty more updates from the pit lane as cars come and go. In fact, a couple of LMP2s just rejoining the race. 3 of them, though, still going hard at it. In fact, that's a Glickenhaus getting involved with the LMP2 battle as the Prema car goes completely straight on at the second chicane. That car being driven by Lorenzo Colombo and potentially dirtying his tyres for the next couple of corners. Just shows, doesn't it, how easy it is to get a bit of a squirm on and lose briefly control of the car under brakes for the tricky chicane towards the end of the Mulsanne. They're heading into Mulsanne corner itself now. Glickenhaus, though, was not affected by that and has safely got through. But concentration can wane just now and again, Johnny Molam.
Yeah, you can see there he just defending on the inside. That's why earlier on we had such a good move from Felipe Nasr, who overtook down the inside. It gets very dirty, very bumpy going down into the second chicane if you're on the inside line, which is effectively not the racing line. And he just outbraked himself, went deep, had to take to the sort of escape road on the inside of the apex there. But as Paul alluded to earlier, it doesn't matter where we look in LMP2, whether it's probably with the exception of the lead, actually, but from sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way back down to sort of 11th, 12th, 13th place in LMP2, we're seeing battles with 2, 3, sometimes 4 or 5 cars all nose to tail and literally no quarter given. It's been absolutely fantastic and almost taken over the mantle of what GTE Pro was offering earlier, you know, in terms of in earlier years. The GTE Pro a little bit spread out, more spread out than I thought. The Corvette seemed to have the field covered, I would say. It's early days yet, obviously things can happen, but in terms of pace, whereas in LMP2 they're providing all the sort of race by race, wing mirror to wing mirror action. And
that was always the intent of the rewritten regulations for LMP2 when everything was reset in 2017. 4 different potential chassis manufacturers. Actually, for the lion's share of the field, they've all gone one way to the Oreca 07 with the Gibson engine. But the future of LMP2, when that changes again, there will be the ability to, it's not balance of performance, but there will be an adjustment of performance, which can happen as many as 2 times, twice a year, apparently. Yeah. So that will mean that, you know, potentially we will have the 4 chassis that LMP2, for my money, still needs. I like a bit of variety here and there. We've got the 1 Ligier, but it's not competitive as most of us expected for CD Sport, so all about Orecas. What it is doing, though, as you say, is providing a fabulously close race for second and downwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's you basically you can throw in. You've thrown in. I would hazard, and Paul will tell me if I'm wrong here, but I would hazard to say that for me, the quality of the professional drivers, or all the drivers in LMP2 class this year at Le Mans, is the highest it's ever been in LMP2 class. And because of that, you could throw a blanket over most of these drivers in most situations, and there wouldn't be more than a few tenths between them. You put them in effectively a one-make series, and you get very, very close racing.
I think that's exactly the point, Johnny. It is, you bit your tongue before you said it last time, one-mate racing, and that's always close.
Yes.
But the good thing about it is that it attracts good drivers, because the only way to make your difference is to get a very good driver. And then you have to build a good team around it and get a good strategist, dare I say it, in the team to help you along. And then you just have to optimize all the other parameters. But that's why we get great racing. I just need to say a quick thank you to Peter Lung, a.k.a. at Baron von Clutch, because he's reminded me of the names of the 2 brothers that now run Manthey Racing, Nicholas and Martin Rader, it is. They're relatively young brothers, certainly in comparison to Papa Olaf Manthey, but Nicholas and Martin effectively run the team, but from an active professional point of view, where they're actually doing the work on the cars.
Let's go to the pits and Nick Damon with some news.
Sorry about that. Yes, interesting, really. I've picked up my next stint, and I thought, well, I'll come and look at all the cars that are in the garage and broken. There's no cars in the garage. Nothing's broken down. It's ridiculous. No. This reliability thing's going to ruin. I'll be unemployed. We are seeing some standards of the 38, the mighty 38 of LMP2. We've also seen the Bio Circle, the green 32 car from WRT. That's also in. But yeah, this is amazing. I'm sure. I don't know if Paul's got a sort of a list of how long it's taking for the first person to have any sort of major problem. But I think we've had a bit of a nibble at the gearbox of the Alpine. But that's about it, isn't it?
It's been phenomenal, really. I mean, this is the point you were making just before I came back, is the sublime reliability that we've had to this point. 5 hours and 40 minutes in, very nearly, so almost a quarter distance under our belts. And this has been, you know, Gibson's target when they've been designing the 4.2 litre V8 is that to make it almost bulletproof. The fact that it's one make rating, yes, the Orica is a fast car, but it's also phenomenally reliable. And the years that we've had GTE now in this race and the World Endurance Championship, they've been chipping away of Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Corvette in making the cars just go on and on and on. And you're now at the end. I was always told, if you're going to buy a car, get it at the end of the run. We're at the end of GTE's run here, and this is where the cars are showing their best reliability, Paul.
Absolutely. The gearbox niggles, or whatever they were for the Alpine, cost it in the end just over half an hour in the pit lane. The only other car which has had a substantial amount of time in the pits was the car number 30, the Duquesne team Orica out of P2, Richard de Guerres, the driver who did the first stint, and that car lost a lot of time, over an hour in the pits. But that's the only one that's had a significantly long pit stop. If there were a prize to the longest pit stop of the race, that would be it. And it's the only pit stop in the race so far that's been over an hour. So apart from the Duquesne Orica, the Alpine, which, as I say, has only spent just over half an hour in the pits in total, nobody has had any significant problem to worry about. And as I say this, I mean, yes, it's remarkable, yes, it's good, but there's a little bit of me that says it needs to be more difficult than this. It needs to be more challenging. But long may it continue. Anyway, let's see how we get on. We're not quite on schedule for the record distance, but we're not far away from it. We're kind of on the cusp.
Okay.
So if we can continue to go very rapidly, keep the slow zones few and far between, then we can continue to talk about that as well, Johnny.
Excellent. To Shay Adam in the pit lane for us.
Paul Trustwell's just jinxed it. The number 46 Team Project 1 Porsche back into the pit lane. It was in here for about 25 minutes, I want to say. Earlier on, Matteo Cairoli brought the car into the pit lane. He took his helmet off. He walked over to his co-drivers, was trying to talk to them to tell them what was going on. The mechanics were looking over the car at the front, at the back, underneath it, from the top, everywhere with torches. That's your word for flashlight. Yeah, they were looking for anything. They couldn't see anything that looked out of place, but Cairoli was not happy with the performance of the car. They signaled to him that he had to put his balaclava and helmet back on and go back out onto the circuit. They gave him a new rear cluster in effect for the Porsche, which is a floor, the diffuser, and a bumper. He went out, did one lap, said, nah, came back in. So now that car is back in the garage. The mechanics have no idea what's wrong with it, but the driver is not comfortable with it out on the circuit right now. I asked Hans Kamp if he would come over and have a quick talk. He walked back into the back of the garage. I think they're very disturbed that they have no idea what's wrong with their car.
Oh dear, and that was a car well in the mix early in the race, so it has dropped away significantly. Now then, we have a warning flag for abusing track limits for not quite the leader in GTE Pro, but the second place car, Alexander Sims at the wheel of the number 64 Corvette. And this is a similar situation to Sebastian Buemi early on in the race. Remember that track limit abuse is assigned to the car rather than individual drivers. So they're again on the brink in car 64. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's something that they'll be telling him about and warning him about. And you don't want to end up getting a stop and go penalty. I've been noticing quite a lot of warning flags coming up, but not necessarily for cars that were in the lead. It seems to happen more often than not to cars a little bit further down the order. So Alex Sims will obviously have been told that, and given the situation that they're in and the position that they're running in and how strongly the race is going for them at the moment, I'm sure he'll be taking special care. And again, we mentioned before, Oliver Jarvis has just pitted, managed to get up to fourth. They're still a little bit out, aren't they, Paul, in terms of their strategy? They're a little bit off strategy. Managed to get up to fourth in LMP2. catching Lorenzo Colombo in the Prima Orland car in front of him, but now is going to drop back down to sort of 9th, 10th place. But each time they do it, they seem to be able to pick up 1 or 2 places, and very slowly the United Autosports car coming back up the order every time they stop.
Yes, it's not as bad as the delay suffered by the 22 car earlier in the race, who lost 3 laps, was it, when the car was pincered and finished up in the gravel. The delay there being getting the car back to the pit lane rather than, or getting it back onto the track so that Will Owen could drive it back to the pit lane. As you say, the United car is pretty much as far off kilter as it could be. 4.5 laps is the difference between them in terms of when they come into the pits in a 9-lap stint.
I'm getting word, Shay, of some degree of a hiccup in the pit lane. What did you see?
There was a collision between the 23 as it left its box, the United Autosport LMP3 machine, Oliver Jarvis, unsafe release, right into the side of the pitting number 88 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. Max Root got out of that car, and it is Jan Halen who's been installed new Michelin tires going on that car. Very slight side skirt damage on the Porsche. I can't report any damage on the United car because I didn't actually see it, but it is a little bit of a chunk taken out of the Porsche, as the 93 is now in as well. This is fuel only for Zachary Robichon in the other Dempsey Racing Porsche. But yes, a collision right in front of me, carbon shards littering the box of the number 8 Toyota and the number 93 Proton Porsche.
So how far away are we for a pit stop for Toyota? Hopefully in the meat of the stint, so they won't have to clear all of that up in a big hurry. The gap, by the way, between the top 2 Toyotas, Kamui Kobayashi and Ryo Hirakawa, the 2 Japanese drivers, is just under 9 seconds on lap 94. There is a car coming in, but United Autosport's in a sticky spot here because they've sent the car out, and as it's heading back into the fast lane, potentially damage on the 23, and they're going to have to keep on the radio to Ollie Jarvis. Was it Jarvis who stayed on board? Yes.
Yes, he's
to report back to them maybe on how the car is behaving. But
I think more importantly whether they get a penalty or not. I think that'll be more the question, as whether they'll get some kind of penalty for unsafe release.
A penalty for somebody else, but this is the number 91 Porsche. Ricard Leitz, Fred McAvici, Jimmy Bruni. Who's at the wheel of that at the moment? It's Fred McAvici driving. Constant abuse of track limits. Drive-through penalty then for
He's been getting
91.
He's been getting warnings, Paul, for at least the last half an hour. I watched every time, yes.
So he will have to come in and pay a penalty. Not a massive penalty, a drive-through. Probably cost you around about between 22 and 25 seconds.
Now, point to point, it's 32 seconds, I think, from timing loop to timing loop, but obviously you're still moving at that stage, so you've done the maths to work out. And
if you're actually on the track, it takes you time to get from the exit of the Ford chicane to the exit of the to the entrance of the Dunlop chicane where the pit lane rejoins.
And pit lane speed limit 60 kilometres per hour.
60 kilometres per hour. Not to be confused with the 80 kilometres an hour speed limit, which is the speed under a full course yellow or in a slow zone.
And I can tell you, coming into the pits here before the pit lane speed starts, it can be very, very hairy because it's normally covered in gravel, especially the further into the race you get, and you can lose and gain a lot of time there. But it is effectively a couple of chicanes as well, and if you get that wrong, you can end up having a very embarrassing problem. But you can also gain so much. So during practice sessions, you really push on those in laps to really try and make sure you're as quick as possible through that section.
I always love pit lane entry roads that include curbs, because you've got to ride those to get in at top speed, but then as you come out the final flick, the right-hander, there's a white line that you've got to be down to 60 kph in time for. So it's all about being as quick as possible and as using as much finesse as you can, even when you think you're about to come to the end of your stint and your time is up. So fast as the in-lap got to be. Another absolute best through the middle sector for race leader Kamui Kobayashi, all the way down the Mulsanne Straight. He's done a 79.4, and the previous lap around was a PB, personal best for that particular car. Unsurprisingly, Kobayashi proving to be the quickest driver in that car so far. Must be nearing the end of its stint, Paul.
Yeah, I think we're coming into the, I won't call it the happy hour because that's in the early morning, but this is the golden hour, I'll call it that. As the sun goes down, the air temperature begins to go down, the track getting nicely rubbered in, and I think for the next hour or so we could be getting some quicker times.
Let's get some news from both ends of the pit lane. We'll do Shea Adam in a moment, but first of all, Nick Damon.
Yeah, third place overall, the 7:08 Glickenhaus came in. It was a pretty standard start, apart from the fact they're having a right old stare at Pipo Derani's front left fender. They have a good old look in there, giving it some real flashlight work. They are, Shea. I'll use the international term for torch. Now, we also have the 63 car, which was leading in P2, where am I going from? In GT with Nicky Katzberg on board. That's been changed, I think, and I'm probably going to get this wrong because I haven't got 2020 helmet identification. I think Antonio Garcia may have got in that one. That could be wrong, but Katzberg got out. Full service driver change and tyres for the Corvette that has given up the lead only because it's on a pit stop.
In has come the number 7 Toyota. This is a fuel-only pit stop. No driver change, no drinks bottle change, no attention to the driver whatsoever. But we did have a moment when the 23 of Oliver Jarvis in the United Autosport LMP2 car had to come back to the pits. His nose was missing the left-hand headlight. So it was severe damage for the United Autosport car, and that's where the carbon shards came from the collision. That is currently under investigation.
Indeed. No dive planes on the LMP2s these days. They've stripped all of that extra sort of superfluous aero off the cars so that they're low downforce now and more tricky to drive so that they can't achieve anything close. Well, the idea is they don't achieve close to hypercar type lap times, but they've still been phenomenally fast because that actually gains them time on the down the tubes, and there are a number of those around this circuit. Glickenhaus not really compromised too much coming out of the second chicane, the 708 car by an Aston Martin that was, of course, perfectly within its rights to be using every bit of the road coming out of there. The GT's in so many places on the ragged edge, as we were seeing earlier on when the Iron Dames car had that clash with the Nielsen racing machine. I assume we did have a decision on that, or are we still waiting between the 24 and the 85?
I never saw any penalty come up.
Okay, that's a weird one, but I think we were all pretty much of the same
Counting
decision.
Down to a slow zone here,
we
Johnny,
are.
just for some debris on the
Zone
circuit.
6 is now neutralized. Zone 6 is now neutralized.
I suspect that's a United Autosports headlight.
Thanks to Shea for the
when
information.
they were getting back into it, the 23 car yet again, so unlucky because just when they were getting back into the mix, working their way up to being close to being back in the top 6 or 7 LMP2 cars, this happens and they've had to pit again, and that's dropped them right down now. So the 23 car right now
has just come out from a latest pit stop to fit a new nose on Ollie Jarvis's car, so 13th in LMP2,
yes.
Down to 17th overall. Unlucky. I would say the 22 was unlucky at the start, but if Shea read that correctly, possibly an unsafe release for the 23, so you make your own luck, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I say unlucky, but, you know.
These are the fine
mistakes
judgments.
happen when you're on.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were fighting back, you see. So they every second count, and Paul and I were just discussing how they seem to be doing 111, 112 pit stops. Some of the other teams were managing 1.5, 1.6 in total pit lane stop. So it was actually, you know, critical that they release. If they'd had to wait at that point, then maybe they lost 3-4 seconds more. So they were hoping, obviously, not doing it deliberately, but hoping to get out in front, but obviously maybe slightly misjudged it. And we're talking probably 4-5 tenths of a second between an unsafe release and something that you're clear.
Nick Tandy's to be the new driver in the 64 Corvette and receiving a huge bear hug from one of his mechanics there. The pep talk was being had. And Tandy, therefore, expecting his car in any moment now as we head back to the pits. And Nick?
With his team, well, his other car teammate, Nicky Katzberg. Nicky, first of all, I owe you an apology from the Nürburgring when I accused you of actually crashing the car when it had broken down.
Oh, really? No, it was Sheldon in the car. No worries for that. He had a suspension failure on the right front.
No such failures here. The Corvette's going fantastically.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it feels very good. Very early in the race, though, but the car feels great. We're doing some doubles on our tires, and we had a gap right now, so I think we kind of maintained it, maybe lost a few seconds to Alexander Sims, who is quick as always, very annoying. No, it's going well, so let's see. We need to keep our heads calm and just keep going and see where we end up.
out on the track, there seems to be remarkably few incidents. You know, is everyone behaving themselves rather better than normal?
Yeah, I would say so. I haven't come across many crazy incidents. Of course, there's every now and then some slow GTM cars, which can get difficult, but so far no crazy accidents.
Great stuff, Nicky. Thank you for talking to us. Cheers, mate.
Nicky Katzberg with Nick Damon from the Corvette Racing crew, and so he's just out of the 63 car, and Antonio Garcia back into the race. The 64 is in now from the race lead, so Nick, stay where you are, because you'll be perfectly placed to witness car 64 and a new driver going into that. I reckon it will be Nick Tandy. Nick, two Nicks.
I think it will be Nick Tandy. The car comes to a halt. I don't know why. I stepped back 2 places, even though I know it's not going to hit my leg. Straight open window door. The door's open and they're cleaning the window. That's 2 things in my brain to process once. Had to say them both at the same time. Tandy gets in. The Alexander Sims gets out, and this is going to be a standard stop. Now, are they giving? I'm sure they will give him new tyres. Now, the only thing is, they're looking like they want to present. Oh, they're moving out the way. They've got all the dollies there for emergency, and one of the mechanics was having a right old wobble of the dolly, which I think made me think, oh, is this going to go up on the dollies? But I think actually what is going to happen is they are just going to make sure they're there in case there is a problem. They all run round. The first time the car comes off the ground, and the tyres go on. Looks like there's going to be a very quick problem on the front right. Big, that noise you can hear is the front right. They've got a problem. Big problem with the nut on that front right. It's not coming off. Finally, it comes off. That was at least the mechanic very upset, but no idea why that stuck on. So they lost a few seconds there with a recalcitrant front right nut. How is it down your end, Shay?
Well, with that stall or delay in the pit stop, I should say, not a stall, it meant that Corvette Racing was passed in the pits by the 92 Porsche. They won the award the other day for the fastest pit crew in the pit stop challenge, and they proved it once again right there. Kevin Estre took over for Lawrence Vansor, so Larry out, Kevin got in. Good crew. They're looking to repeat their success of the year with the Pink Pig, and it was also 4 new tires for Kevin Estre. He's going to be on those until it is full darkness out. Oh, and the 46 car is back in once again, and oh no, the skates are going back under the Team Project 1 Porsche. I checked in with the team again. They said they just did damper changes for Matteo, but clearly the car's still not performing to his liking. He's out of it already, still helmeted. The sister car is having its pit stop right now. That was fuel for Brendan O'Reilly staying behind the wheel of that 56 Porsche. See if I can sneak up to Matteo and grab him before he disappears out the back, as he's done the last couple of times. Nope, helmet's still on. I'll let you know if I get him, Johnny.
Okay, just tell us the story, Shay, of the 46 then. Is this the team that they really don't know what problem they're chasing?
Correct. This is the car that came into the pit lane, and the crew took the car apart. The driver basically looked as if he was done for the day, with a solid look of dejection on his face. The crew was looking around with the torches, flashlights, trying to find anything, and at the end of it, they put the car back together and sent their driver back out, and now it's back for the 3rd time since they've done that.
That's a horror story, because it was in the lead pack for the first couple of hours anyway. We had 4, 5, maybe 6 Porsches very early in the race, and Kai Rowley was well in the mix, Paul.
And that car has, for the last 2 pit stops that Shay just describing, has literally just done an out and an in lap. So out of the pits and not even across the start-finish line, straight back in again. So yes, the first signs of slightly big trouble on the pit lane for one of our entrants. That's the 46 Team Project 1 Porsche. We're back to green because the slow zone at zone 6 has been removed, although the message comes up on the screen, which it doesn't always, that the slow zone is under investigation, which might mean that there's a hint that somebody didn't quite slow as much as they should have done. Other messages that have come up, the incident between the 24 and 85, 24 the Rodrigo Sales Nielsen racing car, and the 85 car being the Iron Dames car, Rahel Frey, it was Sarah Bovey at the wheel. That incident, no further action. but a message does also come up to tell us that the pit stop for car number 23, that's the United Autosports Orica, is under investigation, and that was where we saw Oliver Jarvis making contact. And your suggestion, I think it was Johnny Molan, was that it looked a bit like an unsafe release. And
Shea was there.
It was Shea who saw it. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things which is, again, having done this, it's easy to do. When you're looking down the pit lane, you see a car coming towards you, you judge when it's going to go past you. As it goes past you, you wave your car out, but then that car stops in the box immediately past you. And that then is where your unsafe release happens, because you're assuming that that car is going to go straight on. And so not only do you as a car controller have to have the spatial awareness and judgment to know when to release your car, but you have to recognize which cars are beyond you up the pit lane who are likely to stop immediately beyond you. And I think that's what's happened there with United.
That's a very good point, Paul. That's really good. There's a lot going on. Hence, it's quite easy when it's a matter of a few tenths to get it slightly wrong.
We just ticked past the minute of 21:58, which on my little bit of paper in front of me says official time for sunset. I mean, there's still quite a little bit of ambient light around, but that magical time now where the sun's getting low in the sky at Le Mans. Don't think the drivers are going to have much time to appreciate that, just trying to pick their way through those tricky visibility spots right now. We are very nearly at 10 o'clock. You're listening to Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
So the temperature right now in France, in Le Mans, is 21 Celsius, clear skies and virtually no chance of rain for the next few hours. Fairly light wind as well. Temperature's going to dip overnight to 13 Celsius, but it will remain clear with very little cloud expected until, well, possibly 6 o'clock when there's a bit more. But tomorrow looks like a cracking day all the way through the morning. Wall-to-wall sunshine. The temperature will steadily build through the morning, 16 Celsius, 18 Celsius, and by the afternoon, 4 o'clock finish, remember, for the race, it will be 24.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
We've done 6 hours of the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're listening to 91.2 FM Hagerty Radio Le Mans around the track. And if you're elsewhere not able to be with us this year on site, hopefully you are staying tuned for as much of the duration as possible via the Radio Show Limited network of channels. I'm Johnny Palmer, joined now by Bruce Jones, with thanks to Johnny Molan for the last couple of hours. Paul Truswell sticking with me as well in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Some cracking skies above Circuit de la Sarre right now. This is the photographer's dream, Bruce Jones.
It is also the dream of the fans. For so many of us back here for the first time in 2 years. And at your behest, Johnny, when we met at supper and our time out of the booth, you just been for a walk up to the Dunlop curves immediately after a very fine supper with Aston Martin Racing. Thank you for that. I did precisely the same, and the light was just magnificent there, catching the cars as they turned in to that fabulous corner. And I love the fact that at the crest of the hill there, you've got the Dunlop Bridge, all those sort of evocative moments. But there was some good scraps to watch. I really, really enjoyed the scrap between Charles Milesi and Ollie Jarvis. That was a great dogfight and went on for some while. But the light is brilliant, and I tell you what, we're back, and it really is special. Having done this remotely for 2 years, it's those moments where you just walk and you catch a driver. It might be a little wink as they're riding their little scooter or something into the back, but it's the stuff you can't see when you're relying only on the images shown by the television directors. But to come in at this time of day, the day is almost over and night is going to fall pretty quickly, but the scenes at the Sarth are absolutely brilliant, and it's so good to be back. And I guess it's a special time down in the pit lane as well, as the temperature drops, the light changes. And I know Joe Bradley's just gone down there. He was on the balls of his feet. He's so excited to be back.
I mean, the fans, when I was there, an hour or so ago at Dunlop Curve, they've got to be 5-6 deep, pretty much all the way up there. And, you know, just thinking back to 2020, when we didn't have any fans at all, Then there were a few more. Well, you know,
it was controlled. It was limited last year.
Yeah, but still a considerable amount. But we're back to the full quota this year, and you can just feel the atmosphere.
And also just the buzz in the village. So just after, effectively from pit exit onwards up towards the Dunlop curve, the sweep of bars and shops and you know, the Peugeot 9X8, 9x8 on display, people lusting after that, a fabulous silk cut Jaguar on a Jaguar stand, lovely Alpine sports car. But it's a hubbub, and it's people sitting there in that dropping light with a pint of beer and a great big chunk of pizza, or down in the tavern or whatever. That is what people missed. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who thought they might try and come this year, weren't sure it could quite work, but they'll be back next year. And certainly if they're at home, anywhere in the world watching these images, they know what they want to do in June 2023. And don't forget, of course, the pot will be stirred big time as Hypercar really is going to take off next year. And of course, through the course of this race so far, there's been discussion. John was certainly talking at length with Ollie Gavin and others about the demise of GTE Pro. I understand why it's happened. I mean, nobody wants to see them go because they're great, but with only 4 of them entered, you can have a race between 4 cars if it was 2 works manufacturers, but don't forget, not so long ago we had 6 manufacturers in GTE Pro, and it was brilliant. This point in the circuit, this point in the race, quarter of the way through, still bits of debris around the track, and gradually more and more. I think I've just seen a wing mirror cover lying in the middle of the track. We have had quite a few punctures so far.
True.
But the fact of the matter is, I do believe we've still got all 62 cars running, which is phenomenal. Have we got one in the pits at the moment?
46 is really going through the mill. Yeah, the Team Project 1 car that Matteo Cairoli brought in not too long ago, and that's a really weird problem for the team, because they can't really necessarily get their finger on what the issue is. I thought, you know, if it had a contact or something, then that's easily explained, but they just can't right now, Bruce.
Well, it did come back. Nicky Leutviller went off in that. Do you remember, just on the approach to Indianapolis, and maybe something in that rattling through the gravel and its recovery has shaken loose, and it's not yet obvious, but a problem.
Well, we've not only had a bit of a shift change in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, but also in the pit lane. Let's welcome back Joe Bradley. You are right with Team Project 1.
Yeah, just standing in the garage, whatever it is, whatever the problem is, they're starting from scratch. The car's up on the high jacks. There's crew personnel underneath the car. They've removed the floor, which is pretty much from front to back. That's coming off. It kind of indicates that it may be an engine out job to rectify whatever it is. When it's something like we can't quite get to the bottom of it, it tends to be one of those kind of $20 sensors that are everywhere on these new modern cars. And right now I'm just seeing the right-hand skirt section being taken off and carried out the back. So they really are stripping the car down to the bare bones to try and find and rectify what it is. Usually the computer tells you, doesn't it, these days?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's so many sensors on these modern-day race cars that will often provide an answer, but then again, sensors can provide a misreading as well and chase you down a blind alley. A couple of times in the last few laps, Kamui Kobayashi been very untidy. He did the leap over the Ford chicane, I think avoiding some LMP2 traffic, but all 4 Michelin tyres left the road, and then probably the lap after next, straight lining the Daytona chicane, not completely through the escape road, but shortcutting it and to the left of the curbing as he was jostling for position with an LMP2 car there. We're working lap 100, but he's just done a 3:31.4. I suppose it's very difficult to know how old the tyres are currently for Kamui Kobayashi and whether they're onto their second or third stint. But we do know that the tyre wear on the Michelins is actually very good, because when they were triple stinting them earlier on, Bruce, we were seeing absolute best times.
On their in-laps, effectively.
In-laps.
It was astonishing. But what is happening is the fact that the car behind is also a Toyota. It's Ryo Hirakawa, and he's closing in. He gained half a second on the last lap. He's down to 6.8 seconds in arrears. So that, even though it's not that close, if it continues at that rate through this stint, that will be weighing heavily on Kamui's mind. And maybe he's just starting to take a few risks around traffic to try and make sure he doesn't seed anymore.
I reckon he's into the 4th stint on that set of tyres, and he is currently on his 5th lap of his stint, and he's already therefore done 36 laps,
right?
3 stints of 12 laps each. So those tyres, 46 laps old,
so
they're not as good as they were when they were put on.
3 stints absolutely fine. You earned your 4th stint, and then you are tippy-toeing potentially.
But on the other hand, you're not saving them for your next stint because you know that 4 is all you're going to have to be asked to do.
Indeed.
Kamui will be getting out of the car, and the tyres will be thrown in the bin.
Just a bit.
Or recycled.
True, yes. No, they will be. Completely thinking about the environment in this modern era. Let's get back to Joe quickly, and we'll get back to Paul in a moment.
66 GMW Ferrari, that's the car of Rengo van der Zande, Mark Kwame and Jason Hart. That car is backed into the garage, and some kind of quite a bit of servicing going on here. Oil being syringed out of a jug and then pushed into the system via a syringe. So oil replenishment happening on the 66. So it's losing oil from somewhere. Now that's at the front of the car, which is it's a mid-engine car, remember, so I'm not quite sure where the oil, that must be the oil tank, that must be the catch tank where it's replenished to. I will ask some questions. Data engineer for GMW was one Robin Bales, who was one of my students at Gateshead College on the motorsport course. So when the dust has settled, I'll find out exactly what's going on. Power steering. That looks like a power steering pump in a mechanic's hand, but I will clarify that and confirm. So it looks like a steering problem. That's why this fluid stuff, whatever it is going in the front end.
If you've taught him well enough, as I think you will have done, Joe, he'll tell you nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big test for him, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. Well, I'll look forward to that conversation, whether we get it live or not. Paul, you were about to add as well to Toyota tyres?
It was on the subject of tyres, and where I had tongue-in-cheek, really, when I said throw them in the bin. No, they'll recycle them. I'm not quite sure what the Michelin situation is now, but a couple or 3 years ago, probably make that 4 or 5 years ago now because we missed 2 years, Michelin was so concerned about the construction of their tyres that they wanted every single one of them that was given or sold to every single team to be given back at the end of the event. You sometimes go to motor races and you see spectators carrying tyres home with them or rolling them home, and you sort of think, well, what kind of plant pot holder is that going to become back at home? As I say, I don't know what the rules are this year, but Michelin do get very cagey about the construction of these tyres, and purely from the chemical engineering, the mechanical engineering of these tyres, they don't want to release them into the public's world because they are so sensitive about how they construct them. Now, everybody's using Michelin, so it's not as if everybody's going to get an advantage, but should, say, anybody want to come in with a new tyre, the ACO would be very open to that. So you may not see spectators carrying tyres home with you, and if you don't, that's the reason.
To the pit lane and to Nick. Where are you, Nick, at Team Penske?
Outside Team Penske, yes, it's the full service time. Felipe Nasr has finally got out the car. It was because a crowbar was used mainly to move him. And it's a full service with a bright yellow machine with the bicolour blue stripes. Just waiting for it to come off the jacks, and slight delay getting it going again. And waiting for the delay we saw with the Corvette, but that's now up and away again and out after a pretty good stop. They are measuring all the tyres, and everything seems very positive for a team which no one expected very much of, and now massively over-delivering.
Yeah, they really are, Nick, and in the nicest way possible. And Manu Collard, a driver who sort of knows this circuit forwards, backwards and sideways over decades of racing here. I think it's fantastic to have him back in a prototype, and really enjoying seeing it. Lovely fellow.
25th Le Mans this year, so he's mounting up the numbers, and he's miles ahead of anyone else. There was a group of them around the low 20s, and a lot of those low 20s drivers have now retired and gone off elsewhere, the Andy Wallaces, the James Weavers and such like, but Manu has stuck with it, and the kind of next most experienced behind him are down on 17, 18, so he's well clear of current drivers that are most experienced here at Le Mans. Good to have him in the car, and it was indeed, as Nick was saying, a bit of a crowbar job to get Felipe Nasr out. He'd just done a quadruple stint at the wheel of the number 5 Penske and brought the car, it was quite well up, wasn't it? It was a second in class and fighting for the lead.
Rejoining in 8th, I make it. Collard very nearly had 24 Le Mans 24 Hours in a row consecutively, and he just missed out on the 24th when we got to 2018. Just couldn't find a drive. That would have been so frustrating to me. But he has now gone north of 24 in total. As you say, 25th this year. Let's go back to the pits and to Joe Bradley.
Significant car in the pits. That's the number 30 Jota. That's leading LMP2 right now. No tyres, no driver, just fuel. So as we expected for the LMP2 class within the 65-litre fuel tanks, these cars pinning every, seems like 35 minutes up the Nick. And we can see the Glickenhaus is also stopping at the moment. This is the one that's a little bit behind after its problems. I think it's a full service again with new driver got on board. Just trying to see who that was. Yeah, Glickenhaus on board. So I was actually hiding the Team Penske pit, back trying to see if I could accost Felipe Nasr, and I popped out now, and this is the Glickenhaus stop you can hear. All going well so far, all tyres on in record time, so all good for Glickenhaus. And here's Felipe Nasr, so we'll just go straight into that. Felipe, Team Penske, you've shown nothing during the week, and suddenly you're absolutely up there going for victory. What have you done?
Well, we've been working every session, right? And it's not easy to arrive here, you know, in the middle of the championship. Super competitive teams out there and drivers. So we took our time to study the car and basically set up the car for the race, and expected the hotter temperatures like we had. And the car was flying out there, you know. We're giving everything we have. It's great to be part of this group. Every member of Team Penske, you know, getting us here. It's been an awesome adventure so far. I've been enjoying every second. And a little hiccup there as we had a debris that did hit one of the front left tire in the car, and it started to come apart. So it did some damage to the bodywork, so we had to change that. But hey, we're back there and putting in great times, and I'm sure we're gonna come back in the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting. You know, virtually all the cars are out there have had no attrition. How is the traffic out there?
Oh, it's crazy. It's Le Mans, isn't it? So, but it's mega fun for the driver. I simply love coming here and just being able to cut through traffic and enjoy, you know, every part of the day and the night. I mean, as you can imagine, you know, you got to take some risks, and you know, but that's what makes the race so special. You know, you gotta time your traffic, time through the traffic right, and you know, use that for your advantage. So far, we need to make up some time, you know, but we got a long way to go. 17 hours I can see there on the clock.
Thanks, Felipe. Thanks a lot. Cheers. And he owes us 10 euros as well.
Yeah, with that famous phrase. Thank you, Nick. Long way to go yet. That doesn't count, folks. I was just repeating it. That was uttered by Felipe Nasr. To track their results so far in the World Endurance Championship, Team Penske, they finished 8th at Sebring after we didn't quite get to 8 hours there. Remember, 7 hours and change, 20-odd minutes. They were given a 10-second penalty post-race, though, as well. So 8th place in the States, in Florida. They then finished 4th at Spa with the same driver lineup, Dane Cameron, Manu Collard and Felipe Nasr. So it doesn't take them very long to just edge towards that podium, and another podium here, or a podium, the first of the season at Le Mans. Very much a possibility, Bruce.
Yeah, but while Felipe was being interviewed down there, I was just keeping an eye on the gap between the 7 and 8, the two Toyotas leading the race. It got down from 7 seconds to 4.5 seconds. It's bobbed back the other way, and traffic, Ryu Hirakawa losing out a little bit. He's now 5.1 seconds behind. No, he's not. He's 4.9, so he's closing in all over again. But that has been the story at the front of the race. They're sitting 2.5 minutes clear of the best of the rest, which is that 7:08 Glickenhaus driven by Pipo Derani. But certainly Hirakawa's got that little bit more pace at the moment, just incrementally closing in. Some laps third of a second, some lap half a second, but the story is only going one way. Number 8 closing in all the time as the light is fading fast. It's a pink band sort of on the horizon. The sky is still bright blue above, but it's going to go dark very quickly. To me, this is what really makes me feel as though I'm back at Le Mans.
The television pictures may not lie, but they do encourage you to think there's more light than there actually is. It's considerably darker out there than the pictures lead you to believe.
Yeah, some great technology, these cameras these days, that can pick their way through the darkness far better than the human eye. LMP2's nose to tail, needing to go around a couple of GTs at the end of the lap. That's the ARC Bratislava car driven by Tristan Vautier, with James Allen right on his tail for Algarve Pro Racing. So they're scrapping for Pro-Am podium honours this early on in the race. ARC Bratislava's third in the Pro-Am driver combination, and James Allen for Algarve fourth.
Whenever I look at the timing screens and James Allen's in that car, he's gaining places, setting really quick laps. It seems surprising he's so far down, but for Algarve Pro Racing, they didn't have the dream start to the race. No. Obviously, the sister car, number 47, which is many positions at multiple point, many laps down. Poor Sophia Flörsch, as soon as she got started, there was that problem on the opening lap. But James Allen, every time I look, he's having a really good race. And as I say that, very nearly gets clattered off the circuit. And the four-horseman Aston Martin, I think there was bodily contact at Tete Rouge. The Aston Martin was pushed wide. If there wasn't contact, it was so close. You could see the Aston Martin stepping to the left. Maybe the driver on the board at that moment just went, whoa, as these two P2 cars came through. But it just shows how tight that little battle is with the ARC Bratislava car, with Tristan Vautier just ahead of James Allen in that number 45 Algarve Pro Racing car. And down to the first chicane they go, nose to tail.
Yeah, there's a reason Stuart and Sam Cox put James in that car at the start of the race when he began the event at the back of the grid and had to overtake all those GT cars in his opening stint. Paul, just going to go very quickly back to some of the comments from Felipe Nasser, because you wanted to flesh those out regarding the pit stop. That was a while back, I know, but it's still in my brain, so go ahead.
That's all right. No, I merely didn't know that there had been a problem with that Penske pit stop, and it was only when Felipe Nasser said, we had to investigate a problem, and it meant that the pit stop was around about 15 seconds longer than it ought to have been. So, you know, we talk about how close this P2 battle is, and those 15 seconds lost in the pits going to be very difficult indeed for the incoming driver Manu Collard to make up on the track. So it's that kind of problem when you've got a race as close as this that can make a big difference. It's going to be hard work from Penske going forward.
Let's go to Inter-Europol competition, and Joe.
Pietro Fittipaldi has just gone out of the 43, the Inter-Europol car. They're in 6th place. Pietro, you're still in the fight at this stage, aren't you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about having clean running. It's obviously very difficult every time. In my first stint here at Le Mans, trying to judge how much to push, how aggressive to be, and managing the tires throughout the stint. So we did that. I learned a bit. It was a good stint. Now let's improve for the next one.
So you guys, what sort of information are you feeding back to your engineer over the radio about the tyres? Because with the fueling that's going on in LMP2, you're not necessarily wanting to change tyres every pit stop.
No, we're doing longer runs, you know, so we're trying to save tires and extend the runs as much as possible and limit the pit stops.
Still hot in the car, I take it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Been working hard?
You could tell that from Pietro's voice. Yeah, he's still fairly new to this type of racing, as he makes the point. First Le Mans, and judging how much energy to give in the early phase so that you've got enough in the tank when you get to the afternoon tomorrow. But racing with David Heinemeier Hansson and Fabio Scherer in that LMP2 team this year in the European Le Mans Series car 43, actually right next to on the screen now the 34, but as Joe makes a point, came in for that pit stop from 6th, so they're further up than their position right now would have you believe.
7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds now. Only 3.3 seconds between first and second place. Ria Hirakawa continues to close in on Kamui Kobayashi. In fact, last time around, Johnny took the best part of 1.8 seconds out of the race leader.
Great move round the outside of the right-hand kink into Indianapolis for Frederick Makovici, overtaking Miguel Molina's Ferrari, the Porsche number 91, now ahead of car 52. That will be for 4th position in class, and as they exit Arnage and go through the timing loop, that's confirmed on our screen. GTE Pro led by Corvette, Antonio Garcia from Kevin Estra's 92 Porsche. Then it is Nick Tandy in the 3rd place Corvette, and then Fred Macco and Miguel Molina embroiled in this fabulous fight. Molina's not going to go away from that, and he'll come back fighting into the Ford chicane. Let's get back to the pits, though, and to Nick Damon.
83, the AF Corsa car is coming. This is their P2 entry in Pro-Am. They were doing something I thought a bit odd. They didn't change drivers, they didn't change tyres, but then I found out why, because they've got quite a bit of damage on the left-hand side. They're having to replace the 3-light indication of your position in class. They were doing some top tape. I think they're retaping. This is the second bit of damage. They're retaping a massive hole in the side of the car. And this car's actually going quite well, so not quite sure what has caused these problems. Actually, Nicholas Jensen's actually just sitting Nicholas Nielsen, sorry, is sitting just right to him. Nicholas, you're watching your car. What caused the damage?
I'm not sure at the moment, but it seems like the light is not working, so we have to fix that. But I don't think there is any other issues than the lights. But obviously we need some light during the darkness.
It's a bit strange. I think it's the first time I've seen a change of tyres without a change of driver. First time I've seen a change of tyres without a change of driver. Is this just because you have the time because you're repairing the car?
No, we just decided to change the tyre before doing anything else on the car, so that's already done. But obviously we didn't expect the light not to work, so now we have to fix that, unfortunately.
Thank you. That's Nicholas Nielsen out of the 83F Corsa car. That car has now been put into the pits to this fix. It's the light panel, both for the number and those 3 marker lights. Joe?
The good news is there's an empty garage at the 66 GMW Ferrari garage. The 66 Ferrari back out. It was, as I've confirmed, it was power steering. That was the article that I saw in the mechanic's hands,
Very
and that's
good.
been changed. And now they're back out, so all good here.
I mean, not very good as in that was the problem, but you identified it, Joe.
I've still got it, mate.
Bang on the money
Hands
again.
are clean as well.
Joe Bradley spots it perfectly. So, have you got any other issues on your motor to diagnose, get Bradley round. He'll do that within seconds. The two Gazoo Racing Toyotas now only separated by 3.1 seconds. So Ryo Hirakawa chiseling away as Bruce Jones has been spotting that gap to Kamui Kobayashi getting smaller. It's a slow run thing. 0.2 of a second last time around, but, going the right way for the second place car, Bruce.
Just very interesting. While you talk about that, Johnny, the 64 Corvette came in to the pit lane, wheeled into the pit garage, and about 20 seconds later was swung back out again. And of course, we know that they want to do that if they need more mechanics to work on the car. Hopefully we can find out what was untoward down there. But Nick Tandy, the class pole sitter, obviously that's dropped it down the order, that visit to the pit lane. The sister car, though, 63 in the hands of Antonio Garcia, still leading GTE Pro in 29th position overall.
Paul, have there been a flurry of penalties all of a sudden reaching you, or have we got, from our point of view, got a few to catch up with?
There's one that's been notified a little while ago, which we need to catch up with, because it was a penalty for the number 35 car, the ultimate car, the LaHaye brothers, and Mathieu LaHaye, currently at the wheel of that car, had to take a 5-second extra time at his last pit stop. I think he's now done that, so it's behind us. But for a pit stop infringement on his previous stop, they've added 5 seconds to this pit stop that he's just done. So we need to catch up with that one. But as I say, it's been done and dusted now. 2 or 3 others where the lights on the door panel, which give you the number on the side of the car, which are these illuminated panels. They're clever little low voltage panels which enable you to see the number of the car. And this is one of the Glickenhausers, and you're as short as I am, in which case you can't see over the side panel to see the number properly. But anyway, and there's a number of teams who need to fix those, and that can be time consuming. They are 43, 74, 83, 85, 30 and 35. So if we see a flurry of pit stops and people messing around with door panels, that's the reason why. Both sides need to work. Observers are out there on both sides of the car to check, and as it goes dark, it's important for the marshals to be able to see the number of the car. and hopefully they will be easily rectifiable, because it's one of those annoying little things that can cost you time very easily indeed. Just run through them again: 85, 74, 43, 83, 30 and 35.
Enough penalties, because it's absolutely bonkers on track between the two Toyotas here. They are nose to tail and had to get through about 3 GT cars into the Ford chicane. The gap across the line at the start of the lap was down to 0.2 of a second maybe. It stretched out to 1.3 again. No change of position, but quite how the Toyotas found room for one another and those GTs, Bruce, I will never know. Heart in mouth stuff.
Yeah, just as Ryo Hirakawa got closer and closer, the traffic sort of closed in front of him. It was actually 0.105 of a second on the start-finish line, but by the time they were exiting the Dunlop curves and going through the Forest S's, unfortunately the 777, the D-Station Racing Aston Martin, went across the bows of Hirakawa. That's why it's gone back out. Only 1.7 seconds now, but that was absolutely exquisite driving by both of the Toyota drivers to get through that melee of cars at a tricky part of the circuit, at the Ford chicane.
Yeah, because they've got to recognise the GTs are squabbling amongst themselves as well, so they were trying to go 2 abreast, and actually I think both Toyotas needed to get briefly out of the throttle just so that they weren't committed and heading to the scene of the accident, basically. So amazing driving, not only from the Toyota drivers, but from the GTs as well, because this is still nose to tail Fred Makovici and Miguel Molina. Yes, they're inseparable, this duo. 3rd and 4th right now on their, what are we? They're still in touch with the crews just further ahead. Antonio Garcia in the 63 car and Kevin Estre in the 92. But as Johnny Moden was making the point earlier on, GT Pro getting a little spread out here and there, but certainly not for 3rd position.
Yes, when that move was made by Fred Makovici at Indianapolis to go past, it looked so he did it so easily. I thought, right, he's going to pull away, but Molina, the Spanish driver, just has stuck to his tail ever since. Maybe he made a slight mistake. Maybe he looked it more impressive, made it look more impressive than it was. He thought, actually, if we touch here at Indianapolis, we'll both be off in the gravel. Yeah. You can have it. And it was quite funny because they snapped into a camera shot into the Porsche garage, and sitting looking almost, he wasn't watching the race at all, but just waving at the camera was Gianmaria Bruni. But I think at that point, it wasn't like, whoa, it was, hey, he's got past, he's going to pull away. No, he isn't. And 5 or 6 laps later, it is still nose to tail. Half a second between them. Fabulous scrap.
Sure, plenty of you are watching down at Arnage. They've just squirmed past you now into that tricky right-hander, the 90-degree right-hander at the T-junction at Arnage, and powered their way out again. Frederic Makovici getting a little bit of a break this time from the Spaniard behind Miguel Molina, who in turn is overtaken by one of the 2 Inter-Europol competition cars. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit and on the Radio Show Limited network of channels around the world.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Really busy between the 2 Toyotas a moment or 2 ago. That gap from 6 seconds had closed to 4 to 3, and then all of a sudden the next time we looked it was less than a second as they whipped across the line for the 105th time. It's extended very slightly back out again now. 2.3 between Kamui Kobayashi and Ryo Hirakawa, but no doubt about it, Hirakawa keeping Kobayashi, his boss, effectively under massive pressure. Car 7 leading Car 8 for hybrid honours as well. Then the 2 Glickenhaus racing cars. Pipo Derani is ahead of Franck Mayer, but that's a much larger gap of almost 2.5 minutes separating the 708 and the 709, and the gap between the second Toyota and the first Glickenhaus is 2 3/4 minutes. From 5th place downwards, we're into the solid bank of LMP2 cars, which is led by Roberto Gonzalez, the silver-rated driver for Jota, car number 38. He, in turn, is ahead of Emanuele Collard. The gap there is coming down, but it's about 1 minute and 25 between Gonzalez and Collard, who is in the Team Penske car. He's not long taken that car over from Felipe Nasser. Now on an outlap, fresh from a pit stop, Lorenzo Colombo for the Prema All-In team, running 3rd, car number 9. and ahead of Jonathan Aberdeen also for Jota, 4th. And the TDS Racing by Vaillant car, Matthias Besch, moved from Pro-Am into the Pro category in LMP2 after the change around, which saw Philippe Chimodomo stepping out and in Nick de Vries. So they are running in 5th with car number 13. The Pro-Am top 3 down in 21st position overall. This is Pro-Am LMP2. The 45 car leads that, James Allen for Algarve Pro Racing from the ARC Bratislava Orica of Tristan Vautier, number 44, and now on an outlap rejoining the race, the DKR engineering car for Laurence Hour, who had a spin much earlier on today during the 15-minute warm-up session. In GTE Pro, Corvette Racing's Tonio Garcia leading the 63 car that class. Then the 2 Porsches, Kevin Estre and Fred Makovici, separated by 62 seconds, 92 ahead of 91, but really not much space at all between Makovici and Miguel Molina in the best of the 2 AF Corsa, the main pro cars, that is. So 52 Molina ahead of 51 James Collado, 24 seconds, the real-time gap between the 2 488. The other Corvette has slipped all the way to 6th position, now in the hands of Nick Tandy. That's had a significant chunk of time out front as the race leader. And the top 3 in GTE AM, WeatherTech Racing's Porsche for Cooper McNeil, number 79, leading. The Northwest AMR Aston Martin of Nicky Thiem, now up to 2nd place, car 98. And in 3rd position, it's the 77 Porsche for Harry Tinknell. So Porsche leading Aston, leading Porsche in GTE AM. That's the latest hourly update.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
91.2 FM. It's Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022, and this is live. We are live from the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell. Nick Damon buzzed me a long time ago now with some news from the pitch. You may have more news, or can you remember what that was all about earlier on?
I do remember. What it was about was Paul was pointing out how a number of teams have been called for light panel offences. And I'm just saying that the 83 car, the Air Force, had just done that light panel change, and it had taken them about 2 minutes. So that's the how long that takes, because obviously you're dealing with a broken car to begin with. The noise in the background, like that, is the Glickenhaus 708. So that's a full service. Pipo Derani has got out of the car. I've skipped over and I haven't got Shay's 2020 helmet location, so I'm not quite sure who got in. The problem for Nick Tandy appears to be what they thought was a braking problem. They had all four set of new brakes laid out, but it appears to be actually what happened was somehow a load of absolute rubbish got in the rear right wheel, and by taking the rear right wheel, it dropped all the detritus. I think they may have just got some rubbish in there which were kind of blocking the rotation. So yeah, that's what's been going up here whilst you've been chatting away. Joe.
So the number 7 has just rolled off the pit lane. It's been in, it's took on fuel and tyres, and by the time I got down here, you guys are going to be able to tell us whether or not we've had a change of driver on the number 7. It's already going out on track.
Yeah, Mike Conway's got in, Joe, so Kamui Kobayashi out and Conway in. I know how the Toyota drivers tend to dash out the back of the garage, but it'd be fantastic to get a word with Kobayashi. And he had a sticky stint there with a couple of offs at the Ford chicane and at the first chicane on the Mulsanne, the Daytona chicane. So I'll be interested to know. We know he was really stretching the tyre envelope there, so every chance that it would be a new driver and a new set of Michelin tyres as well. That's exactly what's happened. Ryo Hirakawa, as a result, taking the race lead, but we'll be expecting him in, Paul. Is it the next lap? Are they putting a lap apart?
Next time around, that's right, for Hirakawa. And I must just correct something which I said. It wasn't a quadruple stint for Kobayashi. It was only a triple stint, but still a triple stint is hero enough. So 36 laps in all completed then for the Japanese driver on his set of Michelins before they came in, and have now switched to Mike Conway, who was the driver at the start of the race.
It's a long race. It's a long race. Let's stay calm. Car is good. It's a long race.
That's a very similar team radio from earlier on, this time at Gazoo Racing again. That was the message to Sebastian Buemi in the same car when he was saying, struggling with the handling of this machine. He was bending the rules a little bit on the track abuse as well, the track limit abuse. And that was a message to Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 car. So maybe he's been radioing back to base, saying, I'm struggling a bit here now out front. It's a car in front of him, which is a P2. He wants to get by Bruce Jones.
Yeah, and we've heard from quite a lot of the teams that have, I think it was Penske with Felipe Nasr most recently said a lot of the teams have been caught out by being much warmer today than any other point through the course of this meeting here at Le Mans. Of course, they had 8 hours of testing on Sunday, wasn't particularly warm, and Wednesday not particularly warm, Thursday not, but I think they may be just playing a little bit of guesswork, but the fact it's so close between those two Toyotas at the top of the field, and they are such fierce rivals, the number 7 and 8 crews, that you can understand they don't want to feel as though they're backed off by a half a second a lap, a tenth of a second a lap. They want every bit of speed, but I guess the engineer was saying as the number 8 comes into the pit stop, that just take it, the performance will come.
Let's get to Joe then to watch this stop for Rio.
We've got a driver change in the number 8 as well, matching the number 7. It's Hirakawa out, it's Sebastian Buemi slotting himself in. All this can be done while the fuel goes in. Got tyres ready as well, which is the normal protocol. Looks like Buemi's settled in very quickly. He has a bit of assistance with his belts from the other side of the car. Already the driver's side door is shut. And the fueling, as I'm speaking, still goes on and on and on, doesn't it? It seems to take an age. The fueler comes off, the car's immediately on its jacks. Quite choreographed, as you would imagine. Toyota Gazoo Racing are very good at this, aren't they? Off the jacks, and away it goes. New driver, new set of tyres, and a full tank of fuel.
It's like poetry in motion, Bruce Jones and I watching that pit stop, how the choreography that is involved, that's rehearsed over and over again during the build up to the weekend. They were doing it, I'm sure, during the 30-hour practice sessions as well, those dummy runs that they will have done in parts of Spain throughout the course of the year in the build up to this race. But when they get it right, which is most of the time, it's awesome to witness.
It is, and just knowing how easy it is to make a fumble. But the thing that really impressed me, and Joe picked up on it, was how quickly Sebastian Buemi seemed to be the only task he had to do, because he was already strapped in so quickly. He was just tighten his helmet, just adjust, knowing the new tyres were going on, cool, calm, collected. But you think, how many times has that Swiss driver jumped through a very small opening into a sports prototype? It's a long time now, and he's just got it down pat. It's one less thing to worry about. He's got to worry about the performance of the car, but getting in and out, easy peasy.
And a 7-second gain made by the number 8 car over the number 7 just on that sequence of driver changes. So, if we'd have made a 7-second gain, if we'd been talking about Ryo Hirakawa having made a 7-second gain on the stint, we'd have been saying what a hero he was. Well, what a set of heroes the team are. They have a different set of mechanics working on the number 8 than they do on the number 7, and they will be delighted that they turned the car around. 1 minute and 22 seconds was the total time in the pit lane, compared to 1 minute and 29 seconds for the number 7 car.
Right, big drama for Miguel Molina, Bruce Jones, arriving on 3 wheels. Where was that? Into Tête Rouge? Or no, it's Porsche curve.
It's the Porsche curve, just approaching it suddenly. The front right corner down on the track. There is still some rubber on that tyre, but sparks flashing away under the entire right-hand side of the car. And don't forget, he was having that absolutely brilliant chase, but this has been a big setback. You really feel the AF Corsa Ferraris aren't quite on it. Was the contact very nearly?
He's already got the problem in Indianapolis, and that held up his teammate briefly, who is James Collado. James managed to work out which side of the road Miguel Molina was going, so it's not a wheel missing, but it's more than a puncture, I think. It's pretty substantial suspension failure on the front right corner of 52. Heading down pit road now. Joe or Nick, you'll have to tell me which is closer to the AF Corsa end of the pit lane. This is the Granny Annex N, so it must be therefore Nick Damon. It's a long drive for Miguel Molina, but he's done brilliantly well to get it this far. Peeling off now, Nick.
Yeah, it comes in with the splitter on the right-hand side of the car, scraping along, wearing away expensive carbon. They were actually, he was coming in this lap, and they were ready to do a driver change. I think Davide Rigon's already got in. They're fueling up, so they're doing all the stuff they were going to do for that full service. Running around the other side, well, the tyre is completely off. They've lost the entire car because the tyre is just kind of spread at the end, so we can still sort of read Michelin. Now, the question is that when they put this new tyre back on again, when they finish the fueling, whether that is going to re-raise the car off the ground enough, And my guessing is that they did clear out the carcass from inside the wheel well. Right old wretch about the side. Luckily they've not left any cords there. The Michelin goes back on again. The splitter has been definitely reduced in use, but it's been thinned down, so perhaps they've saved some weight as well. It's not been major damage, and they're away, so in many ways that could have been a hell of a lot worse. Yeah, they've probably got away with that one because there's no real permanent damage, and now of course everyone hurries to go round the tyre and see what on earth went wrong.
I've got a 6-minute 11-second lap there for Miguel Moliner, which is not quite twice the amount of time that we would expect. They're doing well, let's just compare James Collardo's last lap. He did a 3:53, so yeah, lost a considerable amount of time, but actually when you can work it into a normal pit stop, he was due in anyway, and I'm amazed, actually, the suspension was fine underneath that, Bruce.
Yes, I could see some tyre on that car, but when the car came to a halt in the pit lane, the 52 Ferrari, there was still the vestige, the very edge of the tyre was still there, but the carcass was gone. So it wasn't a front suspension damage, front right, it was the fact the tyre was missing. But what a run, bearing in mind he was at Indianapolis when we first picked up on the fact the front of the car was going down. So he drove a third of the lap at crazy speed, or good speed, got it back to the pits.
Let's get back to Joe with info from Toyota.
Yeah, some info coming from Toyota. The number 7 was a bit slower on the tyre change than the number 8. That's why the lead has changed. I have lodged a request to speak to Kamui. I'm just waiting for some return on that. But thanks to Alistair Moffat for that inside info on that pit stop phase for the Toyota Gazoo cars.
And the teammate of the recently in and repaired 52 car, this is the 51 there, of course, the car, the other of the Ferraris, works Ferraris in GTE Pro. That's a full service. Out has got James Collardo. In, I think, has got Alessandro Perguidi. And he's tightening his belt. They're taking their tyres off, and they're all still completely round and inflated. Unsurprisingly, Miguel Molina is looking a bit sick about everything. They can't lose 3 minutes in GTE Pro, especially when they aren't the fastest cars to begin with. So he's probably now seeing a very, very long and tiring 17 hours for the rest of the day.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, important for new drivers to get those incidents out of their mind and just focus on now the challenge in front, which is another significant stint in a GT car. Best part of an hour's running in complete darkness, straight lining the Dunlop chicane that time through was Alessandro Pierguidi on his outlap. So both Ferraris now heading back out with new drivers. Pierguidi, as Nick quite rightly identified, in the 51, and Antonio Fuoco in the 52. Paul, it's been quite a long wait, but we do finally have a decision on car number 23 from a pit stop a while ago.
Yes, the United Autosports car, which you remember contacted another car as it was being released from its pit stop, and it's a stop and go penalty then, which the number 23 has to come in and take. Has to be done within 4 laps of the notification being given, and that notification has just been given, so it'll look like an out of schedule pit stop for the number 23, but it will just be a stop and go. No hold, but bring the car to a stop and go again.
And done at the exact garage where your team are, so it's the team that have to look after that and make sure that it is all done correctly. GTE AM Porsche in for Dempsey Proton Racing is the 77 or the 88. I think it's the 77. No, maybe under the pink banner, car 88, which is in. The race leader in GTE AM is also in, a whole lot of them actually, including the WeatherTech racing car of Cooper McNeil, and in second place, Harry Tinknell in the 77 Dempsey car, Bruce.
It's funny how it happens. Remember the first round of pit stops for LMP2, they all came in one fell swoop, and it's exactly the same in GTE AM. It's looking very, very good for Porsche, it must be said, in this class. Nice neat pit stop from WeatherTech.
Let's get back to Nick, still at AF Corsa.
Yeah, with James Collardo out of the 51. James, I get the impression you're trying as hard as you possibly can, but it's just not really working.
No, we're a little bit over the limit, to be honest, trying to make up for what is a much faster Porsche and a much faster Corvette. So I think at some point we've just got to accept as a team that we probably just need to finish in the points and just back off a little bit. Yeah, it's not nice. It's going to be a long race, to be honest. You know, just no performance.
Is it the dreaded BOP then?
Oh, I mean, every time I say it, I get moaned at for saying it, but for sure it's a lot less performance than last year, and there was a big change made with BOP this week.
So I was going to say, at least you're having fun, but I don't think you are you?
Not really, no.
Thanks, James.
Short and sweet, but we can understand the reasons why, and it's always dangerous ground for drivers to be treading, I suppose, but, sometimes that is just the fact, and I don't think the officials have deliberately gone out to slow the Ferraris down. They've tried to look at the data and get the cars as even as possible, but you are trying to match apples with deck chairs, effectively. I mean, these are GT cars, yes, but they've all been built by independent teams. The engines are in different places. Some of them are turbocharged. Some of them have massive engines like the Corvette, the 5.5 litre, and it's very tricky to get them, doing the same general lap times around Le Mans and then across a single stint and then across many stints throughout 24 hours. So who would be a balance of performance? Clark, at the end of the day. It does look like Ferrari, particularly in the pro class, are not in the same fight this year. But there we are. They're going to concentrate on the points, as James Collado says. Let's go to Joe Bradley from the race lead in GTE AM. Outgoing driver is Cooper McNeil, Joe.
Cooper, simple question. Are you happy?
Well, we're still leading the race, if that answers your question.
I don't want to ask you anything else. I don't want to hex it. I noticed a lot of pickup on those tyres. Was that tricky?
Yeah, just passing some slower cars, or it's kind of messy out there. So a lot of pickup on the compound of Michelin I was on, but just trying to minimize time loss to P2 and give Julian a clean car, which I managed to do. So he'll take it from here.
What's the etiquette for the GT cars for the LMP cars and the GT cars? Do you guys stay on the line, or do you have to get out of the way?
The key is to stay on the line, otherwise you get a bunch of pickup, which is what you saw. But sometimes you can't help but move over a little bit for them. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to get around you any which way they can and any place that they can. So it's just about staying out of the way. But the WeatherTech Porsche's running super strong, 0 issues so far. Long way to go, but so far so good.
Thank you, Cooper.
Cooper McNeil from the 79 Porsche, which has just been taken over by Julien Andlauer and will retain its race lead.
Yes, and interestingly, Cooper McNeil managing 15 laps on each of the segments of his double stint. Before he was in the car, Thomas Merrill was at the wheel, also for a double stint, but only did 14 laps on each of his stints. So whether that was Cooper being allowed to go an extra lap, whether they're getting more confident in the fuel consumption, probably the latter. As it goes dark, fuel consumption will improve a little bit, but I doubt it will be enough to make it run an extra lap in night time. But just interesting that Cooper doing an extra lap than compared to Tom Merrill.
I think maybe Paul into that equation is that Tom's a rookie here, and there's no point making him do something that's any more difficult than just getting his early stints nice and smoothly through. Maybe later he can have an experiment, but you think of the number of laps that Cooper McNeil has done here over the years. He's got far more interpretation of the situation around him, and I would think that's possibly a difference. Maybe later with Tom Merrill, but Cooper as team leader, he's the guy that makes those moves.
He's the one who's going to be pushing the envelope of the car's performance, and in doing that, he's also pushing the envelope of the fuel consumption, rightly so. Cooper spending over an hour behind the wheel. Actually, it was just under an hour for his first stint of 15 laps, and Tom Merrill spending 58 minutes behind the wheel. So very similar times behind the wheel for the two of them.
Yeah, first Le Mans for Cooper, 2013. Well, he will have still been 20 years old. Cooper McNeil not yet 30, actually, from Hinsdale, Illinois, and back for another Le Mans. He's probably been here every single Le Mans since then. Was certainly active last year here at the great, fantastic race that we have once more. GTE Pro entry last year for WeatherTech Racing. That's right, because the pro field was relatively slim, and they worked out they might be able to get a better result, therefore, with fewer cars.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of doing it, but you always feel with WeatherTech, you know, they don't always run the same car. They sometimes early this year we saw them running two manufacturers, but they're thinking, they're just trying to find a way. I like that, and it just makes an awful lot of sense.
3 green illuminated dots on the side of the 91 Porsche, which rejoins the motor race. That's Jean-Marie Bruni, 3rd position therefore in GTE Pro. Also back out from a stop is Antonio Garcia in the 63 Corvette. So we're up to 7 stops now for car 63, 8 stops for the Porsche of Bruni. But actually one of those must have been a drive-through. I think I do remember the 91 car for track limits coming in and losing a 23, 24 odd seconds because of that.
Exactly
Conversation,
right,
yeah. Conversations being had by Fred Makovici with the Porsche mechanics at Manthey. So he's just got out of the 91 and had that really good fight with Miguel Molina.
Yeah, and then suddenly Molina wasn't there. The front right wheel, the carcass disappearing, a tiny tatter of rubber still attached to the rim, but that was a remarkable recovery. But actually the body language from Fred Makovici was, I think that was a stint he really enjoyed. So good to see. You know, Fred's one of those drivers who wears his heart on his sleeve, and he's not difficult to read, but he enjoyed that little battle.
Just picking up on the number 46 Team Project 1 Porsche, we haven't really talked about that for a long time. It's still in the pit lane, and by the time we get to the top of the hour, in fact, before we get to the top of the hour, it'll have been there for an hour. It's been 58 minutes in the pits already, the number 46, so I don't want to say I hope it's going to be a retirement, but we have to have a first retirement at some point. I don't want it to befall anybody, of course, necessarily, but here we are, 7 hours and no, not quite 7 hours, 6 hours, 53 minutes into the race, and still no retirements. But as I say, with the number 46 car in the pits for very nearly an hour, that does look suspicious for that car. No doubt one of our pit lane reporters will be down there at some point and give us an update whether it's still being worked on or not.
Brendan Reeb in the sister car at Team Project 1's just come in for a pit stop. Interestingly, it just flashed up that he'd gone out again, and I thought that's a drive-through, but no, I think it's a glitch on our screen actually, and he's still in pit road now and tumbles a spot because of that. Giancarlo Fisichella in the Iron Lynx number 80 benefiting. They may well be doing a driver change as all concentration is now on the 56 for a good result at Team Project 1. They are former teams champions in the World Endurance Championship previous years when, well, Ben Keating's driven for them in the past. We've had Jörg Bergmeister drive for Team Project 1 as well. They're big names in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland and made the step up to the WEC and therefore Le Mans a couple of years back. There was a driver change there. 56 back into the race now with Ollie Milroy at the wheel.
Yeah, it definitely was still in the pits when it looked as though it had gone out, because the 92 Porsche, the works Porsche that had been leading GTE Pro, came in right on its tail and actually wanted to go a little faster up the pit lane to get to its stop, but went back on board, out onto the track with Kevin Estra, still at the wheel, while the 56 was sitting in the background, obviously taking longer with that driver change. But now Corvette Racing back into the lead of GTE Pro, and it's 63 with Antonio Garcia.
So let's go to Joe, because you're very close to Team Project 1 right now.
I am. I'm just opposite, and just about 10 minutes ago I went in there and asked for an update, and they're still not sure what the problem is. And I asked what exactly is the problem and how was it described, and they were kind of reluctant to tell me. And quite frankly, they didn't tell me. They said they had a shunt, and since then they've had a problem that they thought they'd fixed and they hadn't. And now the car, and all I can tell you now from my observation is car's still on the hijacks, pretty much stripped off all the and you know what, guys, as I'm speaking, the garage door is being rolled down. Yeah. We couldn't have timed that better. Well,
or worse,
or worse for the Team Project 1 car 46, that is. Whereas for an update, that car is now out. Whatever the issue was, it's put it out.
Shay Adam, who's in our box here at the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, has just shown me a text message that basically says there's so much wrong with that car. It's just, and this is the team judging it, unsafe to continue because they cannot work out what the issue is. They don't want to put their drivers or anybody else in the race at danger, so they have decided to abandon, and that is our first retirement. Not something we wanted to announce, but nevertheless, car 46 out of the race. To Nick Damon at the other end of the pit lane.
Yeah, actually, I was just with Shay. I think we're both on the same chat group. I have the full statement from Porsche, if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
The race is over for Team Project One's number 46 Porsche. The car had vibrations after a ride into the gravel around 7:15 p.m., which the team has since tried to fix several times. They changed the tyres, the rear diffuser, stabilisers, and checked the car several times. In the end, the car is so damaged that safety can no longer be guaranteed, therefore the car has to stop.
Thank you, Nick. It's not a nice story to be bringing you, but and a peculiar one as well. We almost expect a sort of slightly more obvious retirement, but when they've tried changing everything, basically, and you still haven't found a resolution, it really is time, unfortunately, to knock it on the head. They've still got another car in the race, car 56, which has just rejoined from its latest pit stop. But I'm sure many expected Team Project One to be up the front and fighting, and indeed they were in the opening 2 or 3 hours with Matteo Cairoli, Bruce.
But the thing that's so extraordinary, it was that fast right-hand kink just before you get to Indianapolis. Nicky Loitville just seemed to spear straight on, but the car was recovered quite quickly from the gravel.
Yep.
He got it back to the pits, but it came in with 2 flat tyres, 2 flat front tyres, but it didn't hit anything. It was just rattled through the gravel. It's an extraordinary one, unusual one, bearing in mind how strong the cars are these days. You know, many moons ago, perhaps, if you'd done that. Well, in fact, many moons ago, there weren't lots of gravel traps. But unfortunate there for the Swiss driver, and really unfortunate for the team not to be able to put their finger on what it was that has been rattled loose, shaking loose. But if the drivers go back out and say the car doesn't feel safe, you've got to listen.
Yifei finding plenty of time right now, though, in the Cool Racing car. He's just gone around to improve again. Found a 3:33.8 a minute or so ago, and the next lap around 3:33.023. So Cool Racing car number 37 as high as 8th place now, and Matthias Besch is only 3 seconds further up the road for the TDS Racing by Vaillant car. I wonder whether Matthias is on slightly older tyres, because he was nearly 2 seconds slower than a charging Chinese behind.
Well, he's the fastest man in P2. Yes, that car will work its way up the order. His previous stint was very, very strong as well. Some great racing from the Chinese star. But out in front, it's still, well, it's the Prema Orlam team. At the moment, Lorenzo Colombo is about to bring the number 9 Orica into the pit lane, which will put the 38 Orica back into the lead.
This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Lovely clear evening at Circuit de la Sarre with an ambient temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, and the cloudless sky will remain pretty much all the way through the rest of the evening at nearly 11 o'clock and the early part of the morning as well. We're going to drop to a low of 13 Celsius for sunrise, which is a minute to 6 tomorrow morning, and the temperature will steadily build. Notice 11% chance of rain currently around 6 or 7 o'clock, so we haven't necessarily ruled that out for Sunday, but by the time the sun comes out, it will come out in anger. It's going to be a hot day tomorrow with a high of 24 Celsius.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
It's 11 o'clock on Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022. 7 hours done, and there are 17 hours remaining, Paul Truswell.
Yes, just looking down at this battle in P2, because we said we were going to concentrate on P2 in a way, in that it's very close. Obviously, the 4 hypercars all, actually they're not all on the same lap, because the 709 fell a lap behind when it had that sensor changed, and it's not yet been able to make it up again. So 3 of the top 4 hypercars on the same lap, on the lead lap. As far as LMP2 is concerned, however, we have 12 cars on the lead lap within P2. So they're showing on the screen as having been completing 110 or 109 laps respectively, but an indication of just how close it is. And within that group that are on the lead lap are both of the Jota cars, one of the WRT cars, one of the United cars, both of the Inter-Europol competition cars, TDS Racing, remember them, we've kind of written them harder into the P2 class, and remember that now is running as a proper P2, not a Pro-Am car, the TDS car, number 13, Matthias Besch currently at the wheel of it. And the only other one to mention, we've got Panis there, Penske, all on that lead lap. However, the number 23, the better placed of the two United cars, is 3 minutes and 40 seconds. No, sorry, it is, get the right row, 2 minutes and 55 seconds behind the class leader. So very nearly 3 minutes then separates Alex Lynn at the wheel of the United car in 12th place in the class from the race leader. So it's going to be tough work in P2 for United Autosports. What is significant is the way that the two Jota cars have bubbled up to the top. And what is a surprise to me, Bruce and Johnny, is that WRT, having had 3 entries, have only got 1 car in the top 3 in the on the lead lap.
3 of the top 4 in LMP2, all pitting together, and Nick Damon is with Prema.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that they kept Lorenzo Colombo in. Robert Kubica was suited and booted, helmet on and everything, and waited to see you get in. So my guess is they've leaned in, said, "Hey mate, how are you feeling, Lorenzo?" He's gone, "Yeah, I can do another one." I think they've just basically decided that they really can burn this their silver driver. He's doing well. He's keeping going. I've hardly seen Louis Delatraz in the car, and yeah, he's happier as he is. We'll keep him in there. Is that his 4th into these tyres, Paul?
He's just headed out onto his 4th. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty. Yeah, it is a pretty impressive drive by the theoretically least able, but going well.
Yeah. Louis Delatraz did a quadruple stint before him.
Paul, we've got dramas here for the lead car in GT Pro. That's right, isn't it, Bruce? Tonio Garcia was doing far better than the sister. Yes, it was the 63 that was leading. This looks very similar to Miguel Molina's incident in that the front right is down on the Chevrolet Corvette, the C8R, and that tyre is inflated. It's just very, very slow. Exiting karting corner now.
It's the left rear.
Yeah, beg your pardon. So not the front, but the left rear this time on the Corvette.
And it's gone clearly, but it didn't go as early as in the lap out at Indianapolis it did for Miguel Molina. So bigger frustration for AF Corsa. But suddenly, having had the 64 Corvette drop down from the lead and a longer pit stop, and there is debate over whether when the 64 was pushed in the garage, whether the brakes were changed or not. But certainly the 63 car had assumed the lead in the class, and now with that it's limping in and it's falling down the order.
Yeah, so we'll be obviously on the spot when Tonio Garcia arrives in a moment or two. So actually that will put Nick Tandy ahead of the Corvette when the 64 had been going through the mill a little bit. How things can so quickly change. That's why we love motor racing. That's why Paul Truswell has for years said to me, "Don't go to bed, Johnny, you're going to miss something." Corvette all of a sudden being the paciest of the cars in GT Pro are slipping away down the order.
And it's a Porsche one too.
It is.
And I can just see Nick in the back. I mean, I can't see Nick in the background. I can see an image in my mind of Nick in the background saying, "You just wait, the Ferraris will get there yet." Well, we will, and we'll see what happens. But as you say, this is the whole point of why it goes in. The 63 is in the pits now, Johnny.
And Nick's there, Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's a total failure on the rear left. There's a lot more tyre available to keep the car up off the ground than there was with the Ferrari. However, it has been sitting on its rear diffuser, though my guess is that if they can get the tyre off with limited damage. Now what they've actually done, they've gone straight for tyres. They haven't fueled it first, they've gone straight for tyres, and there is some unfortunate tyre detritus on that rear left. There's a lot of gunk has come off, so they're going to have to get the car, I think they're going to get the car into the garage to actually get the all sorts of the cords and stuff. It's got Well, they might be all right. That stuff. No, they are. I was looking at there. They are now going to get the thing. It's also the tyres also taken out a huge amount of the inner lining of the wing as well have gone. So they've got a big clean-up operation. What's happened is, of course, the tyre is delaminated. The cords have come off. The cords are both Kevlar and they're also metal. They've wound themselves round the inside of that rear left hub. Now, what that means is that to get them out, they now have got, 10 mechanics that are in the car. They can cut them away. They haven't didn't see they've done any particular damage. There is damage to the, let's say, the inside wheel well that have to be replaced. Now, what they're doing is taking the opportunity, I think, to replace the brakes as well. So they're doing a complete quick dry brake change at the same time. You know, they probably knew they have to do one at some point. We are, 7.5 hours in, that's enough. Out gets Antonio Garcia, suited and booted to get in, which wasn't going to happen at this point before. It's going to be, who's getting in there? Jordan's getting back in again. So they are doing everything. They haven't yet fueled the car, which means they look at the tyre first before fueling it. And they are now also doing a full brake change as well. So loads of activity in the Corvette pit. They don't seem too concerned by the diffuser that sat on the ground for many hundreds of yards. But they are still now trying to get into the damage, and they're going to replace that wheel well as well. They've got a new wheel well coming in. The way the panels come off these GTE cars is fantastic. It's just like it is just dressed lightly in carbon fibre, and now the wheel wells are already going in. So this is going to be not a major disaster, but they're probably going to lose a lap just by being in here with this puncture. But you know, look at this Porsche at the front, which I did say, didn't I? I did say Porsche were going to do well. But just, obviously it's be their turn of problem in it, probably.
Well, yeah, they're certainly not out of the equation for having a problem a little bit later on down the line. It's a big year as far as Porsche are concerned. They will be making the jump from GTE Pro to LMDH for next season, and they said they had big plans here at Le Mans, as they have had all week, to wave goodbye to what has been an amazing project over the years for the GTE Pro Porsche, and bringing the 911 RSR 19 to the table 3 years ago with the uprated engine and sticking it in the middle as well. So it's a Porsche GT team 1-2, Kevin Estret 92, leading the 91 of Jean-Marie Bruni, Paul.
And significantly, that Corvette has now lost that lap. We said it would lose a lap. Well, it's now a lap down just on the pit stop. And, of course, it had a slow lap into the pits as well, or a slow half lap from Mulsanne corner back to the pit lane. The other thing to keep an eye on is the gap to the lead, because that was up over 6 seconds, 6 and a bit, and going on towards 7 seconds about 3 laps ago, and it's now down to 3.5. Just gone up a bit on that last lap, to nearer 4 seconds. But whether that was traffic for Sebastian Buemi or not, or the pace of Mike Conway, a couple of people that I've been talking to have been suggesting that the number 7 car just looks a little bit happier, and from the radio messages we've been hearing, the number 8 car seems to be carrying a problem, doesn't it, Bruce?
Yeah, it does, when not one but 2 of the drivers are effectively told to simmer down, as you would if you were a sort of rather effervescent child, but just keep it. And maybe they just feel the track conditions will change, but they will change through the night. The temperature will come down, and maybe their car is a little better set up for that. But just keep your cool, but keep it on the island, because for Toyota, if they throw it away when they're sitting on a lead, there's still the number 708 Glickenhaus on the lead lap, but it's another 3 and a bit minutes in arrears. So they've got that cushion, and they're fighting.
Assume there have been no more track limit transgressions for the number 8 car.
No.
I mean, this is the delicate balance they have to strike here. Be pacey, but don't go off the track.
Exactly, and the track limit offences get reset. Now, what I don't know here at Le Mans is what the gap is between the resets, but it will either be every 2 hours or every 3 hours, but they will have been told in a briefing. And as I say, I haven't found the piece of paper that is issued to the public, if there is one. But the transgressions are reset, so after a certain period of time, you're no longer under warning.
I did have a fear that they will have to carry that all the way through the race, right? So if you're a good boy, behave yourself for 2 hours, let's say, you don't know for a fact, then actually you're
It'll
back
reset
to
itself back, and you'll go back to 0 warnings.
Oh, okay, I like that rule.
I don't. I actually like the cumulative through the course of the race. I think if you put it, let's say it's scrubbed after two transgressions every 2 hours, and you know that,
well,
you'll go for your 2 transgressions if you feel that you really need to take a bit of a risk. But if you know that you're working through the 24 hours, getting closer to the shepherd's crook that will call you into the pits. I sort of rather prefer that. I don't like transgression that you sort of get away with. We've got a double yellow flag at Marshall Post 25. Indianapolis.
Yes, and the Toyotas haven't yet reached that point on the track. It's the 93 Porsche that is in the gravel trap at Indianapolis. Now, piloting that car right now is Michael Fassbender for Proton Competition. He was running in 17th position in the GTE AM class. And has he gone off to, yes, he's gone into the deep gravel trap on driver's left. So coming through that fast right-hand kink, and it looks like the car has started to rotate well before that corner, going into it, misses the apex. Oh, and there was contact. There was contact from a car on his right-hand side. Wasn't sure whether that was another GT car or quite possibly a P2. What do you reckon, Bruce?
Well, a flash of white. I think there actually aren't that many white cars. I think it's another GT car, but I really feel for Michael Fassbender. I think he just went a little wide in the corners and possibly let the other one come through.
Yeah.
Found there was no grip at all. But the good news is the actor-turned-racer has got the car out to the edge of the gravel trap. He's driving around the back of it, but I think he was the innocent party there.
Yeah.
Slow zone.
And the slow zone is in place so that the car can either be recovered, or Fassbender's doing a good job at the moment driving towards the marshals. It looks like it's missing a fair bit of bodywork on the front. Very similar, actually, to the incident that happened in qualifying. Not the crash itself, but the fact that it's done a fair bit of damage to the nose of that car. Tricky to tell in the darkness how many panels will need to be replaced. The problem for him is he's now facing the wrong way in the overlap of the marshal's post.
Yeah, effectively the car has gone to the back of the gravel trap, which is on the left-hand side of the circuit, where the track kinks to the right on the lead into Indianapolis. You could actually see the tyre marks where the number 46 Project 1 Porsche with Nicky Leutwiler got it wrong, but that was all on its own. In this instance, and I don't think Michael would have just slid wide on his own. I think he was going wide to let a quicker car come through. There was definitely contact, and the Fassbender car was just fired off into the gravel. I'm pleased it's out the back of that. That at least will keep the clean-up operation as short as possible with that slow zone down at Marshall Post 21, which is the approach towards that very fast sequences of corners into Indianapolis. Double wave yellow. Can't actually see the 93 Porsche now. It's got to the back of the gravel trap and is out of the camera shot. But there's gravel bouncing all over the track as the cars go past at a bated pace. And for the 61 APR Ferrari, that's about to be swung back into the pit garage. Can't see anything untowards, but I think this is the time in the race, Paul, where cars start to have those ongoing repairs.
It's hard work in the night. It's always hard work in the night. And I know I was going on about the reliability, but I think it's in the night time when the incidents begin to happen. Oh. And that's when you do get these momentary lapses. Perhaps you can't see as well. We heard Johnny Molam saying that your windscreen actually gets completely opaque when somebody flashes you from behind. And that APM car, I think, was the other one involved that you saw being pushed back into the garage.
It was correct. We did think it was a white car, and I felt that was possibly one of the candidates. I thought it might have been the other one, number 56 Porsche, but it was certainly Vincent Abril. And though I said is a car without any damage being pushed back in the garage for standard repairs at this time of night, we talked about that, but then on the replay, definitely the nose of that 61 AF Corsa Ferrari with the Monegasque driver on board, going up the inside and clattering into the side of Michael Fassbender. So while one has not necessarily got away lightly, it's got back to the pit garage for repairs. For Michael Fassbender and the gang at Dempsey Proton Racing, for Proton Competition, it's going to be much longer to get his car back, and one suggests, having been the party that was hit, the damage will be all the greater.
Well, it was a 233.3 for Abril to get in, so that suggests a fair bit of damage on his car, because when they went slow zone, Abril would have been out of it, surely.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, that's also an in-lap, so you're going to be slower coming into pit road itself, but I'd be interested to know whether there is any damage on that 61 Ferrari on the left side for Vincent Abril, who was trying to get by Michael Fassbender, not for position, because the 61 car was battling for 6th place in class, so he was at least a lap ahead. Well, the 93 car has had some dramas anyway, hasn't it? So it's a fair way down the order. Great spot from both of you guys. I'm still struggling to work out who it was, but Abril, we reckon, in the 61.
Absolutely so, but that incident, I guess it's standard fare, but that is under investigation. The 61 clattering into the side of the 93 Porsche.
So Nick Damon's going to have a look at the 61 for us. Left side will be the affected.
That's the one which has got all the engineers around it, that's for sure. They're having a bit of a wobble at them. They're having to think about whether they're actually going to need to do anything with the... is it a damage? Or visiting Abril out of the car, looking particularly miffed about life. Yeah, I think he's... Yeah, there's been some damage on the rear hub, certainly. It's not sitting the right angle, so it's either, I think it's an upper mount. Just to finish off the Corvette, by the way, the Corvette's had to have quite a bit of work done on that rear left, the 63. They had to put a new control arm in, and that hasn't been particularly useful. So there's a toe link and a control arm. They also at one point released a lot of pressure, and this kind of really odd yellow, well, not liquid, yellow dust was catapulted out of the situation. So it's not looking good for the Corvette. That's been there for a long time. No sign of it coming out again.
And Nick,
yep,
I've just heard from Joe that the 64 Corvette is in with potential damage to that as well. Also, there's a car off. We'll get to you in a moment because there's a car off at Tete Rouge, Bruce Jones. Hang on.
It's the Glickenhaus of Olivier Pla from third place overall. It's facing the wrong way in the track. The waved yellow flags, double wave yellows. The car's having to go to the outside of the circuit because it's part way round the corner on the inside. So a big problem for Olivier Pla. Hopefully it can get going, but that was third and it's dropping away.
On its outlap as well. So that car had just been into the pits. Olivier Pla had already been at the wheel for a stint.
This is horrible for everyone heading through Tete Rouge. There's a car facing the wrong way, lights on full beam, and yeah, it's a very fast corner, Tete Rouge. He caught the curb to driver's right, and did he make contact with the barrier as he goes into a spin? Yes. The rear left made contact with metal barrier, and then it speared him back onto very nearly the racing line, managing to steer to the left to make sure that he didn't stray further onto the apex of Tete Rouge. But now, in trying to recover this situation, Ollie Pla blinding everybody. He's turned lights brief. Well, that was the engine going off and now being fired back into life. And thankfully, it dances from one side of the road to the other. He's able to do a full 180 and now, thankfully, not cause everyone to be blinded coming through Tete Rouge. Should be able to rejoin the race, but who knows what sort of damage he's got. We're still trying to get to the bottom of whether the Nick Tandy / now Tommy Milner Corvette is carrying damage. Joe's convinced that there was a problem on the front of that car, but they might have been able to repair it because it's now back into an outlap. And the 7 Toyota is in. This is Mike Conway. Routine stop. Joe Bradley, no doubt, very close by. Or are you chasing all other stories, Joe?
No, I'm right on it, Johnny.
Good stuff.
I'm awaiting the 93 Porsche of Michael Fassbender, which is about actually 3 garages up. So the number 7 again, it's kind of, Toyota's getting a bit boring, aren't they? You know, it's in, fuel, out it goes. Almost running down the lollipop man for the 93, who, as we speak, arrives. So Michael Fassbender brings in the 93. Looks all right, actually. Not too bad.
It will be a bit dusty, but I don't think he made contact with the tyre wall, Joe.
Yeah, the car's dusty. It's getting fueled.
Right side.
Well, I'm on the left.
Very battered.
Yeah, bits of gravel in the bonnet. We know he's been through the gravel. We don't really need that clue. When the fueling's done, I'll be able to jump across. In fact, no, the boys are going to do it for me. It's gone up on the jacks. It's on the dollies. It's about to swivel through 90 degrees. Yeah, a bit of damage on the right, on the left, on the right-hand side. It's got the mirrors hanging off. It's superficial, though. It's superficial. The wheels, well, the right-hand wheel is pointing slightly inwards. I'm going to see if the left-hand wheel is pointing slightly outwards. Unfortunately not. So the right-hand wheel is pointing inwards and the left-hand wheel straight ahead. So he's knocked the tracking out a bit.
And Nick Damon been investigating things at Corvette as I've requested.
Yeah, it's looking a lot worse for the 63, I'm afraid. They're now all out of the car again. They are looking at bits, and this is looking like a many lap, almost the point where they might actually be scratching this car from that very light damage. Just falling over something myself then. They are still working on it, but the resignation within the drivers is pretty high. They're having to put a whole new rear left corner. They've got the drive shaft and everything else on there as well. So I think they are going to continue, but it's going to take long enough where they took Jordan Taylor back out of the car again. This is going to be a very long repair, and it's going to effectively end any chance they had of, well, as everyone else has a problem, of winning this one with that car. The 64 car, I didn't see what the problem was, but I did see Nick Tandy looking particularly unimpressed with life at the back of the garage as he was talking to the engineer. He's now disappeared off, so unfortunately can't quite, well, you might be able to just kind of clobber him with a quick word. Let's see if I can just grab Nick. Hang on a second. Nick, quick word? That was Nick Tandy from the 64. That seemed like a really difficult couple of stints there. What was wrong with the car? What happened?
We had a problem with the brakes on our side. I mean, I've just come here. I saw it on track that we've lost basically both cars in the last 30 minutes. And I mean, we're still in the race, but yeah, I pressed the brakes down at the first chicane, and not a lot was happening. So we found the issue. We've changed all the brakes. We're probably going to change them anyway at some point, but obviously we probably lost, I don't know, a minute driving in slowly with no brakes, but we're still in it. Luckily, unfortunately, the 63 looks like it's not so healthy.
Was it the rear right that was the problem with those brakes? I saw that's where all the detritus came out when the wheel came off.
I don't actually know which one it was. There was a problem with one of the rears, yeah. So you're probably right with that one if you saw it.
It certainly woke you up.
It did. It really did, because I only just managed to slow it down enough to get through the escape route chicane. So I thought we were going to have a big one through the tyres and call it a day. But luckily we managed to get it back. So we're still in the race.
Yeah, good luck. You've got plenty of hours to go. Just a couple minutes to make up. Good luck, Nick, anyway. So really, really, really bad half hour for Corvette. And not a great few minutes for Dempsey Proton either, Joe.
Well, the 93 has made it back. Michael Fassbender doing a great job getting it back. Patrick Dempsey, team principal. Patrick, what's this about look of the Irish?
I don't know. He's learning a lot in this race. It's unfortunate, not his mistake. Really tough place to pass there. I just think the overtaking driver really was a little bit too aggressive, and it's really unfortunate for Michael. He was very consistent. He was bringing his lap times down. We'll get the car fixed if we can and get him back out.
I'm pretty sure you will. It looks like a steering rod, a tie rod, as maybe bent or broken. I'm pretty sure the boys will be on that.
Yeah, we'll just have to reassess everything, make sure the car is safe, and we'll get him back out there, get him some more seat time.
You've got quite a spread on the spectrum in the team, Patrick. You've got the 77 in contention. You've got the trials and tribulations that people in motorsport are very familiar with. Still, I'm not going to say it. It's a long race, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we got a long way to go. We got everybody doing well. Unfortunate for Corvette. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and where it happens on the track could help or hurt. So this is what makes this race so special. You never know what's going to happen. And the beautiful thing about the sport is there's always some drama, and it's always unfolding. And it's how you bounce back and you dig yourself out of the hole, and you learn.
Isn't that why we love it? And I'm sure, you know, Michael's probably feeling rubbish at the moment, but when he reflects back on the drama, the excitement, it's what Le Mans all about.
Yeah, it's a personal journey in so many ways. And especially when you're out there, it's very lonely. And it's just, you learn a lot as a person, and as we evolve, you know, these things in sport is a great place to learn about oneself, about teamwork and commitment. And today he's learning a lot. I think you got to give the man a lot of credit for getting in the car. He's in the deep end of the pool with limited race experience. He has natural ability. He's a very gifted driver, and I think if we can just keep him positive, keep him racing, he'll do really well, and he'll come back with much more fire in his belly.
I hope so. We've seen his lap times, Patrick. He's right there. Maybe a change of nationality he might do.
He's doing really well, but I think, you know, it's experience. And he's out with guys that started when they're 5 years old, and then other people. So I'm really proud of him. We're going to support him and just keep him going.
And that was nothing about experience. That would have happened to you or anybody.
It's just, you can't pass there. You got to be patient.
I'll leave you to the job, Patrick. Cheers, man.
Great work, Joe. Patrick Dempsey chatting about Michael Fassbender, who's in a very damaged 93 car, but he'll dust all of that away and get back into the car, let's hope, a little bit later on in the race. Glickenhaus 708 is in, and to Nick Damon.
Yeah, actually, superficially looks pretty much not particularly damaged. We look at the bodywork. Unfortunately, the rear right is flat, and the rear left suspension is not aligned in the way that would be correct to have the car going straight. So I think there is a puncture, there is damage. This is not terminal by any means, but it is a damaging point where this is a leading car that's going to fall away by a couple of laps again, because they're going to definitely, I think, have to put in a new rear corner on that left-hand side, and they're now looking what the damage to the right-hand side, which is flat, is. A lot of work, and it's just one of those things. I'm not sure who was it who flipped it. Was it
Pla
there? We don't know what happened. He's staying in the car, probably to avoid me, I expect. And the off comes the bodywork. The tyres are being removed. I think Michelin haven't got to worry about the reason for that puncture, because I think it was severely crashed. So almost immediately they're looking into the assessing what part of how many wishbones and what part of the multi-link suspension needs to take out, and they'll be here for some time now, I would think, just unscrewing and rescrewing new bits on. It'd be interesting to see whether they just take off like a single link, or they just put in a whole ready-made up corner, which is often the way to go, because of course that comes in pre-built with the correct geometry on it. But they'll be in here for a while.
Olivier Pla is such a talented driver. It's a very unusual error, so much so that I don't think it was an error. I think something either broke on that car or the tyre was going down at Tête Rouge.
Exactly that. I think there was a puncture which then caused him to spin, and so the puncture happened on the right rear. That caused him to spin. He spun, as you described, hit the left rear on the barrier. So the car's come in with damage to the left, a puncture on the right, but I think it was probably the puncture that caused it to happen. And of course now we have that situation which Pascal Vasselon was dreaming about last night when he was planning his race, that here we are, not 8 hours into the race, still 2/3 of it to go, but he's got two cars, first and second, a lap ahead of the field.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, was that not Olivier's outlap? So he's effectively only about 6 corners into his outlap?
Yeah.
Was I right in that?
Yes. But it wasn't the beginning of his stint. He'd done a stint, and then he was on his outlap at the beginning of his second stint.
He did catch the curb on the right-hand side of Tête Rouge, but I've seen so many cars do that. I mean, they're doing that virtually every lap. It's one of those flat, shallow curbs that wouldn't pitch you out and into a spin. So scrub that curb on the right-hand side, and then all of a sudden, the pendulum started to swing on the rear end, and Pla just couldn't catch it, we think, because the tyre was down, and it makes slight contact with the rear, but enough into the Armco barrier with the rear, but enough by the looks of things and the sound of things to knock the suspension out on that rear end. So Glickenhaus descend on the car. They've wheeled it backwards into the garage so they can get as many different team members over that car as quickly as possible, rather than the restricted number that are only permitted on the pit lane apron. 92 leading the GTE Pro class, Kevin Estre. I notice a Ferrari behind, also I think from the Pro class, but that will be a full lap on. For the 92. Has just literally now lapped that AF Corsa car. I'm trying to work out whether it's the 51 or the 52. But nevertheless, it's a great position for Porsche fans to be in, for the Porsche GT team to be in, with Kevin Estre leading from Jean-Marie Bruni. And actually the gap between the teammates stands at nearly 2 minutes. So quickly, the narrative of this race can change. All was going swimmingly for Corvette, but one car remains in the race, as Nick Tandy was clear to make the point. The 63 could well be scratched, as Nick Damon was suggesting, but we will wait and see. They're still working on that car. It is 7.5 hours into this race. We're at 11:30 local time, and it is time for another hourly update.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Here are the current positions on Hagerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM then. Sébastien Buemi leads the motor race with 16 and a half hours still to go. The car has completed 122 laps, and car number 8 is in front, but only by 2.4 seconds from the sister Gazoo Racing GR010 of Mike Conway. So you catch sight of one around the racetrack, car 8, and car 7 will be pretty much right behind it. However, the gap back to the rest of the field now substantial, as Paul Truswell was suggesting. The 708 car has hit big dramas, dropping Olivier Pla down into the midfield of LMP2. They're still working hard on that car, the American squad, but really leaving 709, the only one to take the fight at the sharp end, driven by Franck Mayer, currently car 709, in third position for Glickenhaus, but with a lap fewer completed. Into LMP2, Jota, Antonio Felix da Costa's number 38, the mighty 38, leads that category by nearly half a minute over Prema All-In Team's number 9 car, 5th overall, but 2nd in class for Lorenzo Colombo, the silver-rated driver being kept on board last time it came down pit road. Happy to be in contention and certainly still producing good lap times. Jonathan Aberdeen for also Jota. So at the moment the Kent squad have 2 cars in the top 3 in LMP2. Car 28 is in 3rd. 4th position for Joop van Houten. Palace Racing, don't discount them for another podium. Would be 3 in a row if they can do it this year. Car 65 running in 4th. René Rast is 5th for WRT in the 31 car. He in turn is ahead of Yifei Ye, who's been charging hard in the Cool Racing number 37 car. Pro-Am is led by James Allen for Algarve Pro Racing from the back of the grid, remember, number 45. He leads Laurence Hoare in the Luxembourgish team, DKR Engineering's Orica 07, number 3. In turn ahead of ARC Bratislava's 44, driven by Bent Viscal, and Jean-Baptiste Lehay for the Ultimate team, the family-run French squad, number 35. GTE Pro, this is where all the changes have been happening over the last 30 minutes. Porsche GT Team's 92 car now leads that class with Kevin Estre at the wheel, and he has nearly a 2-minute lead over Jean-Marie Bruni's number 91 Porsche in 2nd. Then it is the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi up to 3rd spot. Tommy Milner in the 64 Corvette is running 4th, a former class leader. Where's the 63, I hear you ask, if you're coming back to the race after maybe a break of 30-odd minutes? Well, it's in the pit still, being repaired, and a significant one at that, well short of the lead lap now, many laps down, unfortunately, for the 63 Corvette. They're trying to get it back in the race, but they are up against it for breaking into the top 6 again now. 5th position, by the way, is Antonio Fuoco in GTE Pro for 52, and Sam Bird for the Riley Motorsports Ferrari running in 6th position, number 73. Top 3 in GTE AM, WeatherTech Racing and their Porsche. Julian Anlauer, number 79, is running as the leader ahead of Seb Prio, 77, another Porsche for Dempsey Proton Racing. David Pittard in the 98 Aston Martin is 3rd. I'll just give you a few more because TF Sport Enrique Chavez, also for Aston Martin, number 33, is in 4th. Alessio Picariello, Hardpoint Motorsport, number 99 Porsche, 5th, ahead of Ollie Milroy for Team Project One, their sole surviving Porsche, number 56, in 6th position. That's the update.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
And Glickenhaus back on pit lane, I noticed. The 708 wheeled out from the garage and back into the race. That is a quick turnaround, Bruce Jones.
That is. It's fallen to 16th place overall. You could see Jim Glickenhaus in the back of the garage. He wanted to get involved but knew the mechanics were going to do a better job, but he was urging them on. Long of face, but really good work from the Glickenhaus racing crew. And whatever, we're fairly sure it was a right rear puncture that caused Olivier Pla to go around. It was his outlap on his 2nd stint, and sitting backwards in the track on the exit of Tete Rouge with other cars coming around that semi-blind corner towards you. Luckily, his headlights would have alerted them to the fact there was a car there, but that rear left contact was what took the time to repair because suspension damage there. But it looked cool, calm and collected, but unfortunately that means it is 9 laps, was it?
9 minutes.
9 minutes, I was going to say, not 9 laps.
Yeah, 9 minutes and 22 seconds was the pit stop time, and Olivier Pla stayed behind the wheel throughout, even whilst the car was being repaired. So he's now out at the wheel of it, but the car itself will be, I'll tell you in a minute how far it's now dropped out of contention. And the other thing, I was just looking at, the battle for the lead has kind of reached stalemate. Mike Conway closed the gap on Sebastian Buemi. They went through their respective pit stops, each of them. Both of the pit stops were 1 minute and 10 seconds. They were identical pit stops for both of them. They were simple refuel and on your way. And so the gap between them is still pretty consistent at between 2 and 3 seconds. And we just have to wait now for the next set of pit stops from the two Toyotas. But very likely they'll be similar because we'll have Buemi and Conway both staying behind the wheel, I expect, for triple stints. That's certainly been the pattern thus far.
Yes, whenever watching the last couple of 2 to 3 laps with the Toyota battle, every time there's traffic, it seems to Buemi, as the race leader, seems to just get a little bit the better of it, and it seems to, he gets past and then move in front of Conway. That might, of course, flip around the other way, but they're down to, what, 2.5 seconds, 2.4 seconds now between first and second. Conway behind Buemi. 1 minute stop and go penalty for car 61. That's Vincent Abril's team A, of course, the Ferrari, for causing a collision. That was the one that pitched Michael Fassbender, definitely very much the innocent party there. His 93 Proton Competition Porsche into the gravel on the approach to Indianapolis corner. That fast right-hand kink just before it, and you can be fairly sure that was a fairly cut and dry decision. I must confess, every time I've seen a replay of that, no blame could be attached to Fassbender.
Conditions obviously very good out on track at the moment. Ben Barker's just done the best lap in the GTE AM category of the race so far. 350.848 represents the car's best, but also a class best to this point, and I wonder whether that's going to be the precursor to a few more very good laps. Fuoco's just done the personal best time for car 52. Antonio Felix da Costa is motoring well in the Jota car, which leads LMP2. He can't be very far away from the end of his stint as we head back to the pits and to Nick Damon.
Lorenzo Colombo has finally got out of the number 9 Orland Prema LMP2 car from second place. 2 lights were illuminated at the side of the car when that number 9 car came in. It is Robert Kubica who got in, and he will take the car away with a new set of boots. Just to finish the story, the Vincent Abril 61 car has actually left the pits. They were doing a clean-up as I came up to have a look, so they repaired that rear left corner, but of course now they've got the 1 minute stop and go. And that's a kind of a dodgy sort of release there. There's a bit of an argument between the Prema car, and I think that was the Sophia, so the 45 Algarve Pro machine. So they were having a bit of an argument going into the going down the running lane. The thing about the pit lane is you've got 2 lanes which you can run side by side at on the hot lane. Right at the point where you leave the pit lane, where it goes to 1 with a few cones and the sign saying turn your lights on.
Yeah.
So they had to, in the end, it was the Algarve Pro car that backed out that argument, and Robert Kubica went out and carried on his way.
Okay, thank you for that. Sophia Flörsch in the 47, in fact. 45 leads the Pro-Am category with James Allen still driving that. But yeah, a flurry of pit stops there in LMP2. Panis Racing still being serviced in number 65. They had got up to 4th position with Job van Uitert, and in fact, he will hand over to Nicolas Jamin at this point in car 65. Yifei Ye is in the number 37 car, as is Alessandra Pierguidi for the 51 GTE Pro squad AF Corsa. Who else is on their outlap? Prema car, Robert Kubica rejoining in second position, and Jonathan Aberdeen happy to stay on board the number 28 Jota for another stint. He feeds back in as he left the race briefly there from 3rd, back into 3rd.
Lap time certainly improving at various points up and down the order. I think that we just get into the sweet spot now. It's also just after a flurry of pit stops, so some of them have obviously got a heavier fuel load but fresher rubber. But for those 2 Toyotas, it's down to just 1 second between first and second. The number 8, Sebastian Buemi, leading the way, but Mike Conway, maybe he's worked the traffic the better the last couple of laps. He went out to 2.5 seconds, back down to 1.06 seconds, the gap between first and second.
Jan Halen also pitting on this lap, so 88 car in, Joe.
Yeah, and he's getting out. He's handing the car to Maxwell Root, who's been waiting patiently. Also in is the It's getting very, very busy down here. The 99 Porsche, the hardpoint entry, that car into pits as well. We've had a driver change in the 88 back to the Dempsey Proton Racing team. Now the tyres are going on, so it's a full service for the 88. Johnny, you have to remind me where this car is in the field. I know the 77's very much in contention, and the 88 is there or thereabouts as Maxwell Root gets that car back underway. Meanwhile, the 99 is still on the pit apron being refueled. The good news is the 93, the Fassbender car, is off the hijacks, about to go on to the dollies. In fact, they're changing tyres. They're changing tyres in the garage, so that car will be wheeled out without any wheels and tyres, swiveled round, and that car, massive congratulations to that team, because they've turned that car around from what was a pretty heavily damaged car, steering geometry and all of that went on underneath. So the 93 about to get back in the race. I'm not sure who's going to take the wheel.
All right, we'll wait to see. To answer your question, Joe, the 88 had come in from 7th position. Max Root taking it over, and it has slipped a spot to 8th. Nick Damon with updates from the other end. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, the 63 car, they're definitely not scratching it. They've got Jordan Taylor back in the car again. They're running the engine. They've got most of the panels are back on again. I think they're still searching something that's not quite right, because they haven't released the car. They're looking at it in a kind of, what's going on? It's almost like it's now giving them a kind of an erroneous sensor issue. So they are kind of running it through, but they're looking to get it running again. I almost wonder whether it's a bit of a hydraulic problem. But yes, there's a lot of what was a lot of busy faces, followed by a lot of resigned faces, is now a lot of faces just showing consternation. Also up the line, we had the 51 car, which of course was the car James Kalala got out of in a very kind of depressed way, and then within one stint they've gained 2 places. So you know they're only behind the Porsches now, and they're on the podium at this point. So that's kind of played into their hands, not their own doing, of course, just the fact that the Corvette's exploded over half an hour. And the now leading Glickenhaus in the pit, 709, that's having a lovely standard service, no driver change, just some super duper fuel, and be sent on its way.
The 79's come in from the pit, from the rather lead of GTE AM, but Joe reports that's just fuel, so Julien Andlauer staying on board, and it's back in the race again. Is this a timing glitch for me, or is there a difficulty now for the 777 car, which was briefly shown has stopped on the circuit? No, he's going again now. Well, don't know. There are no yellows out on track, which is encouraging for Charlie Fagg and the D-Station Racing Aston Martin Vantage. I just wonder whether maybe there's a sticky transponder on board the D-Station car and it's not going through the sectors correctly, but it's still there in 13th position behind Rahel Fry and the Iron Dames, number 85. 709 back in the race. Franck Meyer will retain 3rd position. He is laps down on the Toyotas, though.
Yes, he's set one lap down on the Toyota, yes. That lap that was lost very early on in the race when the car came in to fix a faulty sensor. And so that was the reason why they lost that lap. Since then, the 709 has been running well, and Franck Meyer just heading off onto his 3rd stint, to the 3rd part of what will probably be a triple stint for him in the 709. Just looking down to the Jota car leading P2, Antonio Felix da Costa, unless I misread it, has just set his best lap of the race, his own best lap of the race for that car, a 3:32.418. So conditions ideal during the night if you're thinking to go off and get some sleep. Don't. Just once. Stay up all night. Watch these guys. If you're around the circuit, that is. If you're at home listening on the World Wide Web, then yeah, perhaps you do go to bed. But if you're around the circuit, this is a unique opportunity. It's good weather. The track conditions are perfect. We've got lots of cars out there. These are memories that you can take with you forever and use to persuade your friends to come back again next year. You know, it's a magical place. Racing at Le Mans at night, you don't really appreciate by looking at the TV screens how dark it gets. Yes, there are street lights around, but, you know, racing through the night, okay, you can go to other 24-hour races, but this is the one. This is the magical one. And, yeah,
You're selling it well, Paul. You're selling it well. Charlie Fagg's definitely got a problem. He's on the Mulsanne straight, but he's losing places, hand over fist, in the GTE AM category. Yellow flags, I notice, are being shown now. I wonder whether he was being covered by a white flag initially. That's the reason why we weren't getting yellow. It still says green on that screen, though. But we're not getting lap times from the D-Station race in Aston Martin.
But
sector times, I should say.
But going down the Mulsanne straight, we just had a change for the lead. Mike Conway now ahead of Sebastian Buemi. He got to within half a second. He's only half a second clear, but there has been a flip around. The 7 now ahead of the 8 in the lead of this race. He's been hunting him down for a large number of laps through this stint. And what Mike Conway and
yeah, 7 cars just gone by Charlie Fagg, who is touring down the right-hand side of the Mulsanne straight and down towards the proper hard stop on the right-hander. I was just a bit worried about whether he was going to cause a problem for the Toyotas. Didn't know which part of the track it was and where he'd managed to recover himself to. I think it's possibly a puncture, and the 777 therefore is going very slowly. This was earlier on down the Mulsanne straight. Blue flags being waved, but at top speed, both the 7 and the 8 gunning past Charlie Fagg's stricken car, and it's going to be a much extended lap. What about the Toyotas though, Bruce?
Well, the lead change came into the first chicane, and it was under braking, and it looked very easy indeed for Mike Conway. Whether Sebastian Buemi had a problem, whether he was unsighted, maybe he just felt the pressure from behind is too much. I'll let him by.
Let's go to the pits to have a word then with Jan Heylen from the 88 Porsche.
I've said this many times, Jan. It's a fist fight, GTE AM, and once again, it delivers. You guys are in there, though.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised when I came out to see that we're running that high. So yeah, it's good. Good to see.
Why were you surprised?
We had a little issue here in pit lane. We had a LMP2 car that ran into us, had an unsafe release when Max came in, and then put us in pit lane an extra 35 seconds. So I ended up passing many of the cars. I passed in the first and again, but all in all, I think it was a decent stint. Trying to conserve somewhat. There's a lot of cars out there running a lot more curbing than what we are. So it's kind of pick and choose your battles, and I think we're just trying to take it easy on the car and see if we can get through the night without any trouble.
Are we going to see any different tyre tactic come into play in the cooler dark hours?
Well, we're playing with some pressures right now to get the balance to come to us. The first 2 stints I did were a little pushy on the front, so that was helped her on this last run. So I was happy, or much happier with the car. So yeah, we'll see. As far as tires go, I think we're going to stick with what we had. We ran the high temp tire in practice and this morning, or when the race started, and that tire doesn't seem to work as well for us.
Just to give our listeners an idea, Jan, you come in with the car, you then go into a brief with the engineer, a decision's made on tire pressures. That won't actually go on the car until the next pit stop. It's kind of like a little bit far off whatever you want to address.
Yeah, you have to be very strategic with the changes you want, because you're right. I mean, if I feel something in the car, the very first chance we have to change that is on the next pit cycle. So you're always about 2 hours behind.
Thanks, Jan. I'll let you get some rest. Cheers, man.
Jan Heylen, always a great communicator, and brilliant to have him back at the 24 Hours of Le Mans racing, then the 88 Porsche from Dempsey Proton Racing this year, as the 93 has, well, I'll let Joe fill you in there. What about the 93 car from the same team?
Yeah, I think the 93's been taken out. I couldn't see who was in the car there, but he's come straight back in. Obviously a systems check to see if the car is sound after that repair job, and now he's gotten out of the car. We've got a new driver back in. I'm not sure if that's Michael Fassbender getting back in.
I can tell you what's happened, Joe. They put Matty Campbell in, who's the pro, to kind of test it out, I guess.
Yeah.
And then maybe hand it back to Fassbender.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can peer in when he pulls out. Nah, because it's small glass, these windows are just reflecting the light. You guys will be able to tell me once he crosses the line, he's already on pit road and making his way out.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, it would make sense, I suppose, to change drivers again. Campbell, let's hope he wasn't trying to get some rest at the time, but these pros are often called at the last moment to maybe test the repaired car.
Fassbender.
It is back to Michael Fassbender. Thank you. Car 93 back into the race, 60th position, 22nd in GTE AM, but looking a lot cleaner, that car, after brilliant work from Proton Competition in this case to repair that right-hand side that looked very tattered indeed after its run through the gravel. He clearly slapped the tyre barrier down at Indianapolis as well through the fast right-hander rather than in Indianapolis itself, the left-hand banked corner that then leads into Arnage. But that situation could have been a whole lot worse, and I was impressed with Fassbender keeping his head. You know, he drove towards the marshals first of all. I think he probably did a 3-point turn behind their tyre wall, rejoined and got it back safely to the pits.
Can I just say something else about Michael Fassbender as well, because we didn't really highlight it at the time, but he was the nominated qualifying driver for that car in the 1-hour qualifying session we had on Wednesday evening, and the team didn't have to put him in. They could have put either Matt Campbell or the other driver in there, but they chose to have Fassbender.
Zachary Robichon?
Yeah, Robichon, that was the name, but thank you. It's momentarily slipped my mind.
Yeah.
But as I say, and Fassbender was also, he wasn't in the car at the start, but he was the second driver in after the car had just done one stint. So he's been given a lot of responsibility. We've heard from Johnny Molan when he was sitting there how it can really help a driver's confidence to be put in the car early on. And I think that's exactly what they've been doing with Michael.
I think it makes a huge amount of sense, because otherwise you sit and stew. It's different, a huge difference between testing, practice, qualifying, the race itself, the big one. So if they kept him waiting until 4 hours in the race, you could just imagine all those demons that might get into his mind. So I think it was an inspired move. And let us just reiterate, for Michael Fassbender, that was not his problem. And Vincent Abril has been punished with a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty and damage to his own car, the 61 Ferrari.
Heading to the pit lane again, here's Nick Damon.
With the 777D station car, the unfortunate thing for this is that he hasn't got a puncture. All 4 tyres are inflated, so its lack of velocity is not down to the most obvious reason, which is it hasn't got 4 inflated tyres. They are actually at this point having a look. I just wondering, just making sure they're done up, which is interesting. Giving a bit of an extra tighten. Oh, the rear left's fallen off. I think that was supposed to happen. So it looks like they've decided the problem might be the rear left. They've taken that away. It was undone by the mechanic, and that'll get taken off, and they're going to have a good old look at what's going on. In fact, all the left sides have come off now, but they're definitely of the opinion the issue is the rear left. In fact, they're waggling away at the disc, but that is a floating disc. That doesn't mean an awful lot. So Charlie Fagg stays on board. Lots of torch work going on. Car now supported on the low jacks. Obviously doing work around those discs is a bit of a pain because they are many hundreds of degrees. They may have called off a bit by this slow run in, and now they're having more of a look around the back of the car, so they're trying to work out what it is. They're pretty convinced the issue is that rear left. It may well be it broke, and they were being very careful and coming very slowly. There has been some wear. That's interesting. I think what's happened is there's been a little bit of wear on the front end of the internal part of the diffuser, which makes me think that tyre has become unlocated. So they have got an issue at the rear with one of the locating areas. So that rear left was not actually located correctly at any point whilst Charlie was going slowly. Managed to only limited damage, but they're obviously going to need to replace either a top link, a bottom link, or the entire corner. So well driven by Charlie, limited the damage, but that's a very, very long lap and a reasonably, good 10-minute repair, perhaps a bit longer.
Okay, 777 took 11 minutes to get around the lap and then into the pit lane as well. When you're looking at a 3:55, 3:58, there or thereabouts, sub 4-minute lap, it's taken him almost 3 times that amount to get around and back in again. But as Nick makes the point, done a very good job. Charlie Fagg, new to this level of endurance racing. Great to have him at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and a big responsibility for the man from Durham in the northeast of England. So they are going to lose spots now. Japanese flagged D-Station Racing crew, but as long as they can keep the car in the race, that's all that matters. Also in LMP2, the race leader is in for Jota. Antonio Felix da Costa down pit lane, peering into the cockpit. That's interesting. It looked like there was almost an interior light switched on. Probably just the artificial light. Unless do they have little lights you can flick on? Why would you need that?
Sometimes you do to enable you to see the what do you call it, dashboard.
Yeah.
And if there isn't a sufficient lighting system behind the dashboard, then a little light to illuminate the dashboard would be useful for you.
Maybe he was getting a Werther's original from the glove box, just for the next stint. It's a thought. Antonio Felix da Costa, though, will knock that off and concentrate on the task in hand again, because he stays in the car for another 32-minute or so stint, and the race lead comfortably in the hands of Jota right now. 2 minutes and nearly 15 seconds as a race lead, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, it's been just a rock-solid run from Jota. And again, it's a rock-solid run from the Toyota to the front of the field. Mike Conway, having taken the lead, is just 1.5 seconds clear, so I don't understand how he took the lead so easily from Sebastian Buemi. Maybe there was someone Sebastian didn't want to risk passing them on the approach to the first chicane, but anyhow, that is where Mike Conway swept into the lead of this race, but not really getting away. It's down to 1.3 seconds, the gap between Conway and Buemi. And which one's due in first? It's normally the 7 a lap ahead of the 8, is that correct?
Exactly right, yes, and another 2 laps or a lap and a half, and Conway will be in. I just wonder, we have known this in the past where Toyota, I'll call it team orders, but Toyota instructions to drivers, where the driver that is behind has said, I am quicker than he who is in front, let me through, and then he's given 5 laps, 10 laps to prove it and to draw away, and Mike Conway has gone through, but as you say, he's not been drawing away at any rate of knots. Having said that, his average lap time for the stint has been 3 minutes 30.4, whereas Sebastian Buemi's average lap time for the stint has been 3 minutes 30.7. So Conway has been 0.3 of a second quicker over the stint. So this is a fascinating one between the Toyotas. I mean, they will be running as a team. I can't remember which of our pit lane reporters was talking to them on the grid, but he was pushing. It must have been Nick. He was pushing Kamui Kobayashi fairly hard to try and say who was the. Was there an inter-team rivalry, or were they working as a team? And Kamui was very diplomatic about it and didn't really answer the question. But it's quite clear that Toyota want to finish this race 1 and 2. But I think they'll have a battle, and then at some point they'll have to be told hold station. Such is the nature of these things.
So it is, but of course the pressure is off them from behind, because Glickenhaus had that problem. Olivier Pla going for that rotation at Tete Rouge, and that has dropped the 708, the better of the two Glickenhauses, down to 15th place overall, some 5 laps off the place. But for Frank Mayer, he's the leading Glickenhaus now, the 709 in 3rd overall, but his lap pace at the moment is about 3.5 seconds a lap slower than the Toyotas.
Exactly, and that's been the story of the whole of this stint from Frank Mayer, and Frank is not a slow driver, but at the moment the Glickenhaus is not on the pace with the two Toyotas, which are just drawing away ahead there.
It's a minute to midnight on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
So as Saturday night becomes Sunday morning, temperature currently 18 degrees Celsius, very clear evening though, hardly any cloud hovering above Circuit de la Sarre, and a very slim chance of rain, therefore, just 2%. The wind is light as well, and it's going to remain clear all the way through the nighttime hours, a low of 13 that we will reach at 5 a.m. Sunrise is an hour later at 1:06 when the temperature will start to creep up, and it's going to be a really sunny day tomorrow, similar to Saturday really, and a high for Sunday afternoon, and the race finish at 4 of 24 Celsius.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Well, happy Sunday, Bruce Jones. It is after midnight now, meaning that we are closer to the end of this race. No, wait, no, we're not. Not quite yet.
I think you just scared a few of the teams. We're 8 hours into this race, but yes, Sunday is upon us. But you just walked in from outside into the booth. As Johnny was just saying on the weather report, the temperature just falling a little bit, but it's still, for this time of night, fantastic.
It is. It has dropped considerably, though. It has to be said that it's not as warm and muggy and hot out there as it once was. And, you know, the perfect person to follow up with this is one Joe Bradley, because he's out there in the elements, and he was sweating profusely earlier. Joe, have you stopped sweating quite as much now?
Of course I haven't. It's still, the temperature might have dropped, but it's only dropped relative to this afternoon when the sun was shining. It's still very, very warm, and it's still very, very humid. I'm with Charlie Fagg, who's looking very despondent. That smile is gone, Charlie. We saw the car moving very slowly on track. What was the crack?
Yeah, I was just getting ready for a triple stint there and came out the pit lane, and something didn't feel right. It felt like there was we had loads of oversteer, and it just felt really strange to drive. Normally the Aston is so well balanced, especially high speed, and this was, you know, really trying to throw me off every corner, so I knew something was wrong. And then as I came out of turn 2, we lost drive, and then a big crunching, knocking noise came from the rear of the car. It looks like we've had a wishbone issue. That's that's something's happened with the wishbone, and that's us out, unfortunately. So yeah.
So the car's unrepairable. Is that what the?
So that's us out. Yeah.
Right. Okay, mate. I mean, that, you know, this is what motor racing is, Charlie. You've had your first Le Mans experience. You probably don't feel like it right now, my man. But what's your thoughts on Le Mans? You know, the whole event, the whole life experience.
It's honestly been unbelievable. I know this is not how I wanted it to happen, but it's a dream come true, regardless of the result. Just to get here, I feel so fortunate and so lucky. And I know it's not shown us in the best light, but the boys at TF, the mechanics are absolutely unbelievable. Some of the best boys I've worked with in my whole life. I didn't obviously envisage this was going to be the dream, but I guess I'll have to come back next year.
You absolutely will. You've done the Northeast proud, my son. Bad luck, Charlie. There's nothing I can say, mate. It's you're going to feel rubbish until probably about Christmas.
Yeah, so hopefully we have a good one at Monza.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Come back.
Certainly hope we get Charlie Fagg back at this race. He's proven to be a bit of a superstar thus far, but Paul, your jaw hit the ground at one point. What was it that Charlie said that had you so aghast?
He's out of the race. And I mean, we picked up the car going slowly on the circuit. We thought at first it was a timing glitch. It then moved a little bit further. So we said, okay, well, it's just going slowly. Johnny and Bruce and I were just thinking, oh, it's to be a puncture. It finally got into the pits after, what was it, an 11-minute lap or something?
It had lost 7 to 8 minutes on that in lap, but it had 4 tyres that were intact. Strike through the problem with the puncture. Then they started investigating, but when Paul's jaw hit the floor, so did mine on the other side of you in the commentary booth. We just didn't expect retirement.
I mean, we've been saying, you know, the reliability is good, but not only is reliability good, but also fixability is good. You don't expect to lose a car just like that these days. There's a piece of me that says, you know, okay, that's how racing is, and it was. I mean, Joe is a very sympathetic individual, and he obviously showed empathy with Charlie Fagg there. But it is devastating when you're out of the race. You know, you've spent all this time and effort, and you've gone through the week, and it's, I mean, you know how busy we've been. If you're in the team, if you're driving, if you're a part of the entry, you know, the effort is even greater. And when that sword falls on you and you're out, you know, it's a terrible, terrible feeling.
And I think for Charlie Fagg, 22-year-old, you know, first experience here. But don't forget, it's a strange one because they were here on Sunday doing the test, which is a full day of testing, 8 hours potentially. Monday and Tuesday left at the track, so he's just getting that Le Mans experience. Then it's regular from there, but I think not to be able to go through the night. He wouldn't have done that many stints. And for something that seemed so innocuous, clearly wasn't.
Yeah.
But I'm still sort of surprised that was it. The sword of Damocles has fallen. He will, of course, be back. But I think for the Aston Martin fans, I still think it's one of the best-looking cars out, that 777, the D-Station Racing Aston Martin. But alas, in the cover of darkness, the dark Aston Martin is out of the race.
It is interesting how the first signs of cars actually closing their garage doors have been GT cars. I thought for sure it would have been LMP2s given all of their issues at the beginning of the race.
And just the sheer level of competition at the front end of LMP2. And certainly, when we talked about the beginning of the race, it was 200 metres into the race that the P2 problems started in earnest, with Paul Will Owen being given a squeeze from both sides and others having other problems within that opening lap.
I'm amazed that we haven't lost more through accident damage. And where we have had incidents, we've had yellow flags. The cars have been, and remember, you don't get the car brought back to the pit garage here. If you have an accident on the circuit, all the marshals will do is to lift you out of the gravel bed. It's up to you to bring the car home. And I'm amazed that where we have had incidents, they have been able to bring the car home, and then they've been able to repair them. You're right, Shay. The two retirements we have had thus far have both been out of the GT, with the Corvette being the other one, in case you've forgotten.
No, the 46 Team Project
the 46,
Porsche.
That's right.
Yes, Corvette is not a retirement
Corvette
yet.
is not a retirement yet. No, it was the 46 Team Project 1. Thank you, Shay. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I repeated it, because I was thinking, who was the other one that we lost? But the P2 class was so close and so competitive. I thought they're going to be driving into each other. We're going to have, especially given the experience we had during the free practice sessions. Anyway, we've had 2 pit stops for the 2 leading Toyotas. They've both been gone out again, and we can hear from the pits to tell us about it.
Yeah, so obviously we're just listening to some bad news about the Aston Martin, but the good news in the middle of the pit lane is that the 63 Corvette is no longer in the garage, and the Corvette guys are thoroughly cleaning the floor, but there's no car in here, so it's back out on track. They've also done a great job, fully repaired, and let's see how it gets on coming back through the field.
That's great news from Owen Mildenhall down in the pit lane to let us know that a DNF is not yet a DNF. Don't want to say, it's not a DNF, because there's a lot of race left to go with just under 16 hours still to contest.
Now, quite a lot of times when you've had heavy repairs after a major damage, it's an outlap, back, check systems, go. But certainly the pit reports from about half an hour ago was the faces are getting longer and longer. But hold on a second now, there's a bit more repair going on in earnest. But it would be so cruel for Corvette Racing to basically run beautifully in the lead of the class, and then in the space of an hour, and how often does this happen, Shay? All the problems for a team happen together. You're feeling sorry for one side of the garage, and then suddenly the others join in as well.
It's so true, Bruce. And I was going to say that for Corvette Racing in particular, the 63 and the 64, they're 2 separate cars running 2 separate programs and 2 separate series now, but it's still one family. And the mechanics of the 64 would have come over to help the mechanics of the 63 without thinking twice. But you're right, if your car is then coming into strife, you need to change your focus and readjust things. Speaking of changing focus, battle for the lead is well and truly on. Both of the Toyotas into the pit lane recently, the 8 more recently, as it is on an outlap right now, and Sebastian Buemi narrowly ahead of Mike Conway in the sister car. They are separated by about half a second around the track.
Well, what we had in the previous stint, and Paul, I can see, is jumping up to explain this as well, is that Sebastian Buemi was being hunted down by Mike Conway. It's wash and repeat. We've got the same again. Paul, how are you reading this one? I mean, it's so equal between the pair of them, but we did have the 7 seemingly allowed into the lead towards the end of its previous stint.
Indeed. Conway came into the pits ahead. Let me start that sentence again. Conway came into the pits ahead. Buemi came in the following lap and then went out after a pit stop that was a second quicker. So there was a second gain by Buemi on the pit stop, and now Buemi leads again. What I'm now going to do is to look the in-lap and the out-lap and to see if there was any differences on the in-lap and the out-lap, because that can often make a difference as well. It's not just the time spent in the pits, but you can lose time on your in-lap, or you can be a little bit slower on the out-lap. But the 2 Toyotas have swapped back again, and Conway's got it all to do again to see if he can get past Buemi again.
Right, there's no great announcement that the 38 Jota Orica is leading the P2 class, but the sister car is now up into third place, and South African Jonathan Aberdeen, bit by bit, he just set that car's fastest lap, is catching Robert Kubica. He's a little distance behind, in fact 6-7 seconds, but certainly for Jota they seem to have just the most fantastic balance to their cars, even as the temperature change as it gets cooler into the night.
Very much so, and Kubica, given the hurry up, as he's been told on the radio, the car behind is faster and closing on you. So Kubica sets the car number 9, the Prema Orleans team's fastest first sector, looking to try and establish the gap a little bit more. It's more than a minute gap first to second in LMP2, with Antonio Felix da Costa back behind the wheel of the mighty 38. Roberto Gonzalez, and Paul, this is a question I'll pose to you to look into when you're done looking at the in and the out laps. How much drive time has he actually gotten out of the way? Because I feel like he's done a couple of stints maybe, but certainly not been in the car more than once.
Remind me the number of his car.
38.
Thank you.
Yes. I'll put you to that if it'll take a moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come back to you on that one.
But the point about Robert Kubica, after his dreadful rallying accidents and all the problems that he had, and he's recovered, he discovered endurance racing, and he really, really enjoys it. So at this point in the race, it's now proper Le Mans racing. It's under cover of darkness, and the pole, of course, he doesn't mind being told, would you speed up a bit, will you go for it, because that's what he's here for. But I just think he's such a brilliant character. You don't expect an ex-Formula 1 driver who's had, you know, such success and then such a downfall with his injury, but so equitable. I remember when he came back and was racing in by 24 hours, couldn't have been friendlier. And I think he's a brilliant guy for Kramer to have in his team, not just experienced but super quick.
You mentioned the third place Jota, car 28, Bruce, in third place in LP2 and creeping up on its leading teammate. Well, that car's just been in and it's only taking on fuel. So as we expected, nothing unsuspected here in LMP2, where we are seeing cars just refilling their 65 litres and then getting back out there pretty quickly.
Pretty straightforward, and seeing as the Prema Orleans team also came into the pit lane, that was no driver change as Robert Kubica stays aboard for another stint. Clearly, Bruce, he enjoys endurance racing, and this has become a new passion for him.
It really has, and just remember when quite early in his Formula 1 career, Lewis Hamilton was asking which drivers he feared. Robert Kubica, who I don't think a lot of people realise was such a superstar in karting, that was literally the first name out of his lips.
Yeah, he is extraordinary, and what he's been able to accomplish. I mean, last year, leading the race until the final lap when the car failed. I'm sure he's going to be the most nervous person in the world come, well, 15 hours and 40 minutes from now if his car is in any sort of contention.
I think he has to win the race this year in P2 just to expunge that memory, which it must still shake him out of his sleep at night from time to time. I mean, as we watched it, it was one of those sharp intake of breath moments. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? It is what I'm seeing. And up at the Dunlop curves, it just was going wrong. It is.
The two Toyotas are still tethered together by 3/5 of nothing at all, but they are dealing with some traffic. The 44 ARC Bratislava LMP2 car, and then a Porsche behind. That looked to be the livery of Team Project One, which means it would be the 56 Porsche, seeing as the 46 has retired, just being slightly moving chicanes for the Toyotas and not getting out of the way. I apologize, by the way. It's not ARC Bratislava. It is one of the Inter-Europol cars, both wearing bright yellow. And the Inter-Europol car is still in between the two Toyotas, allowing the 8 to pull a slight gap, meaning that the distance between them is now up to over a second.
Well, yeah, I mean, what happens is, of course, the way that the P2 cars have been slowed in this race is by giving them extra pit stops. It's, okay, they've got less power as well, but a lot of it is about them having less pit stops. So there's not that much of a difference between performance of a hypercar and a P2 car. And I think what we're seeing there is the Toyotas taking things carefully, knowing that they don't have to be well, they are heroes, but they don't have to they don't have to try to be heroes and show how clever and good they are, because they've got this cushion that they can sit on at the moment, and they, as I say, they just don't need to push that hard. I mean, obviously they want to get past it as soon as they can, but it's that old story of no risk.
No, entirely so, but it does make for enthralling viewing Just looking, even at a timing screen, it's exciting. It's going up, it's coming down. But when the TV director finds you a gaggle of GT cars, and then those two Toyotas flashing by, you know, one of them is going to gain a little, and the other's going to lose a little. But then again, a few laps later, it's going to close right in. But always the story is Mike Conway just seems in clear traffic, or clear track, have a little bit of a speed advantage. But it does seem, Paul, through the course of this meeting so far, the number 7's always had a bit of an upper hand over the number 8 by a small margin, but it's there.
When it's on the track, you're absolutely right. I've tried to work out that story with the in-laps and the out-laps.
Yes.
I have the answer, but I don't know quite what it says. In terms of the in-lap time, Buemi was almost a second quicker than Mike Conway was. In terms of the out-lap time, Buemi was a second and a half slower than Conway was. And as I say, the pit stop was a second quicker for Buemi than for Mike Conway. So overall, it's ended up with a change and a difference of about a second, but nothing clear, and there's nothing that you can kind of pin on either of them. And as you've been saying and describing with the way that the two of them are getting held up by traffic a little bit, they're fighting their way through the traffic. The margins are so small that it's very, very fine, the differences between the two of them. You know, and here we are 8 hours into the race, over 8 hours into the race, and the two of them running around absolutely nose to tail.
And it was explained to me at scrutineering the procedure for which the Toyota cars would be allowed to race one another. That if the sister car comes up behind and says, yes, let me through, I'm faster, they will be given an opportunity to then pass, and if they can show faster lap times and pull away, they will be allowed to keep the position. If they pull ahead and do not pull a significant gap or show an improvement in lap time, they then have to give the position back.
Which is roughly what we said without you having actually given us the information that actually came from Toyota. But okay, that's roughly what we said. However, there's a follow-up question to that does there come a point in the race at which time they say, no, from now on we hold position?
From what I was told last Saturday, no.
Right.
The response is you are given the opportunity to prove your case. If you cannot prove your case, you give the position back.
Right, so if within the last 2 hours of the race there's a 30-second gap, and let's say Mike Conway
they have to be within a few seconds of each other.
Yes.
It
okay.
is not a 30-second gap.
Okay, so, but within that final couple of stints, Mike Conway is behind by 30 seconds, and he catches up, then is he allowed to pass? Because he's gone from 30 seconds to 20 seconds to 10 seconds to 5 seconds. He's then right on Buemi's tail. Then he must be allowed, surely, to overtake.
If he proves significant pace advantage, he will be given an opportunity to continue that pace advantage and pull away.
Perfect.
That was the way it was explained.
That perfectly answers the question.
Yep.
Another pit stop. It's the third-placed car. It's not the third-placed car, isn't it? It's the delayed Glickenhaus that's in the pits. This is Olivier Pla having or trying to recover from that rather lengthy stop, which we surmised was caused by a puncture. We don't really know that for sure. That was largely speculation on my part, I have to admit. But the car certainly came in having tyre damage on it. Whether that was damage sustained in the accident or not, we don't really know. But it had left rear damage and a right rear puncture simultaneously.
Yeah, but he was under no particular pressure. He didn't have anyone in front or immediately in front or immediately behind when he went round. It was an outlap, but it was the start of his second stint, so it wasn't like Olivier Pla, a driver with huge experience, was just likely to make a mistake like that. I'm fairly convinced that coming out of the Forest S's might have run a little wide, picked up a puncture. Had he been a rookie driver here, but he's far from a rookie driver, so I really think the blame can be taken off his shoulders. But the most important thing was there he was sitting facing the traffic on the exit of Tête Rouge in the middle of the track. Scary, but thank goodness his headlights at least warned the next few cars through to go to the left. But it's not always easy when you're going through Tête Rouge to change your line.
No, and with the headlights pointing in the direction that they were kind of shining everywhere. So it was driving into a wall of light.
The answer to the other question that you posed me a little while ago, Shay, concerning the leading LMP2 car, the 38 Jota car, Roberto Gonzalez, has done 2 hours and 12 minutes behind the wheel already, out of the 8 hours we've had. 3 hours and 36 have been completed by Antonio Felix da Costa, and Will Stevens has done 2 hours and 13. That doesn't include the stint that Felix da Costa is currently on, I don't think. So Roberto Gonzalez has done about a third of what he needs to do. He has to do 6 hours altogether. 8 hours into the race, we're about a third of the way in. So he's on schedule, but it's not like they're about to stop using Gonzalez because he's done his drive time already.
No, and perfect. Thank you very much for looking that up. My question was more thinking about how much drive time had he already accomplished, because the last times I've looked at the timing screen, it's been AFDC and Will Stevens in the car. So my concern was more that they hadn't started Roberto down the path. But since they have him, I'm happy with that.
He's on schedule for 6 hour minimum drive time, which is what he will have to do by the end of the race. And if he doesn't, then the car will get substantially penalised, most likely, so it will start losing places.
Right, last year, of course, Team WRT on their maiden year at Le Mans 24 Hours were heading for a 1-2. They came away with victory. We just talked about Robert Kubica's cars failing. This year, 3 cars entered: WRT, Team WRT, and Real Team by WRT. They're only 6th, 13th and 14th in P2, but the driver who is in 6th place, Robin Freitz, has just set his car's fastest lap, by far the fastest driver in P2 at the moment. I mean, you sort of expect that from Robin. He's an absolute superstar, the Dutch racer, but this is a car recovering from a drive-through penalty, don't forget, and an early setback, but it's working its way up the order. We have 8 hours and 20 minutes gone, so that means we've got 15 hours and a half to go. This is a creeper. It's coming back up the order, and if that can get much closer, this is going to be a huge story, because we talked about this, Paul and Shay, before the start of this event. It's going to be so competitive in the 27-car P2 class that if you just have even one little hiccup, it's going to take a lot to come back from. But for Robin Freitz and the crew, they're eking their way forward. They're 9th overall, 6th in class. Keep an eye on that.
And out of the 27 P2 cars that started this race, there's still 10 of them on the lead lap. So, you know, okay, a lap for a P2 car's 3.5, a little bit more than 3.5 minutes. So in 10th place in the class is the Cool Racing car, number 37. And altogether, he is nearly 3.5 minutes behind. But 10 cars on the lead lap is a good number, and you're describing this process, Bruce, of eking the gap down and working at it through the night. Here we are, a third of the way into the race. Still plenty of time to get that time back. It would help him if he would have some kind of neutralisation to make that a little bit easier for him. But who's to say we're not going to have some kind of neutralisation to help him on his way? We've had... I must actually count. We've had about 8 or 10 slow zones.
Oh, Paul, what have you done?
No, we've had 8 or 10 slow zones, but those are the only neutralisations we've had so far.
Okay, and just as you say that, a yellow band appears at the bottom of the screen. Yellow at Marshall Post 30. Shay's laughing. She spotted that immediately, and that's the entrance to the Porsche curves. So we'll wait to see who has had a problem there. And just to let you actually know that Robin Freitz has got to find 15 seconds to catch the next car up the order. But he'll be chipping away, and the car in front of him is Fabio Scherer. But it's not going to happen overnight. Now it's double yellow at Marshall Post 3, which is the approach to the Dunlop curve. So it's all suddenly kicking off. Well done, Paul.
You wanted a bit of action, didn't you?
It's the 93 Proton Porsche again that is off the track. This one is well and truly buried in the gravel. The rear Michelins are spinning. No purchase against the stones. This is not a good sight. But while this car is off in the gravel, let's take an opportunity to hear from one of the drivers. Will Stevens is with Owen Mildenhall.
Yep, so I'm down here with Will. Will Stevens. Is textbook race for you guys so far. You've had a really strong stint, second in the car. Car's running really strongly, maintained the lead throughout. How's the balance of the car? You guys are obviously very happy at the moment.
Yeah, we look, everything's going well so far. You know, we've still got a very long way to go. We're just managing everything right now, and the car feels really strong, so we're in a good place. Try and keep a good lead, so it gives us a bit of freedom for the other cars. So so far so good.
And as we head into the night and the temperature drops, what sort of effect does that have on the car? How much change does that make for you guys as the drivers? Do you have to adapt for that, tyre pressures, that sort of thing?
Yeah, there's obviously minimal things we can do once the car gets going, but pressures is definitely something big we can do. But we try and build the car from a setup point of view to be strong in the night and then into tomorrow. So we were happy with the car before, so we should be happy tonight for sure.
And you're into the car next, presumably?
I am, yeah.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Well, that answered one of our questions, bouncing back and forth between the two Platinum Radio drivers in that car for now.
Yes, and we've got a slow zone in place now, zone 3, which is slightly confusing for me because that's the first part of the Mulsanne Straight. We weren't told of any incident down there. I think it might be a typo on the screen, in fact. I think it's a slow zone in zone 1.
Yeah, Marshall Post 3, which is where Michael Fassbender's facing backwards on sort of halfway around the Dunlop curves. And the other problem is the Porsche curves, and that's where we think it's the real team by WRT with Norman Nato, who is stuck in the gravel. That was a car we mentioned just a short while ago. Comeback drive after its problems on the opening lap of the race, and the French racer is sitting in the gravel there. So clear up, and suddenly for all the teams, it's a bit of quick, slow.
And it really is. And for a lot of the teams in the pit lane right now, it's looking at where you are in your fuel window. Do you come in and top up? Yes, you do is the answer to that for most of them. So all of the crews who are perhaps trying to get a couple of minutes with their eyes closed and back in a dark place, well, that's just been taken away from them, particularly in the LMP2 class. I did actually at one point, Bruce, I was walking out to the pit lane and just cutting through United Autosport out to the pits, nearly got run over by a mechanic who was sitting out back and got called in for a quick fuel, and he went, sorry. I completely understand.
You know, mechanics ask for very little, but just a moment's rest, please. But alas, no, when you get your first possible chance to be out the back. But right, 709 Glickenhaus is pitted. Frank Meyer at the wheel from third place overall, but best part of a lap down now on the Toyotas. It's still number 8 ahead of the number 7, the Buemi ahead of Mike Conway. Looks like a nice standard pit stop, though.
And that was a driver change. That was Olivier Plat taking over for Frank Meyer. Sorry there, Paul.
I was about to agree with you on driver change. 709 is not the Olivier Plat car, though, is it?
Probably Richard Westbrook. He's normally next in the sequence in 709. Olivier was the driver in the 708, which, of course, has fallen down to, well, now 15th place, but it will be working its way back up the order, I am sure.
Not at all confusing. Westy runs a new color scheme on his helmet in the States that I've grown accustomed to, but yes, you're right. It is the green and blue of Richard Westbrook, and timing updates to reflect that. It's my apologies.
So the car back on the circuit. This is the 709 Glickenhaus in third place, but interesting that they chose to bring him in at that point, taking advantage of the fact that there are these 2 slow zones in place around the circuit, and we can find out more from the pits now.
Seb Priaulx quitting himself very, very well indeed in that number 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche. Brings the car in. He's going to hand to Christian Reed, which he's doing while the fueling goes in. That's happening now on the front of the Porsche. And Seb Priaulx just running into the garage, clutching his seat. Fueling still going on. It's going to be tyres for this car as well, which is kind of normal protocol. If you're going to fuel and change the driver, we're going to give them a fresh set of Michelin rubber as well. So the 77 hanging on to that second place in GT AM, about to conclude its pit stop. Off the jacks now. There it goes. And that's the sound of it pulling out. So I'm going to hand over to Snowy now, and I'll instruct Snowy to see if he can track down Seb Priaulx and get some insight.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
And a half hours to go in the race, and leading the way is the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry of Mike Conway, about a 1/10 of a second clear of his teammate Sebastian Buemi in the number 8. In third and fresh out of the pit lane and fresh into the race is Richard Westbrook in Glickenhaus number 709. Fourth overall and the first of our LMP2 It is the mighty 38 Jota being driven by Antonio Felix da Costa. We heard from Will Stevens a few moments ago. He will be taking over shortly. Prema Orleans team is in second in the LMP2 class. That's Robert Kubica behind the wheel. And trying to chase him down in the number 13 TDS Racing by Valiant, it is Matthias Besch. Fourth in class is the 28 Jota. Jonathan Aberdeen still driving that one. And Nicholas Cruton rounds out the top 5 in P2. In P2 Pro-Am, leading the way, ARC Bratislava Tristan Vautier, Le Mans rookie as of today, is ahead of second in class DKR Engineering, Alexandre Cugnot in that car. In the GTE Pro category, it is a Porsche GT Team 1-2, the 92 with Michael Christensen ahead of the 91 of Jimmy Bruni by 2 minutes. Daniel Serra in for AF Course, and the number 51 Ferrari is in third. And then the first of the Corvettes, the number 64 of Tommy Milner, in fifth. And into the pit lane is the other AF Course entry, Antonio Fuoco driving that car last. And then in the GTE AM category, Porsche, Aston Martin Porsche for Julian Andlauer in WeatherTech Racing, still leading the class ahead of David Pittard in the Northwest AMR Aston Martin car number 98. And then third, fresh out of the pit lane, car number 77, Christian Reed. The man behind Proton Racing is indeed behind the wheel of the number 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche.
The Valkyrie AI update. Science applied to motorsport.
You're listening to 91.2 FM Hagerty Radio Le Mans. Shea Adam, Paul Trustwell, and Bruce Jones with you for this next little bit, as a slow zone procedure has been in place and it will end now. So we go back to green flag racing, and the battle is well and truly alive, as Mike Conway was up next to Sebastian Buemi. Could not make the pass though because, well, there weren't green flags yet.
Well, what happened while you were going through the run-through at the top of the bottom of the hour there was the fact that Conway had just got ahead. He was a tenth of a second clear, and having been a second or so faster, and then the positions swapped around, Buemi back in front, and then you could see Mike Conway wanted to get back ahead for another time. This is a cracking battle. They're nose to tail, but there are two P2 cars up ahead of them as Buemi and Conway go on to start finish straight. Bit of a twitch there from Mike Conway, just hit the curbs and the car didn't want to settle, but they're going to hunt down as they go past the pits and up through that wonderful right-hand sweep towards the Dunlop curve. Oh, I think it's a GT car or something that's just come out of the pit, so this could bunch the field right up, but it's still just Sebastian Buemi, half a second to the good.
And 3 P2 cars in front of them as well. This is disaster for Sebastian Buemi and ideal for Mike Conway.
Well, ideal potentially. How will those cars move out from in front of them? But certainly this has been a fabulous scrap for first and second between the two Toyota Gazoo racing cars. And Sebastian Buemi and Conway, the two most experienced drivers in those respective teams. And it's no holds barred. But I wonder what's happening on the pit wall at Toyota. Maybe not quite as calm as they'd like it at this point of the night.
Both engineers are on saying, it's a long race, Mike. It's a long race, Seb. Don't forget it's a long race, Mike. But they're certainly having fun out there. I think that's the main thing. And it's a sort of, I mean, we'd say fun. I mean, this is serious fun, but it is a proper motor race. I mean, these two are out there gunning for it. They don't just have to try and overtake one another. They have to get past the traffic. And it's a really, these guys are heroes. I mean, it's such a close run thing. You've got to be so close on it. And is that Conway going past again? And I think it was Buemi moving aside for him as they came out of the chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. It seemed to me that Buemi just moved to one side. And just to be clear, we actually had 3 slow zones in place a few moments ago. They were all removed one after the other in order to give us this now green racetrack. But there was a lot of the circuit for 2 or 3 minutes there that was under slow zone, so that will reduce our number of laps per hour. We're not going to be hitting any records, I don't think, over the 24 hours yet this year, but 2015 is under threat as a number of laps. We're looking at about 393, I think, at the moment, if we can keep going with the current kind of levels of slow zones.
just got a shot a moment ago of the 83 AF Course LMP2 machine back in the garage. Looks like more strife for them, Owen.
Yeah, so I was down here. It was a flurry of AF Corse Ferrari pit stops, and amongst that, their LMP2 car went into the garage. There was a very quick clutch bleed, which has just been finished. Bodywork's going back on, and the car looks like it's coming back out into the pit lane, hopefully straight back out again.
Hasn't been the easiest of days for that AF Course crew as far as the LMP2 car is concerned, and that definitely was one of the pre-race favorites for the Pro-Am win.
Oh, it absolutely would have to be, with Nicholas Nielsen, Danish superstar, Alessia Rivera, very, very quick, and Francois Perotto's so many years of experience. And yes, he's the AM in that car, but he's a very, very good AM. But some days or nights, your car just appears to be a magnet for problems. And for the AF Corsa, I'm still getting used to them being in P2. You automatically think they'll be packing out GTE Pro and GT AM, but for them, setbacks, we'll have to see. But the Pro-Am class being led by ARC Bratislava in 20th place overall, Tristan Vautier, and he's got quite a tiny advantage at the moment over DKR Engineering. But up and down the pit lane, the problems are starting to manifest.
They really are. They've been creeping up for the last couple of hours, just bubbling gently under the surface, and now it does feel like the water is starting to boil more and more for the teams up and down the pit lane. For the AF Course car, it is back out on the circuit now, but for sure the team that won, the driving trio, unchanged, that won the GTE AM category last year, they would have been expected to be able to have the track knowledge and the cohesiveness of being a proven group to be able to come out and be strong in a new class.
Yeah, you'd certainly think that. Just want to point out that WRT Robin Freitz has moved from 6th place in P2 up to 5th. It is an upward attack. It's what you'd expect, particularly from Robin in that car. His next target is just 5 seconds up the track. It's Nicholas Krusen in the number 37 Cool Racing Orica. Keep an eye on that one. It's coming down.
You called that one, Bruce. Full credit to where that is due. And also Nicholas Krusen is not far off of Jonathan Aberdeen. So that could be a three-way battle for third position before we know it.
Certainly could. Aberdeen's pace has just dropped off a little bit, but of course when you're just coming out of a period of slow zones, it's it takes sometimes a little while for people to get fully up to pace. But right now it's properly dark at Le Mans. Well, you'd expect that because of course we've gone past midnight. We're galloping towards 1 in the morning, but the sight of the cars hunting in packs down the Mulsanne straight between the chicanes, then on down to Mulsanne corner, it still works for me.
I don't mean to sound like an old codger, but the headlights are so bright nowadays that it really does make you feel as if driving down the Mulsanne not the same as what it used to be.
Oh no, entirely. But also, if ever you're treated to one of the shots from the blimp, as soon as the gaggles of cars have gone past, it does fall back into proper darkness. But the headlight effectiveness, I don't know if it's twice as much as they were even a decade ago, Paul.
I mean, compared to when I first started coming to Le Mans, I mean, we had bright headlights, but when I then drove my car on the roads around me at home, and I was thinking, yes, this is what it's like at Le Mans, the amount of light that was given out by my headlights compared to some of these cars, I mean, it's going to be an interesting question, actually. I don't know if we can get some of our reporters to ask about how good the headlights are, particularly with some of the more experienced drivers, because they really do. Okay, there isn't very much in the way of ambient lighting, street lighting, but the headlights themselves provide an awful lot of light in that same direction. I've just got to think about Robin Freins because I was checking his times, looking at the laps as Bruce was going on about it, and rightly so, as he's moving up the field. His last stint, when he took over from René Rast, was only 5 laps. He came in, made a very short pit stop, and he's now been out again. Now, I've kind of double-checked it to make sure that wasn't one of my systems glitches, because we've had a couple. But I am convinced that the 31 came in for an unscheduled stop about 10 minutes ago, maybe a little bit less.
I don't think that stacks up, actually, Paul, looking at the moment, because he was about 16 seconds behind Fabio Scherer. I think if they'd both made a pit stop, and an unexpected one from Freitz. Freitz is now actually 24 seconds ahead of Fabio Scherer. So I think Scherer's made his pit stop, but the fact of the matter is that Freitz is still chipping away and he's closing in on Cruton. I hope you're right, because that means you're on top of all those crazy numbers that are coming in, as is your want, Paul.
Yes.
Could that stop have been for a top off of fuel under the yellow situation that we had going on?
Yeah.
It could be, and that would be very Team WRT. Having watched them in GT racing over recent years, they take every opportunity. In the Spa 24 Hours, you see them absolutely in excellence, and I often talk about it being the brains trust, but when you've got Pierre Dieudonné in the pits view, he orchestrated that win for Mazda in 1991, et al., and you've got Thierry Tassin, Vincent Voss sort of driving the ship. They're very, very bright, and they really make the most of their stops.
There's also a chap, and he'll hate me for mentioning it, but hopefully not listening to me.
No one can hate you, Paul.
Wim Everarts is an engineer, and Wim is kind of looking after the team's overall strategy. Now, Wim is, I know him quite well. He's vastly intelligent. His brain really is the size of a planet. No people are very kind about me, but Wim is very, very clever. But he also has a huge character fault, because he is so competitive. He doesn't need to be in the garage. He needs to be in a racing car. He wants to be best at everything he does, and he will have calculated where slow zones need to be in order to make it worth doing a splash of fuel. And you're absolutely right. That's when Friends came into the pits. They've given him a top-up of what they regard as cheap fuel, because it's gone in when the track was going slowly. And so we're going to see Friends not only going quickly and making up places, Bruce, but we're going to be seeing him doing it for 5 laps longer than he would have done otherwise.
Yes, and in fact, looking at his pace now, it's not the same with those ahead of him, but he's got a full tank of fuel, and obviously that's going to make a bit of a difference. So I was really worried, Paul, when you started talking about Wim having a terrible character flaw, but you turned it around so nicely that it was just his sheer competitiveness. So I very much enjoyed that.
We've got a report of car number 71 losing oil on the track. That is the Spirit of Race Ferrari, currently being driven by Pierre Rags in 48th overall. I believe that's 11th in class, possibly, as we've got, 37th is the best of our GTE AM cars, that being the WeatherTech Racing Porsche, which has just come in for a stop and has Thomas Merrill aboard that car now. It was new Michelin's put on the car as well, so Thomas is a very lucky boy at the moment.
Yeah, that sounds like the sweet spot, being in the night, the track condition, apart from the oil you just mentioned going down. Actually, why am I even starting this sentence? I was going to say track conditions are perfect, and they're not, but that hopefully will be will gradually remove itself from the surface. But certainly in terms of driving environment, in terms of the cockpit, temperatures starting to cool down. For Thomas Merrill, this will just be one of the reasons he's come to Le Mans, coming to make that debut.
Exactly, and Thomas is actually quite a good driver when situations are slippery. He won the Trans Am race at Lime Rock a few weeks ago when it rained so badly that almost no one could keep their car on the track, and he was out there throwing his car around with ease, having fun. It was a very impressive performance.
Okay, well, we're not expecting rain in this race, but we all know that oil can make your car suddenly feel as though it has been raining. So keep an eye out for Thomas, but he's leading the GTE AM class for WeatherTech Racing. Dempsey Proton Racing, number 77. Christian Reed just recently taken over from Seb Priaulx, who really launched his career last year by winning the inaugural North American Porsche Carrera Cup. And, Porsche extended their wing, put him on their young driver program. And for this second generation racer and his boy, things are going beautifully.
Yeah, they are. And for Harry Tinknell, who can now say that he's won races with 2 generations of Prius, that's kind of fun as well. But Seb really has flourished racing in North America beyond his success in the Carrera Cup North America. He's won races in the Michelin Pilot Challenge as well. Came out of seemingly nowhere to people who didn't know of his racing prestige background, and claimed a fantastic victory at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta a couple years ago.
But I think this is one of the things that you just realise, that you can go over to the States and you can race in multiple classes, and it just gives you that thing you need, track time, and also in diverse machinery. And if you can master more than one, then these are the skills that actually, under cover of darkness at Le Mans, you're just really reaping the advantage of that.
For sure. We've now, quick radio message from Sebastian Buemi.
They said 2 laps to go, gap 4.
I'm sorry guys, I'm not doing a good job today. I do the best I can, but not doing a good job.
That from our current race leader, 4 seconds ahead of second place, and well, he doesn't think he's up to par, and Mike Conway was able to close in on him, but Sebastian Buemi has extended the lead once again. Just to note really quickly, we do have a yellow flag, Marshall Post 26, which is Arnage. Debris on track. Just beyond that, I think that would probably be from tire shredding, maybe? That's where the Corvette had its massive explosion.
Yeah, well, we all know debris on track can lead to even further explosions of tyres. Can't see anybody moving terribly slowly out of Arnage, and quite often you have cars that just run wide, hit the tyre wall on the outside, don't do too much damage, but they bring the filth back onto the circuit. But we'll keep an eye out for that. But Arnage, difficult in daylight, difficult in decent conditions, tricky at night.
Thankfully, the 71 Spirit of Race Ferrari has made its way back to the pit lane and stopped leaving debris around the track, and Owen can tell us about it.
Yeah, so as you predicted, Shay, there is a lot of oil smoke coming out of the back of the car. It's gone onto the dolly wheels, into the garage, and the engine cover is coming off. And the guys are going to work on it, but yeah, a lot of oil smoke, so definitely an issue with this car.
That is unfortunate for that full season WEC entrant. Gabby Aubry, another one of the drivers in that car, and Frank Desito, the other of the drivers, with a very special helmet this weekend, actually, as a tribute to Michael Schumacher. A massive Ferrari fan is Frank, so it's cool that he's getting to realize his dream by racing at Le Mans, but unfortunate that it's expiring this way.
Not going the right way, no. I just had a quick bit of checking back and arithmetic. We've had 13 slow zone incidents in the 8 and a bit hours, nearly 9 hours now, I suppose, 8 hours, 46 minutes gone. But so more than on average, 1 an hour. We've had some of the slow zones have been relatively short, and I said during the free practice that they'd probably aim to make them around about 3.5 minutes, but some of them have been a lot shorter than that, and so equally we've had some longer ones, but they've kind of equaled themselves out. But 13 altogether. Surprised me that there'd been so many, because I kind of had the feeling we had a fairly clear race, but some of the drivers did come in complaining about having a lot of yellow time, and there has been.
Yeah, and I think your element about it being a clear race, record number of starters at 62, yet we got 7 hours in before we had that first retirement, the 46 Project 1 Porsche, that just seemed to have this problem they could not solve after Nicky Leutwiler's off at the right-hand kink before Indianapolis. Really strange on that, Paul. It just seems, normally when you get a car back that's been off, things are detectable, but it didn't really hit anything. It just got beached in the gravel.
Indeed, yes, but happily all was recovered in. Mike Conway comes into the pits, and that should have been a driver change for the Toyota number 7. Either that or Conway's going and doing a quadruple. It's a 12-lap stint for him. I didn't see a driver change. I don't know if anyone else did.
They did change tires, which makes me think, yeah, they've put Jose Maria Lopez into the car. They don't normally change tires without changing the driver.
Exactly right. As I say, it was just me not paying attention, I'm afraid. But it was a triple from Mike.
And there was something that I noticed on that pit stop. I've been commenting all week because it's so amusing to me, and I don't know why. The giant red button was not pushed to let the car off the air jack. The car came off the air jack, and then the giant red button was pushed. I don't know if you had seen that too.
No,
so
I didn't notice it that time.
There must be a secondary control point that releases the car from the air jack, and then that is an option to get it down off of the jack, which would make sense if it's a remote control system, or if it's controlled by Bluetooth or something of the sort, that somebody on the pit wall perhaps could see that the car was done and the mechanics were still running back around the wall and go, all right, I'll do it for you.
So all this time you've maybe been led to think it was the one and only, and it isn't. Can I just point out we've suddenly got the WRT Robin Freitz up to second place now in class, but that's because into Europol Fabio Scherer came in for a pit stop, and more importantly Robert Kubica for the Prema Orlen team that was second in class. And we just pointed out a short while ago Robin Freitz sort of went a little bit out of sequence by doing that short pit stop to try and save a second or two.
Well, it's worked because, as I said, he's got... Well, he'll have 3 laps at least more of fuel available to him now. and he was stopping just before Robert Kubica on the cycle before. It's going to be one of these, whether it will stay this way, we'll have to wait and see. But you mentioned probably about 3 hours ago now, Bruce, if not longer ago, that the 38 and the 9 were on different fuel schedules. They've maintained that difference of fuels, of different schedules, so that we get Felix da Costa coming in every 9 laps, we get Robert Kubica coming in every 9 laps, but around about 4 laps separate from one another. So we're in that situation now where the pit stop has happened for the number 9 car, the Kubica car, but not yet happened for the Felix da Costa car, number 38. What will happen is that Felix da Costa and Robin Freins will be both stopping at around about the same time now. So that's the Jota car and the WRT car. So 38 Jota, 31 WRT, they'll be stopping at around the same time in about 4 laps time now. Freins just going across the line to complete another lap.
And into the pits now, the leader, Sebastian Buemi, got out of the car. Brendan Hartley got in. They've done the fuel, waiting for the tires. There we go. The right sides come off. Car goes up on the air jack. I'm watching that big red button more closely than just about anything else during this stop. New tires for Brendan Hartley. And they run around the back of the car. Nope, button was pushed that time to release Brendan Hartley back into the race. And a slight bit of traffic coming out of the box as Inter Europol comes in. I think that was the 43. Yes, it was. That should be Fabio Scherer, who was on a quick lap. He did a good in lap, sending the it was personal best Sector 1 for that car. And WRT in and out. Driver change? Nope.
Don't think so, no. Should still be Robin Freins. Now, how long was that stint? That again seemed quite a short one for WRT, the 31 car that, just remember, was delayed by having a drive-through penalty early in the race and has been fighting its way back ever since in P2.
It shouldn't have been Freins in, was it?
Well, Freins was in before, and he's appears to have stayed on board.
Right, okay. So he's now back on scheduled with Felix da Costa. No, that's right, yeah. But I would have expected Freins to have stayed out a little bit longer unless he had another penalty, and that's why he came in for that short pit stop, and that we were misled about the refueling. It can't have been I don't know. I'm still mystified by the extra stop from Robin Freins.
Bruce, we still have a slow zone for the debris that was on track at the exit of Indianapolis. And the 71 the Spirit of Race Ferrari does not appear to be missing any essential parts, although the mechanics underneath it were looking at a lot of fluid over the floor.
They certainly were. They were not wallowing in it. They were just rolling in it, trying to get under the car to just see where the oil is coming from or what has caused it. It could well be that classic case of a car clattering over the curbs just one time too many and the floor of the car being pushed up. But certainly slow work for the mechanics there. So here we have the Brendan Hartley out, back into the lead of the race. Just one thing from Jose Maria Lopez, but slow zone. It's a time for the drivers to sort of regather themselves, but it's good to see that 93 Porsche that was stuck in the gravel up at the Dunlop curves back into the race, and simply I think it just got shoved to the outside of the, in fact it's a Project 1.
That was the 56.
Yeah, the remaining Project 1 Porsche being shoved wide before the Dunlop curves and then eventually finding the tarmac again halfway between turning in and turning out, but it was on the outside. A Ferrari went through, and it was the number, I think it was 30. The number 30, the Duquesne Gibson went up the inside and said thank you very much, and Ollie Milroy was suddenly actually doing a really good job not to get stuck in the gravel on the approach to the Dunlop curve.
So Ollie Milroy not in need of any coffee when he gets back into the pit lane. We've got a driver change that's just happened for the 91 Porsche. That is Jimmy Bruni out, Richie Leitz taking over the full season pairing, handing off to one another. And it's nice that Richie doesn't have to use Jimmy's old tires. They're giving him 4 new Michelins of his own. So a good stop going on there as well. This car, which has been the unlucky of the Porsches so far through the WEC season.
It has. I mean, this is only race number 3, but if you've been unlucky in just the first 2 races, that you're on the back foot for the rest of the season. But don't forget, The Porsche GT team leading the class first and second before this round of pit stops. One of the AF Corsa Ferraris has split them at the moment, but not so long ago, probably 2 hours ago, it was Corvette 1 and 2. How the pendulum has swung the other way. Right, when's this slow zone going to be cleared up? And in fact, it's listed as coming out. Slow zone starts at, it starts at just on the exit of Mulsanne Corner. And then that leads you through all the way to the exit of Arnage before it's cleared.
That does actually make sense. If they're going out to pick up debris, there has been a lot of incident in that sector of the track, especially since the sun went down.
Yeah, why not do it all in one go? But, well, as much as you can in one go, because there has been a lot of debris on the circuit, and we don't need any more punctures. We've had a handful of cars having, catastrophically slow in-laps because the sidewall is all that remains of the tyre. Right, the 92 Porsche is now in and having such a good run. The cars still just look so plain. All they have is the white livery with the red stripe up over the top and just fly spatter, insect splatter on the front of the car, which makes them look very good, but still so plain. Of course, in GTE, we've got all the sponsorship on the car, but here it's just Porsche going racing.
And rubber marks as well as the fly spatter. So it is quite the contextual racing stereotype that you get on the livery of these cars, but Michael Christensen staying aboard. We've also got one of the GTE AM Porsches in, that's the 93. It is Michael Fassbender for another stint, but getting new Michelin, so they're taking the opportunity to teach him what it's like to be on around the circuit. Christensen departs the pit lane, having had a windshield clean at the very least, perhaps not the front of the car properly, but I would imagine headlights. Oh yes, they are very bright, and windshield for Michael. Next up should be Lawrence back in the car, because it was Kevin Estra for whom Michael took over. And I'm just trying to think, the 30 Duquesne did have some issues earlier on, but it's not that far out of the competition.
Yeah, no, its problem early on was a problem with the GPS sensor, wasn't it? Which then thought the steering wheel wasn't working and on the notification. But you know what? I don't recall a Le Mans race for quite a while where there have been so many sensor problems. But we've heard about bad batches and a problem with just part supply. But sensors seem to be a massive issue this year. We've heard it from quite a few of the teams, but just so frustrating when it's not a problem the size that you thought it was, but it was a problem that still caused you to come in and have it searched over.
Does seem to be a bit of the global issue. In truth, Bruce, cars all over the world having sensor issues, so it's not just about racing, and it does remind us that there are bigger things going on in the world, and Le Mans is a beautiful distraction from those for at least 24 hours.
It certainly is, and this year it's just great. Last year we had a controlled number of people allowed as spectators. This year it's opened up to everyone. And for those that just couldn't quite commit to coming, you can be sure they'll want to come again next year, because for a lot of them it broke their consecutive run. That doesn't matter too much, but the love of coming to Le Mans, bringing the next generation of fans to Le Mans is something that's very special. And when I walked up towards the Dunlop curves at about 9 o'clock tonight, just to get in the mood before coming into the booth, it was great to see so many families with young children.
Pierre Rags is refusing to give up hope for the 71 Spirit of Race, still sitting behind the wheel, even though his car is on the high jacks as the mechanics continue to work away on it. He is one of 4 cars being shown in the pit lane right now, the 30 Duquesne joining the 2 cars which have already retired. So for your black marker pen of doom, you should have crossed out both the 46 Team Project 1 Porsche, 46 Team Project 1 Porsche and the 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin. We are coming up to the top of another hour, which means, but before we go to weather, we've got an interview with Mike Conway, so I'm going to take that right now from Joe Bradley.
It's actually snowy, but Mike Conway, action-packed to say the least. What's your take on it so far?
Yeah, pretty wild with some of the traffic there at the end. So, I mean, at the moment it's just 2 of us, in the front. So, yeah, I think we've got to manage things for at least 15 hours to go. So, we're not even halfway. And but yeah, car feels good. No issues there. And yeah, it seems very close pace between the two Toyotas. So yeah, we'll just keep pushing. But yeah, try to be smart.
I mean, there's a phrase we're not allowed to use, which is it's a long way to go still. It's a long race, so that's one in the swear jar for me. But at this stage, everything's right. But what is going through? How do you manage it, Mike?
Well, I mean, just there we got caught out with the slow zone. So the sister car now gained like 27 seconds for free. So, you know, these things are going to happen. So we just got to keep chipping away, not get too carried away if we start to lose ground with things like that. But, yeah, I think we lost out a couple of times already with the slow zone. So, you know, it happens. My next stint, I'm in at 5 a.m. So we'll see what it's like then.
I could tell that hurt. That 27 seconds hurt, didn't it? I could tell.
Hard to catch that back, but yeah, it's still early. It's still early. We'll be all right.
Mike, thank you very much, and thank you to Simon Strank as well from Toyota for organising that and getting Mike out of his debrief for us.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
It's dropped down to a balmy 17 degrees Celsius outside, with the humidity still rather high at 70%, making the feels like temperature, well, exactly what it actually is. It's rare when that happens. Going down to a low of 12 overnight, but that should be sometime around sunrise. Tomorrow, beautiful conditions, sunny skies, high of 26.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Bruce Jones has taken his leave, but you still have me and Paul Truswell on 91.2 FM, Hagerty Radio Le Mans. Yes, Paul?
And we've also got Johnny Molam, who
Yes,
will be
we
here
do.
in just a minute. But before... Settle down, Johnny.
I'm back, baby. I'm back.
Before we get Johnny's thoughts on it, it was great to hear from Mike Conway just a few moments ago there. What did I hear in his voice? Elements of fatigue. I know he also was probably not wanting to give too much away, but rather than just giving it how it was, there was a degree of fatigue from Mike, I thought. Clear that there is a battle on between the two Toyotas at the moment. They're being left to their own devices to get on with the race as a race between the two of them, and it is very much just the two of them at the front of the field. They still have this one lap of a cushion over the Singleton left Glickenhaus. We do have two Glickenhauses still running, but one of them has fallen about 5 laps behind now. So the Toyotas have the command of the race. They certainly don't have enough of a cushion to relax totally, and I think Mike was aware of that. And I think, and possibly we can bring Johnny in here, this is kind of the time of the race where you've got to keep that motivation going. Here we are, we're 9 hours into the race, it's the middle of the night. Your body would normally be in bed at this time of night, and you'd be soaking up the restorative sleep, and yet you've still got an awfully long way to go. We're only just over a third of the race, so you've really got to keep pushing, but you can't afford to take any. If you're in Mike Conway's position, you can't afford to take any risks. The lead is just out of reach. It's just 27 seconds up the road. You can't do an overtaking move to get into the lead, but you've got to keep yourself going, haven't you, Johnny?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just you do get fatigued. I mean, Mike's been driving quite a bit. They've all done a number of stints now. Obviously, you're doubling up, tripling up, quadrupling up the stints. So you're always in the car anywhere between sort of an hour and a half and 2.5 hours. He said he's getting back in at 5, which sounds like it's miles away because it's now 1:03 in the morning, I think. But actually, the way things work, by the time he gets a little bit of food down him, gets sort of everything sorted out, he probably already done his debrief, I think, from what Snowy was saying. But even so, he's got to be back on duty an hour before he's due to get in the car in most cases. So actually, if he gets 2.5 hours sleep, he'll be lucky, which is not a lot. And then you're back in the car, and then it'll be the same again, 2.5 hours. So you're breaking it up into quite small bits, and you've got to watch that. And I think Mike Conway is very experienced, a very good driver, and he just knows that there's a long way to go. So I think it's more the fact that he's probably just thinking, let's not even talk about what could happen.
I got that feeling he didn't want to be interviewed somehow.
Not really. I think he just wanted to get his head out, get his head down, and get some rest and get back on it. He knows that at this stage, 27 seconds, 28 seconds, that's nothing. At this stage, it's still open, and anything that can go wrong. And he's been on the receiving end of the wrong end of that many times.
He also knows that this is his 9th Le Mans. He's only won it once, and that was last year. So it took a while to learn what it takes to get that win.
Absolutely, yeah.
There was a little bit in his voice that was disappointed about how many slow zones keep catching them out. And Paul, it's luck of the draw as to who benefits from a slow zone. It's not intentional in any means.
It's absolutely in the lap of the gods. You know, the only way to try and even it out, as I say, is to make each slow zone a multiple of 3.5 minutes, and then you can ensure pretty much that the whole field gets it. But as I was saying, quite a few of those slow zones were less than 3.5 minutes, so one car will have hit it and the other car won't. And that's where all of a sudden you lose 20 seconds, 25 seconds, 30 seconds. But I don't know. The other thing is this question of sleep, because and maybe I have a slightly different approach to these things, but 2.5 hours of sleep is no use to you. You know, it doesn't give you anything back. And I find if I go to bed for 2.5 hours, I actually wake up, and it takes me half an hour to get going again. You know, I need to, if I've been properly asleep, then I need to go through a waking up process, and whether that's cleaning my teeth, washing my hair, having something to eat, you know, and 2.5 hours, as I say, it doesn't do anything for you.
There is a difference, and Johnny, you'll be able to attest to this, when you've been physically exerting yourself to the maximum and mentally exerting yourself in a different situation, even from being in the pit lane. Sleeping in the car for 2 hours is night and day difference, no pun intended on that, to not sleeping at all. Whereas you feel like you're going to fall over in the pit lane or get hit by somebody because you're not on your senses as much. That tiny little bit of sleep does make you all of a sudden feel safe again. And it's the same when you're in a race car, is it not?
Yeah, it is. I mean, different drivers react very differently to this. I found that when I'm actually racing, I never sleep properly. I kind of lie there, I might shut my eyes, I might go off into, I don't know what they call it, like an alpha sleep, I guess, where you're resting, but you're not asleep, you're not deeply asleep. There are certain races I've done in the past where I stayed in the pits the whole time, just huddled up against with a coat on and a blanket up against the tyre warming tent and keeping warm that way and just observing everything, because I felt I needed to stay there and keep myself sort of part of it all, and that was the way I kept myself sharp in a way. And then you don't really let go until the end of the race. And there have been times when I've been sort of in that floating asleep and someone's come in and knocked on the door and said, we're out, and then within 5 minutes I'm fast asleep. You know, so it just shows you how you're really not. Paul's right in a way. You know, a 20-minute power nap actually can do you the world of good. But 2.5 hours sleep and you're getting woken up at 3 in the morning, you get up and you're not really feeling with it. And that's why, one of the reasons why they say get here an hour before, also in case the driver before comes in, has a cramp, has a situation, you know you're on standby. But it's like a drip thing. It just grinds you down. And that's going back to what we were talking about earlier, the speed element, the mental concentration required for Le Mans, because so many of these corners are fast corner entries, like Dunlop chicane, fast right into a brake zone left. You know, the S's, really fast entry, bumpy. Exit of the S's, off camber. If you run a foot wide, you're on the grass, you're going to have an accident. Tetra Rouge, quite fast. Fast entry to both chicanes. Fast entry to Mulsanne with bumps. Fast entry to Indianapolis. Fast into Porsche curves. You've got to have your wits about you, and that's why you don't even realise sometimes that you're not quite on it. That your level has dropped until something happens, and you're like, wow. Because quite often these guys, especially in the faster cars, they're anticipating a problem before it actually happens. And if you're a bit tired, you may not even realise it, because effectively you've got the, not a huge amount of adrenaline, because you do get used to running out there, but it's like running a reasonably fast pace. You're not going to fall asleep while you're running, no matter how exhausted you are. The same in a car. You're not going to fall asleep. It's not like drifting off when you're cruising on the motorway or something like that. That's never going to happen. But you still don't realise how tired you are until potentially you don't anticipate an issue until it's too late. And that's when occasionally you'll see some big accidents.
the best cure for that is on-track battling. And right now, the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th, and as it was 9th as well, is well and truly on. It was Ed Jones in the 28 Jota, narrowly ahead of DHH in the interior pole number 43, narrowly ahead of Dane Cameron in the 5 Team Penske entry. And throw into that mix as well the TDS Racing by Valiant. It was Matthias Besch. It's now Timjan Vanderhelm who's taken over that car with Oliver Jarvis up ahead of him. And the LMP2 leader coming into the pit lane a few minutes ago, that was Antonio Felix da Costa, who handed over to Will Stevens. I had to think about who the other driver was, but now it's down to 8.6 seconds. Robin Freins in second. Bruce was right that Robin wants the lead of the race, and he's fighting his way up to it, but he first has to get through Robert Kubica in the Prema Orleans team for that second position.
He's... Sorry, Paul.
I was just going to say probably the same as you were, that at the moment Freins is going quicker than Kubica and he's closing in on him. And I'm just looking to see whether he's got enough laps left on his stint to be able to do that before the end. Yes, he is, I think, because he's got another 4 laps, I reckon, has Robin Freins before he's due into the pits. And he's closing in on Kubica at a rate of about, not quite half a second a lap, but not far off that.
Well, it ebbs and flows a bit, doesn't it, Paul? Sometimes there's a big, and you think, oh, what happened there? You gain 2-3 seconds because of traffic, and then it'll go the other way. But overall, he's been catching him, and he's now, 5.7 seconds behind. I suspect he'll catch him before the end of that stint. And I think Robin Freins has been the absolute, so far, star of LMP2, not just in qualifying, but he seems to have carried that extra pace into the race and really drag, and his teammates obviously doing a good job as well, but drag that number 31 WRT car back up the order.
Having been delayed very early on in the race with a drive-through penalty. But what is still a mystery to me was the extra pit stop, because the car came in during the time when we had 3 slow zones out on the circuit. Had a short pit stop. It was a minute, which was long enough to put a bit of fuel into the car, but rather than then go 9 laps, he only went 6 laps before he came into the pits again, and he's now on the 6th lap of his current stint. So it's a triple stint for Robin at the moment, but as I say, they've each of them been short stints rather than a full 9 laps, which is a bit of a mystery to me, as I say. And we've got Robert Kubica due in 3 laps time, Robin Freins due in 4 laps time, and at that point he won't take the lead, but he will take second place in the P2 class.
There was a bit of a love tap out on track at what I think was Indianapolis between Matthew Bell and Francois Haraud in the ultimate LMP2 machine. That's car number 35, but it didn't seem as if either car had an off or any sort of strife. Both managed to continue, with Bell now ahead of Haraud.
I think that was a breaking down into Mulsanne, actually, where you have that real fast right kink into it, and again, it's so bumpy there, and it's so easy to lock up, and one of them locking up running wide. Yeah, that can so easily happen again when you're following. And I'm watching Dane Cameron also in the Team Penske number 5 car, following David Heinemeier Hansen in the 43 Europol competition car. Again, it just shows you how hard it is to overtake, because I think even David would accept that Dane Cameron is a quality class professional driver, and David a phenomenal gentleman driver. But again, he wouldn't expect him in the odd time that he comes in and races. And yet Dane Cameron, albeit quicker, is struggling a little bit to try and get past him.
To David Heinemeier-Hannen's full credit, and he is a great driver. I know you're not taking anything away from that. He struggled in GT cars in the last couple of years, really loves driving the LMP2s. That is where he thrives. So for him to keep Dane Cameron behind him, it's going to be a feather in his cap as well. But you're right, Dane Cameron.
He's competitive. He's feisty, David. He drove actually with myself and James Rossiter back in the Lotus GTE program. He came and did, I think it was Petit Le Mans with us, I think to remember. Going back a bit now. And I was actually very impressed with his competitive nature and his ability to apply himself. But nevertheless, this is not his day job. So ultimately, he's a gentleman driver. He does a great job. Recently, he's not been racing quite as much, which makes this performance even more impressive, given that he's not massively in the zone in terms of these cars. But he loves sports car racing. He loves Le Mans, and it's great that he's out there doing so well. But nevertheless, you know, Dane Cameron will want to get past him in the Team Penske car and get after the Jota, the second Jota of Edward Jones, who's up the road in 6th place.
Peter Snowden down in the pit lane has an update for us on the number 10 Vector machine.
Yeah, I haven't been sleeping, guys. I've been listening intently on various things, but the number 10 Vector Sport Orico, they've been doing a lot of work on the rear wing that's sitting here in the garage. It's the one that came off the car, and I was so intrigued with what they were doing. I had to go and find out. One of the crews told me they were losing a ton of aero from the back of the car because they thought it was loose. They're not sure it was loose or there was a vane broken or whatever, so they're investigating it. Presumably the replacement they put on it is working okay, but I think the intrigue is as to whether that one's going to fail or it's going to carry on or not. But they've partly rebuilt one in the last 10-15 minutes while I've been sitting here talking about it. So not really sure about that one. It's a bit odd.
Huh. And, you know, thank you, Peter. That goes back to something that I talked with Alex Brundle about on the grid. How much work can you do during the race? And he said quite a bit, that there are several adjustments that you can make, even though you're limited on your pit stop time because you can't do anything while their fuel is going onto the car. He said even the tire pressure adjustments make a big difference. But if you're talking about changing a rear end component and then affecting the downforce from the rear wing, that's something that I hadn't even thought about, Johnny.
Well, it tends to be, if that's happening, that something's broken. And obviously you're aware, or not aware particularly the reason why, but you'll change a tail, you'll change a rear wing. All of these components, they'll practice a change in nose if you suddenly hit a curb. Back in the days when we had floppies and hit those, they could totally rip a splitter clean off a car if you weren't careful, and you'd lose a ton of front downforce. Tyre pressures, it's quite normal as the race progresses, especially going into the night time. You start running different compounds of tyres to adjust the tyre pressures as you go, regardless, and maybe even adjust them, learning stuff from the race. But you'll even going into the race, you'll expect to adjust those and work out what hot pressure you want coming out of the tyre ovens.
More saving to look after the tyres.
That was a radio message to the leader, Brendan Hartley. It looked like he was going a bit slow coming into the Porsche curves, but no, he's just behind a car that does actually have good pace. And we do know that the hypercars are less quick through the Porsche curves than the LMP2s. So perhaps nothing to get excited about yet, as Brendan Hartley being told to save the car. Well, that makes sense. He's got a massive gap to his teammate.
I think, 22 seconds, I wouldn't call it massive, and it's coming down quickly, Shay, but I think it was more just looking to try and save the tyres, maybe lengthen the stint on the tyres, just really start telling him to take care of that, because they're needing to start think between now and the end of the race. They're going to have to start reusing tyres, putting used tyres on at stops rather than new tyres, and tyre management now is going to be key. And at night, you can really start looking after the tyres a little bit better in the cooler temperatures, and maybe actually start using the tyres a few stints longer than you were anticipating doing if the wear's looking good.
I think the danger with both Brendan Hartley and Pachito Lopez, who are in the cars at the moment, is that they're both on their opening stint of what is almost certainly going to be a triple, and they'll be doing the whole of that triple on this set of tyres. So, you know, it's on the first stint where you have to look after the tyres. When you get into the second stint, you start realising whether you overuse the tyres in the first stint, and by the time you get to the third stint, you really wish you hadn't. So the race engineer in your ear is telling you to look after the tyres at the beginning of your first stint in order to get you to go through the whole of your triple. And I mean, talking of the heroes of the race and what sleep you get, Johnny, you know, another of the unsung heroes, talk about the mechanics, the guys doing the refueling, the race engineer, the guy who's on the radio, he can't take any breaks at all. You know, he's the guy who has to be in the ear of the driver all the time.
Yeah.
You know, there could be a moment at any time where, you know, he needs to be available to pick up an issue, and equally he needs to be able to advise his driver if there are any issues on the circuit. And say the mechanics can get a little bit of shut-eye in between sessions. Race engineers got to be there on the radio the whole time.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just kidding. No, I get so much abuse from engineers in my time that no, but you need the engineer, and you develop a really good relationship with the engineer in times like this, because you really feel like you're in it together, and sometimes he's the only person, your only communication with the team is via your radio and your engineer, so it becomes quite an important relationship. I noticed that Ollie Jarvis is flying now in the 23 car, just did a 3-minute 33.9, which on that particular lap was by far the quickest of anyone in his class. He's just done a 36, so obviously had a bit of traffic, but really pressing on now and trying to bring that car back up again after all its issues, cut tyres. Then Shay, you were standing right there, weren't you, with the release? And they just dragged themselves sort of back up into sort of the fight for sort of 3rd to 7th kind of thing, and then drop back down to 13th. They're now back up to 9th in class. But that car, really quick, probably one of the quicker ones. Up behind, I would say, probably the 31 WRT car. I would say those two in terms of pace, probably amongst the 2 quickest cars, especially with Alex and Ollie at the wheel, and Robin Frins. But not really featuring at the moment in the battle for the lead.
No, completely agree, but that was one of the cars that I mentioned was in that battle that the Team Penske car was as well, because all of a sudden, Oliver Jarvis back in this race and back interested in having us mention his name. I'm sure Chelsea is listening in. Hello, Chelsea, and to the girls as well. But yes, this is one of those cars that just won't give up. They did tell us, Alex Lynn saying that Josh Pearson was not going to be driving during the night at all. Yeah. We haven't seen him, but it has been Oliver really clawing his way back, particularly during this stint.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both Alex and Ollie make a great team, really pushing on. I think Alex in particular, a little bit frustrated with some of the tyre issues they had early in the race, which I totally understand. Because when you know you've got you don't get many opportunities where you know you've got the car underneath you, if things go your way, you can actually have a real shot at winning it. So when you come to Le Mans and you've got a car that's working in race trim, it's very frustrating when other issues, small or large, start sort of rearing their head and knocking you backwards. So I think there's that element of frustration in there. But there's a long way to go. I would say it's a tall ask to win it from here, but if they can get a top 4, top 5 result, that would be, I think, very, very achievable, and who knows, with a bit of luck, maybe a podium. I think that's a tall order given the depth of talent in LMP2, but there's a long way to go and a lot can happen still.
And we're going to have you put some money in the jar now, too, for saying it's a long way to go. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I don't mind.
No, you get your rookie orientation on all that, but it is true, and especially for that United Autosport car, interested in the full season championship as well.
Holy
a spin
moly.
at the exit of the Porsche curves for the 75 Ferrari. Now, I'm going to take a shot in the dark and guess that that was either Pierre Herré or Christian Hook. And it was Pierre Herré. I should have gone with my first guess, but that was a scary moment for him. His second scary moment of the day.
That was really scary. So he exited the Porsche curves, clearly lost it. It's off camber there. You can easily lose the rear. He slid sideways to a halt, just about 2 foot off the track, where you would normally run a little bit wide anyway, exiting the Porsche curves. And an LMP2 car went past him when he was nearly stationary at a closing speed of probably 150 to 160 kilometers an hour. So that is scary.
How likely do you think it is that Pierre had his eye, or at least half an eye, on the mirror and was looking at that car coming up behind him and thinking, I'm not going to be clear of the Porsche curves when he catches me?
Could easily be, Paul, and he might have caught it, because they come up behind you and it's like they blind you a bit, and then they come and they go, because through the Porsche curves, sometimes they're right behind you, you've got the glare, then sometimes as you're turning it goes and it comes back. It can be distracting, and if you turn in a little bit late for the final corner coming out, I think they call it karting, coming out of the Porsche curves, you get really into that off camber, and it's so easy to lose the rear of the car.
Do you get a bit of air wash, sort of slipstream wash coming and unsettling the car as well as the faster car comes past you? I'm thinking, when you're on the motorway and you drive past a big lorry or a caravan combo or something.
It wouldn't affect you in the corners, Paul, but certainly on the straights, if a P car comes past you quickly, you get a little bit of side buffeting, and you can actually get side drafting sometimes if you're in a Porsche, if you're in a GT car, Freudian slip, if you're in a GT car or an LMP where you're going past each other at reasonably similar similar speeds, you can actually get a little bit of side drafting as well. You noticed it in particular in the prototypes.
Glickenhaus back into the pit lane. This is Richard Westbrook. No, it's Olivier Pla again. I think that's a little soon, Paul, for the 708 to be visiting.
I was thinking, but it's an optical illusion. Olivier Pla has been out there for 12 laps, so that's exactly right for him. And he's done I won't say it's quite a quadruple stint, because there was a shorter stint amongst them, but it's a long stint for Olivier Pla, so he'll be handing the car over
to Romain Dumas.
Yes.
Yeah, he's getting in the car now.
Yeah, so Olivier having started the car, Romain having taken it over from him after a double stint at the beginning of the race, and now they're going through that same procedure, the car having slipped back in the meantime to, how far is it down? It's 16th place overall. It was 5 laps behind the race leader. It's now 6 laps behind the race leader, as Robin Freins is finally into the pits as well.
Staying aboard the number 31 WRT entry. They are looking at the tires and the brakes, checking the pad wear, making sure that the rotors still look good, no cracks in them. That's one thing that you really want to avoid. And just doing fuel for now. They don't even have, oh no, they do. There's 2 other Goodyear tires that are sitting on the lane, but nope, no new tires, no driver change, and fresh back out onto the track.
Yeah,
a proper 9-lap stint that time from Robin Freins.
I think they're keeping him in, Paul, because he's actually in a really nice rhythm, and when that happens, whether it was planned or not, and I'm sure it was planned, when a driver's delivering and he's in the rhythm and he's happy, then you tend to want to use that as much as possible. And they'll always bring the tyres out there, won't they, to just in case when they are checking them, they see a cut or something like that.
It's a shoulder that tends to go, isn't it? But no, I mean, Robin is doing a great job, and Bruce was talking about him when he was here, and he's still behind the wheel. He'll lose second place as a result of that pit stop, but Robert Kubica, who will almost certainly take over second place in his absence, will be into the pits at the end of the lap that he is currently on. So even if he loses the place, it will only be for a lap, and then he'll be back on his way again and in second place. So still the P2 being led by Jota. In second place is the I was going to say the number 9 car, but it's 65 Panis car up there in second place, WRT in third, and the Prema Orlen team in fourth place. That's the surprise one for me, is the way that Prema Orlen has gone. Surprise, really, I suppose, just because I wasn't expecting you to be there, quite frankly.
And they were there from the get-go, weren't they, when Robert Kubica got that amazing start and led, which I don't think any of us expected, did we? We thought it was going to be one of the WRT cars or even the United Autosport.
You did expect it, of course, Shay, because you did your homework. And
well, I did expect it because of their results in the ELMS so far this year. 2 races, 2 wins. And in the WEC at Sebring, they were looking really strong. The second red flag came out, and they never got to show their cards. WRT never got to show their, sorry, not WRT. Jota never got to show their cards in the form of Antonio Felix da Costa. We wound up with a 4th place finish for Prema. Spa was a lot harder of a race on them. They finished 7th. But it is one of those things that this team that came in, yes, they were underdogs and people weren't looking at them necessarily, but they had shown their stuff. They had strutted and put the peacock feathers up elsewhere.
Indeed, yes. I think it's probably the Le Mans specialist in me, which is overruling the other achievements that they've had this season to date.
Very fair.
Anyway, good to see them up there with the Prema Orlen team. Robert Kubica is doing a similarly long stint to the one that Robin Freins has done, although I would expect when he comes into the pits at the end of this lap, he's got 2 now, hasn't he, Robert Kubica, he will be getting out of the car to hand it over to Louis Deltraz.
It's the bottom of another hour, which means that it's time for another hourly update. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Started at the top last time, so let's mix things up and start in the GTE AM class. It is WeatherTech Racing still leading the way in their Porsche. Thomas Merrill behind the wheel of that machine in second. David Pittard in the Aston Martin for Northwest AMR car number 98. In third place, it is Hardpoint Motorsport car number 99. That is Alessio Picariello in the Porsche. And then in fourth, TF Sport, another Aston Martin. That is Marco Sorensen in the 33. In the GTE Pro category, Porsche once again, since the AF Force Ferrari has come into the pit lane. That is Michael Christensen in the 92, ahead of Richie Leitz in the 91, and then Daniel Serra in the Ferrari, car number 51. Corvette number 64 is in fourth, that being driven by Alexander Sims, and then in fifth is the 52 Ferrari, that one, Davide Rigon. And in sixth, Shane Van Gisbergen. Very quiet race so far for Riley Motorsports, but car number 74 has now passed one car in its class. In the LMP2 Pro-Am class, it is still ARC Bratislava leading the way. Tristan Vautier behind the wheel of the 44, but he's got competition in the form of the 3, DKR Engineering. Alexandre Cugno still driving that car as well. In the LMP2 class overall, Jota continues to dominate this class. The mighty 38 with Will Stevens aboard now with about a lap's lead over the 65 Pennis Racing entry. Nico Jamin is driving that. And then in third, the guy we've been talking about, Robin Freins for WRT car number 31. It's Prema Orléans in fourth place for car number 9, Robert Kubica behind the wheel there. And rounding out the top 5, Dane Cameron representing Team Penske and the Stars and Stripes in the number 5. And then overall, we've got the 2 Toyotas, the 8 from the 7, with Brendan Hartley with a 19-second lead now over Jose Maria Lopez. In third and the last of our hypercar class is the Glickenhaus number 709, Richard Westbrook, still behind the wheel of that one.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
We do have an opportunity to go hear from some of the drivers down in the pit lane, and Jack Aitken is our next victim. He's with Snowy.
Jack, thanks very much for your time. I'm going to rename you Dynamo, because you did the most amazing disappearing act when you got out of that car there. I guess you went off for a massage. But all that aside, talk to us about your race so far.
I'm trying to be very disciplined. It's my first Le Mans, and everyone keeps saving.
Can we just go back to the front, because it's getting a bit, we can't really hear down the back here. Just bear with us, Jay. Yeah, okay, right. Sorry, Jack, carry on.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I'm trying to be disciplined because it's my first Le Mans, and everyone keeps telling me to save my energy, so I'm trying to disappear and get some sleep while I can. But no, yeah, I mean, it's obviously disappointing start for us, and we're never going to get that many laps back just on pace. But
never say never.
No, well, yeah, you never know, but we're slowly clawing our way back. I think we've got already one lap back to the rest of the Pro-Am field, and we're working on the second one. John's in the car now. Oh no, wait, Sophia's in the car now. I'm already losing.
John's in the other car, Sophia's in yours.
Yeah, it's tonight, but yeah, no, it's going okay now that we're moving.
And I mean, Johnny Molam said earlier that, you get disappointed when things like that happen at the start, but his first class win here came from going to last at the first hour. So yeah, everything's possible. You've got to look positive.
Yeah, no, I know. So we're just going to keep doing the laps. No more mistakes, because we can't afford any more, and just see where we end up tomorrow.
You've used up all the mistake tokens already?
Unfortunately, yes. I mean, I'm doing my best to squeeze a few more in, but yeah, I think we have to be quite clean now.
Jack, thanks very much. Enjoy your first Le Mans.
Sounds like he is enjoying his first Le Mans. He's nailed the necessity to go and sleep and have your own time during the race, Johnny. That didn't take him long.
No, absolutely. In fact, I had very good advice. I think it was 2 people, actually. Bob Wallach and Alan McNish both said to me at every opportunity. And I remember Alan telling me that Bob had told him as well, just when you come here, it kind of saps you because it's like it's nervous excitement. There's so much to do out of the car as much as in it. And as we see the 92 Porsche, looks like, again, lost it on the bumps under braking for the Mulsanne corner, just went in a little bit deep and then just almost throwing the car sideways there in an attempt not to go off into the gravel. So that probably flat spotted his tyres there. Maybe have got away with that. But yeah, going back to what we were saying in terms of what Jack Aitken was saying, rest at every available opportunity. And it's very easy to say that, but sometimes not easy to force yourself away, and then you're lying there and your brain's going 1,000,000 miles an hour, and then you can't rest because you just can't, it's like almost that excitement stops you from resting. And that is a trick that the more Le Mans you do, going back to what the Mike Conway conversation was, I think the better you get at just slowly switching the brain off.
And I think the other thing that I've found in talking to people is that their first Le Mans is the one in which they have the most pent-up energy and the most adrenaline running. And that seems to be the one where they find it most difficult to sleep. And you're right, second time around, it's all very well people telling you to relax and get as much rest as you can, but you just can't because you're so excited because it's your first Le Mans, and it grabs your attention.
It's also new. Everything's new, and you don't know what to expect. So you're waiting for another unexpected thing to happen.
Whereas your second Le Mans, it's not actually the fact that it's your second Le Mans that gives you, but it just gives you a bit more relaxation somehow. So I think that's a big thing. And I've got a lot of time for Jack. He is a very quick young driver. Who's sort of waiting for his career to take off somehow.
Yeah.
Never quite has.
No, I mean, another sort of single-seater refugee did very well in that. Probably didn't get it quite as well in the recent years as he wanted in terms of that sort of trying to perform up into Formula One, although he did have a few runs and free practice runs in Formula One.
And one start.
And one start with Williams, I think it was. So he's kind of ticked that box to an extent, although no driver wants to just tick the box of just having competed in Formula One. Obviously, we would all like to get there and be successful in it, but Jack's done a lot more than many of us, so kudos to him. But yeah, I agree with Paul. In sports cars, I think he's beginning to gain experience now. He's clearly got the pace to go with it. Sports cars is a lot more than just outright raw pace, and I think he's clearly an intelligent lad, and I think he's going to blossom into a fine sports car driver.
We've just had both of the lead Toyotas into the pit lane, the 7 first and then the 8th. So we'll let you know the gap when that does even out once again, because it's still saying 22.5 seconds, but I'm not entirely convinced that it will be there at the end of Brendan Hartley's first lap. We've also got Panis racing into the pits. This is the car that was in second in the LMP2 category, already dropped down to fourth in class.
I could do with a McDonald's right now, couldn't you?
Oh.
Looking at the golden arches on the front of that.
Well, do you know why the golden
breakfast.
arches are on the front of the 65 Panis racing car?
No.
One of the drivers is Julien Canal, who is a Le Mans local. He won the race his first 3 starts in the GTE AM class, but he and his family are responsible for McDonald's being in this region.
Ah, so they have the franchise.
They have always had the golden arches on anything that Julien Canal has raced. A little bit of fun background for you.
Well, it's made me think of a McFlurry and a McDonald's breakfast.
Would be so good right now. Oh, M&M McFlurry, yes, please. Also into the pits, we've got the Penske number 5. I don't need a moving truck as much right now, but maybe next month.
Maybe to bring the McFlurries, yeah.
Yes, I like the way you think, Johnny Mullen. This is a fuel stop. Checking the tires. It does not appear to be a driver change, so Dane Cameron getting another taste of Le Mans at night. He's got to be relishing this opportunity. The fact that
I can't believe this is his first Le Mans.
Exactly.
I mean, Dane Cameron has been around at the top level, racing in IMSA and all sorts of, featuring at the front at Daytona and Sebring and doing super well.
Well, funny you mentioned that. He's never even stood on the podium at Daytona. And we were talking about the fact that Daytona winners traditionally do not do very well at Le Mans. So maybe there was some sort of polarity that was going to come to fruition for him where he's never done well at Daytona. Maybe he was going to do well here.
Really?
Yeah.
I can think of Ollie Jarvis has done pretty well here. And he did well at Daytona.
He's done very well here with the 2 Daytona wins. That is true. But think about drivers like Ricky Taylor, 3 wins at Daytona. His best finish at Le Mans, I think, is 5th or 7th.
Right.
You've got Renger van de Zande, who's got the 2 watches. He's never had a top 5 finish at Le Mans. Ryan Briscoe has stood on the podium once in all of his appearances here. He's won the Rolex a couple of times. We've got Jordan Taylor. He's got 3 Rolexes. No, 4 Rolexes, 1 Le Mans win. Antonio Garcia.
That's just greedy.
Exactly.
4 Rolexes.
Exactly.
I mean, that makes me sick.
It's just not fair that people should have that
I hadn't
much.
really thought about it, but now you mention it, I remember actually Alan McNish winning his class, but at the time they didn't give a watch for winning your class. I think it was back in '98 or something. So to his eternal bitterness, he hasn't got a Daytona Rolex, but obviously did rather well at Le Mans in his time.
Yes, quite.
Did Tom Christensen ever win Daytona?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever run Daytona,
No,
actually.
I think that's something, because back in those days, you see, the American Le Mans Series was kind of where it was almost the WEC of sports cars, and Daytona wasn't part of that. So quite often the top guys, when Alan would go and do it, he would go and do it with a private team, like a Risi team in a 333 Ferrari or something like that, rather than although the time that he did do it, I believe it was in the old GT1 Porsches, wasn't it, Paul?
Yes. The older Porsche,
yes,
yeah. But and of course Daytona went through that phase of having the GTDs, the Daytona prototypes. Sorry,
the
not
DPs.
GTDs, DPs,
Yes.
the original Daytona prototypes. Which, anyway, Daytona is back as a proper IMSA race now, so that's a good thing. All we need to do is get the IMSA Le Mans convergence to happen, and
it's
we'll be
well
back
underway.
We'll be back to it's well on the way, I know.
Yeah.
But it was when I was first interested in sports car racing. The Daytona Le Mans alignment was much stronger than it is these days.
Yeah, absolutely. When I first started, you could race cars in both with very little change, if any. Yeah.
It is 20.8 seconds, the gap from first to second overall, by the way. I said I would give an update when it had shaken out, and turns out it had, as Sean Galale is getting ready to get into the WRT entry, so that means Robin Frantz is going to be getting out, finally. His family is responsible for KFC and Taco Bell. Sean
Well,
Galale.
we're just covering off every aspect, aren't we, this evening?
We've got every food we could possibly be interested in. Then there's Pierre Terrier, who used to race in LMP2 all the time. His family is Frozen Foods in France, and we sampled some very nice ice creams last night, didn't we, Paul?
We did, indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Can we talk about something else?
Yes,
I have
of
to
course.
concentrate on...
There's Bob, good old Bob, Jota, #1.
The Toyota stretching has begun. Matthew Vaxvier getting ready to get back into the Alpine. The Toyota Cruise doing a form of yoga that looks a little bit more aggressive than traditional yoga, but that's what it takes to stay awake throughout the night, and especially when the cars are coming in as frequently as they are.
Yeah, I think they always do that to limber up a little bit when they know they're going to be doing driver change or wheel changes or whatever when the car's coming in. Just kind of gets you thinking, gets the body moving a little bit, because it is, like Paul said earlier, I mean, they are heroes, these guys, because they really do go through it because of the work that goes in preparing for the race and getting through the race. And then quite often, as we said the other day, when the race finishes and the checkered flag drops, they've still got a load of work to do to tear everything down and get it all packed up and moving and ready on for the next one.
Yeah, the only thing is that the Toyota team has only just made their pit stop, haven't they? So wouldn't really expect them to be limbering up.
I think it was an old video, Paul.
It could have been an old video, or it could have been them limbering down. But
there we go. There's somebody limbering. Lying flat on your back in the garage.
Well, the last time we saw the 71 Ferrari, the Spirit of Race car, had several mechanics that were flat on their back in the garage, but it was not for a good reason. Is there any update on that car?
Hi, yep, there's good news from the 71 Ferrari team, and the Gabriel Oubre is into the car. The car is coming off the high stands, and looks like it's about to enter the pit lane and rejoin the race. So good news from this end of the pit lane.
Fantastic news coming the way of Owen Mildenhall to let us know that one of the cars that could have possibly maybe turned as a retirement, nope, stop dropping oil, and we'll be going back out onto the circuit. Good news there.
That's the Spirit of Race.
Correct.
Car you're talking about. Yeah, that's been in the pit lane for a few seconds under an hour. Of the cars that we were hoping would come out again, that's the one that's been there the longest. The two others that are sitting in the pit lane, we both expect to turn into retirements. Well, one is in retirement already, and the 777 we've been informed by Charlie Fagg that's a retirement. And as I say, the only other one that's in the pit lane is the number 71, but that would be good if that can be out. And it just clicks over now, going on to a full hour of being in the pit lane.
Yeah, glad to see that car is getting back out. If for nothing else, time to learn more about the car and racing for Frank Dizzato. It will be Gabby Aubrey taking the car back out, though, which is good because they need some more, relevant time for their amateur driver.
Yeah, just trying to pick up on this gap for the lead, which my computer's been suffering with a little bit, because I had the impression that Paquito Lopez was slowly closing in on Brendan Hartley, the gap having been up at around the 30-second mark, Lopez having got it down to something down towards 21, 22, but on that last lap it seems to have popped up again, Shay, but unfortunately my average has been messed up by losing a couple of laps in between on this stint.
Yeah, the average has, gone out because the gap has increased once again. 23, nearly 24 seconds the last lap through. Finishing the last sector, actually, it was nearly a second gain for Brendan Hartley, and the previous sector, again, nearly a second gain. So whether that means that Hartley has turned up the wick or whether it means that Lopez is in more traffic, or who knows, but at this point, the advantage definitely going the way of car number 8.
Well, we've heard radio transmissions to both Sebastian Buemi and Ryo Hirakawa to the effect of it's a long race, settle down, everything's been all right. Brendan Hartley has throughout the weekend been the quickest driver of the number 8 car. So I just wonder, he was told to look after his tyres. Brendan seems to be either in the zone or the car is just set up the way he likes it, and possibly not quite the way that either Buemi or Hirakawa like it, but certainly at the moment, whereas we have in the past had the number 7 car looking a bit quicker, the number 8 car does, at least as we head into the the second part of the night yet. I don't know, it's not yet 2 o'clock in the morning, but at this point in the night, as you say, the number 8 seems to have a bit of an advantage.
Let's hear from a driver who's just been out around the circuit. David Pittard is with Snowy.
David, thanks very much. I know you're desperate to go and get some sleep, so I'm going to keep you here for about half an hour or so, if that's okay. Pitbull, talk to us about I didn't hear a word. Sorry. Driving a different Aston than a fortnight ago at the Nürburgring, but talk us through it.
The Porsches are incredibly fast at the moment, so they're the cars to beat, so we just need to keep putting the pressure on those guys and try and force them into mistake. We're slowly chasing them down, reeling them in, but they're sort of half a lap ahead. Sometimes they get a slow zone, or we get a slow zone that they don't, drops back again, but still, we're not even 12 hours in yet, so yeah, still a long way to go.
We've heard some of the drivers talking a bit earlier about the difference in the physicality and the mental side of this race. Physically it's not so bad, but it's the mental side that's tiring.
Yeah, I'm used to being the fastest car on circuit and only having eyes forward, whereas now you really have to have eyes going forward and back, and one headlight can easily be 2 cars, and you just have to be so aware of that when you're turning into a corner. These P2 guys are battling hard, so you need to keep an eye out for them when they're dive bombing you and things like that. So yeah, you really do have to keep your eyes wits about you. But as you say, physically it's not so bad. I've just done a triple there, and I don't feel half as bad as doing a double when I'm at Spa, for example.
Well, that's because you're a child age-wise, relatively.
Yes, I'm known as the child in historic racing especially, but when you look at some of the other guys in this race, I'm no longer a child, they're the kids.
Tell me about it. But that's one of the big differences. A fortnight ago, you were in the Nürburgring 24-hour TF Sport, and leading in Nicky team at the time. Obviously, not the finish you wanted because going off on oil couldn't be held, one of those things. But you're at the front of the field there, and is that really the big difference here? Those LMP cars. How do you adapt to that?
Well, it is a different way of driving because I think you lose less time as the faster car sidling away through the traffic, and you actually lose more time as the car being overtaken. So there's a skill and an art to being the overtaker and being overtaken and still optimizing all your lap time. So yeah, sometimes you might dive bomb a car into a corner, or sometimes depending on your risk level, you have to sacrifice the corner and then pass them afterwards. And then on the other hand, sometimes you have to get your elbows out to show the car behind. I don't want you to pass now, I want you to pass at the end of the Porsche curves, not on the way into the Porsche curves or in the middle of the Porsche curves. Not very good for him, but life is easy for us when that happens.
David, thank you very much for your time. You don't want to get your elbows out now, you want to go get your head down. Thank you for your time.
Yep, cheers, mate.
David, pitbull, pit hard. He knows what that means.
Sounds like it's going to be an easy thing for him to get some rest, because, Johnny, that sounds like a kid on the verge of crashing.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But he certainly sounds very confident and clearly very happy with the way things are going and relishing this opportunity. So good for him.
Yeah, he very much was. When he got out of the car after his first stint, when I talked to him earlier, his dad walked over, gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek and let him know that he was proud. And he was just beaming from everywhere. This race means something to people, and it's nice to see that, because there are drivers who come into races and they don't fully appreciate the scale of it. David is somebody who gets it.
Absolutely, and it's nice to come here when you're not a rabbit in the headlights, that you are someone that can go out there and contribute and feel comfortable and actually not have so much capacity just taken up with trying to survive, that you actually can begin to then think about moving forward and actually achieving pace on the track. And when you are in that situation, that's when you actually really start enjoying it.
It's Paul Dall'Anna back into the Northwest Aston for the car number 98, so the Canadian back into the car. They're putting their bronze in the middle of the night, and Paul's one of those guys. He's done this race so many times. We had the team manager for the Nielsen Racing LMP2 machine, car number 24, called to the stewards. 10-second penalty has been added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. That's going to be difficult for them to overcome. That car being driven by Matt Bell, Rodrigo Salas, and Ben Hanley.
At least it's not a penalty pit stop. So they don't have to come in and do a stop-and-go penalty. They merely come in at their next pit stop and have 10 seconds of doing nothing. So it's bad, it's 10 seconds, but it's only 10 seconds, whereas if it would be a 10-second stop-and-go penalty, it would end up costing you probably somewhere more like 30 seconds.
Very good point, Paul.
So it's yes, it's bad. It could be worse. It was the same penalty actually that was given to the number 23 United Autosports car for their unsafe release, which you were a close witness to, Shay. So it seems to be a standard penalty for the offence of unsafe release, which is fair enough.
I wonder if there was contact involved in that release for the Nielsen car.
We didn't, to my knowledge, get any information about it at all.
No.
We were told the pit stop was under investigation at 9:07 into the race, so nearly an hour ago now. The investigation has happened, and they've obviously got some video evidence that they wanted to put before the team manager. Team manager therefore has to hold out his hand, accept the penalty, and as I say, they'll take it at the next pit stop for that car, but they don't have to come in within 4 laps or anything like that, which would be the normal rule if you had to do a stop-and-go penalty.
I love the fact that I was just observing a marshal as we're observing the fight for 4th and 5th in LMP2 between 65 Panis Racing and 37 Cool Racing, and there was a marshal waving a blue flag. I was like, first of all, it didn't have a torch, so you can't really see it.
Yeah.
But second of all, I think he could never possibly have known which 2 cars were coming at him, but he just thought he'd wave the blue flag anyway, even though they were engrossed in in a fight for 4th and 5th with like less than 0.2 of a second between them.
Well,
to be fair to the
are-
marshals, Johnny, and I think I will stand up and defend them stoutly. They don't just wave the blue flag because they feel like it. They wave the blue flag when they're told to. And there will be a blue light as well, which will be put on, and that will come from race control. So,
well, they definitely waved the blue flag at 2 cars that were fighting for position because I was watching.
I'll leave it at that for the time being, yeah.
That's the Graf Racing number 39 in front of the 65 Panis Racing, and then the 38 Ed Jones. Where did that 39 come from? Maybe that was the one that they were showing the blue flag to, perhaps. I didn't see it earlier on. Gabby Aubry still sitting behind the wheel of the 71 Ferrari. Oh no, and he's getting out of the car now. The mechanics don't seem happy with him getting out necessarily. Now, taking the helmet off. Did that car ever go back out on the track, Paul?
Sorry, the
71 Ferrari?
I don't think it did. I can double check.
Yep.
Yes, it did. It did go out and do a lap. It's come back in again after. Yes, after a very few number of laps.
I would
possibly
imagine
one.
that garage door is going to be coming down shortly. Owen was standing there and watched it and said that the car did go out and it came back after a lap. The Prema Orléans team is in. Robert Kubica is out of the car. That is Louis Delatraz getting aboard by the look of that helmet with the Swiss mark on it. And that should be a change of tires for them as well, because they do new tires with every new driver, just belting in Louis, who, it's kind of cool. Louis's got a video game background. He's done a lot of racing online. He's actually won the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans with Williams esports team. And he had raced at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on the virtual platform before, came for the first time this year in May, and won for the first time at a track that he'd raced at online and in real life.
And he is also the son of John Denis, is he
Yes,
not?
yes.
Oh, he's got a history of motorsport, of real motorsport. But all the youngsters now are incredibly good gamers. Max Verstappen apparently is incredibly good. Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, they that age, I think at that age they come in, they're brought up with it. So it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that he's an incredibly good gamer, as well as actually being incredibly accomplished at the real thing as well.
Nicholas Cruton is staying aboard the Cool Racing number 37. He did just get a drinks bottle passed in through the driver's side of the cockpit. They have new tires with stickers on them, new Goodyear's ready, but they will not be employing those by the looks of things. Yep, the pit board gets moved to the top half, and we wait for him to be released as soon as the fueling is done.
That looks like a WTR car, doesn't it, with the colours
It
and
does.
the Konica Minolta.
Funny you should say that.
Funny that there's a Taylor driving it.
Exactly, and Konica Minolta sponsorship on the car as well.
Exactly.
Into the pits is the 23 United Autosport car on its comeback drive. No driver change there. Ollie Jarvis being told to stay put. And was he given a drinks bottle? Oh, he's been given a new drinks bottle. So Gatorade, Red Bull, what's going to be in that drinks bottle, Johnny, to try and motivate Ollie?
I actually have never asked Ollie what he has in it, but I would assume it's probably water.
Yeah.
Maybe with some sort of minerals in there, but most of the time water's the best. And they've been fighting their way back up the 23 car, as Paul was saying earlier, with some of the trials and tribulations. And Shay, obviously you witnessed the unsafe release. They got a double penalty for that, because not only did they receive a penalty, but they lost their headlight, had to come in, change the nose or the bumpers. So they've been working their way back up, and it's sort of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and they've kind of come back up from the 13th that they dropped to, and they're almost back to kind of where they were before that unsafe release, sort of dropping down to sort of 9th, 10th, 11th place, working their way back up to sort of 6th or 7th, and then dropping down again. So over the course of the next half or more half of the race, hopefully they'll be able to get back into the top 5 or 6 even after pit stop. But I think, Paul, maybe you could find out or let me know that whether the 23 is still completely sort of 4.5 laps out of sync with the others, or have they managed to sneak back into sort of a more similar strategic window to the rest of the LMP2 class?
Well, no, it wasn't the 23 that was out of sync. It was the 31.
No, it was definitely the 23.
Was it?
Yeah.
All right.
4.5 laps, if I remember you said at that time.
Okay. That was the 23 car is the one that has lost Has he lost a lap on the leading group?
Yes, at
now
the moment,
he
yeah.
has lost a lap.
He's
so
always early coming in, and he loses, and then they all stop, and he gains back up, but then he comes in 4 laps, I think, later.
Yes, I'll come back to you on that one.
No problem.
We look forward to that, Paul. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
16 degrees out there. It's getting a little bit chilly, going down to 13 now. That's what it will be around sunrise, just before 6 a.m. local time. But today, it's going to be beautiful. High of 24 degrees, clear blue skies. Ideal for the finishing picture for this, the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Drama out on the circuit as we have a spinner. It's Richard Bradley in the number 30 Duquesne Engineering LMP2 car. He has spun, where is that, Johnny?
Mulsanne.
Mulsanne.
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mulsanne corner.
Yellow flags at March Post 20. So yes, Mulsanne corner. Richard Bradley doing Austin Powers style turn, and he does manage to get it pointed in the right direction. Now, how did he get that way? Well, we're going to have to wait and see if a replay comes, if cameras did pick it up. But that was a very odd incident.
That was quite a long way to the exit, so I don't know whether he lost it on the way in. I think we might be seeing a replay as he goes in. Yeah, he's behind another prototype, and he just loses it on the rear going in. And then, yeah, just loses it on the rear, just coming off the apex on the power. And gets broadside. So unlike Richard Bradley, he doesn't normally make mistakes like that. At this point, obviously, a spin turn to his left would have helped rather than sort of a 3-point, 4-point turn. But unfortunately, sometimes with the traction control systems on these cars, it's actually harder than you think to actually do a spin turn and get it turned round. But he was kind of broadside there rather than facing the wrong direction.
And there were a couple of close moments for some others as they were trying to avoid him.
Let's go down to the pit lane for a quick chat with Ollie Milroy.
Ollie, thanks for letting me grab you and go out of the car there. It's a good job I know you there. I don't think I could have away with that otherwise. But normally driving a McLaren got you in a Porsche.
Sorry, say that again. Start that again.
So normally seeing you in a McLaren got you in a Porsche, a bit different.
Yeah, it's a lot different. The McLaren that we were actually racing last Saturday was it's a GT3 car, so you got ABS. It's a car also that we've done lots of mileage in, you know. The Porsche, we've not even done a test day in yet. So, yeah, it's great. I'm just starting to sort of get to learn the car. Just done my first 3 hours in the car, so a triple stint. I haven't actually driven the car during the race in daylight yet, but it was just really starting to get to know it. It's a great piece of kit.
I was going to say, let me run that past me again. You haven't done a test day in it. You haven't driven it in daylight. You've just done 3 hours in it, first time at night at Le Mans.
Well, I've driven the car in daylight before, but in this race at Le Mans, my first stint was at about 11 p.m. or something. I got in the car, so yeah, it's all a big learning curve. Obviously, the WEC race at Spa was wet, so all the driving I did there was in the wet, and then before that we had Sebring. So yeah, it's really good fun. You know, as everyone says, Le Mans is a different kind of race. You're running on low downforce. It's dark. You got loads of cars out there, and everyone's got one goal. Then no one's thinking about the championship. Everyone's just trying to win the race. So it's really tough.
David Pittard was saying a few minutes ago that when he's racing doing he's used to being the fastest car on the track, or the fastest class on the track.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's hugely different here. How do you adapt to that and have to go and do it in the dark straight off?
Yeah, it's really hard, especially at night, because we've got all the cameras and radars. Have as many mirrors on the car as you want. When something's up, I mean, as anyone that drives on the road would know how annoying it is when you've got someone with full beams on behind you. And That's literally what it's like the whole time. So you're just trying to judge where cars are, what's going on around you. At the end of the day, this race is, of course, pace is important, but it's not all about pace. Staying out of trouble is the #1 objective. So if in doubt, leave some space, and hopefully the prototypes and stuff are doing the same. Everyone wants to try and get to the end of the race. So yeah, you just got to try and be on it as much as you can, which at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're in your 3rd hour is sometimes easier said than done.
Well, Ollie, you're still smiling about it. Thank you very much. Ollie Milroy, Project Team Project 1 Racing. Thank you very much, and we'll catch up with you a bit later.
Hi, I'm here with Robin Friends. Robin, sorry to interrupt. Robin's just chatting to his engineer, but that was a sensational stint. Real amazing pace there. You must be really pleased with how you're making pace back through the field. A really sensational stint. Tell us about it.
Well, at the moment, I'm not so happy, to be honest. Obviously, yeah, we are trying to close the gap to the Toyota. We lost a lot of time at the start. We had this 1 minute penalty, which was very harsh from my point of view. But anyway, we are trying to catch up, but it feels like we are on pure pace. We are probably maybe a bit quicker, but we always fall back with focus yells and stuff, so which is very frustrating.
And when are you back in the car again to keep this progress going forward?
I don't know. I just jumped out, so I need to check when I jump in, but that should be in the morning.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Slightly disappointing that we don't get more Robin Friends at night, because that was quite the performance, wasn't it, Paul?
Well, yes and no. Let's look on the bright side. If we get him in happy hour, then that will be exciting. Depends what he means by the morning, but certainly if sun up is just before 6 a.m. This morning, so if he's in the car any time between 5 and 7, then I think it can be quite exciting. Just to go back to the questions about the schedules, relative schedules for the P2 cars. We've just had pit stops for the 31, which is the Robin Friends car, now in the hands of Sean Galale. Also, car number 9 has just had a pit stop, and as we said, that has Louis Delatraz behind the wheel, and the number 23, the erstwhile Oliver Jarvis car, which now is being driven by, it still has Oliver Jarvis at the wheel. So those 3 are all on the same schedule. On a different schedule, Will Stevens with the 38 will be out for another 2 laps. So they're kind of around about 4 laps separated. Julien Canal in the number 65 Panis Racing car will be out for another 2 laps. And then the Penske Racing car, number 5, Dane Cameron, will be out for another 2 laps. And that should be a driver change from Dane Cameron, and time for some more driver time, I would suggest, from Emmanuel Collard in that car. But that will be in another couple of laps. So those 3 cars, the 2 groups of 3 cars, are each on the same schedule as each other, but they're on very different schedules as a group. Hope that answers the question, Johnny.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry to put you on the spot earlier.
Well, no, it just took a bit of working out because of...
absolutely.
We had another internet.
I don't know how you do it.
Can I pose another question to
Go
you?
on, I'm
just
here
a challenge to extend. Is there anyone in particular in the top 5 or 7 LMP2 cars that has obviously not done enough driving to your liking as of now to be balanced as to where we are in the race? And that's something you can ponder for a while if you'd be more comfortable with that.
No, I think the instant answer I would have would be the 5 Penske car, because they've been, I say, messing around with their driver order. The rest of the LMP2 field, at least the top half of the P2 field, has been going in rotation, which is kind of the traditional way you do this kind of race. You have driver 1 does double or triple stint, you have driver 2 does it, and so on. But the number 5 Penske car has been shuffling their order. They kept Manu Collard back in the early stages. They used him for 1 stint, or a double stint, but that was all, and then they kind of pulled him back again. So I'll be interested at the next pit stop for the number 5 car to see whether we get Manu Collard in, or whether we get some more Felipe Nasr time. either of which would be good. But as I say, Dane Cameron has probably done more than his driver's share at the moment. So in that sense, the number 5 car is probably further down the field than he really deserves to be, because they've done more silver driving time in that car.
Interesting.
But it's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
And after about 12 hours have elapsed, in another couple of hours, then it'll be worth reviewing the question. Whether that's still you there at that point, Shay, or not, I'm not sure. But
and what's the minimum drive time that
6 hours?
Silvers have to do 6. Yeah,
Every driver in every class, minimum drive time is 6.
No, it's not quite true to say that every driver in every class has to do 6 hours, because if you're in a hypercar, and you've got 3 platinum drivers, then it doesn't actually matter if one of those drivers doesn't do 6 hours. The restriction is only on those cars which have a silver or a bronze. They have to do their 6 hours.
I did not know that. I thought it was all cars in the race.
I will double check. Now you've raised your eyebrows at me like that.
But there is a limit to there is a limit to the maximum, isn't there? Even in the 3 platinums,
14,
I think. Yes.
14 hours altogether.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to do any more than 4 hours in any 6-hour period.
There was just a brief yellow at Marshall Post 25. That's Indy. So somebody going off and then quickly regaining composure because the yellow was removed about as quickly as it was issued, which is good news for all the competitors that are on the track. It is still a fully green circuit. And we've got a few cars into the pit lane, the most interesting of which is Charles Malassi in the number 1 machine for Richard Mille. Is that a driver change? No, that was fuel only for Charles, so staying aboard. It's very distinct.
I always think that his eyes look very similar to Mike Conway.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
They don't look similar at all with their helmets off, but
No.
the eyes do look similar.
That's a very astute observation, yeah. But yes, it is still Charles behind the wheel of that car.
Every time I don't know if we're just coinciding, but every time I look, he's in the number 1 car. It's almost like he's done the entire race on his own so far.
I don't think he has.
No, I know he hasn't, but it must be just coinciding with that.
Yeah, it's fun when that sort of stuff
It's like when
starts
Paul
to
was
happen.
saying that Dane Cameron had done a lot in the number 5, and I was thinking that Felipe Nasr had virtually lived in the car, but it must be just coinciding with when I happen to be here.
We've also got the leader in the LMP2 class into the pits for Jota. That is Will Stevens in the 38, and he is staying aboard the mighty 38. Let's see,
They've got a lap lead pretty much, haven't they?
They do at
on
this
the
point.
field. They're really out there on their own, the 38, 4th overall. And Jota, don't forget, had that giant killing act, didn't they, a few years ago? I think, was it 17, I think? Paul will tell me if I'm wrong, when they ended up leading overall for a large part of the race and ended up finishing 2nd overall with one of their cars, which actually had Oliver Jarvis in it at the time. I think it was Thomas Laurent, Oliver Jarvis, and Hopin Tung, I think. Yeah,
yes.
That's right. So.
Yeah, and you're correct.
And Jota, so Jota have had their fair share of fantastic results at Le Mans, haven't they? It looks like at the moment, early days.
Too soon to say. I mean, just look at last year. You really can't say anything before the checkered flag.
You can't, absolutely.
Team Penske into the pits. Dane Cameron bringing that number 5 machine in. Let's see if he stays aboard or if he does hand over to Emmanuel Collard and make Paul a little bit happy. I'm not seeing too many changes throughout the ranks, except for the fact that now the 64 Corvette is up into 2nd with Alexander Sims. Daniel Serra is 2 seconds behind him, whereas Richie Leitz is now 17.5 seconds behind, well, more than that, actually, behind the Corvette. It's Nasser who's gotten back in the Penske prototype. Good observation there, Jamo.
Just like Paul said.
Yeah.
I think Paul's secretly doing the Penske strategy.
Oh,
yeah, I've got this other computer under the desk here, directly connected to the captain. Just to confirm about the rule on silver and bronze drivers, it is only silver and bronze that have to do their 6 hours. Platinum drivers are free. However, if they don't do an hour, then they won't score championship points, but they'll still be classified as part of the race classification. It's an unlikely scenario, and as I was saying, nearly all of the teams do some kind of regular rotation. Apart from anything else, it makes the rest time work much better if you do a proper rotation. If you do cycle between two drivers for a bit and give the third driver a longer rest, you're then penalising the two because they end up getting a shorter rest. And the other thing that can happen is that you run into the danger of going over the 4 hours in any 6. Because if you put a driver in for 2 hours, say, and then you put a second driver in for an hour and a half, then you put the first driver back in for another 2 hours, as soon as he goes over and goes into 2 hours and a minute, he's done more than 4 hours in a period of 6. So you can very easily, and it did happen a few years ago, trip yourself up with that. You try and be clever with, you know, a bit like Robin Fryns. You want to get Robin Fryns in the car as much as you possibly can. And all of a sudden you realise that you've not given him sufficient rest time in between in order, and he goes over that 4 hours in any period of 6.
The only advantage to that drive time thing is that the drive time doesn't count all the cars in the pit lane. So from pit in to pit exit, that is in essence a little bit of a reset time.
It is,
so
yes.
that can buy you a minute and a half worth of time and then another minute and a half. So that can make the difference in the drive time. But you're correct, Paul. You much better to just avoid the whole thing altogether by just making sure that no one is anywhere near that drive time.
As I say, having been responsible for that in garages, one of the few responsibilities that they give me is to calculate drive times. You can make things complicated for yourself, and when you've got a long race like this, why bother making something complicated for yourself if you can make it simple?
Very true. There is technology out there to help with the counting of drive time, but it's not always used as frequently as you'd think. As the number 7 Toyota back into the pit lane, Jose Maria Lopez came in 30 seconds behind Brendan Hartley, so the gap had extended. Brendan continues this charge. He's doing a very Mike Conway-esque drive in this race and in this event meeting so far, Paul.
Yes. I'm kind of thinking ahead as to when we look at the end of this race and pick out the hero drivers. And obviously Robin Fryns springs to mind, Mike Conway springs to mind, Brendan Hartley springs to mind. There are always drivers who, I think it was you, Johnny, who were talking a little while ago about drivers who kind of make their mark on the race, and for whatever reason they just get themselves into a particular mindset and are able to really stamp themselves on the race. And for my money thus far, those three have done exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not always the same, even if it's the same drivers doing it every year, and sometimes with the same teams, it's not always the same. Like Nicolas Lapierre a few years ago was absolutely untouchable, I thought. Loic Duval had his moment in the sun. And like we said a couple of years ago, Mike Conway was just phenomenal. But I would say this year, Brendan, I think you're right. I mean, Mike, obviously they're all fantastic drivers, but Brendan this year just seems happy with that car. Clearly it's a little bit oversteery. Maybe he likes the car a little bit more pointy than, for example, Buemi, who we heard complaining about it earlier, was having track limit warnings and also saying with the oversteer, I'm struggling here. I'm worried about getting another track limit and therefore getting a penalty. And certainly Brendan does seem comfortable in that car. And also the cars change at night. The air becomes slightly denser, it's cooler. You get a little bit, you're generating more downforce. That might actually suit the hypercars with their lower downforce anyway. It might actually make that car that little bit nicer to drive in the fast corners, Indianapolis, Porsche curves, just because they've got that little bit of extra downforce because of the cooler and denser conditions of the air.
The battle for second in the LMP2 class has come to life now as Sean Gelael finds himself under threat from Louis Delatraz. They are separated by less than a second in this one, less than 3/4 of a second. As a matter of fact, as they come across a slower GT car, well, it's not a slow GT car by any stretch of the imagination.
He's got a run on him as well. He's got a lovely run. He's squeezing him right over into the pit wall there, but he's got a lovely run on him all the way up to Dunlop now, but he's going to try and hang on around the outside.
And Louis Delatraz making the pass in the number 9 Prema Orlean LMP2 machine on Sean Gelael, despite being squeezed into the pit wall.
That was a little bit naughty, actually, from Sean Gelael. parallel, I have to say.
Yeah, especially at this stage of the race. 13 hours and 40 minutes to go. You're really going to squeeze someone into the pit wall now and get the race director with a little bit of a flag next to your car?
Maybe. And there's also all that rubber out there as well. So anything offline now. And this is where the race is, even though we're not even halfway into it now, the off the line you'll see at night going through the Porsche curves, you begin to realize there's almost like a ribbon of tarmac running through a sea of rubber, and it just grows and grows and grows as the race goes on. And at night you can really see that river almost, because the lights really pick up, the bright lights pick up the shadows of all the rubber that's going. And you saw that for a second when Charles Leclerc was pushing Delatraz right over to the pit wall. You could see Delatraz's lights picking up what looked like tons and tons of gravel, but actually it's all rubber.
That was a 20-second gap that he's just pulled in there. So the pass, as you say, has now been made. And what was it for? That was for second in the P2 class, wasn't it? As I say, it's come down from 20 seconds. So a very good performance indeed over the course of 6 laps? No, less than that. 5 laps.
Not wasting any time, that's for sure. The other Toyota came into the pits as well, so Hartley in and out. That was a fuel stop only. The 54 Ferrari also into the pit lane. This is one of the AF course cars. Francesco Castellacci brought the car in. It looked like he was going to be staying aboard as the Team Project 1 guys sitting in the 56 side of the garage. Hans Brinkamp, the man behind Project 1, just taking a little snooze in the front of the garage. They still have their 56 Porsche out on the circuit, and that's Ben Barnico driving it right now. He's trying to track down Christian Reed in that 77 Dempsey Racing Proton Porsche. Back into the pits again for Philippe Albuquerque. This is a regularly scheduled stop, as he was in about 35 minutes ago, I want to say. Drinks bottle in the cockpit and removed with the straw. So Philippe needing all the hydration he can get to try and get that car back into some kind of contention. I don't think it's going to happen, though, necessarily. The car is 14th in class right now.
The trouble is in the LMP2 class, and we keep saying it, but the trouble in the LMP2 class in particular this year is that when you're coming back up, and it can happen, normally you might need 3 or 4 cars to be slightly unlucky. In this particular instance this year, you need about 10 cars to be unlucky, and unfortunately that's not going to happen.
And it still could happen, but even if it does, that only puts them 4th.
Yeah.
That's still not a podium.
No, exactly.
And the way the race is going, they're getting a bit more spread out in P2. We now only have 4 cars, if I'm counting this right, on the lead lap in P2, although that may be affected with the upcoming pit stops in a minute. But at the moment, we've got number 38, the Jota car, leading the way. The gap back to the WRT car in second place is around about 2 minutes. In fact, it's 2.5 minutes back to second place. Second, third, and fourth are a bit closer together. 2 seconds behind is the WRT. So number 9 is in second. WRT 31 is in third. And then Cool Racing, Nicholas Croydon, is fourth with car number 37. But those are the only 4 cars within the same lap as the leading P2 class car.
Something else to keep an eye on as this battle continues to develop in the LMP2 class, not only for the lead, but for the positions further down in case something should happen to the leader. Now, 5-second penalties have just been handed out to several cars for not respecting slow zone procedures, and these are relevant. The 27 CD Sport LMP2 car, that's the only Ligier in the field, maybe not as relevant, but the rest of them are. The 64, which is the Corvette of Alexander Sims at the moment. The 60 Ferrari, that is AF course Giancarlo Fisichella, Matteo Cresoni, and Richard Heistand sharing that car. The 80, which is the Alessandro Balzan, Raffaele Gianmaria, and Claudio Schiavoni. The 59, which is the Kessel Racing Ferrari, that's Mikkel Jensen, Frederick Schandorf, and Alexander West in that car, which is, the 59 is Mikkel Jensen, Takeshi Kimura, and Frederick Schandorf. And then the 99, which is the Team Hardpoint Porsche, currently running in second. Martin Rump behind the wheel of that one. He shares with Andrew Harianto and Alessio Picariello. Easy for me to say at this time of the morning. So several big penalties for those cars, albeit just 5 seconds added to the pit stop. So as Paul rightly said earlier on, could have been a lot more severe of a penalty.
Yes, and I don't know exactly the gravity of the offence that was committed. It was on our screen for not respecting slow zone procedures. But whether that means hammering into the slow zone at 120 kilometres an hour and overtaking 4 cars, or whether it just means not accelerating quite, or just being a bit early on the acceleration out of the slow zone, it's not made clear to us. But yes, they've obviously looked at it. Probably, I'm guessing here, but there was probably a train of cars, and they probably all missed the board. And one of the things that was explained in one of the briefings that the drivers had beforehand was trying to make the slow zones a bit clearer to the drivers, to make it harder for them to miss the slow zone areas.
And one of those penalties has already been served. That is the CD Sport Ligier. No driver change, just fuel and tires, as well as the 5-second hold before any of the service began. So at least one of the cars has already gone ahead and pulled the teeth on that penalty.
Very little you can do if you've got a penalty like that. There's something in the rules that kind of prevents you from even appealing it. So, you just have to suck on your teeth and say, okay, I don't agree with it, but I'm taking it, or fair cop, just take the penalty, get on with your race, and then you can focus looking forward rather than dwelling on matters in the past.
Paul Dall'Anna still aboard the Northwest AMR Aston Martin. That's car number 98. He has dropped down to third in class, but that is okay because the Hardpoint Motorsport Porsche, which is about 30 seconds ahead of him, will have that penalty to serve. And just getting past him right now, factory driver Marco Sorensen in the TF Sport Aston Martin. I don't think Paul will be too begrudged about getting passed at Le Mans by Marco Sorensen, as that is a badge of pride for many a driver. The next car behind him is Christian Reed in the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche, 1 minute and 42 seconds further back, so not a threat to Paul as of right now.
No, that's right, and we're in that period of the race now where you just have to, I said earlier on, you have to self-motivate here. I can't remember who it was we were talking. I think it was Patrick Dempsey that we were talking to, and he was describing Michael Fassbender's experience. This goes back to something Johnny Molan was saying earlier on. It can get quite lonely out there. You're out there in the car, maybe you're doing a triple stint. That represents an hour and a half or possibly 2 hours, depending whether you're in a GT or a P2 car. And yes, you're focused on the driving, and yes, you get yourself into a groove, but you do get yourself, I don't know, Johnny, is this right? You do get yourself into the situation where, suddenly feel, I need something to think about, because the driving of the car is just, I'm in the groove.
Yeah, I think drivers are all different. Some people like a lot of information. Some people like to have constant contact on the radio to know that they're not being forgotten. Other ones like to be completely left to their own devices. So it really does vary from driver to driver, but quite often, even when you're out there, your engineer will be asking you for a fuel number pretty much every lap or every couple of laps, just to sort of corroborate the real-time telemetry that they're receiving in the pit lane.
I mean, the other thing, I spoke to ace and legendary engineer Howden Haynes about this a while ago, and he said quite often he would talk to the driver just to make sure he was still awake and he wasn't getting overtired, and ask him for a fuel number and he doesn't just say 47. There is a real fuel number coming back. Yeah. Because particularly if there's, I don't know, we had Alex Brundle suffering from fumes in the car at one stage, didn't we? And he had to come in early. Yes. Because of the fumes in the car. And a driver can become a little delirious, a little bit unsettled. And the engineer, you described this relationship.
Well, they can sense it. We had a situation with, I drove with Mark Goosens and Stuart Hall in the P1 creation, and Stuart, it looked to be a failure of some sort, had a massive accident at the S's before Tetra Rouge, and clearly had received a bit of a bang to the head, but in those days there wasn't really a concussion.
Well, the cars have a sensor on them nowadays to check these.
Protocol is the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Concussion protocol. God, it is 2 in the morning, isn't it? 2:30 in the morning.
That's what I'm doing, Johnny. I'm waking you up.
Absolutely, you're doing the job for me, like my engineer used to. And it clearly that Stuart wasn't right. And at some point in the race, the engineer was talking to him, and he started like literally becoming almost delirious. So he brought him in and got him out of the car. And I think Stuart drove. He's incredibly brave actually to do it. I think he drove pretty much that whole race really not quite right in the head because of the knock that he'd received. But obviously, no driver wants to pull himself out of a situation like that. LMP1, Le Mans.
Well, and you don't always notice it yourself, do you? You know, you're running on adrenaline, and it's not always obvious yourself that.
And it's a delayed reaction as well, Paul, isn't it, with the concussion? I mean, the accident happened on the Thursday, and then obviously we had the Friday, and then we're into the race on the Saturday. And that delayed reaction, because obviously, essentially, it's bruising of the brain. So I agree with you. Sometimes, obviously, we're talking about extreme cases, which rarely happen. Obviously, fumes in the car can be bad, things like that. But I think it's also useful just to keep the driver focused, and also the focus on the job in hand, because it's like anything, you need the human to push constantly all the time. It's always going to drop that little bit level of pushing, no matter how hard you try and keep it there. And you require enormous self-discipline. But I think if you've got an engineer that's out there that really knows you, he knows when he can see, and with the real-time telemetry, you can see sometimes when you're coaching on the radio, maybe you're coaching a gentleman driver, and you're actually watching and talking to him, and you can see when their brake pressures start dropping slightly, and they're not getting quite as deep into the corners, or not spiking the brake pressure peak quite as much, and you can tell them, right, work that brake pressure, you're dropping down about 5, you're giving away 5%, and it just wakes them back up again, gets them to refocus and almost go again kind of thing. So, and that works for every driver.
Speaking of refocusing and going again, it's the bottom of another hour, meaning that this is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM, and it's time for an hourly update.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
So time for another update. Let's pass over to Paul Trustwell, who's got all the relevant information at his fingertips.
At my fingertips, yes, sorry. What have we had? We've had 10.5 hours of the race elapsed, 13.5, just under now to go, and it's Toyota Gazoo Racing first and second. The number 8 car leads the number 7 by just under 30 seconds. Brendan Hartley is at the wheel of the number 8. Jose Maria Lopez is at the wheel of the number 7. So it's number 8 from number 7 in first and second places. Third is the Glickenhaus, 1 lap behind Richard Westbrook at the wheel of the 709 car. And then in fourth place and downwards are the many LMP2 cars, which are keeping us so occupied during this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. 38 leads the way for LMP2. Will Stevens at the wheel of the Jota Orica 07. Nearly everybody in the P2 class running Orica 07 Gibson engine cars, and it's the Will Stevens driven one in fourth place overall, leading P2. Second in P2, fifth overall, is number 31, the WRT entry, Sean Galale, having just come in for a pit stop, in fact, so he'll be losing that place to the number 9 Prema Orlan team car, Louis Delatraz, at the wheel of that one. In fourth place in P2, number 65 for Panis Racing, being driven by Julien Canal, and he has about a 30-second advantage over the number 5 Team Penske driven car. in the hands of Felipe Nasr now, and that car is a lap off the lead of the leading P2 class car. Cool Racing is 6th, number 37, and then 7th in P2 is the number 43 Inter Europol competition car with Pietro Fittipaldi driving that car at the moment. In 11th place overall, but I mentioned it because it's the next of our hypercars, number 708 Glickenhaus Racing, Romain Dumas playing catch-up 6 laps behind the other hypercars. As far as GT Pro is concerned, it's a Porsche 1-2 still. Was a little while ago, still is. Number 92, Lawrence Vantour, leading Ricard Leets, number 91. The gap between them, just over 2 minutes at the moment. They're on the same lap, but as I say, 2 minutes apart. A further 22nd behind is Alex Sims in the number 64 Corvette. That's 3rd in GT Pro. 4th in GT Pro is the first of the Ferraris. That's number 51, James Collado, leading Miguel Molina, who is 5th in the Pro class. In GTE AM, 79 leads the way. That's the WeatherTech Porsche, but another car that's in the pits at the moment, but should keep the lead of the class during this pit stop. 2nd in GTE AM is the TF Sport Aston Martin with Marco Sorensen at the wheel. And having just made a pit stop is another, is the Hardpoint Porsche, the Absolute Racing Porsche, Martin Rump at the wheel of that one, car number 99, 3rd in GTE AM. 4th in GTE AM is another Aston Martin, so 2 Aston Martins in the top 4 GTE AM, wavy Union Jacks. Nicky Thiem at the wheel of the Northwest AMR, Aston number 98, and then 5th in GTE AM, Team Project 1 Porsche Ben Barnicoat, number 56. And finally, just to round out the top 6 in GTM, for Dempsey Proton Racing, the car 77, currently in the hands of Harry Tinknell, the Porsche, and that car is 16 seconds adrift of the Team Project 1 Porsche. So those two having a bit of a close battle in 5th and 6th in GTE AM. That's the hourly update. As I said before, just over 10.5 hours of the race gone.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
Niklas, pointing here, racing, you're 6th in class at the moment. I would imagine it's anything but cool out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's my first time here, first outing in the night. I did 4 stints now. They all went pretty smooth. Yeah, it's cool to see the fans outside, the fireworks and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty special, especially for me being here the first time. But yeah, so far it's all going good.
So let me get this straight. You're running around 6th in LMP2, and you've got time to look at the fireworks.
Well, yeah, when they're straight ahead of you on the long straights, you do have time to see them. But yeah, I don't really focus too much on what's around as we're going pretty fast down the straight, so there's not a lot of time to think about it.
Niklas, we've been talking to some of the other GT drivers regarding the differences in speed differentials for them having to allow for the LMP2 cars. How's it in reverse for you having to deal with GT cars out there at night, your first time here?
Say that again?
How's it like to deal with the GT cars at night, so your first visit to Le Mans?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, especially in the dark when it can't really see how far away you are, but so far everyone's behaving well on track. I think we get on pretty well, and there were no issues yet in terms of traffic.
Thank you, Niklas, very kind of you. Thank you for your time very much and being so patient.
Nicholas Croyton down there at Cool Racing with Peter Snowden in the pit lane. 91.2 FM for 2022. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans, and on Hagerty Global Studiovision as well, where the Omologato race time countdown clock says that there's 13:22 and 15, 14, 13, 12, 11 and 10 seconds left to go. I'm just going to do that for
carry on counting.
Yeah, that's
for the next 13 hours, 22 minutes and 3 seconds.
2, 1, 0. Yes, absolutely. And beautiful evening. Still, actually, when I was outside, the car
moon was nice, isn't it, tonight?
Yeah, sort of a 3/4 moon, really nice. We're still showing 20.5 degrees outside. It's really rather pleasant. We'll give you a full weather forecast in in a wee while, around about 20 minutes from now. If you are just joining us, wherever you are in the world, morning, afternoon, or evening, you're very welcome along. It's Johnny Palmer. Sorry, it's Johnny Morlam. Excuse me, Jimmo. And
right.
as well as Paul Trustwell and me, John Hindhoff, as we are counting down towards the checkered flag. 2 Toyotas running at the front of the field with Brendan Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez behind the wheel. Impressed by the pace of the LMP2s. I'm looking across at the pit stops completed, 18, 19, 21, 20, 18. Remember these LMP2s, Jim, have had their energy per stint.
Clipped.
Well, yes, energies per stint is what the SEO call it, and it's been cut down to however many kilowatts it is, but effectively that means they put less fuel in the car, less petrol in the car every time they stop, giving them around about 32, 33 minutes to go. And I see 21 pit stops next to Felipe Nasr's car, and the team Penske number 5 is still in 5th position. That's the sort of number that I'm used to seeing towards the end of a race.
I mean, it's incredible because when you're sat here commentating and, you're sat here maybe doing a couple of hours stint and it's almost like you see a car come into the pit lane and your first thought is, that must be a problem. He was only in a few laps ago, and then you look and you actually see, well, actually, he was due in because it's literally every half an hour or so the LMP2 cars are in the pits, and that's what's really affecting them in terms of the laps completed, because although they've clipped their wings a little bit in terms of power, they've also lost some downforce. So as what everyone keeps saying, they don't run the front dive planes anymore, so they've got less drag. So actually, they're not going that much slower, if at all, on the straights. So their lap times are actually still incredibly good, but what's really clipping them is having to come into the pits every 9 laps, so out lap, 7 flyers and an in lap, and that's what's really pushing them back. But in terms of their lap times, quite often they're only lapping 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower, if that, to the hypercars.
Time for another Glickenhaus pit stop. This is the number 709, Richard Westbrook, coming in after just 10 laps. Now, he's, generally speaking, been doing 12 laps on a tank of racing fuel, Paul. So are we a tad early for Westy in the 709?
Yes, the Glickenhaus has been not quite as metronomic, shall we say.
You are very diplomatic at times, Mr. Trustwell.
Yes. I'd say the Toyota's almost Swiss clock-like in their predictability of coming in, but the Glickenhauses have tended to be a little bit less metronomic, but actually that last stint from Westbrook was 12 laps. Where were you getting your figure of less than that?
Right.
From?
Maybe I just need to refresh.
Maybe a refresh. He started on lap 161.
Right.
He's come in at the end of lap 172.
I'm just a bit behind
and
then.
so that's 12 laps.
Yeah, okey smoky.
And indeed, to be fair to Glickenhaus, because there has been 2 stints only out of the however many stops that car has made, 15 stops for the number 709. It's made 15 stops. Every single one of them has been 12 laps, except for 2. They did the 1 stop after just 6 laps when, if you remember, very early on in the race, the third stint of the race, the 709 came in to change a sensor, Jim Glickenhaus told us. And they did that whilst there was a slow zone out on the circuit to minimise the damage of doing that. It dropped them just 1 lap behind, and they've been playing catch-up from that 1 lap behind ever since. The pace of the Toyotas they can't live with, though, so that's what's dropped them now 2 laps off the race lead. In terms of time, those 2 laps, almost exactly 7 minutes, so it really is on track. They're running quite close together, or at least they will do once the pit stop is complete. And Ryan Briscoe, having taken the car over from Richard Westbrook, their car 709, and Ryan on his out lap.
I think they'll be quite happy with that, JMO. As it stands at the moment, they are the third of the hypercars, and sitting in a what is at the moment a podium position.
Well, certainly compared to how things were going very early in the race this time last year, I would think they've really come on leaps and bounds, and the car looking. I mean, this is ultimately a test in reliability for them, isn't it? And I think it sounds like basically the best part of 2 laps off of the 2 Toyotas at this stage is still actually really good, but bearing in mind that we're 10 and 3/4 hours into the race. So I think they're showing really well. It's a shame in a way that the other Glickenhausers kind of dropped right back down and is quite a number of laps behind. He's now best part of 6 laps off the lead, but it would have been nice to have the 4 hypercars. In fact, even the Alpine with the gearbox issues, they're still slowly. It just shows you how much time they lost. I think Paul Truswell earlier on was saying they lost best part of an hour, and they're still in 24th overall, albeit lapping quicker than a lot of the cars in front of them. But then again, you look at that, Mathieu Vaxivier's last lap, a 3:34, slower all the same as a number of the LMP2s, and I think that's why we're not seeing, like in the old days, a P1 car drop down and then very quickly come back up through the LMP2 field. It's not happening quite the same.
There were 2 separate problems for the Alpine. One was actually the electronic clutch rather than the gearbox. The other one, they then lost an ignition coil, so had to replace that. Unrelated problems, but overall that did lose them altogether around about 25 minutes, and that's why the Alpine dropped down. The 708, I've lost track of why that dropped down in the end, but yes, you're right, it did drop 6 laps down, and is now working its way back up, but it's taking its time so to do.
Good morning to Chris Ring Bingo in Cornwall, still listening, stacking on cheese at the moment. And also to Andrew Mather. Hello Andrew, how are you this early morning? He's tweeted at hashtag Hagerty RLM. He said, during the last Le Mans, you gave a mention to some friends of mine, Howard and Nicky, who were finishing their honeymoon week whilst watching the race. Could you say hello to them now? They're at home, and they have a 3-week-old daughter, Matilda. Another member of the Radio Show Limited collective. Hello all.
So even if they weren't up listening to us, they'd be up looking after the baby, no doubt.
Yeah, Matilda tuned in as well, I'm sure. I always find that very small children, if you keep the volume down, find the rhythm of a race very soothing. And I can normally put anyone to sleep, even small children.
So I don't think you quite know what avenue you're walking down at this point.
No, honestly, it's all about the tone. It's all about the tone. Hashtag Hagerty RLM if you are listening around the world. And we're on, of course, Sirius XM as well, Sirius 138 XM 202. And thanks to them for loaning us their airwaves. Still Saturday evening on the East Coast, and considerably earlier, of course, if you are on the left coast. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop of the number 86 for a pit stop infringement. You don't have to come in and do that straight away, as it suggests for the Iron Dames, and for the GR Racing Porsche. So that will just be added next time they come in. Means you won't be able to touch the car for 5 seconds before you go to work on the car. In for the WRT Bio Circle car. It's a green and white car, number 32. And that was Dries Van Toor who brought that car in, and looks like he's staying in the car.
He's been flying, actually, John. He was coming through. He had a great, yeah, he is. I remember him in the GT Porsches. First noticed him in the Asian Le Mans series a few years ago, and he was doing very well indeed. He's still only 31 years old, but doing a fantastic job, and actually took I think it was past Charles Milesi earlier on, had a real good battle, managed to get past him coming into the first chicane and then hold it all the way out to the second chicane, and looked really, really strong. Working the traffic really well, actually, and a large part of being able to keep consistent, keep your lap times going, is minimising that loss of time, lap time in traffic, and he seems to be very good at that.
We hear drivers much more nowadays, and have done for some time, talk about average lap time through a stint.
Yeah.
And that's, it's lovely to have fastest lap of the race, as Brendan Hartley does with a 3:27.906. But you are judged in endurance racing against your teammates and everyone else over the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 laps, whatever it is, on an average stint time. And that matters not, Jay Moore, whether you've got no traffic at all in that stint or you're passing 5 cars a lap. That's all part of the game.
Yeah, they just assume that it's going to even out and they're going to have the same average lap time. I mean, it started way back in the early 2000s with me, when Porsche used to give you your average lap time and then also tell you your fuel usage. And they were always looking to make sure that you went as quickly as possible whilst minimising the amount of fuel you used as well at the same time. And they would give you your fuel usage per lap and then your average lap time. And they used to do it for the whole stint. And then you've got the danger that you sometimes fall into with these great platforms like B-Pillar, for example, that give you your best 5 average, your best 10 average, your best 15 average, which is great. But the trouble is sometimes that doesn't tell the full story. You have to be a little bit careful there, because maybe a driver had his stint on used tyres, or maybe he had a new tyre, or maybe he had 2 new tyre stints, and then his averages over 5, 10, 15 are actually going to be a lot better. So for me, it's always about that stint average. And I remember back in the day when Peugeot were running, Paul, they used to actually put the actual stint average of every single driver up on the pit wall, on the perch there.
Name and shame.
So almost a name and shame, and then wondered why their drivers got into a bit of a contest between each other, and then potentially lost a few races perhaps they should have won at that point. So there's a fine line between motivating your drivers to be as quick as possible and having them push a little bit too hard. But it is all about the green lap average nowadays. They really don't care about your fastest lap.
I mean, I've been banging on about average lap times for many years now, and I know it confuses some people, but it is the only way to measure. Dries Van Tour, which is the driver who kind of started this conversation, heading off on the 4th element of a quadruple stint now. Although he's in a P2 car, so the stints are shorter, but he's going off to do his 4th stint. His 3 stints that he's done up until now were each of 9 laps. The first one took 32 minutes and 7 seconds. The second one took 32 minutes and 5 seconds. And then the third one took 32 minutes and 21 seconds. Now, that's consistent lapping. And I wouldn't mind guessing that he's been using the same tyres for
Absolutely.
all of those.
I would say you're right, definitely.
So the third stint then, just dropping off a little bit, but 15 seconds longer?
But that could have been traffic. I mean, in that stint, I saw him battling with Charles Malaysia, for example, so that could well have been, 4, 5, 6 seconds of that extra bit could have been lost just trying to get past a car, because you're moving up through the field, and as you get further up, you're going to come across cars that are quicker, harder to get past.
And far better to lose 6 seconds on the stint than throw it at the wall or worse.
That goes without saying, yeah.
Yes. So that's Dries Van Tour then in the WRT car number 32, which is the worst placed of the 3 WRT cars, I think. It was earlier on, just checking down now. No, it's not actually. It's
41, I think.
It's the middle one.
Yes.
Yeah, because the 41 car, the real team car,
still trying to come back, Paul, aren't they? Desperately trying to come back from that first lap incident, first corner, 200 metres into the race, and the 41 is still paying the price. Just shows you the depth of talent. We keep talking about it time and time again. LMP2 this year, you can't afford to give away anything and then come back up through the field.
So 10, almost 11 hours completed in the race, and the pace, as you've just heard, is relentless. It has to be that way now. No longer cruising around at 75 or 80% of the performance potential of these cars and finding out what you've got left in the last 3 or 4 hours. Those days are a distant memory now. Just 2 cars officially retired, being Spirit of Race Ferrari 71 and the first one that went out was the Team Project 1 car. We saw that car in the gravel at Indianapolis and coming back with 2 completely destroyed front tyres. The 46 car subsequently, after a couple of tries to get that car going again, has retired. We've had D-Station Racing in the pits for a wee while, and the Corvette number 63, both Corvettes have had their problems. 64 had brake problems, didn't it, earlier on, when it ran through the first chicane and then had to come in through the Daytona chicane, and then had to come in for a brake change.
Fairly lengthy stop, that wasn't it, for
the brakes,
the Corvette, to get the brakes fixed.
I think it was 2 minutes and 11 seconds from memory. I got up from what I was doing and went to have a look at that, because it was notable that it was off kilter. In for the 708, Romain Dumas in the Glickenhaus, 12th position overall, so 8 LMP2s between it and the rest of the hypercar. The Alpine in hypercar sitting down in 23rd after its woes that Paul was describing early on. We've also got the leader in GT Pro in to the pit lane.
Another Mentor.
Oh, they're both out together. Don't say it. Do not say it. Not in the same class, these two this time. Lawrence Vanthoor takes that car back out. Had a long chat with Lawrence in text format after the Nürburgring 24, and then the moment that we saw him for the first time in person here at Le Mans. You're not sure what happened at the Nürburgring 24 with he and his brother. It wasn't good, but Lawrence putting his hands up and explaining it in a very classy way on the socials after the incident, and then the same when he's been asked about it. So let's go down to the pit lane, and Peter Snowden is reporting for us. Peter, where are you? Hello? Oh, maybe that wasn't Peter. Oh, it was Peter. Hello. And he needs a pit stop on his own account. We'll get a battery change to him and come back to him. So, still waiting for the official confirmation of the D-Station car being retired. Has that been officially retired, Paul, the D-Station 777? I haven't seen that on the...
it hasn't come up on the screen,
yes,
but Charlie Fagg told us so. So, provided Charlie Fagg can be believed, then yes, he told us that they were out of the race, unfortunately.
I think Owen Mildenhall has spotted that the garage door is down. Is that correct, Owen, down there in the pit lane?
Hi, John. Yeah, that's right. Sadly, the garage door is down and the car is retired, and that's the same for the 71 Spirit of race as well. That car is also retired. The Ferrari's out of the race.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Johnny, thanks for the moment.
I shall
we'll
see you
later
later.
on.
See you in a few hours.
Yeah, go and get some rest. JMO disappears. We're going to have some guests in just a moment. Dave Volcock says, you mentioned about small children finding a race relaxing. My wife told me her parents would put her in the car and drive around if she couldn't sleep. And even now, if I put an endurance race on, she'll often snooze with the sound of the race engines. See, start them early, and they will know what is going on. Coming up to 3 o'clock in the morning. Peter Snowden, quick update from you. We've got you back now.
Yeah, just very quickly, John, just a slight difference in the 91-92, the Porsche GT team. 91, Richard Leeds came out of that car. Fred Makovici went into it, obviously fuel and tyres on that, and the car 92 right next to it a matter of seconds later. Obviously, Lawrence Vanthoor just stayed in that car. Just very, very quickly, John, you mentioned about children sleeping. My daughter, who's now 16, when she came in, literally doing a GCSEs, if you know what that means, the rest of the world that's in England, when she was 5 months old here back in 2006, she had her first ever night's sleep listening to you at Radio Le Mans. How about that?
I have been known to put people to sleep on a fairly regular basis. Thank you, Peter. 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world, on Radio Show Limited's network of audio and video channels, and on Sirius 138 and XM 202. Uninterrupted, no blocks and no breaks. This, for 2022, is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
It's really a rather pleasant early morning here. The forecast is for the temperature to drop down to 11 degrees overnight. At the moment, just at the end of the Bugatti circuit here, it's 15.5 in the air, 21.5 on the track. Tomorrow, Sunday, very little chance of anything other than the same type of weather that we've seen today, which is sunshine and partly cloudy, and with a top temperature of 25 degrees, but no rain in the forecast as it stands. Sunrise at 1 minute before 6 this morning, and we'll take you all the way through to the checkered flag here at Le Mans.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Paul Truswell has been crunching some numbers for us for the silver drive times. Who's doing what and to whom, Paul?
Yeah, so it was a question that Johnny Molan posed a little bit ago as to, because when looking at P2, we have to look at the pattern of how much silver drive time has been used up, because each of the silver drivers in the P2 class has to drive for 6 hours. And the one that's done the most of that 6 hours so far is car number 37. And they've, that's the 37 being the Cool Racing car. Nicholas Kruijten is the silver driver in the number 37 car, and they are currently lying in 4th place in P2, but have already done very nearly 4 hours worth of the 6 drivers of the 6 hours that need doing. So 37, perhaps the Cool Racing car, one of the dark horses. It's currently in the hands of Ricky Taylor, but as I say, the silver driver, Kooten, has already done very nearly 4 hours. The least of them is the number 5 car, the Team Penske car. Team Penske has done is currently lying in 6th place in LMP2. Emmanuel Collard is the silver driver, and that caught me out a little bit because of his age, he's been pushed down to being a silver. But he's only done an hour and 40 minutes worth of driving thus far. So he has to catch up quite a lot, and to the extent of 2 hours or more on the drive time, for example, that Cool Racing has done. The Roberto Gonzalez in the leading car number 38, the Jota, not in the car at the moment, but he's done 2 hours and 12 minutes so far. Second place in LMP2 is the Prema car, number 9. Lorenzo Colombo is the silver driver in that. He's done 3 hours and 43 minutes, so he's well up there. And so the number 9 car, the Prema All-End car, certainly one to look out for. And Sean DeLayle, the silver driver in the 31 WRT car, remember this is the car that Robin Freins is driving, he's already done over 3 hours driving as well, and we're not yet halfway through the race, and he's done half of his allocation. So that's the situation that we're in at the moment, John.
Funny that you should mention Manu Collard there as a silver driver. I was talking to Stefan Johansson a couple of times. I bumped into him this week, and he's a bronze driver now, as is Martin Brundle. And
yes,
again, that's because they've aged out. No wonder I can't get a drive as a bronze when you've got quality talent of that kind of level. Good evening to Charlie, who's on my right-hand side. He's the man at the top of Valkyrie AI. You've been hearing us crunching some numbers, and you're all about data and machine learning. How are you enjoying Le Mans this year, first of all?
It's been fantastic. We got in a couple days ago, and we've been digging into some of the numbers and figures and working closely with our partners at United. It's been excellent.
partnering up with Radio Show Limited as our presenting sponsor for the WEC coverage as well, and we thank you for that. Talking to Tony earlier on in the week about releasing our inner nerd. That's what we're talking about, because particularly this type of racing, Charlie, you've heard us talking about these numbers, and this is exactly what you guys do. You look at numbers and determine patterns and the way to make people more efficient.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we think about big problems that industry has, that racing has, that investments have, and we use mathematicians and we let them loose on the problem. So it's an exciting laboratory that we have, and to be able to put this to use on the track and to work with you guys directly, and of course the teams themselves, is who couldn't get excited about that? It's extremely fun.
How did Valkyrie start then? You're based in Austin, Texas, which is a fantastic place to be, full of very creative people and a very creative atmosphere, great music, great food. Yeah, why am I not living there? Hang on a second, I need to have a word with myself right there. Tell me a little bit about the history of the company itself.
Absolutely. We basically came out of a need to reinvigorate science and put that science to work in industry. To think about the problems that companies face, the problems that small teams face, the problems that large teams face, and to create a home for scientists who are ethical, who take their values and virtues very seriously, and give them an environment to truly create state-of-the-art technology based off of cutting-edge research. So we were motivated by the Bell Labs in the early days of NASA and all those folks of the 20th century, and we said, no, that doesn't really exist anymore. Maybe we should build it again.
Has it not become... Were you looking at that and thinking, well, it's kind of fallen out of favour? It's not fashionable anymore to be interested in that sort of thing?
Absolutely. There's nothing more interesting than understanding how the nature of the universe comes together. And when you put people together who are passionate about that, to solve everything from as tiny as a quark all the way as large as a globular cluster, as a big galaxy forming together, that's a recipe for success.
And can all of that sort of thing be crunched down to machine learning? Because a lot of people hear AI and they think robots.
Yeah.
They think things that are going to take over this job, that job, the other job. They're going to drive your car for you. They're going to be able to put things together for you, deliver stuff. That's not necessarily what you guys are doing.
No, in fact, we're pretty allergic to a lot of the way that...
Allergic?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, I'm quite allergic to the way a lot of the artificial intelligence vernacular is kind of spread, the way people talk about it. What we're really interested in is how do people who have really difficult problems find really nuanced and interesting solutions using math. And sometimes that requires, machine learning. Sometimes that requires quote-unquote AI, the way the market talks about it. But really what we care about is people and their problems and finding out clever ways to solve them in new and
Don't go away. I want to pick up a couple of reports from the pit lane. Owen, first of all, and then Peter Snowden. Owen, what you got for me?
It's Nick.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
I just think I popped myself back in the pit lane. First thing I managed to enjoy was a Toyota full stop. The number 8 car came in. Brendan Hartley got out, and Sebastian Brady got in. So they greeted me with a top 2 stop. And apart from that, it's been this ridiculous constant amount of P2s coming in and out. But nothing remarkable to report so far, John.
And Peter is down waiting for Marco Sorensen to come into the pit lane.
Well, just before that happens, John, I've got Renger van der Zande, sorry, my apologies, from the number 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari. Renger, you had to fly in from the States and come and do this because you missed the test day, I believe.
No, actually I arrived at 3 o'clock and at 3:05 I was in the car doing a few laps, so that was really nice. I mean, coming off the Detroit win with the Cadillac and then straight to Le Mans, I mean, there are worse weeks than 2 in a row of those. It's not going so well. I mean, we had a lot of trouble with all kinds of trouble. We had to change the mirror, the power steering failed, so we had to change that. But the JMW crew is really good, super experienced, done Le Mans so many times. So me and my teammates, Mark Femi and Jason Hart, we're getting guided through this Le Mans in a GT. And it's a different story, you know. I mean, normally I pass a lot of people with a faster car being in the top class and now looking in my mirrors all the time, which is a completely different game. I like it. I learn a lot, and I think next year when we come back with the Cadillac, I have a lot of respect for the GT drivers, which I already had, but even more now.
Well, it's going to be very, very different. Obviously, you've been successful in the Cadillac so far. Have you driven the new car?
No, we're going out very soon, so I don't think I'm allowed to say anything about that. But yeah, it looks fantastic, isn't it? I mean, I made a seat, and it's a seat that that feels very comfortable, and a seat that I want to win races with.
Renger, the smile on your face and the look in your eyes when you were telling me that, I can tell you're really, really excited about that new Cadillac.
Yeah, I am super excited. I'm the longest sitting Cadillac driver, which makes me proud. And then, you know, going to the new program, it's going to be super excited to build it up from scratch. So we see who is involved in the Lara, and from GM side in Pontiac, they're building the car and the engine, and they put it together in the Ganassi shop. So I think there's a lot of good people involved.
Renger, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Peter. We've got Charlie here from Valkyrie. Geeky question from a nerd coming in here for you, Charlie. And this is coming in from Dave Alcock, who's one of our regulars on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Do you use tensor processors to accelerate machine learning? Now, that I have no clue what any of that means. I'm just reading it out.
Sure. So tensors are a really interesting mathematical tool, really, a way of structuring.
That's a question you weren't expecting, let's be
fair.
No,
I wasn't.
Whilst you were sitting here with us at Le Mans.
Not at all. But tensors are all over the place in the world around you. They represent complex objects moving in complex spaces, really. But simply put, tensors are very valuable for what we do in deep learning. And so, yes, there are applications of tensors. There's even applications of hardware components that are made out of tensor processing units, TPUs, that are very, very valuable for what we do. So yes, I mean, in some ways, you see them every day, and we also deploy them every day.
So we've had the benefit of your company's data and how you can gather and present data. Do you apply that to yourselves in terms of how efficient your company is and potentially how you can move forward?
Absolutely. We think about the way we're developing as a brand. I mean, every company has a life cycle, so it has to evolve, has to grow, has to develop. And so we look at the way we've been able to channel our own direction, the way we've been able to harness new opportunities, and then grow from those opportunities. But racing's been tremendous for us. Actually, without exception, all of our commercial business is actually through racing relationships at this point.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty incredible, given that we only got involved with it in 2019. The company was only founded in 2017. So we've really found a great niche. You know, nerds and drivers have a lot of things in common. They care a lot about data, right?
And process.
And process, yeah. And optimizing a system of problems. So it's a good fit for us. It's a passion. You know, I aspire to be a gentleman driver someday. I think Tony does as well. Felipe and our team as well. Everybody we can on the team. You might see Valkyrie title not too long from now on one of these cars.
It'd be great to see. Thank you for your support of this service and for our WEC for the rest of the season. You staying up for the whole race?
I sure am. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you all so much.
It's great to have you here. Keep doing the great work. We're loving getting that data from you.
Good.
And so are our listeners. Thank you, Charlie. Thanks for being with us. Let's head down to Marco Sorensen with Peter.
Marco, thank you very much for your time. A couple of weeks ago, we were watching you in the Nürburgring 24-hour, and you're in the similar car, same team, but it's Le Mans. How different do you find that?
Well, first of all, yeah, it is quite different. Obviously, Nürburgring is a place for itself. You cannot really compare these two places. Nürburgring has its specialities, where Le Mans also has its specialities. So both are really difficult to even finish. But yeah, again, here the car is much more likely to break down than Nürburgring. So there's different factors playing in. But yeah, we just have to keep it going, keep it running.
Why is it more likely to break down at Le Mans than the Nürburgring?
Because you have a lot more curb strikes here in this track, so you have a lot of these baguette curbs and the Ford chicane, and so it's taking a lot more impact than you don't normally see at racing tracks. So that's why a lot of manufacturers are testing their equipment really hard to actually be able to do this race, because if it can do Le Mans, the car is able to finish any other race basically, because it's probably the most hard on the car.
But Tom Ferrier said to me that he just told you to keep off the curbs.
I know, but there's still some like in Ted Rouge. It's like now with the track limits, it's almost impossible to go through this corner without taking a bit on the inside curb, and then you're hitting the sausage. And when you're coming to a Ford chicane, the Ford chicane, it's there. You cannot even miss it almost.
Marco, thank you very much. I've got Tom Ferrier as well. Marco, he's been saying about using all the curbs here. And Tom, apparently you've told him to keep off the curb.
No, he doesn't use any. He promised me.
So it must be true then.
Yeah, always. Drivers never lie, do they?
I'm not going to say anything to that, Tom. How's it going so far, mate? I know you lost 50 seconds early on in the race, and I know you're a little bit sort of a bit down in the face, bent under the tooth about that one.
Yeah, I mean it's never ideal to lose it that early, because you kind of lose your place in the train, and then, as we have done, get caught out by slow zones a little bit here and there. So, yeah, we're doing all right. We're there or thereabouts, but Porsches are really fast. Wish they were that fast when we raced them.
That's a throwback to 2007.
Sorry, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, no, we'll just keep getting through the night is the plan, and then, strategy comes a little bit more into play then when you can see the end of the race a bit easier, and, we've got to get Ben back in for a good few stints yet, so, yeah, let's see. Fingers crossed.
Well, we're nearly halfway.
I was hoping it was over, so no, I was joking. I mean, I'm loving every minute. So, no, it's it's nice when the light comes up, and it's like it's every driver's dream, that part, isn't it, to get that stint. So they're all fighting over that bit at the moment. But yeah, as I say, Ben's got to go back in, do a good few hours yet. So we're hoping we're getting an on-form Mr. Keating.
How do you decide the stints on that, Tom? Are you just saying that everybody wants to do that? Do you have names in a hat, or short straws, or rock, paper, scissors? What do you do?
No, I mean, really, you can go two ways and two thoughts with it in the Pro-Am stuff. You can either think you want to try and get your Am driver done pretty early, or a lot of the running done, in the first half of the race and be really strong in the later half, or you try and get through the night and let them do the majority the next day. And normally the theories for us is a little bit about the slow zones, and if you can be in the front pack, you normally are better off getting through a slow zone and someone else gets it. So Ben's fairly insistent he wants to do most of it tomorrow, so he's the boss.
Of course he is. I thought you were the boss, but Tom Ferrier, the TF Sport, thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Bruce Jones joins me in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Do you reckon these LMP2s then, just a couple of 3 laps away from the back of the hypercar field after 11 and a quarter hours, despite the fact that they've done many more pit stops, there's still some pace in these Oricas, as they are, the Orica Gibsons. There's still some pace there, Bruce.
No, there really is, John. But apart from the fact that the very start of the race, they all seem to try and take each other out on the opening quarter mile and the run up to the first corner. But
it was like bar billiards, wasn't it, going into that first corner?
Oh, it really was. But I mean, just the calibre of the drivers that have been assembled in LMP2, in the top half dozen, even the top 8 teams. Looks like we've got the ultimate car going for another little cross-country tour, but manages to miss the gravel trap, using the escape roads very nicely.
At
Mulsanne. And again, there's much more runoff there than there has been in previous years, and that's a blessing for Ultimate there. And the driver at the wheel was Mathieu Lehay, ironically the only one of that trio that's raced at Le Mans before, but no damage done, just a little bit of time lost. So that's running 5th, 6th in the Pro-Am class of LMP2, but up front it's 38, 38, 38, isn't it, for Jota? It's just been running metronomically.
I'm fairly certain that, and Paul may look at this when he comes back, he stepped out for a wee moment or two to get a little bit of refreshment. I'm pretty certain that Jota and WeatherTech have not been headed in this race in terms, and Jota are in the pits now, in terms of other than the pit stop cycle. Nick Damon is down watching that pit stop at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of the more interesting ones because it's a full service. It's going to see a driver change, Antonio Fix. The costs are about to pop into the car. My guess is that probably means that, is it Will Stevens in at the moment? I've kind of lost this by being, it is Will. He gets out very conveniently with his name and nationality on his racing. Also the fact that he's not very tall makes it very easy to notice it's Will Stevens as well. So Gar getting the full clean as the 35 seconds of fuel is put in. They have to take 35 seconds for a full fill. That is the law. And if on Monday they find out that your filler is filling faster than that, you'll be disqualified. So there's still some jeopardy at the end of this race once we have the results at 4 o'clock tomorrow. 4 o'clock today now, 4 o'clock today, John. Tyres going on, and the cars will be released. Everything's gone absolutely perfectly for this car in this pit stop, much like it has so far in this race. Down in
And the Prema All-End team about to come around with Louis Delatraz. In the meantime, Team Penske and Felipe Nasr have come into the pits. And Julien Canal in the Panis racing car has just come in. It was indeed Antonio Felix da Costa, the red, white, green helmet on the way out. Meantime, down at Corvette, Alexander Sims is out of the car, which means he can talk to Peter Snowden.
Alexander, you look as cool as a cucumber. You haven't looked like you've been out there doing a few stints at Le Mans.
Well, I mean, the Corvette's a nice car to drive. It's well balanced at the moment. Air conditioning's working well. Yeah, it's good. It's good to drive. So that always helps you stay less stressed behind the wheel.
You get all you young drivers get all these mod cons like air conditioning and good lights.
Yeah, we're spoilt in Corvette.
And a mid-engine Corvette now.
Sorry?
And a mid-engine Corvette.
That as well, exactly. No, so it's a really, really nice car to drive, as I said. But yeah, I think back to 20, 30 years ago when the cars were more of a beast, I would say, to drive, and feel for those guys back then. But no, it's wonderful driving out there at night when it's fast and conditions are good. It's cool.
I can relate to that because there was no air conditioning and it was wet candles for lights, trust me.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And there were no chicanes on the Mulsanne in those days either.
Yeah, I dread to think about that at night in all those cars that were there. Yeah, that would have been some experience, but nevertheless, things are going okay so far. We've had a couple of hiccups, but we're still going. Pace seems good from what I can tell. Yeah, we'll keep going, see what happens in the morning.
And when are you next back in the car?
I have no idea. In 4 hours' time, basically. It's doubles each, so 4 hours in between your stints.
So we're just coming up to half distance in the race, and you've got 4 hours downtime now. So I'm careful how I answer this, but it's a family show. What are you going to do yourself for the next 4 hours?
Probably just lie down and rest for a bit. We got an awesome hospitality suite in the paddock where we've got our own bedroom and everything, so I'll go have a shower, chill out, and rest.
I'm quite worried that you're winking at me there. Alexander Sims, thanks very much.
Peter Snowden down in the pit lane with Alexander Sims. Yeah, very much indeed a different. Thank you very much indeed. It is a different challenge, Le Mans nowadays. All the traffic heading into various braking areas, and we just saw one of the Ferraris there, Bruce, getting eased off, ushered off to the right-hand side, heading up towards the Dunlop, and it is still the Dunlop bridge there. Just, I mean, there's no rest for these drivers. Yes, we're in the middle of the night here in France at 3:20 in the morning, but there's no quarter being asked or given here.
None at all, and the Ferrari had absolutely nowhere to go apart from off the circuit. But just thinking back to the start of the race, and in fact, Jota didn't lead the P2 class. Remember, Robert Kubica had that fantastic start.
Yes, he did.
So the new team in P2, Prema all that success in single-seaters over 20-odd years, the pole put it out front, and that is just a typical Robert Kubica move, but with a helping hand from those behind. But Jota hunted them down, and in fairly short order, the 38 went into the lead of the race. But let's see how it unfolds, because certainly Louis Delatraz is putting in some good lap times, but certainly the 38 just sitting comfortably, but it's in the pits at the moment. We may have a little scramble. Will Stevens looks so he did enjoy his stint. He was just out of that 38, and Antonio Felix da Costa took it over.
I mean, not wishing any ill on anyone, Bruce, but any stumble from a hypercar here, the three that remain at the front of the field, and a P2 car is on the podium or better.
look, John, when we were both together in the booth about 4 or 5 hours ago, we were pointing out that Toyota still has some fragility. Yes, they're leading the race, but in the WEC so far this year at Sebring and Spa, there were failures. And not that we're wishing, we're just saying that these aren't, it's not like the end of the development process in LMP1 when Toyota, you know, came good and ruled the roost. This is still early in the hypercar world, and it was ignition problems that took out the number 8 at Spa, and you know, they had trouble restarting it. They got it back on the circuit, and then Sebastian Buemi just coasted on the exit of Pau onto the side of the circuit, over and out. But going like clockwork, you can be sure that Sam Hignett and David Clark of Jota are thinking, you know, maybe, just maybe an overall podium.
Hello to Blur Fiends, finally finished work at the Porsche Centre, back home, taking in the race with a refreshment in hand. Great battles that he's enjoying in the GT LMP2 factory. Hello to Moni as well, on the left-hand coast of the United States, talking about the soothing form of motor racing, the soothing sounds of motor racing. When she had colic, her parents would drive her around. Yes, that explains a lot, Money. When I tell my friends, she says, that I sleep in the car at the track at 24-hour races, they wonder how. I always say the soothing sounds of race cars keep me asleep, and I only wake up when it goes quiet from a yellow or red flag. Exactly the same. You get used to it. And what disturbs you is the change.
Absolutely. We've all been there at times, particularly if you suddenly get a safety car period, so you don't have those high engine notes. But the thing that always makes me think about engine notes and soothing you to sleep, Mazda rotaries, they do not soothe you to sleep. And whether in touring cars back in the 1980s, Van der Beek and the Coronel father, always racing at Spa 24 hours, but also clearly here at Le Mans 1991. I mean, it was fantastic, amazing that Mazda won that race, but there's many a time when you're thinking, I'll just have a little bit of shut-eye, and that piercing, head-splitting note would keep me far from sleep.
Hashtag Hagerty RLM if you want to get in touch with us. RPMC says, how many hypercars do we expect to have in WEC and at Le Mans next year? All right, well, Polaris has offered 2 Toyotas, 2 Ferraris, 2 Peugeots, 2 Porsches with potential possible customers. I'm hearing as many as 4 potential customer cars for Porsche, split between IMSA GTP and here in the WEC. 1 Cadillac. Glickenhaus we're waiting to find out. By Collis, not yet homologated. Acura, Honda and BMW not looking at WEC for 23. Yeah, BMW had it confirmed to me they will not be here next year. 2024 at the earliest. Let's have a little bit of the team radio. Oh, that was French team radio to Lilo Wadu. French female driver who I first saw in the Alpine A110 Championship, winning races there. She's developed very quickly. I was asked up at first tickets the other day when we were there for our campsite tour with our travel partners, who we were all asked who we think are names to be conjured with for the future. I absolutely think she's going to be a star in the future. It's just the way she's gone about her racing. Her career has been managed very well. She clearly has caught the eye of the right people, and coming into multi-class racing, which you can only learn by doing multi-class racing from manufacturer single make season racing. She's listened, she's learned, she's been quick and consistent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. She did a year of, well, partial season of TCR, so silhouette touring car racing, 2 seasons, 7th and then 3rd in the Alpine Cup, showing great progress. And here she is, aged only just 21, and hasn't so far put a wheel wrong. Running around in 13th place overall in the P2 class, ahead of all the prime runners, but just impressing, just solidly. We'll get Paul to analyse her lap times, and of course it's the average lap times that excite Paul through the extent of
what we're talking about, actually, yeah,
a stint, and I'm sure that's what we'll find out.
Just talking about those cars for next year in WEC, Bruce, BMW will be in IMSA GTP next year. They're going to run from Daytona onwards, so from January next year. I expect to see that car in the next month or 6 weeks. We've got the new Cadillac running in the same sort of time frame. We'll get to see the new Porsche, name is yet unconfirmed, although we've had a few people suggesting names and numbers for that car. BMW, I know this project has been driven from the first part, pun absolutely intended, by BMW USA. You can't imagine the Munich brand staying away from the World Endurance Championship, and particularly this race, for too long.
No, absolutely not.
If they've got a car.
If they've got a car, but you know what we've seen so far, and what they've shown in terms of imagery, the car looks magnificent. The Cadillac looks fantastically exciting. We're going to get to see the Peugeot later this year in racing, in the World Endurance Championship. And I just love the shape of these new cars. It's something different. And even if they had the same body shape, I just like the manufacturers coming into play. And when they're doing so with a newish form of technology, it's the stirring of the pot that we've needed in the World Endurance Championship. Racing here, the best racing is in LMP2. Of course, I know you wear your heart on the sleeve with GTE Pro. Unfortunately, with the Corvettes dropping out, I mean, I suppose it was good because if you are a Porsche fan, because it's put the Porsches to the top, but the descent in the number of cars. You think back a handful of seasons when we had 6 manufacturers with up to 3 cars each. Some had. It was just magnificent. Also, 6 hours in, you probably have 10 of them still nose to tail.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, we were talking earlier on about the potential for GT3 here at Le Mans. One thing that I was talking whilst I was away from the studio to a few people, and one thing I forgot to mention is, of course, you can't just be a manufacturer and come to Le Mans with a GT3 car in the new regulations. Only the manufacturers who have committed to hypercar can have a GT3 entry. We'll discuss that in a wee while. Let's take a quick update from down in the pit lane. More pit stops going on, and Peter Snowden has this.
Yeah, the number 30 Duquesne car is back in again. This is the car that had the centre issue and the GPS and things going on earlier. And this time it's just gone straight into its box, and they've taken the rear wing and the rear deck off and very quickly identified it's a rear damper issue. Now, mostly that's horizontal across the back of the engine gearbox layout, but it looks like they're just changing the left rear. I'll be surprised if they change the right as well. But yeah, the damper's come off, and it's completely off, and it's obviously leaking and causing an issue. That would upset the handling, to say the very least. Driver staying in it, everything else being cleaned, but a quick damper change on that, and I'm sure that'll be out again very soon.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
It is just after 3:30 Central European Summer Time. We've got 12 and a half hours still to go, according to our Omologato race time on the Hagerty Global Studiovision. Just under that at the moment, 12:28 and 34, 33, 32 seconds. And here's how it stands. The leaders have completed 187 laps. As far as the classes are concerned, it is in GTE AM, 38th position overall, a pit stop for Cooper McNeil, and the leading Porsche, the number 79 WeatherTech car, has just over a minute before it came into the box from Enrique Chavez for TF Sport in the Aston Martin racing car. Hardpoint Motorsport, absolute to you and me, Martin Rump, with the number 99 car. Remember, Hardpoint Rob Ferriol decided to hand his entry over to Ingo Matters concern. Ingo was top of the reserves list, but hadn't gotten in here. I think he might have been a bit disappointed about, and a deal was done for that entry to change hands, and they're sitting third in GTM at the moment. In the Pro class, it's Porsche Corvette. Lawrence Vanthoor by about 2.5 minutes from his Porsche GT teammate Fred Makowiecki. That's 92 from 91. And in third place, further 32 seconds back, Nick Tandy, the Hyperpole sitter for Corvette Racing, the number 64. Then the two AF courses. James Collado just completed his first outlap after his pit stop a moment or two ago, and Miguel Molina, that is the 51 and 52 car. Riley Motorsports and Felipe Fraga, the B-Safe car, in 6th position. The second of the Corvettes, the number 63 car, with issues earlier on that has put that car way down. It is running again now. Nicky Katzberg is out of the pits, but is well down, some 20 laps down on the rest of the Pro field. In Pro-Am, the internal division, if you will, of the LMP2 class, it's now ARC Bratislava with Bent Viscal behind the wheel. They're in 15th position in class, but that 44 car leads the Pro-Am and has 2 LMP2 cars and the Alpine between itself and the number 3 DKI Engineering, Jean Glorieux, who has been doing some extra racing this weekend in the Road to Le Mans to get extra time around this 8.5-mile circuit. They're in second. Algarve Pro Racing, now here's the story for them as well with the 45 car, and they've worked so hard this weekend, rebuilding cars, etc., etc., and it is René Binder in 3rd position. In the LMP2 class, it is Jota that still leads with Antonio Felix da Costa behind the wheel by about 3/4 of a minute no, actually a bit more than that, by 2 3/4 minutes. My apologies to Louis Delatraz for Prema Orland team. That's the 38 from the 9. WRT, Sean Galil, is another 46 seconds further back. And then it's Team Penske in the number 5, Cool Racing and Panis Racing for your top 6. And the 3 remaining hypercars that are duking it out at the top of the field, it's just the 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010s that are on the lead lap. They're separated by nearly 24 seconds now. The 2 Japanese aces, Ryo Hirakawa, the coming star, and Kamui Kobayashi, the man who has been around for a very long time and has taken on some managerial duties within Toyota Gazoo Racing. 8 from 7. And Ryan Briscoe is behind the wheel of the Glickenhaus number 709. 2 laps in arrears now, but still trying to keep the pressure on the 2 Toyotas, but struggling to keep that pace. 31s and 30s from the Toyota Gazoo Racing cars. 331.7, 330.9 last time around, a 336.0 for the Glickenhaus car. 12 hours and 25 minutes to go, 189 laps completed, and it's Toyota Gazoo Racing 1 and 2.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
There is something about listening to racing cars at night that I find absolutely brilliant. The slightly fatter air, as the drag racing guys would say, just changes the engine note a little bit. The engines are working better, and just walking back in from the car park there, from a little bit of shut-eye in the front seat of the Panamera. And thanks to Porsche Cars GB for that one getting us down here. And there's just something that heightens your senses, Bruce, when you hear cars at this time of night.
I really think there is. If you actually have ever, well, in fact, I had a few of these back in the days when I was trying to combine work with still playing a bit of sport, going to sensory deprivation tanks when you lie there, and by removing the fact you can see anything, you can't hear anything, you can't smell anything, and you're floating, it really lets your mind run free. But I think the element of being in darkness, I get what you're saying about the fat air, but I think it just seems to magnify the sound because your other senses are slightly dimmed, and I think it's a magical time. But also, if you did manage to do more than just sit in the seat of the Panamera, you did actually get a bit of sleep, your body needs to fire up again, and it's not a bad way to do that. Just have a mere, probably what are we talking now, a mere 59 racing engines going around the circuit.
Fairly low attrition rate so far, and I say that, and of course things will explode in just a few moments' time. Hashtag blame the commentator. It is almost always the way. Sitting just around, just there or thereabouts on the 16.6 laps an hour that Paul Truswell told us we would need for to challenge the record lap distance, which from memory again it is 3:97, I think it is.
Yes, I think the last time I heard him give his expectation of where we're getting to was just over 390.
Yeah.
It could have been perfect. He reckoned without any problems early in the race we were going to go to 399.5 or maybe 400. But it's wound back from there, and clearly a number of slow zones have caused all of that. But that said, the slow zones haven't been because of serious moments. It's just been cars beached in gravel and needing to be removed, and debris on circuit pretty much has been the story. But it's still green, and a number of drivers trying to stay awake because they're turning the car next. Kubish Mikowski is one of those waiting to get another go. He's sharing with Alex Brundle, Esteban Gutierrez, and Esteban's been setting some good lap times.
Yes, he has.
Recently, the Mexican racing in 11th place overall as that car, number 34, works its way back up the order.
Sitting in 11th in the LMP2 category at the moment for Inter-Europol competition. Full dark here, and it has been for some time. Officially, sunset was just a little before 10 o'clock, although we had more than the odd lumen still in the sky. It is that time of year, of course. 3/4 moon this evening, not the usual full moon that we see around Le Mans time. That'll be next weekend, and the race confirmed for the same sort of time for next year, 10th and 11th of June. It's Joe Bradley and Nick Damon in the pits. Let's go to Nick with some observations of what's going on down there on the lane at the moment.
Well, I was just watching the 86 pit stop at GR Racing. Interestingly, they've changed the tyres on that Porsche, not the driver. Now, the reason what I was saying is prior to that, about 10 minutes previous, I walked past it, and all the GR team were doing big lunges and looking like something out of a Joe Wicks video. And I walked like 4 garages down to, and I won't say who it was, I walked 4 or 5 garages down to the next GTM team, and they're all lying on the floor sparkling like they were playing dead in some sort of weird kind of BBC drama from the 70s about a nuclear attack. So there's different ways to handle this this pressure, but you can either lunge your way to health or possibly just go, just take up a lie down. And saying that, I think I know you just talked into Europol a second ago. 34 is now in, and there is a driver change on that car as well. So I think that means that Esteban has gone out, and I think that is actually Jakub Szymowski who's got in.
It was Kubish Mikowski who did get into that car. Nick, are you at the end of the pit lane that Shane van Gisbergen is pitted in?
Yeah, I am.
We haven't heard from Shane yet. He's in the car at the moment, I think.
No, it's not.
All right, okay.
No, I think Philippe Frano got in the car. Literally, as I walked into the pit lane half an hour ago, I saw that stop happening, and I meandered into the Riley pit, and he'd already done the scurrying. There's some very rapid. I was impressed by Peter earlier, because the rapid level of scurrying is amazing at the moment.
What drivers jumping out and heading straight to the back of the pit lane?
Oh yeah, as fast as they possibly can.
Interesting.
Well, I tell you what, Shane famously fast in a car. He's also famously fast covering for the distance from the front of the garage to the back. But this time of night, they do just simply want to get out, maybe, given a very quick massage, but often it's just simply to get those eyes shut.
He is an extraordinary talent, Shane van Gisbergen, and he has the ability, I think, by the power of his mind alone, to levitate the car off the ground and not wear his tyres. He seems to be able to look after his tyres in a way that no one else can, and we've not heard from him this week at all. He's been conspicuous by his absence in terms of being in interviews, and there's quite a few people in Australia where, of course, it's not the middle of the night at the moment, who would like to hear what he thinks of the European Great Race. Let's go back to Nick, who's down at Inter-Europol, and he snagged Esteban Gutierrez before he could sneak out the back of the garage. Go ahead, Nick.
He made a big tactical mistake of being over-interested in his tyres. Esteban, you're having a lot of look at those tyres that came off the car. Why is that?
Because I'm trying to optimize the wear of the tire. It seems that there's still some tire left, so it means that I can push a little bit more even. So I'm trying to find that equilibrium and that balance throughout the stints.
The car's going very well. Are you pleased with the progress of 34 so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's we're missing some speed on the straight, and it's making it really tough to to fight with the other guys. But yeah, I mean, in the corners and the track and the whole experience, I'm just enjoying it a lot. And yeah, I'm fortunately being competitive in that sense.
I mean, how obviously you just come out of a long night stint. How do you find that? You say you're missing a bit of top speed, but still you were obviously able to overtake the GT cars as well. Was it easy, difficult?
Yeah, it was a bit harder, but it's also the fuel consumption. When you have less speed on the straight, naturally you consume more fuel. So yeah, I need to fuel save quite a lot. Something we were not expecting, but this is how it is. We're trying to live with it, and of course trying to maximize.
Yes, Ben, thank you very much. Of course, they've been fighting that lack of speed problem for the entire weekend, and then we've spoken to Alex Brown a lot of times. But luckily for all of us, joining me at the pit out is the man, the legend, Joe Bradley.
Good morning, everybody. I think, John, we're going to say hello to our good friend Anne-Marie Dodds, who, would you believe, is on night shift, but on her break, she's actually listening to us. She's the biggest motorsport stealth Billy that I know. So I'll say hello to her before I dive in and get a word with Nick Manassian. Just had the number 48 E-Deck Sport car in, and it's had a rear deck change. And they also took the engine cover off. I say rear deck change, that's the wing section at the very back. So it's the rear nose section. And I'm not really sure what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at the one that's come off, and it looks absolutely immaculate. But they did take the engine cover off and had a bit twiddle about with something. And the man who can answer me the question of what is happening with this car. This car on a bit of a damage limitation exercise at the moment. Rear left tyre blistered right down the middle of the tread. Here he comes. Glasses on the end of his nose, reading a text. Morning, Nick. Morning, Nick. More issues with the 48, I see.
Yeah, he's a bit unfortunate on that one. We have blistering on the rear tire, so we have to change a tire. And then we have, for the last 4 or 5 hours, we have the temperature on the rear right brake going too high. And we've just changed one of the cooling at the back because it was broken, you know, the boa. So we've changed that, and we saw it was broken, so we changed it. It was pretty good work from the crew, so let's go again.
That didn't cost you anything at all. What do you think's causing the blister? I saw the blister around the middle of the tread.
Yeah, I really haven't got a clue because it's the first time we have a problem with the tire here. We lost a wheel at the beginning of the race. That's one problem. For the blister, we never had it, especially at the rear left.
Keeping the motivation, Nick. Le Mans is about that, isn't it? It's about whatever it throws at you, you just have to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, you need to find somewhere positiveness. The positiveness of the crew we have here, I'm very proud of them, because they don't give up. They push hard, and the intervention they just done now is amazing. They take the back end of the car, take the cover, change it. They were prepared, they were ready. It was very fast. It's unfortunate, but then they find the satisfaction of doing an intervention very fast and well. So they've done it. Very proud of them.
Thanks, Nick. All about finishing, isn't it? Thank you, Nick. Nick Manassi in there.
Had a good chat with Nick earlier in the week. He's looking as fit as ever and enjoying the new challenge, looking after E-Deck Sport. In and out for Ryo Hirakawa and the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8, both of them on an out lap at the moment. Kami Kobayashi in just a few moments ago. The headlights go back on as you come out of the pit lane. Not allowed to have the full beams on in the pit lane as Rio heads out back through the Forest S's and down towards Tête Rouge. Not Tête Rouge, as I heard somebody saying earlier on another broadcaster, I have to say. It's Red Hill, not Red Head. Tête Rouge. And then that curving run down to what is now called the Daytona chicane, just past the restaurant on the left-hand side. Look for your braking marker, which even on an out lap is well down towards, in fact, possibly even beyond the 100-metre marker, which completely does my head in when you see on an outlap how late these guys are braking.
Yeah, and I think your point about the outlap is absolutely prescient, because it's the driver getting his brain into that mix, and just to be able to brake that incredibly late. One person who's really on a charge, John, you were talking about the fat air and the conditions becoming kinder and kinder to the cars, but Panis Racing, their number 65, Orica, in the hands of Joe Van Uten in 4th place in class, but the Dutchman is really hunting down the Team Penske entry of Felipe Nasr, and in the last couple of laps, well, I'm just going to see what the pace is at the end of this lap. The gap came down, well, it's at 16 seconds, but I think it's going to come down a little bit more, because Job is absolutely flying. He's the fastest driver in the class, equal at the moment, no, half a second fastest last time around than the class leader, Antonio Felix da Costa. The Vector Sport number 10 entry, the Orica, from the new team. Ryan Cullen's father owns the team, and it's run by Gary Holland, and that car had its setbacks early on, John, but it's been fighting its way back up the orders ever since, and to finish would be what they're looking for. But Ryan into the pits, looks like a very standard pit stop, but it's good that early mishaps can be put behind them. But really the story for them would be get a finish in their first year at Le Mans, build on it for subsequent seasons, because you don't go racing just for one season. It's all about working your way forward. And number 10 car back onto the circuit. Ryan Cullen stays on board, but the P2 class is still being dominated by Jota, number 38, Antonio Felix da Costa, ahead of Louis Delatraz. Last time I looked, it was a very large margin. Didn't we say 2 minutes 44 seconds or something? Waiting for the car in second place, the Prema Orlen entry with Delatraz at the wheels across the start-finish line, but Jota are just ticking off the laps, and we are very, very nearly at half distance.
Pierre Panigoya, how many LM24s has SVG done? This is his first.
It absolutely is his first. And sometimes you get a driver, you think, how have they not done it before?
I know. Well, I've had a couple of moments like that this week. How has Nick Tandy not had a pole position here before? Porsche Works driver, and comes in this year, takes hyperpole for Corvette. Corvette's first pole position here since 2010. They were running at 50% win ratio at one stage, and yet their last pole position, Corvette Racing's last pole position, was 2010, 13 years ago. Let's hear from Paul-Loup Chatin.
Information, Paul-Loup. The left rear tyre has some large blisters in the middle of the tread. Not sure yet if it was heat or debris. I will let you know.
So that was what Joe Bradley was talking to Quick Nick Manassian about earlier on. That's the tyres that have come off the car, Bruce. And this is one of the joys of endurance racing. If they want to make any changes to tyre pressures or anything like that, they can't do it now with the tyres that he's got on. That'll now be the next set of tyres, which might be 2 hours down the line, because they're quad stinting some of these tyres at this stage of the game.
But I tell you what, if there's anyone who can sort of work out what the problem is, it was the person who's just speaking to Paul-Loup Chatin, Dave Benbow.
Was that Dave Benbow, was it?
Engineer for Edex Sports.
Wow.
And you think of the experience, the decades of experience, the success he's had at Le Mans, but it is a little bit head-scratchy, because certainly Nick Manassian, racer come team principal, couldn't put his finger on it, but they'll be working, crunching those numbers. But you're quite right, the problem is with you for some while, and it's always at least one stint, but they probably weren't planning to change the tyres at the end of this stint. So having just taken the set off at the previous stop.
We're back round to another cycle of pit stops for LMP2, including the leader, who starts off the pit stop cycle for P2, Nick.
Yeah, well, the 38, in fact, who came in first was the one car, Lalo Wadu, she came in. And the 38 came in. Now, the 38, the one was Richard Mio, the 38, the mighty Josie. But the most interesting thing was that the 91 Porsche car came in as well. That's obviously the Bruni and Leeds machine. Now, the reason that's interesting is because the Lollipop man was so busy trying to wave the 91 car, and he didn't notice the 38 and was very, very close to getting run over by it. So he did that little hop out the way that all of us pit reporters know so well. When you look up and you go, oh my lord, there's a car coming, and he hopped out. So far, no harm, no foul, no one's injured. All those 3 cars have left. Joe, what's going on your end?
Well, I've got the third place Penske, number 5 in, fuel only, and a good clean of every kind of transparent orifice. The thing is, I want to ask you boys, has Felipe Nasr been in from the start? Because every time I see this number 5 Penske, it's got Felipe Nasr in it. It might just be where our shift rotor is matching, but he really has done some sterling work in that number 5.
Yeah, he's done the whole race. Now you can't, of course, because you can only do 4 hours in NE6. As the number 92 Porsche is now in the pit lane. We'll get a report from Nick in a moment, Bruce.
Yeah, but when Paul was running through the silver driver time, he pointed out that Manu Collard, frequently a gold driver, but by dint of becoming a little bit older, he's been devoted to being a silver driver. He'd only done something like an hour and 50 minutes so far in the race, and clearly they're saving him for a little bit later. But Dane Cameron's done a lot of time. In fact, people on alternate stints to you, Joe, think Dane has been doing all the running, and you come in and you think Felipe's been doing all the running, but they have been doing the hard yards.
So that 92 was a full service. Lawrence Vantor hopped out and Kevin Estre got in, so it's hardly a downgrade. So Porsche, who, you know, are just looking sitting pretty. And I don't want to point out, but the person within our review show, just it seems like so long ago, it was actually Friday, who said that Porsche would win, wasn't the biggest Porsche fan in the world. It was me.
Well, there you go. Nick Tandy back aboard the 64 Corvette Racing, second place now to Kevin Estre by nearly 3 minutes. He's been in the car almost 4 hours, comes out of Arnage and gets the car rolling down towards the Porsche curves. I have no clue, really no clue, how these guys, with all of this efficient lighting now, can concentrate for the amount of time that they are doing and the speeds that these guys are doing. I have very limited experience of multi-class racing in the dark. I've done 2 or 3 races, and bright lights coming up behind you is the thing that you immediately distracts you. You've got to really keep on, and these guys are doing this lap after lap after lap. Just out of his Porsche, Lawrence Vantor is with Joe Bradley.
He's with Nick.
Oh, sorry, he's with Nick. Sorry, Nick.
Lawrence, I spoke to you almost exactly 12 hours ago on the grid. You couldn't possibly believe the first half of the race has gone this well for you, could you?
No, especially honestly in the first 2 to 3 hours. We thought the Corvette was going to be unbeatable. Unfortunately for them, they ran in a bit of trouble. Now, this time of the day is most of the time it's Porsche time, where the Porsche works well at night. So we're trying to extend that gap. And yeah, let's see.
For our listeners, explain why the Porsche is good at night.
No idea.
Seriously?
No, I don't know. I mean, we're always quick at night here in Le Mans. Why? I have no idea.
Kevin's got into the car. Are you guys most just doing doubles the whole time? Double stint?
Yeah, with the way the tire strategy works, that's the standard procedure. Yeah, as far as I know, that's what we're doing until the end of the race.
Race up, thank you. That's Lawrence Vantor out of the 92, who has no idea why the car's quick.
Well, they've got good drivers, I'll tell you that for one thing. And even with the change round of the engine and gearbox configuration to make the 911 more like a Cayman, the general characteristics of the Porsche is that if it gets a little bit slippery, they tend to be a good car to have. If it's very hot or very cold or very wet and everyone else is struggling for grip, the Porsche 911 perennially, Bruce, has been a good car to be in.
It does, and it doesn't seem to actually matter too much how they've been behaving in the early stages of the race. When it comes to nightfall, and necessarily the track, even if there's no moisture in the air, just seems a little bit greasier. Year in, year out. We don't get to the hotter temperatures later when the sun comes up, and we've got just under 3 hours until that happens. In fact, just over, hold on, let's think about this, just over 2 hours until this happens. We're very nearly at 4 in the morning. It should be coming up almost on the dot at 6 o'clock. then perhaps the pendulum will swing the other way. But with Corvette having been so affected in the space of half an hour, they went from first and second in class to dropping down the order, most notably with the 63 that has broken away, unfortunately, in the opposite direction in GTE Pro. The other 6 cars are running in order ahead of the best of the GTE AMs, but unfortunately for 63, they were the ones that lost out. But Porsche right now totally in control.
White flag out on the circuit. Somebody's moving slowly. Can see that from the flag in the cab, Magneti Marelli system through the second chicane from the number 5 Team Penske of Felipe Nasr.
It's a P2 car. I saw it in the background. I've been trying to identify it ever since. It was slow going through the Forest S's. So it's been some distance going slowly. I still can't quite pick it out, but I'm going to keep on examining the timing screens. But certainly when you get a GTE car just powering past an LMP2 car, clearly there's a problem.
Yeah, trying to pick up that on the tracker as well. Good morning from France. If you are just joining us, we are coming round to half distance around the US on Sirius 138 and XM202, around the track on 91.2 FM, and free without block around the world on RS1 Radio Le Mans for 2022. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans from trackside at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Well, it's been a very pleasant evening, and the low temperature of 11 degrees. We've got nowhere near that at the moment. It's still almost 15 degrees in the air here on the end of the Bugatti circuit. Track temperature holding up very nicely indeed at 20 degrees. Tomorrow a high of 25 degrees, sunshine and a little bit of cloud through to the checkered flag of the 90th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Central European summertime, and another one of those little milestones has just ticked over. We are into the second half of the race. Pit stops for LMP2, into the pits for, through past the pits for Penske. But a moment or two ago, Bruce, we had an errant wheel down at the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, it was a replay, but I think I can work out which the car was. I think it was the CD Sport Ligier, because its middle sector time was approximately a minute and a bit slower than it ought to have been. So Stephen Paulette at the wheel of the number 27 Ligier from CD Sport, Claude Degremont's team. Let's see if that can make it the whole way back. But the track turns right at Mulsanne corner. The car turned right, but one of the wheels did not and went straight off through the gravel trap, literally on the stroke of the half distance point in the race.
Hello to Carol Brink in Monterey, who's taking a quick break to watch today at the test match. And we're trying to spread cricket into the test cricket into the Americas. And Carol's still got us on in the background. Also a bit of Padres baseball going on for her.
Front left wheel was the wheel that came off already before he got into Mulsanne corner. It clearly was loose because Stephen Paulette was coming in at limp along speed, but the 100-degree right-hander has led to that front left going off completely. The front end of the car, surprise, surprise, is striking sparks, but it's still a long way back to go. He's got to get all the way through Indianapolis. He's got to get through Arnage.
That's another wheel that's gone missing. Not the first. And as Paul Trustwell keeps saying, it is nothing to do with the pit stops. These guns now, it's almost impossible not to get the wheel on. But we've seen 2 or 3 or 4 wheels now in the middle of stints, and potentially multiple stints as well, go missing. And that's a little bit of a worry to me. The 27 car on the escape road going through the Porsche curves, that was put in a few years ago to allow people to be offline through those very, very quick and potentially unsighted parts of the the Porsche curves.
Exactly so, but the problem for Stephen Paulette, he was very slow right at the start of the lap. That's what I picked out in the darkness, his black, red and yellow Ligier was trying to keep out of the way, but already at that point in the lap something was amiss, and clearly whatever it was led to the wheel vibrating so much that the front left wheel came off all the way down the length of the long straight down to Mulsanne, and it finally came off at Mulsanne. And Stephen Paulette, normally a racer in GT3 in recent years, limps it back to the pit, but that must have been a very, very concerning moment. He had the problem, didn't know if he could get it back, and then when his wheel went straight on, unfortunately, it wasn't a good thing. But he's made it back into pit in, so hopefully our boys down there can pick him up in the pit lane.
Yeah, creeps in underneath the lit portion of the pit apron, and immediately the team goes to work. Now, the first thing I want to see is the nut still on there? No, it's not. That's gone. And they're looking at the fixing points for the hub. I reckon they're going to put that car back in the garage after the wheel went... Oh, no. That's something there collapsed under the hub. So is that another brake disc that's gone there? And that's what's taken the wheel off, because something gave up quite dramatically as he turned right into Mulsanne corner. Side by side again through the Dunlop chicane with a great red moon, orange moon in the sky just next to the Dunlop bridge. And that was two of the battling LMP2s, a third and fourth actually, WRT and Jota, Sean Galil and Oliver Rasmussen, battling as hard now as if this was the first or indeed the last lap of any sprint race.
Absolutely, and the Indonesian racer Sean Galil being pushed very hard by Rasmussen, and we could yet have Jota first and third in the P2 class. I keep thinking about the moments, or the moments, I think, for Stephen Paulette. Very slow at the start of that. Maybe he already sensed there was a problem with the brake, but at Mulsanne, John, he was just coming in slowly, and then there was that array of sparks, and then the wheel left that front left corner. So maybe that, you're quite right, maybe it was not the hub collapsing, but the brake disc just he probably had an idea it wasn't working. He was about 6 seconds off the pace in the first sector of the circuit, but then bam, that was that.
Joe Bradley has a pit stop to tell us about. It's the TF Sports second place in GTM.
Yeah, just come in. I was thinking they were about to put tyres on the car, and it looks to me as though they have. So fuel and tyres, but the driver stayed on board. And I will pop next door to CD Sport and check out that front hub that you mentioned and see what's happening there. But back to TF Sport, the 33, in and out very, very swiftly, fuel and tyres.
Squawking VFR says the D Station 777 car isn't listed as officially retired in timing. Do we have any updates on it? Owen Mildenhall earlier on went down. The garage door is closed, which is shorthand here for officially retired. They may not have signed the paperwork yet and had it confirmed on the timing and scoring screen, but once that door comes down, Paul, it's very unusual that anyone's coming back.
Well, it's actually against the rules to close the door. So by closing the door, you're effectively excluding yourself.
You've thrown the towel in, effectively. Yeah.
It's the same as walking 10 yards away from, or 10 metres away from the car if you stop out on the circuit. As soon as you do that, you're leaving the scene and therefore retiring.
Joe Bradley has gone down to CD Sport where they're working on the left front hub assembly. It looked like something was awry there, Joe, and they've got a new set of brake discs down there.
Yeah, the brake disc was intact, the one that came off. They're fiddling about with having removed the brake disc with the bell of the disc attached. They are wiggling around the hub, and if I'm just trying to peer over the shoulder of mechanics here, that's why I'm a bit hesitant. They were checking the wheel bearing, and for a moment I thought I could see movement in the bearing. It's not quite that. They've got the brake caliper hanging. There's something they're not happy with regards to where the wheel goes on, and it's the they are. What is that they're bringing out? Bringing some new components out.
They were looking at the fixing bolts on the hub around the central part of the hub where the wheel nut goes on. There's some fixing bolts that the brake disc goes onto, and to hold it on. And they were worried about that when it first came in. So I wonder if they'd either slackened off,
worked loose.
They're putting a new disc on now.
New disc going on now, and this is the problem. They offered the new disc up straight away, and there was something they weren't happy with. New brake pads coming in as well, obviously. So it looks like they're more happy with that. Bit of filing going on to, wire brush going on to make that fit better.
Question from Alfred Wallace. Could it have been a brake pad that it threw there? And would that have been enough to take the wheel off and unsettle the wheel?
No, I doubt it. The wheel nut's got to come off, hasn't it? If the brake pad came out, it would just grind against the wheel. It wouldn't force the wheel off in any way.
It was something quite spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, this car came in without a left front wheel, are we saying?
Yes, correct. It was turning right into Mulsanne corner, and it was moving slowly and had been for pretty much the whole lap. But turning right into Mulsanne corner, there was a shower of sparks from inside the wheel, which was still then attached, and the wheel then disappeared. Yeah. So the wheel nut had either fallen off quite some time ago and the driver was trying to hold the wheel on, or it fell off there, but that was not an outlap. They were in the middle of a stint for that CD Sport car.
It's not the first wheel we've lost today.
Just what I said at the time, actually. I think that's the third or the fourth.
Not the first one, and it's basically the wheel nut coming loose, and that's where the attention is. There was a little bit of attention for the new disc and bell to go on, but that was nothing compared to what they're doing with the thread of where the wheel nut attaches to. So that's where the concern is, and they'll not let this car out if they are overly concerned and the thread has basically disappeared. And that's easy to do when you put the wheel nut on and then you drum it up with a gun. If you haven't got it exactly, then you can strip the thread and the thread will just wear away, and then it'll pop off and the wheel nut will pop off, and there's a lot of load going through the wheel nut, keeping the wheel on, you can imagine. And if the thread's not up to the job, it'll just strip, and that's when you lose the wheel. Now, when it comes in, you've got to make sure there's enough thread there that when you put the new wheel on and the new wheel nut, that there's enough thread to keep it on, and that's what they're looking at now, and it looks to me as though they're quite happy with that.
Hello to Wes and Luke camping out on the bank at Indianapolis, third trip to Le Mans 24 from the Lime Regis Brewery. Quite few driver errors in the first half of the race, they're saying, and decent reliability. Still just 2 official retirements, although D-Station, as we were mentioning, have probably gone as well. Into the pit lane for the 28 Jota for Graf Racing, the number 39. In fact, no, that car's just gone out. And the Kramer Orland team, second place in the LMP2 category, and coming in drops immediately a couple of places to WRT and Team Penske, recovering through the LMP2 field. The number 708 Glickenhaus at the moment, which is now back up to 5th position and just has the Jota to get by to give us 4 hypercars on the top of the standings.
Right, Peter Snowden just finished his stint in the pits, and he just came in to say, were you just talking about the CD Sport Ligier? He said, do you remember earlier they were brushing the mounting points with wire brush and whatever. He says that's a long-standing problem, but for Stephen Pellett, I mean, that was quite a number of hours ago, but for Stephen Pellett, he must have sensed very early in the lap that wheel was coming loose. Thus, the very slow 6 seconds down at the end of the first sector, very short sector, and then more than a minute lost going down the Mulsanne straight, and then, of course, he got to the end and off came the wheel. So an ongoing problem, but how well can they fix it? Therein is the crux.
Just coming out of the garage, Paul, the number 30 Duquesne racing car. That's been in the pits for a very long time. You might be able to tell me and the listener how many minutes stroke otherwise that has been in there. It's been a lengthy repair.
What number is the Duquesne?
30. 30.
It's already gone back onto the track.
Correct.
Right. In that case, it's a different screen. Let's go to this screen, Trustwell. Duquesne Engineering were in the pits for 12 minutes and 20 seconds.
Right.
So not as long as it might have been. Reasonable pit stop. Just looking at pit stops, actually, as we saw those other P2s having their pit stop, we still have a situation where the 38 Jota is stopping 4 laps out of kilter with the 9 and the 31. The 9 being the Perima Orlan team car, which has just made its pit stop and allowed Lorenzo Colombo back into the car, and the 31 being the WRT car, which Sean Galail is still at the wheel of. He was at the wheel before I went off and had a bite to eat a minute ago. But Sean Galail still driving there, a triple stint from the Indonesian. And those two are on the same schedule, but as I say, they're half a stint out of kilter with the 38 Jota car. So we're going to have to kind of keep an eye on that one. It's not really worth looking all the way forward to the end of the race and working back yet. But it does mean that the gap is fluctuating towards Jota and then away from Jota as they make their pit stops.
Great battle for second position in LMP2, and doing the chasing at the moment, Felipe Nasr chasing down Sean Galail as they head through traffic, including the GR Porsche, and coming back towards us here at the end of the lap. They're through the end of the Porsche curves now. As I say, this is a battle for second and third. They're separated by, well, half a second over the last timing line. Now into the Ford chicane. Sean Galail hits the front straight first, but Felipe Nasr, since he got into that car, has been consistently, Bruce Jones, one of, if not the fastest P2 car on the track, and he's desperately trying to get on terms with and by that WRT car. Well, hang on a second, one of them must have pitted there.
Yeah, well, indeed it has.
Galail.
Sean Galail. In fact, I thought I'd already seen him get out of the car, but let's have a look who's on board. The yellow flash on the helmet. Well, now he's getting out. It's the gold white helmet, so that is Sean Galail, and drivers swapping around. I would think in that rotation it is most likely with Galail getting out. I reckon it's René Rast hopping on board. Blue and white stripy helmet.
I'll go with that. And yeah, the helmet matches the pattern on René Rast's. It was a quadruple stint from Galail, but of course with 32 minutes on the stint, that's only just over 2 hours, but still 2 hours.
It's a decent shift.
Yeah, what do they say on the motorway? Take a break every 2 hours?
Yes, absolutely. What looked to be a brand new set of, no, actually they're lightly scrubbed set of Goodyear tyres going on. Johnny Morland telling us earlier on that you might put them through a heat cycle and then put a worn set back on, new to the car at this stop, but have clearly done some work. And the nose has come off that car as well. So they've found a problem, perhaps, or maybe they're changing something to do with the headlight performance.
Well, that's not normally the time that this happens, but actually, hold on, we've been dark since 10 o'clock. It's now 4:15 in the morning. Maybe they're thinking, right, we can have slightly inferior headlights, but then it'll be right that nose for when we're fully light in, well, under 2 hours.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It may be the because as the sun comes up, that's when we go into the so-called happy hour. It may be that's the special downforce nose to make them quick during happy hour. And with René Rast behind the wheel, a pretty rapid driver to get in the car as well.
Take your rest whenever you can get it, and in terms of how much rest it is, it's not very much. I was talking to Gary Robertshaw earlier in the week, the engineer very successful engineer at United Autosports. 32, 33 minutes out on the track, and he's saying after 4 laps you're in the window for a stop if something happens. So you know, 4 laps is 12 and a bit minutes, so you have absolutely no time to wind down at all. Pro-Am leader in the pit lane, and that is ARC Bratislava with the Paul Smith stripes on the side, the number 44 car.
Yeah, not just Paul Smith stripes. Also, I don't know where the children have been let loose on the tyres, but the front tyres have got a love message. It's got a chalked on message, true love is endless. It's got a, I don't believe, it's got on saying love banana, which is more interesting. Yeah, they've obviously got board around the back, and they've let them loose with the tyre pens. More importantly, Ben Viscal's got out, and Tristan Volter's getting into this car, which has really established quite a significant Pro-Am lead over the rest of the cars. So they're just doing full service. All looks good, and the beautiful work marking those tyres will be long gone. Joe.
That is the sound of the Lorne Ligier in a field of Oricas. The LMP2, the CD Racing finally happy. CD Racing Sport, CD Sport Crew. Start again. The number 27, that is. They've been working on that front left hub to get that wheel to reattach in corner, to the satisfaction of the official scrutineers who had their nose in there. The last thing the officials want is for the car to go back out on track and lose another wheel. That's hyper dangerous, isn't it? Everyone's happy, the car's back out.
Good battle going on for 6th and 7th in LMP2. It really has been full entertainment for the LMP2 categories. Almost 30 of them entered, of course, and 25 of them still pretty much running together on the timing and scoring screen, with a couple of hypercar interlopers who've had problems in the shape of Alpine and Glickenhaus, although both fighting their way back through.
John, looking ahead to next year with the arrival of more manufacturers coming into Hypercar, we're at a maximum grid number of 62 at the moment. What gives? Which classes are going to lose a few of their number to accommodate the new cars for the top class? How do you read that one?
Well, Paul and I were talking about this earlier on, and I think, given the way the ACO are moving, I think it'll be the GT class, the single GT class that we have.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll want to give up LMP2 runners if they get another 25, 26, 27 LMP2 runners. I think they'll want as many of those as possible, Paul. And of course, those are classes that are represented in the ACO's regional series, like the European Le Mans series and the Asian Le Mans series. And they quite like rewarding people for full season entries.
Yes, I'm a big fan of LMP2, and I'm a big fan of prototypes. I remember Le Mans 24-hour races which were actually full of prototypes. We had a couple of the races that I went to where there was no room for any GTs. We had a full grid of prototypes.
In the 1980s.
In the 1980s. Yeah. I don't think we'll ever be going back to those days, but because GT is too important for that. So we will have some GTs, but undoubtedly to accommodate the extra hypercars, we're going to be getting rid of GTs, no question.
Back at the pit lane, I have Ben Viscal out of the 44, the Art Bratislava. You are running away with Pro at the moment. What's the secret?
Well, I mean, I'm just feeling very comfortable in the car, feeling really well. To be honest, yeah, the team is doing a fantastic job in the pit stop as well. So, yeah, I don't know if there's really one secret, to be honest.
So Ben, how this is your first Le Mans? Have you been to several?
This is my first one, actually. My first 24-hour in general. So it's quite an experience.
So you've never done have you raced at night before in different classes though?
Yeah, I mean I raced in Formula 3, Formula 4, Formula 2.
But not at night?
Sorry?
But not at night?
Yeah, well, under the floodlights. But it's not quite the same.
I don't think it's the same at all.
No.
Well, so how have you found it? How have you found the whole experience of Le Mans, night driving, multi-class?
Well, night driving is definitely very special. The first 5 laps in practice were really difficult. I was definitely like 2 seconds off the pace. It just takes you one night of sleep to really, you know, get your reference points again. But I think I improved my best lap now, so, you know, we improved.
And how about the multi-class, the cars coming past you and you going past cars?
Well, it's definitely interesting. I mean, of course, when you're new to a track, you need to know all the reference points with the GTEs, which is completely different than normal racing. In Formula, sorry, not enough drinks. The drink system wasn't working. Yeah, so the GTEs, really the timing before going into the Porsches is really important. So really the timing is the most interesting part of it.
And of course, you've been on the single-seater loop, the Grand Prix tracks. How does Le Mans compare to all those circuits?
Well, I didn't really realize it was such a street track until I really came here. But yeah, no, it's definitely special. It has everything from slow corners like Arras, Mulsanne to the incredibly fascinating Porsche curves. You know, it has everything.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ben. Great stuff.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let Ben Pascal get his breath back after that and going wet the whistle. Pipo Derani just out the pits, having made his stop in the 708. And of course, doing that, it is so tight in positions down from 5th to around about 8th, 9th and 10th in the overall classification. Having only had the Jota 38 ahead of him, he now has Prema Olen, Panis Racing and Team Penske ahead of him, and is 30 seconds behind the Prema car. So he's now got to do all of that again, catch and repass those cars, Bruce.
I reckon that Kamui Kobayashi is going to be coming in at the end of the lap upon which he is currently driving. He's currently on the 12th lap of his stint, so that would be the routine. This is the number 7 car, and he's been chipping away at that gap, first to second. It's come down to 12 seconds. It's now come down to 11.9. But as I say, before he's going to be able to catch up with the number 8, Kamui is going to have to be into the pits for more fuel. And it will most likely just be more fuel. So every opportunity then for Kamui to have a little go at closing the gap between himself and Ryo Hirakawa once again. Last time these two were both in the car, about 4 hours ago, it was the other way around. Ryo Hirakawa was behind Kamui Kobayashi, and it was Hirakawa closing in on Kobayashi. But whichever Toyota seems to be in front seems to be the one that's not going quite as quickly as the one that's chasing it, Bruce.
Yeah, but with your constant analysis of things like pit stop times, it does seem, maybe it was just in my stints, that the number 8 seems to have had slightly slicker times in the pit stops, but once they're back out on the track, you then have the number 7 catching up again. Is that still true?
It depends. I think the other thing that I've been looking at is the in and the out laps. And last time they did that, Kamui Kobayashi had a slightly slower out lap compared to Hirakawa, but Kamui's in lap was a quicker one. So, you know, there's very little to choose between them. And it's only a second here or a second in the other direction. But it has come down steadily from about half a minute down now to 11 or 12 seconds. So it is coming down.
Had a plethora of people coming in. Most importantly, I suppose, the overall result is Kamui Kobayashi. He's getting a fuel service. We've had the number 1 with Lilo Vidu, and of course we had the 38 with Antonio Felix Acosta. So the leaders of MP1 and one of the temps are in, and any second now Kamui is released. And the only thing I have to say before I pass to Joe is I really miss milk float mode. These new Toyotas start on their engine, it's just not the same. Joe?
Well, these LMP2 pit stops seem to come around really, really quickly. And that's because they come around every 35 minutes or so. Felipe Nasr back into the pits in the number 5 Penske. However, this time, he's actually managed to get himself out of the car. He's handed the car over to, and that's the car pulling away now, he's handed over to his teammate Emmanuel Collard. Fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, that'll do him for 35 minutes.
I love the fact that Nick Tierman is nostalgic for the days when cars used to pull out of the Le Mans pit lane on electric power.
Right, safety point of view, all the years I did in the pit lane, I never liked the cars coming out of electric power because it gave you half a chance if you heard an engine note to make sure you were out of the way. But Nick's a strange fellow. He does wallow in nostalgia. Actually, don't we all, John?
Let's go back down to Nick in the pits now. Nick?
I was just saying, you've got no romance. The romance of 2016 and 2017, all those years ago. And then you Luddites wanting your engines. No, it must glide away with no effort whatsoever. That's the way it should be done.
James Collado into the pit lane in the 51 AF Corsa. The mechanics perform their dance, and that is a new set of Michelin tyres. The characteristic sheen on the unused Michelin rubber. You have a silver oxide release agent into the moulds of the tyres, and that's what leaves that little shininess on the tyres. Nick Tandy out on the circuit at the moment in Corvette number 64, third position for him. Around 10.5 seconds behind the second place Fred Makowiecki driven Porsche number 91. He's heading down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight at the moment.
But the important thing, John, is that actually Nick is catching Fred Makowiecki. He was a second and a bit faster last time round. As you said, 10 and a bit seconds between them. But Nick clearly having a very, very good run. And don't forget, the Corvettes were leading the class, and then in the space of half an hour, they both lost out. So maybe the pace will be theirs. Yes, we heard from Porsche, their car's quick in the night when the conditions are a little bit cooler, but certainly Nick Tandy's going very well. So maybe he was the pole starter in class, don't forget.
And indeed, Makowiecki's going to be in the pits before Tandy is next time around. So that'll be enough to enable Nick Tandy to take the position from Makowiecki, I reckon. See what happens as it comes out. And just a quick note on those times from Felipe Nasr. 4 stints of 9 laps each. 32 minutes 10, 32 minutes 15, 32 minutes 20, and 32 minutes 29. There's consistency from you.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
So here's how it stands with 11.5 hours to go. We're into the second half now. It is 4:30 French time, and you're with 91.2 FM Hagerty Radio Le Mans on Sirius 138 and XM 202. TF Sport leads the AM category in 37th position. This is on the pit stop cycle because WeatherTech have given up the lead as Coop McNeil has just gone into the pits. Alessio Picariello has gone through to second in the 99 Hardpoint Absolute car. WeatherTech have swapped drivers. Cooper is out and Julian Andlauer is in. Fourth place, by the way, the best of the Aston Martins. That is David Pittard in the Northwest AMR number 98. I mean to make a point about Aston Martin in the body of our coverage in a moment or two. In GT Pro, 31st overall is where the leader is. That's Kevin Estre. The Frenchman leads his teammate Fred Makowiecki by about 2 3/4 minutes, 92 from 91. And then the charging Nick Tandy now under 9 seconds behind Fred Makowiecki as the Corvette number 64 hoves into view in the rear view mirror. AF Corsa's Alessandro Paghidi's just come out the pits in 4th. In the number 51, and the 52, the sister car, Antonio Fuoco, is just about half a minute further back from that car. No, mate, that's almost 3 minutes further back from that car. Reading the wrong line there. In LMP2 Pro-Am, ARC Bratislava has Tristan Vautier behind the wheel. The number 44 car is 15th in LMP2 and 19th overall. Second in the class, although some way back now, Algarve Pro Racing, the number 45 car, has Rene Binder behind the wheel, and I reckon they've dropped off the lead lap in Pro-Am now, with AF Corsa though just 6.5 seconds back. Nicholas Nielsen in the number 83. In fact, as I say that, of course, that battle is broken up because the F course number 83 prototype comes into the pits. In LMP2 itself, Jota leads, still Antonio Felix da Costa in the middle of his stint with Lorenzo Colombo in second. That's 38 from 9. That's the Prema Orland team. Then the second of the Jota cars, Oliver Rasmussen, been having a bit of a battle with Ricky Taylor in Cool Racing. The number 37 in fourth position. Fifth for Panis Racing up for United is right there as well with Emmanuel Collard, who is getting some of that time in that Paul was talking about early on for Team Penske in the number 5. That's the top 6 there. And your top 3, having just pitted, Rio Hirakawa is back out on the track in the number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing car with a 6.5 second advantage over his countryman and teammate Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7. Ryan Briscoe, 2 laps back on the leaders in the 7.09 Glickenhaus. And for probity, we will give you the other positions there. Now 6 laps back is Pico Durrani in the Glickenhaus number 708, and in the pits for a stop is the 5th place hypercar. That is the grandfathered LMP1 Alpine A480, the number 36 with Andre Negrão, and that is 9 laps away from the lead. At the front then, having completed 205 laps, as we're solidly into the second half of the race with 11 hours and 26 minutes to go, Toyota Racing are 1 and 2 at Le Mans 2022.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh and Bruce Jones in that order. If you are watching on our Hagerty Global Studio Vision, where the clock on the bottom left, our Homologato race time, tells you there's in 11 hours, 25 and 22, 21, 20, 19 seconds to go. Paul?
Yes, a slightly quicker pit stop there for Kamui Kobayashi than for Rio Hirakawa. That is the number 7 gaining on the 28 on the pit stops. Perhaps I should phrase that slightly differently in that it was a slightly slower stop for Hirakawa. He was in the pit lane for 1 minute and 18 seconds compared to 1 minute and 11 for Kobayashi. So the number 7 car gaining a little bit more and out on the track after the outlap. The gap between the two Toyotas now just over 3.5 seconds. So, you know, here we are, we're over halfway just, and we've got next to nothing between the two leaders.
Michelle Gatting, just out of the number 85 Ferrari, the Iron Dames Ferrari. Michelle, middle of the night. It's crazy, this endurance racing thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it has its charm, I would say. But yeah, it's pretty tough out there. But I mean, we keep going. Of course, we lost a lot in the beginning due to the puncture. So we have to fight back now, but it's extremely tough out there. So we just keep going.
What's the track like, comparison-wise? Is it getting slippery now that we're into the mid-morning?
No, actually, it's quite good now. It's pretty fast. It's cooler, so the engines are performing a little bit more. We don't complain about that. But I would say the track is pretty good now. This afternoon, for the start, it was extremely slippery because it was so hot. So I prefer it more now, but could be nice with a little bit more light.
So when the situation like you guys are going through, where you're kind of out of contention, do you find the challenge is all about getting to the finish, or where do you find that motivation?
Yeah, of course it's tough. I mean, we had quite high expectations starting from P6, but I mean, the motivation have been going a little bit up and down, I would say, to be honest. But it's important to show that we never give up. It's a long race, anything can happen, and we keep fighting to stay in touch with the cars in front of us, and then we fight until the end.
It's only half distance. What's Michelle Gatting doing now? What's your program as a driver?
I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I wish I put money on that.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Michelle.
Very honest assessment of what's going on there. The motivation is going up and down, as I'm sure it really is. But that's very honest from Michel Gatting there.
It is, but it was in the first hour that they had to set back when Michel suffered the puncture and limped in, and all you've got to do is just keep plugging on after that. Now, John, just before you're doing the countdown, or when you started, you said, remind me to have an Aston Martin point.
Yes, whilst I was away, I was having a chat with a couple of people, and they reminded me that in the brave new world that the ACO are setting out for Le Mans, including when the new GT3 class comes along in 2024, the only manufacturers who enter LMH can have a GT3 car, which means we won't have any Aston Martins, even though they have a perfectly serviceable GT3 car, and assuming that they wanted to do this strange, weird idea of a premium body kit. And there are other manufacturers who would not be able to have a GT3 entry here at Le Mans because they don't have LMH. And you watch a lot of GT3 racing, Bruce, as do I. I wondered what you thought about effectively strangling the amount of manufacturers that are allowed into it.
Well, John, it's been a massive turn up to the books. For the books, the announcement that came out just here at Le Mans, because I don't think any one of the manufacturers expected to have this stipulation about you having to have, you cannot come out to play in GT, GT3, GT3 Pro, whatever we're going to, not GT3 Pro, but if you do not have a car in the LMH class. However, up and down the pit lane, up and down the paddock, conversations are going on, and I think there's renewed vigour in light of this announcement. And do you not think it might just prod a couple of manufacturers to actually go, actually we still want to have a representation GT, therefore we must have a hypercar program?
Oh, I'm not hearing you there, Paul. Just hang on a second, Paul. I'm not hearing you. Try again. How very odd. I'm still not hearing you. So we've lost your headset. We'll get technical onto that at the moment. The reason that I wanted to talk about Aston Martin was A, because of that, but B, because TF Sport currently at the head of the AM field after the last round of stops. WeatherTech Racing had a 134 stop, 120 for Alessio Piccarello for the hardpoint Absolute car, the 99. TF Sport a 144. So that's been sort of shaken up a wee bit.
It has. It's unfortunate that Paul's headset has gone down for a second, because this is the point at which the analysis, the WeatherTech Porsche has just been sitting at the lead of that class for hour after hour after hour, and I'm just wondering if how the TF Sport number 33 Aston Martin, that's had, I think it was hub problems earlier on, but it seems to be running really, really well at the moment. I didn't really quite work out how that came out at the top. Paul, I don't know if you're about to work on that or not. No, he's trying to plug himself back in, but really I can't understand how the WeatherTech Porsche is no longer leading that class. Julian Andlauer took it over after a long run from Cooper McNeil, but certainly with Aston Martin first and fourth in GT, and TF Sport number 33 leading class, Enrique Chaves Jr., the Portuguese racer, and David Pittard running in fourth place in the number 98 Northwest AMR example. But we'll find out a little bit more. Right, the difference between the Toyotas is 5.6 seconds now, so no, I can hear you, but not through your microphone, unfortunately, Paul. Paul itching to getting it back. But right, what is changing out there on the circuit? Who is lapping faster? Two cars in first and second place in P2. That's the 38 from Jota, Antonio Felix da Costa, and Lorenzo Colombo, the very impressive young Italian driving for the very impressive Prema Orland team, are lapping at exactly the same pace, down to a few thousandths. But unfortunately for Colombo, The Jota 38 is still just sitting on that huge lead. It was 2.5 minutes an hour or so ago, and it's not come down by a great deal at all. Cool Racing finishing, running in third place at the moment. Car number 37, third place in the P2 class. Ricky Taylor, the American, at the wheel. And Panis Racing only another 10 seconds further back, Joe Van Uten. So it's a really good run at the front. But Jota number 38 just sitting pretty at the top of P2, a class that should have been super competitive, but we had a bit of sorting out in the opening lap. And one car that really got hit in all of that was the one that was attributed with the blame for that incident at the first corner. Yes, the first corner on the opening lap of the race that had Will Owen spearing off into the gravel long before the Dunlop curve. It was the 31 WRT Orica, and that's worked its way back despite its 1 minute stop and go penalty to 5th place in class, and Rennie Rast at the wheel of that, lapping very well as well. So this could still be a car that works its way up towards the podium, the top 3 in P2. It's running in 5th, but certainly the pace that it's shown so far really is something that could, with just over 11.25 hours remaining in this race, work its way forward. But Jota sitting still, waiting to Lorenzo come across the start-finish line to give us the example of the huge gap. It was 2 minutes 45 seconds. I think it's about the same now, John, but Jota seemed rock solid with 38.
Yeah, Steros asking about that stop for WeatherTech Racing. It wasn't a particularly long stop. 134 against a 120 and a 144 for TF Sport. Nick Damon was watching that stop as the WeatherTech car came in. Cooper McNeil got out of the car, and it was a full service because they put Julian Andlauer in, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it was whilst you were doing the rundown, and nothing happened of any note, to be honest. I mean, maybe it didn't. They had no issues where they didn't even do the bit where they couldn't get the thing started at the end. It just seemed that's how long it took to fill it up with fuel, change drivers, and put new tyres on it. So I'm not quite sure whether that actually came in off kilter, so it came in too early for some reason. Unfortunately, there's no one to. I've had a look at the back of the garage. There's no one to ask those sort of questions at the moment. So it'll be a mystery until we perhaps get a chance to get some more information from the team a bit later on. Joe.
Significant pit stop time. Second place LMP2 car. That's the number 9 Prima All-in team to give it its full term. Fueling still going on. Done now. And just as the tyre man had his little torch on the armature just on top of the right wheel arch, where there's a big hole for the tyres to be able to be. I'm sure the primary function of that hole on the front wheel arch is not so the tyres can be inspected. I'd like to think there was a more scientific reason for it being there. Anyway, the tyre man had his little torch in there and had to be pulled off just as the car was about to be released. That car back out, just fuel.
Thank you, Joe. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here. Hashtag HaggertyRLM. Still just over, or just on 11.25 hours as the Conington Minolta number 37 comes into the pit lane. That's the Cool Racing car with Ricky Taylor at the wheel. And it looks like he's going to get a new set of Goodyear Eagles. The team are poised like a coiled spring to go to work.
John, Joe's just wondering about the apertures on top of the wings on the Oricas. I understood that was to stop the cars from getting airborne if
Correct.
the air gets underneath. So great big slots, fantastic for looking down on the top of the front wheels and the rear wheels, but they're there for a reason other than just a nice aspect. Julian Andlauer, by the way, we just talked about him coming out into third place for WeatherTech Racing, and he's just banged in that car's fastest lap of the race, so going at good pace, faster than the 2 other cars ahead of it in GTE AM, which is the hard point. Stroke Absolute Racing Porsche in second place, Alessio Picariello, the Belgian racer, at the wheel of that, and Enrique Chavez also being outperformed at the moment in the TF Sport Aston Martin, but that has the bragging rights because at least the 33 car, the TF Sport Aston Martin, is at the lead of the class. But Julian Andlauer is really starting to cut his way back towards him. He's 10 seconds down on Alessio Picariello. And in fact, anyone who can catch Picariello knows they're going well because he normally is pretty much the gold standard in GTE.
Indeed so. Off the track for the 52 AF Corsa action area down at Mulsanne Corner. I mean, track limits, but didn't gain any advantage. The Antonio Fuoco, driven AF course number 52, 5th position for that car. Iron Lynx, number 60, Ferrari 488 GTE Evo, getting ready to go to work. Their new GT3 car coming soon. The 298, isn't it? 2.98 cylinder being launched in a couple of weeks' time. Fastest lap of their race for Nico Müller and the Vector Sport number 10 car, 3:33.281. So there is time to be had out there at the moment. Just going back to that GT3 eligibility issue. No pro cars. The full season you've got to have a different body kit from normal GT3s, and you can't enter a car that doesn't have a manufacturer in LMH. Now, given that there are, 14, 15 manufacturers, Bruce, in GT3 at the moment, something like that?
Well, a good dozen.
Yeah.
But in fact, no, if you go globally,
yeah,
you can tie in a few more. So
let's
call it a dozen, just to be on the safe side.
But so, no Bentley, you wouldn't be able to have Bentley, you wouldn't be able to have Nissan, you wouldn't be able to have Aston, you wouldn't be able to have McLaren, and that's just the ones I'm thinking of the top of the head. You couldn't have Audi. And this, by the way, is not just cars who have LMDH or LMH. They've got to be entered into the championship before you can do it. No Mercedes. You wouldn't be able to have a Mercedes GT3, and they're a very popular car with gentlemen drivers. Very nice to drive, very comfy. I don't understand that mentality, because surely the idea of going GT3 is to say come one, come all, and to open up the opportunities for people to compete, not to throttle them back.
No, entirely so. And I think if it was open for any manufacturer who chooses to do GT3 to come in, the numbers will swell. We won't lose leading manufacturers particularly like Mercedes, but also you don't always come in at the very top level in the sport. Maybe if you enjoy your run in GT3 and when you think the conditions are right, you can go to do an LMH. That will swell the ranks there. But I just don't simply understand, as you don't either, John, the fact that you've got to do both GTs and LMH. It's a huge ask. However, Paul, we do have other manufacturers. Oh, sorry, Paul's still waiting. We have other manufacturers that could potentially come. We've had M Sport sniffing around recently. They're looking to do something with ERA Motorsport
in the States.
Yeah, I think but maybe that's a toe in the water. Maybe it's just Malcolm Wilson and the gang just feeling a bit itchy. Of course, they were fantastic with their Bentley Continentals a handful of years ago.
And very good, thank you very much, in World Rally Championship as well. Can a manufacturer be eligible for GT3 with the LMH, or does it have to be LMDH rather? I believe my reading of the regs, Arthur, says yes. Dave Alcock, where does this leave Corvette? GM have an LMDH, but it's Cadillac. There's not going to be a Corvette program. Does GM's involvement mean Corvette can enter a GT3? You see, that's a really good question. Yes, it's GM, but if you said, oh yeah, all right, so GM can come in, Cadillac can come in, Corvette can come in because GM's there with Cadillac, then could you say, well, Audi could come in because VAG's there with Porsche?
Yeah, and with the backup brand with Lamborghini coming in 2024. So, you know, what's under an umbrella? Maybe it was simpler in the days when, you know, Ford had Mercury and Lincoln, and General Motors had Chevrolet and Pontiac and Cadillac and Oldsmobile. But, yeah, a lot to be discussed along those lines.
I'll have another comment on that in just a moment from speaking to a couple of manufacturers here. But let's talk GTE Pro, the actual cars that are here at the moment, and a pit stop of some significance for Nick Damon to talk about.
It's a full service of the 91. Fred McElveen got out. I think it was Ricard Leitz, so I wouldn't put a mortgage on it. It's got in. It's going relatively swingingly. They've got the just filling up the fuel, and of course the tyres come in. It'll be interesting to see whether they're doing any little fluid top. I've seen quite a lot of the Orecas just bunging a quick in the right-hand side. There's a kind of a pressure opening, and they all put a little oil in. I have seen the Porsche do before. They're not. As the 91 pulls away, almost perfectly choreographed. That's why they did that, without losing any time, but also without having any moment where there wasn't a Porsche, a works Porsche on the apron. The 92 comes in, but this is just fuel this time. No driver change, no tyres. That's the Kevin Estre car. We spoke to Lawrence Van Torres, and that one will continue to be in the lead. We've also had both the Euro Interpol cars in. The Euro Interpol guys are doing a bit of calisthenics as well, so they've gone for the full Joe Wicks. And we have one of the Algarve Pro cars as well, and we've had lots of other cars. Frankly, there's so many P2s coming in all the time that there's probably 7 I've missed.
Yeah, there's always a P2 car in the pit lane. Speaking with a few manufacturer representatives in my time away from the booth, the people that I bumped into or went and sought out, there is not a single manufacturer who have said that they are willing to invest in the premium body kit as suggested by the ACO for the 2024 GT regulations, with the thought, as Paul has been saying, that class will get smaller anyway with the expansion of the top prototype class. Let's say you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 now we're talking about potential LMHs, hypercars and LMDHs, GTPs. That's probably going to be 18 or 20 cars there. You're not going to have room for another 20 GTs, even if they only did 2 cars each. And the problem is that if the rest of the world is running a standard GT car and the only series or race that you need to have this body kit for is ACO, WEC and Le Mans, the cost implications of that don't add up. You can't sell enough of the kits at a maximum of 100,000 euros, so that means 100,000 euros. 50 to 100,000 euros is what they're saying, so it'll be at least 100,000 euros. But even at that price, Bruce, you can't justify the development and build costs of a kit on a perfectly good GT3 car for maybe 2 cars in one series or one race.
No, and so where you're heading on that one, John, is the effective strangulation of the GT class in the World Endurance Championship. And obviously beyond there, you've got the GT World Challenge with its various championships around the world. That presumably will carry on unabated and probably draw some in. But it does seem very hard to equate. And I always think there should be a GT class at Le Mans, and I would be really, really very sad indeed. Yes, you can get your GT fix elsewhere, but it's integral. Paul was talking a while ago about in the 1980s when it was prototypes all the way here, but I really think the fans in particular, yes, we've got the demise of GTE Pro coming up. That has provided some of the very best racing in the last decade, but to have Le Mans without GT cars, I look at my Le Mans books over the decades and I just love the fact that GT cars race alongside prototypes. It, to me, is the very essence of this race. So, yes, we're heading into a period of flux, but it does make the maths very, very hard to stack up, John.
Yeah, totally agree. So none of the manufacturers that I've talked to think it's going to be worth it. And we're talking some major players here. I'm not going to name any names because they were talking to me, not exactly off the record. I don't think they'd mind, but I'm not going to say who they were. So I suspect if they retain solidarity, the whole body kit Premier, GT3 Premier category will just end up being quietly forgotten about. And it will just be GT3, which, if that's what you want to do, that makes a heck of a lot more sense than trying to do some. Call it GT3 LM if you really want to, but if you want to make it more ACO friendly.
So I think effectively what you're saying, John, is the next few months, or maybe the next entire 12 months, will be a time of considerable concern. But surely eventually what shakes out will be what is going to work as opposed to what's being proposed.
I think there's a few manufacturers who hold the key here, and I think actually Mercedes-Benz is one of them. Some of their executives were here on Friday, and presumably for the GT3 announcement, but of course they won't be allowed to compete without having a hypercar. But I think Mercedes-Benz, I think Porsche, Ferrari, who were in the other side of it, who do have the LMH cars, they supply an awful lot of customer cars. And I think if they can get some solidarity between themselves and one or two of the other manufacturers, I know McLaren have got something to say about it as well, because as it stands, they wouldn't be allowed. Well, a bit of drama for the number 35. This is the ultimate LMP2 car, the red and white and black car with, I think, no drive in the, oh no, it was a drop in the Porsche curves. Jean-Baptiste Lehay, who's taken out one of the Correx boards for the Michelin signage and done quite a bit of damage actually to the bodywork in the middle part of the Porsche curves, and he's come to a halt on driver's right after hitting the wall on driver's left.
It was interesting there, John. As he hit the barriers on the left, you could see them really flexing. I'd be interested to see if they managed to sort of spring back into shape, but any moment at the Porsche curves could end up being a big one. That fortunately didn't, but for Ultimate, that is a setback. Front-end damage on that car. Suddenly the mechanics jumping into position, and Jean-Baptiste Lehay limping back. From his point of view, though, it's not a long distance from the Porsche curves, but he's only got one working headlight. The other one has been battered and shattered against the barriers, but he's almost at pit in. But a big, scary moment, because it was quite dark down there. He was racing on his own, no one particularly around him, but just simply got it wrong where the track went from right to left, and it was the left that caught him out.
Chris Jones, John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell as the ultimate car comes into the pit lane. Bit of a Cyclops, one headlight on only. CD Racing are in there as well. Coming up to 5 a.m. in the morning, 2022, Hagerty Radio Le Mans, live from Le Mans.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Temperature tonight forecast to drop down to 11 degrees. The official temperature is still sitting at just on 14, which I'm being told it feels a lot chillier out there at the moment. Track temperature just under 20 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow, a little bit of cloud, plenty of sunshine. Top temperature 25.5 degrees. And no chance of rain forecast at the moment, but we'll keep our eyes on that. That could spice things up towards the checkered flag here at Le Mans.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
With the 35, the ultimate racing car that is just about wheeled into the garage, it has gone off and hit something really hard in the nose. It's got a kind of a crumpled structure. It's gone in very fast. It's taken out the left-hand side of the nose. Now, obviously, what will happen is this is one big unit, so it's fine. It will come off, but that's had a pretty hefty hit. It's also quite significantly slowed down the pit stop for the 65 car, which is the Parnis racing machine, which was doing quite well as well. That's had some problems. They had to kind of navigate round the kind of stricken ultimate machines. That's lost 4 or 5 seconds in his pit stop. Right, they had the nose off now, and it doesn't seem to show too much damage. I'm a little bit concerned about the steering rod link on the left-hand side. Big hit. Not going to get away with it. Also at this end of the pit lane, actually, you have the CD Sport cars come back in again, guys, and they kind of decided, well, we're going to have to change the uprights. They're actually taking off that front left upright, which had the problem with the thread. They're actually taking the whole thing off and replacing that, so they decided it's still not mounted properly. So suddenly a bit of activity here in this middle top end of the pit lane.
Just in for a pit stop, the number 56 Team Project 1. Ollie Milroy has taken over from Ben Barnicott, and I've just lost Ben Barnicott. He's just disappeared through the back. I had him a minute ago, and he's just gone through. Let's see if we can find him. It's a pretty standard pit stop. What I wanted to do, guys, you guys talking about the new GT3 spec, and I was wondering just how much of a finger on the pulse a driver like Ben Barnicott keeps. He's gone. They don't hang about, these boys, and you really can't blame them. It's the middle of the night, so sleep is a very valuable commodity. Once these guys get out the car, it's the tyre men's fault. They've blocked my access to the pit garage. Yeah, I'll maybe get a chance to ask a driver his thoughts on the new regs. And it's, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me if drivers don't even read the bulletins.
Yeah. Well, they're normally the last to know, and all they do is get in and do as they're told.
But it would be great if he could go and chase Ben Barnicoat, because obviously he races in the IMSA series, GTD, and in the GT World Challenge in Europe in different makes of cars, so he's got the manufacturing point. One thing I just noticed, when Jean-Baptiste Lahaye hit the barriers and bounced across the circuit, I said there were no other cars around. There was someone following very closely, who was lucky to avoid it, and it was someone who avoided an incident last year by the skin of her teeth. It was Sophia Florsch in the Algarve Pro Racing number 47, and she luckily guessed, I think, hit the brakes a little bit when she saw the car crossing from left of track to right, but certainly if you get a chance to look at a replay, that was a fairly skillful avoidance.
We're going to need a slow zone to clear things up, because there's a lot of debris. In fact, the slow zone has just come out, so yellow flags to prepare for the slow zone. At zone 8, that's at Marshall's Post 29, that's just before the Porsche curves. It's a couple of corners before the incident, but that's just to get everybody slowed down. If you're watching on Hagerty Global Studio Vision, you'll see a little yellow tab in the middle at the bottom. That tells you that we've got something going on the track, and if you look to the left-hand side of that, you will see the Omologato race time counter. So if you are watching pictures from other sources, you can synchronise sound to that as the cars go through. Plenty of marshals there, making sure that the remnants of carbon fibre more than the... Actually, I said it was Corex. It looks like it might have been one of those big polystyrene blocks. And that's not the worry, but it is the worry for the shards of carbon fibre, because that nose cone was absolutely shattered, as Johnny Molan was talking about actually early in the week. It is very strong, but when it breaks, it just turns to dust.
Yeah, and in among the considerable amount of debris on the track, you think a lot of it is the polystyrene, but in among that polystyrene will be shards of things that could really cut a tyre. And as the marshals are sweeping it up, it's quite difficult sweeping up polystyrene. All we need is a wind and it'll blow back past them onto the track again. But down at Ultimate, still working away, checking the rear suspension of that car as well. But the big hit was the front end of the car, where the Porsche curves turned from going right to going left. And then, of course, the car bounced back across there, whacked that great big polystyrene hoarding, and then went across the right-hand side of the circuit. Sophia Florsch having to brake heavily to just avoid it in the 47 Algarve Pro Racing Oreca.
Yes, extruded foam or polystyrene, whatever you like to call it. So fairly rapid work going on in the pit of the Ultimate Racing team as they continue to put that car right. So go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane to have a chat with Inception Racing.
Well, I was wanting to chat with Ben Barnicoat on his thoughts, but I've probably got a better interview here. Sean Goff. Sean, you are the team boss at Inception. I think you are represented in every single sports car race anywhere. I saw you at Sebring. I knew you were at Paul Ricard last week. The new GT3 announcement coming to Le Mans. I know there's some variables. It's not as straightforward as it sounds. But surely in your position, you've got to see some kind of business opportunities perhaps arising.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just that short. I've kind of woke you up here, haven't I?
Yeah, for sure. GT3's a big player in the world of motor racing, and it's missing here at Le Mans. And it's an exciting time for GT3 racing to be present at such an iconic track and an iconic race. The biggest problem I see is the demand. You know, there's so many GT3 cars and manufacturers out there, and it's going to be a real head scratcher to sort of fathom out how we're going to get all these cars on this track. So so it's a nice problem to have. Exciting times.
I'm not sure if you're aware, Sean, but what's your thoughts on a manufacturer can't be involved with the GT3 specification unless it commits to an LMH or an LMDH. So, for instance, if Mercedes don't come in with an LMH, then they're Mercedes AMG GT or McLaren, who you are aligned with. Unless they come out with an LMH, you're not able to bring your GT3 spec McLarens.
Well,
that's spoilt the party now, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. So, so yeah. I mean, I'm sure the manufacturers like McLaren and many others are now redesigning things and going back to the drawing board to make sure they do have their cars present here. It's such an overwhelming experience for both teams, drivers, and those who want to race certain types of brands. You know, certainly it will be putting pressure on these manufacturers to bring a car out to them.
Will the likes of yourself be doing just that, putting pressure on them to, because there's a massive amount of GT3 opportunities?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like I say, the customers are big fans of these particular brands, and for sure it's a business opportunity which can't be missed for these manufacturers. So yeah, I'm sure.
Sean, the Garage 59 car, that I know it's got Inception Racing on the door, but that's kind of that's an entry deal that Garage 59 took from you guys.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a good friend of ours, Alexander West. They're now good friends from Garage 59, which we've helped out get here at Le Mans. Wanting to wish them, better luck, really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully they'll just do a quick reset and get things up and running. And the main thing we'd love to see him is get to the finish line for sure.
I'm sorry to doorstep you, mate. There, I know you were kind of snoozing there, and I need your business brain to click in, but I've got you thinking now. So yeah, get the coffee on, mate. You're awake for the rest of the day. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Joe. Hello to those. Oh my goodness me. Ridiculous driving going on through that slow zone with cars side by side and marshals on the track. And that was the 7 Toyota there?
Correct.
Not overly impressed with Kamui Kobayashi there.
But it's very, very close. Just quarter of a second between the two Toyotas at the lead of the race. It's come down increasingly, but there they are, nose to tail. In the slow zone. As soon as they get out of the slow zone, which they are now, they start accelerating towards the end of the lap with a couple of GT cars in front of them. One of the 55 is the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari. That keeps out of the way, but and the number 7, I thought I saw the Toyota Cruise getting ready. It's not trying to overtake Ryo Hirakawa. Kamui Kobayashi is bringing it in for a pit stop, coming in as fast as he can, but of course knocking it down to onto the speed limiter into the pit lane, and those Toyota garages very, very close to pit in. 7 comes to a standstill.
And down there is that Nick's end or Joe's end for that? That is going to be a driver change down there.
Yeah, looks like it. We've got drivers hopping out and a driver hopping in, so driver change, and it'll mean tyres as well. The fueling's taking place at the moment. And as you all know, you can change drivers while you fuel. It's only when the fueling stops that you're then able to change the tyres. So fueling still going on the number 7, currently running in 2nd place. And still the fuel goes in. Now this, in complete comparison to an LMP2 fuel stop, which seems to be over in the blink of an eye, the fueling is complete, and now the team, choreographed as ever, goes to work on the tyres, left-hand side done. Can't drop the car off the jacks until the crew members are back across the white line, remember. That's already happened, and the number 7 back out onto the pit road.
Welcome back to those of you at the circuit. Our tech team have solved a track networking issue, apparently, that affected the 91.2 FM part of our broadcast. Now back loud and clear thank you for letting us know in the first place. And thank you for letting us know that it was fixed as well. Brilliant Bob Dawson up in the far tribune. Now Alexander West's blue Ferrari being pushed backwards. The Garage 59 Inception car.
Well, that's on the exits, after the exit of the second chicane. That's why there's a slow zone there. So the 2 slow zones at the moment. One still through the Porsche curves while the clean-up carries on after Jean-Baptiste Lahaye hit the barriers there. But unusual to see a car being pushed backwards. But the Swedish driver Alexander West presumably having his car pushed back to a gap in the barriers, or maybe just on the exit of the second chicane. But this is leading to these slow zones. Bit of a lock-up there. Kuba Schmikowski. Locking up right in front of Sebastian Ogier, the multiple rally champion, pushing it very hard. And good to report that Alexander West's car is off behind the barriers now, but frustration for the team. We have no idea. Hopefully they do have some idea why West suddenly slowed and pulled to the side.
Well, and the problem with that, Bruce, is it's behind the barrier. If they can't get outside assistance to get it back. That's, we were discussing the vagaries of Le Mans, and I think the true spirit of endurance at this level, if that car can't get back, you can't come back to the flatbed, fix it and go back out again. That's it, it's done.
No, but we've seen a lot of cars limping back to the pits and repairs being affected, and some, with a degree of problem. But we've only had 3 cars, as far as I recall, that have retired from the race thus far. The first officially after the 7th hour, that was the number 46 Project 1 Porsche, the 71 Spirit of Race Ferrari, and the third one of those, have we had official confirmation? The 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin, I think, was the... We have.
Yes, we have.
Oh, yes, the garage door went down.
The garage door went down.
That's it, of course.
It's still not showing on the grayed out on the timing screen, which with the RET next to it. But it was Owen Mildenhall that took a wander down there several hours ago now, because I was on the desk and I was away for quite a wee while. Leaders are coming through the slow zone, separated by now exactly a minute after the stops. Mike Conway now installed in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing, the man who finally got his just rewards, I think, last year. Nobody could begrudge Mike Conway a Le Mans victory so many times, so close to the top step of the podium, and admitted to me last week when we were talking to him for some of our shows midweek, he says you do get to a stage where you think, is this ever going to happen?
Well, it wasn't just in Mike's case that his car had a problem. It was the fact he'd been the dominant Toyota driver across the course of a huge section of several races, and yet was denied. The car was ahead. It failed, but it was the fact that he'd been the premier driver in the top class, and time and time again, all that effort, all that speed just wasn't being rewarded. So, yeah, I think very, very well done by Mike Conway.
The Decay now in the pits, been in the pits for more than 30 minutes. We had one Toyota in, and where the 7 goes, so surely the 8 will follow. Rio Hirakawa exiting the left-hand side door of the Toyota GR010. Joe Bradley watching that one.
Yeah, it's Sebastian Buemi who slots himself in as well. Just reaches back, pulls the belt down, just pulls it across his hands device, and as he does so, just pulls the door shut. And they settle into these cars really, really quickly. It seems that they need very little assistance in doing up their belts. Remember, it was when the regulation changed that the driver position changed ever so slightly to more of a sit-up position rather than what we saw before, the lie down in the old LMP1 days. The car's already had new tyres. Door shut, passenger door is shut, the number 8 goes off. Oh, we've got the number 77 in, just up the garages up as well. So that's number 77, the Dempsey Proton car that is, or was in contention. And that's going to be a driver change for that. That looks like Seb Prio about to take over that one.
bit further up the lane, we have the recovering 64, the Corvette. Nick Tandy was on board. I think at this point Tommy Milner is getting in. He is. So full service. This car, of course, I spoke to Nick a few hours ago. It's all despair as they had a brake problem at the same time as the 63 had its massive rear end issue. Crawling back, and I'm sure that the every lap it continues running, the Porsche team are getting more and more nervous. Again, we're having several P2s as well. Yeah, as you mentioned, the Duquesne car, that's now up on the high stands and looking like it may be a while. And the CD Sport, the only Ligier, is still getting that entire front left assembly changed as they've kind of given up on trying to make that hub work. So there's two prototypes together in two pits, just down for the Corvette.
Right, Alexander West out of his Ferrari, the number 59 Inception Racing entered car, and he looks like he's on his phone trying to communicate back to the pits. A couple of marshals
Calling
standing
the breakdown
alongside.
service, ordering a pizza. What do you reckon?
Both. It might be a long wait, so you might as well have a pizza while you're standing there.
I wonder if he's got electrical problems and therefore he can't use the radio. So he's using the phone, and a lot of people have them. He hasn't had that tucked in the pocket of his race suit. That'll be taped or mounted in the car somewhere safely for just such an occurrence.
Exactly so, and I think the Ferrari pulled over just after the second chicane. You could just imagine, trying to accelerate away, the electrics have gone, and you just simply pulled to the side of the circuit. But for Alexander West, who puts so much into Garage 59, so much into his racing, a real shame, because the race was pretty much halfway through. Well, just over halfway through, still going nice and smoothly, but that one, is it out of the race? Well, it's certainly tumbling down the GTE AM order. Right, not so long ago, Julian Andlauer took over from Cooper McNeil, and the WeatherTech Racing Porsche fell from first in GTE AM down to third. It's back into the lead of the class now. So it's Porsche from Porsche, Alessio Picariello, second in class in the Hardpoint Motorsport Porsche. That's the one, actually, it's the Absolute Racing car, but with Hardpoint, with Rob Ferriol and Catherine Legg not coming across. That was still the name on the office door, with effectively a week to go before the cars turned up to the Le Mans test day on Sunday. So it was a real scramble for Andrew Haryanto, the Indonesian racer, Alessio Picariello, and Martin Rump, the first ever Estonian to race at Le Mans, to get their heads together, get over here.
We quite surprised, Bruce, that Ingo Matter and Absolute didn't get an entry. They were first reserve. It should be stressed they didn't get the entry because they were first reserve, because Hardpoint didn't withdraw. The Hardpoint entry is still in here. It happens to be the Absolute team and drivers and car, but it's still a Hardpoint entry. So there was a business deal that was done there. It wasn't because they had dropped out and they were first reserve. But I find it quite surprising that Ingo Matter and Absolute didn't get a shout, actually.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's definitely one of the teams that should be there. I really don't get it. They're really, really powerful in Asia, Absolute racing in many championships, and very much the sort of team, if you look for a global spread, that you should have here. They're here now, and for Andrew Haryanto, it's very special for him to be sort of the first name on the door, but I think it's great also for drivers like, what a lot of people may not realise, Alessio Picariello and Martin Rump took themselves off to the Far East to build their careers when it wasn't happening for them in Europe. They've had a large number of years, and quite a few of those racing with Andrew Haryanto. So it's lovely he's managed to get the entry and he's brought them across, but why weren't they there in the first place? Sometimes it just seems an anomaly.
Mind, you could look at the field and say, who would you have left out to put them in? I absolutely, before anybody tweets in, using the hashtag HaggertyRLM, I understand that. I would, jobs I'd never want to have, anything in race control, and sitting on the invitation committee for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is consistently oversubscribed, even with 62 spots now in the pit lane. And given the amount of quote-unquote automatic entries, although you still have to be invited, even if you're a full season WEC or you've won, in inverted commas, your way in through winning one of the championships or whatever, you still have to get the invitation. Big lock-ups from the Inter-Europol team. number 34 car in 12th position in class.
Well, we've still got the slow zone at the Porsche curves. It's almost they discovered a new one and limping in. No, it's just that it's simply they just reached. I think the battle was a little bit intense, and a couple of cars, the Inter-Europol, the number 34 Kuba Schmikowski and Sebastian Ogier, seemed to get very close to Ogier hitting the back of Schmikowski as they reached that slow zone. But fortunately, that was avoided. But it's not like that was the first time they came round to that slow zone. Maybe their battle was just so good they simply forgot.
I like that idea. I know there's a slow zone around here somewhere. I marked it on the map. Into the pit lane.
It's in the footwell.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Into the pit lane for WRT out of 3rd place in LMP2. 3 blue lights just behind the illuminated number panels, and that's Nick Damon's end of things. Maybe not. It's only going to be fuel and wash and brush up for that car. No attempt to offer tyres to Rene Rast, who pulls out of the very final pit garage, which is one of the flat-roofed additional garages. Pluses and minuses up there. You aren't connected to the centralised fueling system, so you have to have a big fuel bowser that you fill up from cans. But I'm told there's quite a lot more space out of the back of those to work out of. So. And you can put things on the roof as well, actually. It is strong enough. And in the past, we've seen some of the driver cabines on the roof. I think Paul Trustwell's equipment, if you'll pardon the
is back
phrasing,
and working normally.
And we are all restored to health. Thank you, brilliant Bob Dawson.
Well done, Bob. There were so many things I was dying to tell you.
Did you write them all down?
No.
Nah, right, okay.
And there were a couple of them that I have, that I do remember what I want to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you yet because you'll accuse me of jinxing it if I do.
Okay.
So just think about the way the race is going and things that have happened. And part of the reason for that slow zone, repair to the barrier in the Porsche curves, because it was hit quite hard, sort of nose in as well. And it's an area of barrier that doesn't get hit very often. So I think that one would have broken quite easily, and therefore
yes.
We've got an extended slow zone at the moment. So
it's all very Nürburgring, isn't it, with all the equipment out there. Just before I pass down to Graham, James Muscat. Hello, James. Thanks for being up at this hour of the morning. Thanks for all your help, as usual. On the entry, I've always preferred the term, says Jay, standing invitation rather than automatic entry. For exactly that reason, you still need to be invited. Yes, you are absolutely right. And if the invitation committee or the ACO decide that even if you are in a full season WEC entrant, but you aren't perhaps upholding the right sort of attitude that they like, then they can not invite you. Let's go to Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
with Nick Tandy. Nick, I was chatting to you, I think, about 6 hours ago, and it's all doom and gloom. When 63 was out, you had brake problems, but, well, what a difference a few hours makes. You're slowly eking back those Porsches.
Well, we are, yeah. I think we've got the fastest car, you know. It was good at the start, and we're good in the night when the temps are down. So we're getting back, but when you lose a minute and a half in class like GT Pro, it's very difficult to get it back when there's tenths and half a seconds and bits and pieces, but we'll keep going. I think we're just over halfway now, I believe. It must be because the sun's coming up, so it's got to be nearly 6 o'clock. I've got no idea what is the time.
It's nearly 6, it's about 5:30-ish.
So, yeah, there's a few more hours left. Anything can happen. Look what's happened to the other cars. You know, there could be something stupid. The 92 can catch an unlucky safety car and lose a minute, like happens very often in these races. So we'll keep plugging around.
Well, the good news is they also think they're good at the night and not so good during the day. So it sounds like you could carry on eking towards them.
Well, we'll have to see when it comes sort of 2-3 o'clock time, won't we? Hopefully we'll keep the pressure on them.
And of course,
see what happens.
I mean, it's not like you don't know the opposition machine. It's not like you haven't driven it for so long anyway.
Yeah, well, this is it. You know, I know. You know, Porsche know how to run an endurance race, but fortunately, so do we. So hopefully, it's going to be one of those classics, a nail biter to the end, with the vet coming back and hopefully stealing the victory.
I hope so. Thanks, Nick.
Cheers.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Let's celebrate having Paul Trustwell back by letting him do this update and make sure the equipment is still working, Paul. 5:30 in the morning, 10.5 hours to go.
And the race still being led by the two Toyotas. The gap, having been down to next to nothing at all, has gone out again to 25 seconds, but it's gone out in favour of the number 7, which now leads ahead of the number 8. And the reason for that, purely bad luck, because of the way that the slow zones happened. Sebastian Buemi was caught behind a slow zone, and that's handed the advantage back to the number 7 car. So 7 leads by 25 seconds. Mike Conway at the wheel from number 8 is Sebastian Buemi. And then in third place is still the Glickenhaus, number 709, and that's Frank Meyer at the wheel, 2 laps behind the two Toyotas. Then we get the LMP2 cars, at least we do mostly. 38, the Jota, the mighty 38. Antonio Felix da Costa leads the way in the LMP2 class. But he has immediately behind him and about to overtake him the 708 Glickenhaus, which has been playing catch-up for some time, is still 6 laps behind, but is about to make it an all-hypercar top 4. And then we'll be able to work out what the gap is between 38 and 9, because Prema Orlen team with the number 9 car, Lorenzo Colombo, currently in second place in LMP2, I reckon is about a minute and a half behind the Jota car. So the Jota's lead is substantial. Also good for Jota because they have third place in LMP2, with Jonathan Aberdeen at the wheel of the 28 car. In fourth place in P2 is the Penske Orica, number 5, Emmanuel Pollard, making up the time that he didn't spend behind the wheel earlier on in the race. And in 5th place in P2, number 65, Panis Racing, with Nicolas Jamin behind the wheel. And the top 6 in P2 rounded out by the number 37 Cool Racing car, Yifye Ye behind the wheel of that one now. In Pro-Am in P2, ARC Bratislava lead the way with the number 44 car. Tristan Gauthier is the driver. Second in Pro-Am is the 45 Algarve Pro Racing car, James Allen driving it. And in third in the Pro-Am class, Nielsen Racing, car number 24, Ben Hanley driving that car at the moment. GTE Pro, pretty close, but Porsche lead the way. Kevin Estre at the wheel of the 92 car has a minute and 3/4 of an advantage over the AF Corsa Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel of the 51 car, but that losing time at the moment, having a routine pit stop, so the gap will be more than 2 minutes, I think, by the time that evens itself out. Third in GTE Pro is the Corvette, as we were just hearing. Tommy Milner is driving that car, and it's a further minute and a half behind the Ferrari. Fourth in Pro, in GTE Pro, is the other Porsche, number 91, Jimmy Bruni driving, and then fifth is AF Corsa with Antonio Fuoco driving the number 52 car. GTE AM, TF Sport leads the way for Aston Martin, and Marco Sorensen, he has 3/4 of a minute of an advantage over WeatherTech Racing, car number 79, Julian Andlauer in second place. In third place in GTE AM, Hardpoint Motorsport with their Porsche, Alessio Picciarello at the wheel, number 99. And in fourth place in AM, that's the Northwest Aston Martin, David Pittard driving, that's car number 98. And they're a further 17 seconds behind the Hardpoint Porsche. Fifth in GTE An is the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. Seb Prio at the wheel of number 77 at the moment. And then behind them, not quite a minute behind, but nearly, Ollie Milroy with the Project One Racing Porsche. He's in 6th place in Pro-Am. Those are the positions. We've had 13 and a half hours of the race elapsed, just 10 and a half to go.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
GTE contenders, the 99 Hardpoint Motorsport Porsche and the WeatherTech Porsche, both been in the pits a short time ago. Now, significantly, the 99 Hardpoint car, that took on fresh tyres and fuel, but the driver remained at the wheel of the car. The WeatherTech car, it fueled and left. So it really is a high-speed game of chess in that GTE class.
One might say, as always, Mr. Bradley, thank you for that. Good morning to John de Geese, and thank you, John, for A, still being up and around, B, listening, and C, having the manual dexterity to be able to tweet us here at hashtag HaggertyRLM. Now, earlier on we were talking about, from 2024, GT entries being dependent on a top class entry from the manufacturer, and John's just let me know that the head of the endurance committee, Richard Mille, said that all of the GT3 manufacturers, any GT3 manufacturer, will be allowed in as long as they make the premium kit that we were talking about. So that clearly there's some disagreement about that from what's gone out with the press release, because I was talking to some manufacturers and some teams about that in my break, and they were quite vocal about the fact that certain manufacturers with whom they had previous partnerships or indeed current partnerships wouldn't be allowed. So Richard Mille telling John de Geese of Sportscar 365, any manufacturer will be allowed in as long as they make a premium kit. It still doesn't answer the question as to whether that's going to be a viable business opportunity for the manufacturers to build a kit for FIA WEC and Le Mans for possibly 2, 3 or 4 cars in the championship, and also whether the manufacturers will be minded to do that. But John making sure that we get the right information. I much appreciate that, JD, and thanks for coming in earlier on, working all the way through the race, and his team, Dan Lloyd and the rest of the team, posting a plethora of stories. If you want to know how many, just scroll back on sportscar365.com about a week ago and see how long it takes you to read from the start of the test day onwards to the amount of content that's been up there, and it's all absolutely on point. They've been talking to the people making the decisions and making the headlines. Sportscar365.com. Thanks, John.
And they haven't all been BOP announcements for Alpine.
No, that is true. Yeah, only 98% of the stuff. No, that's not true. Fair point. Well made. A little more than even the first vestiges of sunlight now. Who tell me that Mother Nature isn't a sports car fan when you see the Etruscan orange and eggshell blue in the sky? That has to be the Gulf colours, doesn't it? And we get that at Le Mans every year around about this time. We had a bright orange harvest moon last night, hovering just to the right when we were looking up the camera from the bottom of the Forest Essex, just to the right of the Dunlop Bridge. It looked like it was a staged or photoshopped picture. It wasn't. Phenomenal, absolutely beautiful. Clear skies. The temperature has stayed high enough overnight and is still hovering around 14 degrees in the air on the official readout over the start-finish line. It stayed high enough to make sure we haven't had the fog that we had yesterday morning.
Yes, and I think the only other thing, it's chilly enough, though, when I went out at about half distance to find myself a delicious hot dog. I must admit that was great. Really get me going again. it's quite chilly. You wouldn't want to be out there in shorts and t-shirt, at least I wouldn't, for very long. If you're just dashing from one side to the other, yes, but for any length of time, it's quite chilly. But hopefully it's going to warm up over the course of the day, and the forecast of sunshine all day long will be right.
Yeah, well, it's a forecast. It's not a crystal ball, Paul. I'll do my best. I can only read what's on the screen. Nick Damon is down with the Iron Dames, 47th for the number 85 Ferrari.
Yeah, they've not had a great day. They've come in, actually interesting. They've just done it stinks. They've just got cut close to it. It smells really unpleasant. They've done a little bit of a rear pad change. Interesting, just the pads. They haven't changed the discs. And the car absolutely smells like something is... it smells like carbon fibre. It smells like burning. You know, in glass fibre or carbon fibre goes up when that catches fire. It's got that kind of the glue. It's that actually goes up. The bonding resin. Resin. That's the word I want. It's really hard to find words. Oh, thank you. God, I was retching that off the back of my head. So somewhere there's resin melting on this car, an unmistakable smell. And there's a man. Well, two of them mechanics having a right old look in the footwork and where's this smell coming from, because driving with that stink is very difficult. We had that solvent issue for Alex Brundle, of course, this morning in the warm-up. They are now happy they've managed to clear the problem up, and the car will go away again with new rear brakes. We also had a couple of cars rejoin, both the 30 Duquesne and the 27 CD Sport, who spent a while in the pits having various things fixed. The CD Sport, its front left, and I think Duquesne was having a good old clean-up, but they've both rejoined, so there is a massive resistance about retiring, really. I think we've only got 4 cars at Van der Moor at the moment. If that's the interception Ferrari doesn't get there, which must get close to record. I mean, Paul, now he's back, he can talk to us. We must talk about highest finishing percentages. I don't want to jinx it. We must have a good chance of making that one this time.
We certainly should. I don't think we're going to go quite back to the best ever, which I believe way back in the first ever race, 1923, when we only had 3 retirements.
Out of 33 starters, was it?
Out of something like that, yes.
9%, you told me it was the other day. I do listen to what you say, Paul, you know.
You see, you've got the better memory, whereas I have to...
I just have a weird memory that's things stick in that...
3 retirements out of 33 starters in 1923.
There you go.
So it was all the 3s, 9%, absolutely right. In 2019, we had the highest ever number of finishers, and that was 47. So shouldn't really say at this rate, but I will do. We're going to be able to beat that one. The Duquesne car that number 30 this is, that Nick was just referring to, had a very long pit stop whilst they did all that work on it. Over an hour, in fact, 1 hour and 2 minutes, that car was in the pit box 4. But as Nick says, it's out again now, and means that we, according to this list, have 59 cars still running strongly. And the other thing that we just need to keep an eye on is that at the 18-hour mark, there is a rule which excludes anybody who hasn't completed 50% of what the race leader has done at the 18-hour mark. So we have
the overall race leader.
The overall race leader. So at 18 hours, check the number of laps of the race leader, halve it, and anybody who hasn't done that number of laps is disqualified from the event.
So we can add those to the non-finishers.
Correct.
Right, okay. Super Tubes.
Right, the drivers often talk about the magical moment where the light starts to seep into the sky, and just had shot beautifully lit by this increasing light of the morning of Alexander West, not quite appreciating the magic of the moment.
No.
He's leading on his beautiful yellow and blue, Swedish yellow and blue, being a Swede.
Of course, yes.
Alexander West just leaning against it. He's still out at the exit of the second chicane, pushed back behind the barriers. And why the long face, Alexander? Well, there's a very clear reason why, because the car presumably running very well beforehand, and then just with, we presume, an electrical fault, the car is going nowhere, and he can't go anywhere until someone comes and collects him.
Not exactly the magic hour for him then.
No.
And certainly not the happy hour.
Yes. Yes or no? Yes.
Yeah, indeed. Team Penske with a little bit of a lock-up before they came into the pits a few minutes ago. Out on the outlap at the moment, Manu Collard doing more of that time that they saved from him earlier on in the race. They sit in 8th position at the moment. Pit stop for the number 32 car, which is the Team WRT, Rolf Nation, the Swiss-flagged driver. He was last in the pit lane. And we've got the 23 United Autosports, Josh Pearson. He's just fuel, says Joe Bradley in my ear. And a couple of pit stops at Nick Damon's end of the pit lane as well, whilst we were talking amongst ourselves, Nick.
Yeah, we had the 5, which you mentioned, the Penske. That was a very standard stop again. Also, we had the 709, which is, of course, the leading Glickenhaus, again, just fuel. And the Parnes car, which has been in several positions, but apart from the leader. I've seen him as high as 3rd, they're down in 9th now in P2. I think this kind of, outside the Jota cars, the P2 cars are so close now that if they're going through a period with their silver driver, they'll drop down. And if they're going through a period with their platinum driver, they'll move up. So it's kind of like an ever-moving feast. So really the key point, it seems, actually on P2 is where they are with their various driver rotations rather than anything else, unless you're the number 38.
This is the time of night that, or time of the morning, I used to like to get a pit shift in when I was doing those things. And seeing the track come back to life, people stirring, having been asleep across 3 or 4 grandstand seats, making their way back to the grandstands in a various state of being compass mentis.
Yeah, and I really think, John, that you snatch what sleep you can when it's dark, but it's almost an offence to try and sleep when it's daylight. You've just got to man up, get a couple of coffees down you, and maybe a goof or something, and be ready for the day. And it looks so it's going to be an absolutely stunning morning. And where are the clouds? They're not here. It's Le Mans. It's going to be a really hot Sunday. So that hamper the cars.
So where are the happy hour fast laps? They're not happening because we've got a slow zone in place.
Yeah,
still hugely frustrating for fans of fast laps like I am at this time of day, just to see what the cars are capable of doing. You know, after they've been thrashed all night, to see that, as you say, the daylight revealing a few scars that you don't remember on the cars. You know, the last time you saw the cars, that they would have looked more pristine than they do now. And, you know, when they then go in and turn fast laps, I'm always thoroughly impressed by that.
Antonio Fuoco getting rather too close to Antonio Garcia. Antonio, I suppose you would say for those two. Garcia fighting his way back in the 63 after the brake issues that car had earlier. No, actually, that was the other car, wasn't it? That was Tandy's car. That car did spend a wee time in the pits and is 10 laps or so away from the rest of the pro cars. And Fuoco, of course, is fighting a battle with the 4 cars ahead of him. He's ahead of Sam Bird in the Riley Motorsports, number 74, and he's behind Jimmy Bruni.
Right.
Sorry, Bruce, just out of his car down in the pit lane, Nick Damon has captured Rolf Nation.
Rolf, from the give us a story of the 32's race so far. I mean, it's very tight. You've had a bit of bad luck, haven't you?
Yeah, it's very tight. We had a bit of bad luck in my first stint. We had two laps to go. A little contact with the Ferrari. He just closed the door, and I was inside, and he closed it. And due to that, I spun, and then we lost more than 1 minute to get back on track. But now we are just doing our job and try to get back everything.
Now, obviously, Radio Show Limited and Radio 1, we know you for the talking to us many times in Preventic Championship running GT3. How much are you enjoying this LMP2 experience?
Oh, well, I'm enjoying it very much, honestly, to be here in Le Mans. To drive an LMP2 for me is quite demanding. It's a really new challenge, and I first need to get used to it. It's the first time that we drive this car, so we drive here against almost everybody that is driving it the whole season, and it's quite a big challenge, but we are on it.
Is it a lot more physical than a top-line GT3 car?
Yeah, for sure, in a high speed, for sure. And the biggest difference is that there is no ABS. This is also a point where I'm struggling quite a lot to get used to that, to change the brake bias and stuff like this, to have always an optimum braking. And then in high speed, there is a lot of more downforce, and there the physics are much higher. So, as well, Le Mans is very demanding with the traffic, with everything you need to handle with slow zones and fuel saving, what we need to do, and there's a lot more than just driving behind this, and yeah, it's quite demanding.
A massive learning experience. That just means you'll be much better next year.
I hope so. That's why we are doing it.
Thanks, Rob. Rolf Nike out of the 32.
Nick Damon and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. It's Paul Trustwell, Bruce Jones, and John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, live around the world on RS2, Sirius 138, XM202, if you are suitably equipped in North America, and of course on our Hagerty Global Studiovision, which includes the Omologato countdown race timer in the bottom left-hand side, which at the moment is saying 10 hours, 12 minutes and 15, 14, 13, 12. You can do the progression yourself. And if you'd like to find out more about Omologato, the motorsport watch company, go to omologatowatches.com and pick yourself a nice timepiece for a special occasion or for everyday use. There are some really nice designs there which echo names and design language from the world of motorsport, both on and off-road, 2 and 4 wheels actually, something for pretty much for everybody. Yellow flag still out on the entrance to the Porsche curves, and that's stopping any fast times at the moment, Bruce.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Paul was mentioning about 15 minutes ago that this would be the sort of time of day we'd expect those to be coming in, but if people were still asleep, they didn't know why the yellow flags are out at the Porsche curves, Paul. Of course, there was a big impact front end in on Jean-Baptiste Lehay Ultimate, car number 35, the Oreca, and that wasn't in the first part of the Porsche curves. It was when the track went round to the left, so did the car, then it was spat across to the far side of the circuit, but big barrier repairs. I thought you could see the barriers flexing as the nose of the Ultimate car went in, and I didn't know if they would bounce back, but clearly the posts had been broken.
Indeed, and damage to the car as well, although I don't think the damage to the car was quite as serious as that happened to the barrier. But there was also one of these big polystyrene braking boards or advertising boards that was destroyed, and that created quite a lot of debris, which I think was what they wanted to get rid of first of all, but they stuck with their task and then went on to do the barrier. I've been watching the number 9 car, the Prema Orland team car, just came in for a pit stop, and they've kept Lorenzo Colombo in the car, and Lorenzo is usefully using up his hours now. Just before midnight, I think it was, I ran through what the silver drive time was, and Lorenzo Colombo in at number 9 had at that point done just over 3 hours. Well, he's done a lot more than that now. He's over 5.25 hours of his 6. So by the time he finishes this stint that he's now gone out on, he'll have done, what, 5 3/4. He'll still have a little bit of driving to do, but certainly nearly all of the silver drive time for that number 9 Prema Orland car will have been used up, and they can, if they want to, complete the rest of the race using their gold and platinum drivers in the Prema Orland car, which are Robert Kubica and Louis Delatraz.
Joe Bradley's down in the pit lane, just waiting for a chat with Sophia Flosch. Hello to Right Turn Lover in Central Europe, in Switzerland. Hello, RTL. How much driving has David Ennemeyer Hansen done so far? Paul Trustwell will work on that because he's looking at the silver and bronze drive time charts, and he can scroll through one of the laptops and pull that information out.
David Heinemeier Hansen's done just 2 hours and 49 minutes. little bit more, 2 hours, 49 minutes and 28 seconds to be precise. So a lot less than the 6 hours. His two co-drivers, Fabio Scherer, who was involved in an accident in the free practice session, has already done over 6 hours, and Pietro Fittipaldi has done 4 hours and 21. So, yes, David Heinemeier Hansen saving his driving until today.
Sofia just got out of the 47 Algarve Pro Racing Orica. You came across, you've just had a conversation with your engineer. Can you give our listeners an idea of the information that you pass on?
Well, I mean, I just did a quad stint, and I mean, with the full course yellow and stuff, or like the slow zone, it was a tough one, but still, it's getting day again, so we survived the night, but still trying to get the gap back again, which we lost in the first 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah, when you lose that gap after just 10 minutes, do you kind of lose a little bit of motivation, or do you realise you have to keep pushing?
I mean, the motivation is still the same, this doesn't change, it's just like, the goal is a different one, because before it was, the goal was to end up on the podium, and now it's more about gaining back some places and not finishing last.
How are the crew doing? Because they've had a horrid week with reshelling the 45. They've had a really tough week, your team.
Yeah, I mean, the guys worked, let's say, their softs. I mean, the sister car actually did a top on Wednesday, so they had to do the whole night. And then, I mean, they are doing a great job. It's really sad that our car had the sensor failure. But in the end, that's racing.
Thank you, sir.
Well, give them their due. They've plugged on and still sitting rather too far down for, I'm sure, their liking. So at this point, Bruce, your mindset changes to say, well, let's drive it as fast as we can, and either we'll kill it or we'll get it to the end.
I guess so, because they're not going to vault up the order otherwise. But one thing that's actually quite exciting right now is the slow zone has finally been removed at the Porsche curves, and maybe those, almost immediately we're starting to get blue sector times around the lap. Maybe those sweet laps in the sweet morning air will really start to come. Fastest lap of the race stands at Brendan Hartley, set very early on, lap 56. 3 minutes, 27.906 seconds in the number 8 Toyota. Let's see if that can be beaten. And immediately the number 8 Toyota sets its fastest first sector of all. So the track is right, the track is clear. And thank goodness those barriers have been repaired at the Porsche curves.
I think it's inevitable now, isn't it, Bruce? We'll get a fastest lap. The previous fastest lap set back at 10 o'clock last night. Brendan Hartley at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota. I'm going to say it now, I haven't said it for a long time, but the whole race thus far has been led by one Toyota or the other. The changes of lead have been just between those two cars, and has the fastest lap, although there was a brief moment when the Glickenhaus held the fastest lap before Brendan Hartley took that honour away from him again. But that was the story of that. The slow zone that we've just had the end of, including the Porsche curves, actually lasted over 38 minutes, and that was by far the longest slow zone of all that we've had so far, and it brings the total time spent under slow zone to 1 hour and 22 minutes of slow zones at various points. That's slightly unfair because some of them were simultaneous with one another, so the actual time spent under slow zone slightly less than that.
Hello to Toby Manton, who's looking for an update on the number 80 Iron Lynx. And we heard from the Iron Dames just a few moments ago, and the number 80, scroll down the timing screen and see where that is. Why can't I see that?
50 seconds.
Oh yes, there you go. Matteo Cressoni listed behind the wheel on my screen, and about 3 seconds or so behind the next car up the road, which is the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Claudio Schiavone's just come out the pits in the sister car. There are these little battles, just all over the place with cars a few seconds apart, even down into the that's the teens. In fact, that's well into the teens of that particular class.
Yes, I mean, having done a couple of the rundowns now, you kind of get a feeling for how close it is. And I can't remember a year, John, when the top 3, 4 cars, 5 cars in each class have not been separated by at least a lap at this stage in the race. Okay, the 2 Toyotas have got a 2-lap margin, in fact now a 3-lap margin over the Glickenhaus, but in LMP2 the position's very close indeed, with how many cars now on the lead lap in P2? 3 cars on the lead lap in LMP2. In GTE Pro, well, no surprise really there that we've got 4 cars on the lead lap, a Porsche, or 2 Porsches, a Ferrari and a Corvette. They're all on the lead lap. But in GTE AM, it is similarly close with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars on the lead lap. So you're absolutely right. The gaps at the top separated by seconds rather than minutes or laps apart. And as I say, bear in mind that's coming up to 14 hours into the race now, and we still haven't had to use those things that I'm not going to mention.
GTE Pro leader in for a driver change. Let's get that report from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the 92 Porsche just comes by me and slots onto its grid slot just in front of its garage. The fueling goes in. They are having a driver change. It looks like to me, couldn't quite see who got in the car. You guys will be able to tell me as soon as he crosses the beam. I'm just looking to see if they've got tyres ready. They haven't got tyres on the apron, but I do see personnel kind of like in a ready for the sprint. Now they come. Yeah, problems. The 92 up on the jacks, dollies underneath, swiveled round, and it's the class leader. Let's not forget GTE Pro. This might be just a brake service. I'll head up there and check it out.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
A very pleasant 24 today is what's in the forecast, with little or no cloud, and at the moment it actually says no chance of rain. Well, yeah, it's all surely there's some chance of rain. A drop or two here and there. Perfectly clear skies at the moment. We were expecting the temperature to drop down to around about 10 or 11 overnight. It stayed at least 2 or 3 degrees, nearly 4 degrees above that. And as it stands at the moment, there's a little bit of wind coming in from the north, which is making things feel a little chillier than the 13.8 degrees that is the official temperature here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
On 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Joe Bradley has potted up to the number 92 Porsche pit. It was in, it was out, it has started, it has stopped, and it is ready to go back out. If that was a brake change, it was pads only, Bradders.
Yeah, discs and pads.
No way.
All 4 corners.
No way.
Incredible, incredible. If you were telling me that, Hindhoff, I wouldn't believe you, but I've just witnessed that with my own eyes. They wheeled the car in backwards on the dollies as per standard procedure, and then 4 discs and pads. Incredible.
And the time spent in the pit lane for that car, and don't forget that's including 30 seconds trundling, going up the pit lane. My screen all of a sudden might tell me, and I'm going to curse it for that. In GTE Pro, that was spending 2 minutes and 50 seconds in the pit lane, so less than 3 minutes, and the actual disc and pad change itself was probably done in about 1 minute and 40 seconds, if that. So, yeah, very quick work from the Porsche team. It was the class leader, as you said, Joe, as it was coming into the pits, but so close is the GTE battle that has now elevated the AF Corsa car number 51, the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, into the lead of the GTE Pro class, and Corvette Racing with Tommy Milner into second place in the class. Now, interesting that Porsche GT chose that moment to do their brake change, and a bit of homework required from the pit lane reporters now to find out if anybody else has already done the brake change, or whether it's still due. I'll look at pit stop times to see if I can work it out. But what was surprising was that the Porsche did that when the track was fully green and didn't use the opportunity of the slow zone that we had in place for 38 minutes. Although, having said that, of course, the pit stops for the Porsche comes every hour, so it's entirely possible that they just missed the window of for the brake change and trying to combine it with the slow zone, because the pit stops come for GT cars so much fewer and further between. Hello, Johnny. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul Truswell.
You're looking fresh and raring to go, I have to say.
Of course I am. Always, yes. Johnny Palmer and Johnny Merlin together with Trussers, and a bit of a change around in the pit lane, I'm hearing too. So Nick Damon stepping away. We're welcoming back Shea Adam shortly. So, still a Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010-12, separated by a little over 40 seconds. The 8 car of Sebastian Buemi out front from Mike Conway, who's just done a stop. 7 car feeding back in, still in second, and a couple of laps ahead of the 709 Glickenhaus of Frank Meyer.
But just to fill you in on the pattern there, Johnny, the pit stop due for Sebastian Buemi on the next lap around, and that should allow Mike Conway back into the lead of the race. And if their pit stops are even, then the gap between them at the end of the Buemi pit stop should be about 20 seconds, with Conway ahead.
Yeah. And he is in now, in fact, at the end of lap 228, and Shea Adams going to watch the stop.
That'll wake you up first thing in the morning. Good morning, gentlemen. It is indeed a fuel-only stop for Sebastian Buemi. Indeed, they do not even have an offering of new Michelins out of the tire oven. They are still examining all of the wheels. There's a lot of cleaning going on. The rearward-facing cameras getting a nice clean, as well as the windshield. There was a water bottle passed in to Sebastian, just some additional fluids should he choose to use them. His drinks bottle still full. They did not replace that. And at this point, just waiting on the fuel. So all perfect so far for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Away goes Buemi. That seemed like a pretty perfect stop.
Yeah, hitting their marks yet again, and Toyota are so good at that sort of thing. Of course, making sure that the cars spend as little time as possible in the pit lane. Metronomic type service from Gazoo Racing, and it will return to the racetrack. The other end of the pit lane is Joe Bradley with an update from...
It's the GTE AM leader. It's the lead in GTE AM keeps flip-flopping between the 33 TF Sport Aston Martin Marco Sorensen, just bringing that car in, and the WeatherTech Porsche, the Hardpoint Porsche. They're all in the mix, and the 33 has taken on a new driver. Sorensen stepped out, tyres come off. Mike Pickup, TF Sports tyre man, goes into action, bursts into action, and checks the Michelin. Don't look too bad, actually. Very little pickup on these tyres. See what I did there? It's actually his surname, Mike Pickup, and he's the tyre man. However, Mike Pickup is more renowned for being the winner of the first European Le Mans series back in the early 2000s with his home team, PK Sport. Marco Sorensen still got his helmet on, been across the wall and debriefed. And when he gets a breather, we'll have a word with him and see how this one's going, because it is really a high-speed game of chess in GTE AM.
And sorry, what's Mike's surname again?
Pickup.
And what does he do?
He's a tyre man.
Thank you very much. I think we've stressed that enough now. Some very good times coming in, I notice, for Jonathan Aberdeen. He's just done the cars best time. This is not necessarily an absolute best, but the car's best time, the Jota 28 through that first sector. So does that give us an indication that we are heading to a good phase of the race? In my absence, Paul, have we had a new fastest lap or anything close to it? A happy hour that we might be working towards?
No, happy hour didn't happen because we had a long slow zone. So that didn't happen. And somebody else is unhappy at the moment.
Nicolas Jamin in the 65 Panis racing car. This is one of the key
fifth,
players.
Was fifth in LMP2 and spinning the rear wheels in the gravel there, getting stuck. Very unfortunate. Going down into Mulsanne corner.
Yes, and only just ticked it, or is it Arnage? You might be right with Mulsanne. It's just that the car is in the third sector, so will have tripped the timing loop into the second sector. Yeah, you're spot on, Johnny Molan, because on our tracker, the car has gone straight on close to Marshall Post 20 and not only nosed into the barrier, making it very difficult for Jamin to do a three-point turn, but the rear wheels deep in the gravel bed as well. So we are going to have a slow zone in that area to mean that the marshals can attend and in relative safety for Nicolas Jamin, but he's going to lose places so quickly. This is giving me an indication of just how close LMP2 is, even with 14 hours still gone.
And talking of close, we're now back to our traditional GTE Pro battle. The first, second and third, especially with that recent brake change for the 92 Porsche and Michael Christensen dropping from the lead to third position. But now 1.9 behind the lead of GTE Pro. In front of him, and between them rather, the Tommy Milner Corvette, only 0.3 seconds behind the number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. So first, second and third in GTE Pro separated by 2 seconds now, and the Corvette all over the back as he slides the rear, scrabbling for traction out of the Dunlop chicane, really pressing on to try and take that lead back, which I think, Paul, will be the first time that Corvette will have led since they encountered problems in that class.
Since it all started to go wrong for them.
And
yes,
it's
exactly
amazing
right.
that they've got back up there.
That's right. But the other thing to pick out, though, you were just mentioning about the brake change for the 92 Porsche. I've been through the pit stops for the other GT Pro class cars, and I can't see a point at which they would have had the opportunity to have changed the brakes in the time available. Now, I know brake changes happen very quickly, but even so, I don't think the others will have changed. So we've still got brake changes to happen for Ferrari and for Corvette, although that doesn't take away from it, doesn't detract for this great battle for the lead.
Let's go back to the pits to Joe Bradley. Who have you found down there?
Marco, this is a great battle in GTEM that you guys are involved in.
It definitely is. It's intense out there. We're out of sync in the pit stops right now. So sometimes we're leading, sometimes we're not. The Porsches, they look really strong. But I think we have a good chance now. Ben is in the car. He showed some really good lap times last night, and now it's going to be really hard for him because now he's going to do or have to do a lot of driving until the end of the race. So I just hope he keeps it obviously clean and keep on pushing like he did early on, and then I think we're in a good position when it comes to closer to the end of the race.
And the car working well, the tyres working well. The tyres that came off the car there was zero pickup on there, so they must have been good.
It seems to actually be working really, really well right now. I think the compound we've chosen is the right one for our setup, our car right now. So yeah, it's just to push on.
Get some rest now.
That's for sure.
Absolutely. Thanks, Marco.
Marco Sorensen down there with Joe, chatting about the Aston Martin number 33, and Ben, they're referring to Ben Keating, of course, needing to do quite a bit of driving now in the early hours as the sun is rising. Official sunrise 1:06, which was nearly 12 minutes ago. Going to stay quickly in the pit lane because, Shay, you have news on Porsche number 77.
It was a very unexpected trip to the pit lane for, I think it was Sebastian Priaulx who's behind the wheel of that car at the moment. It was a tire issue, the right front with a giant flat spot on it that had then eroded and the tire compound not holding up. So they gave 4 new tires to that car, but the crew members were not fully expecting it to come in. They did a fantastic job considering that they weren't expecting to see the car, and then about 30 seconds later, it was at their feet. Perfect pit stop, and Patrick Dempsey said that now they are off sequence, but they're still on the lead lap, so there's still hope.
Shay Adam, Joe Bradley in the pit lane for us here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You couldn't really put many cigarette papers between the Ferrari and the Corvette that are battling for class lead. Alessandro Pierguidi, 51, Tommy Milner in the 64 car, and astounding that with a mere 9 hours and 48 minutes still to go, 0.2 of a second separate these cars, Johnny Molan.
Yes, absolutely, and you can see the differences in where they're gaining their lap time. You're coming into the Porsche curves, the Ferrari seems to have a little bit of the edge in the fast corners, whereas the Corvette, especially sort of from the middle of the long straights onwards, seems to come on quite strong at the top end there, and then forcing the Ferrari to kind of have to think about defending ever so slightly by moving to the middle or the inside of the track going into those chicanes. He then manages to stretch his lead a little bit, again through the fast corners, coming up to the Ford chicane now to end the lap. It's basically going to be like this, I reckon, until their pit stops, and the Corvette really desperate to try and get past now and retake that lead. It really looked at the beginning, didn't it, Johnny, like Corvette were going to dominate this race. Then they had some unfortunate problems, puncture, and of course now they've got to contend with the leading cars coming through as well and overtaking them.
It was massive brake problems for Nick Tandy, virtually a failure, he was telling us, talking to Nick Damon earlier on. That Ferrari, though, nowhere near as pointy as the Corvette as they head through the Dunlop chicane, and all the more manoeuvrable for Tommy Milner, but he's got to fashion the opportunity, might be out of Tête Rouge, in fact, and into the first chicane.
Absolutely. I mean, he's going to try and get a real run through Tête Rouge, but the Ferrari is quick through the fast corners. It's a really good run there, but he'll definitely have to defend now. Alessandro Pierguidi and that Ferrari will have to defend going into the first chicane. I suspect he'll move over just to let the Corvette know. It's going to be difficult to go around the outside of someone into these chicanes as well. And Tommy Milner doesn't want to drop it at this point. There's still 9 hours and 46 minutes to go of this race. He doesn't want to have contact.
And how about 3 for the GT lead? Because as these two are getting a little tangled up with one another, it's going through, because through the split, Milner managed to get the jump on the Ferrari. There's a Porsche right behind, which is also on the lead lap and very much in contention for the class lead. Michael Christensen creeping ever closer in the number 92 Porsche GT team. So we've got Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche, all 3 other manufacturers involved in GTE Pro this year, gunning it for the race lead on the same bit of straight. Absolutely,
that's what we were saying just now, and now you've got the Porsche will do exactly the same to the Ferrari as the Corvette did, and you can see there, let's not forget, there was a change in BOP after the test day, and you can see that the Corvette towards the end of the straight literally just drove round the outside on the racing line. The Ferrari moved over to defend, nothing he could do. The Corvette was clear of him by the time he got to the turning in point.
Into the slow zone again. I was fearful there there was an LMP2 car going slowly that they would have to dodge around, but that's because of the slow zone that is in place whilst Nicolas Jamin's car, 65 Panis Racing car, is being recovered. So they actually, despite being massively distracted by their private battle, were able to spot the yellow flags, the initial single waved yellow into the turning point of the second chicane, and behaved very nicely, because actually Pierguidi thought about going 2 abreast with Tommy Milner in the braking zone for the second chicane. So they will behave themselves, albeit briefly, then head out of Mulsanne corner, and the fight will be back on again.
Well, they knew that because they were in that same slow zone the lap before, and all Pierguidi is trying to do is be absolutely as close as possible without passing, so that when they come out of this slow zone, obviously the Corvette's going to get to the green before the Ferrari, and he wants to be as close as he possibly can, because that second or 2 seconds before he gets on the throttle will allow that Corvette to stretch away a lot in terms of distance.
And the slow zone is about to end, so they'll be clear of it. But when they get to that area of the track next time around, the slow zone will have gone. However, the time after that, as they come around, Tommy Milner's going to have to be coming into the pits because he's low on fuel. So his car is
Ferrari getting a
the
real
lightest
run
on the fuel.
Sorry to interrupt, Paul, but Ferrari getting a real run, looking on the outside then, going down into Indianapolis. It seems to be particularly quick actually in a straight line, the Ferrari. We're talking about the Corvette as Tommy Milner gets a massive slide coming out the tight left at Indianapolis. The Ferrari all over the back of him, and they're coming up to the section now where we know the Ferrari is strong. But going down into Indianapolis, for some reason, the Ferrari really got a run on the Corvette there. Yeah. And yet, up until this point, in a straight line, the Corvette has definitely been quicker, especially in that last half of the straight. But now you can see them stretching away the gap from Michael Christensen in the Porsche behind.
Yeah, he almost missed the jump, Christensen, coming out of the slow zone.
It's not that, it's just that the car in front goes when he gets to the green, and you have to wait another, even if that's another 5 meters before you arrive, that jump, you can't go before them, so they're always going to get a jump and you're always going to stretch initially, and that's the frustrating part.
And that's the elastic band contracting and expanding effect as well, because you can actually gain time into the first yellow. Yes, there's no overtaking allowed, but you do have the chance of getting a little closer to the cars in front. However, then that extends back out again as you leave the affected area. But that slow zone's now gone completely, Paul, as you were mentioning. So free racing available through the second chicane next time around and into Mulsanne corner.
But as I say, it's going to be box this lap for Milner. Pierre Guidi's got further to go on his fuel. However, it's worth noting that Pierre Guidi's tyres are a whole stint older than those on the Corvette. So the Corvette has only done 14 laps on its tyres, so it'll come in for a fuel-only stop. The Ferrari has already done 26 laps on its tyres, so they're considerably older. And the Porsche behind Michael Christensen not only is on brand new tyres, also on brand new brakes.
Exactly.
And so Michael Christensen's car is in very good shape indeed.
Yeah.
The only disadvantage he has is that he has practically a full tank of fuel. So once the fuel stops, wind themselves out for the Ferrari, well, for the Corvette first, then for the Ferrari, we'll have Michael Christensen back into the lead of GT Pro. And then the question is whether and when the Ferrari and the Corvette will do their equivalent brake changes.
The Mighty 38's return to the racetrack. Roberto Gonzalez at the wheel, keeping the race lead there. They're over 2 minutes ahead of Lorenzo Colombo. And elsewhere in LMP2, the latest drama has been the off for Panis Racing. The cars reach the pits again. Here's Shay.
Best news for the team is that they have a new nose, but they are not employing its use because the one on the car seems to be A-OK. Not having dive planes on the front anymore does make a big difference. And now they've changed all 4 tires. They've decided to change the nose as a precaution just to make sure that nothing is broken underneath it. They're having a quick look at the suspension. Nope, that looks all settled. And the new nose is going on the car. Wow, that's kind of funny because it is perfectly clean, of course. The rest of the car, not even close to being perfectly clean. So that is a little bit of something to keep your eye on. Now, and roars back out of the track.
Massive lockup.
They added some oil as well, Johnny, during that stop.
That was Shay Adam, and that was Johnny Molam. Now, we were talking about Michael Christensen having brand new brakes in the 92.
And brand new tyres, and they won't be so brand new anymore. He's weaving from side to side there to get the gravel off. A massive lockup, chasing the Corvette and Ferrari down into Mulsanne on the bumps, locks up, tries to turn. You can see the understeer in the car there, and drives off into the gravel. Did well to keep his foot in and get through the gravel trap there, but that definitely will have flat spotted his tyres.
When you fit new brakes, do they take a little while for the pedal to be, fully engaged, as it were, or is that just how hard he's pushing right now?
No, what can happen with new brakes, especially because obviously they've been bedded, they'll be pre-bedded brakes, but they can actually change the brake bias on you. They can sometimes push it rearward, or the second sometimes push it forward. It looked almost there, and I'd like to see it again, that he actually was locking the right rear. It looked a little bit, which was one of the reasons why he was turning in to the corner and then having to straighten again. But either way, it looked like the unloaded right side of the car, and it could be that the bias either shifted a little bit forward on him or to the rear and caught him out. But at the same time, they can be a little bit grabby, new brakes.
Yeah.
So that could be contributing to the fact that he ended up with that lockup.
Yeah, and he will adjust now the pedal pressure, presumably moving forward, just to kind of well, you need that to happen to kind of know where the new limit is, as the Corvette peels off to the right into the pit lane from the class lead in GTE Pro.
Just as Paul said.
Yes, and leaving nothing on the table on that route into pit lane. As we've said, all the best in laps. You're absolutely clobbering the curbs there, because these tyres may well be at the end of their stint now. So Milner in. We may get a new driver too. Nicolas Jamin's returned to the racetrack, as Shay was describing the pit stop for 65. Also into pit lane from LMP2 is Tristan Vautier in the 44 car. And towards the sharp end, Lorenzo Colombo for the Prema All-In team is in from second position. So Corvette into pit lane.
Looks like it's staying... Looks like Tommy Milner's staying in that number 64 Corvette.
Shay's on the spot to call it.
They do have new Michelins out, but since they are not installing Alexander Sims yet, I don't think they will be employing these Michelins. They are waiting on fuel, having cleaned the windshield very thoroughly and the side window. Wow, that's attention to detail. Just waiting on the fuel. Mechanics at this stage in the morning feeling that tiredness setting in. There was a slight delay to the mechanics actually getting going, but that was fuel only for the 64 Corvette. Joe, who have you got at your end?
Yeah, we've got one of the contenders in that high-speed game of chess. It's the 98 Aston Martin of Northwest, and it's Paul Devellana who's getting into the car. That looks like a pretty straightforward fuel driver, and it will be tyres. Staying at the top end of the GTE AM class, the 99 Hardpoint Porsche is, well, their crew's out on the apron ready to receive the car, but I see brake discs and pads being readied, only 2, so that means the front end of that car is going to be serviced. Let's see if they can do as good a job as the 92. And just down from there, looks like the WeatherTech boys are getting ready, and there's no tyres or anything there. That might be I might be being a bit premature though. So this great battle in GTE AM is, as Marco Sorensen's just mentioned, is just flip-flopping between these 4 cars as and when they pit stop. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's fascinating to follow the battle and how reliable it is as well. The flip-flop, as Joe quite rightly points out. So the 9 car in LMP2 returning to the track. Kubica at the wheel. He falls behind the 708 Olivier Pla-driven car. So the 708 was in strife many hours ago now, when Pla actually was involved in a spin, which we think came from a tyre going pop at Tête Rouge, and he was left facing oncoming traffic for a spell. But the 708 is slowly working its way back up the order. It's just under 3 minutes behind Roberto Gonzalez now in the Jota 38, but we should, within the next 15 minutes maybe, no, but probably a bit longer than that, have 4 hypercars at the sharp end, depending on the pit stop cycle. But at least 708 is going the right way now. It's taken a while.
Fantastic, isn't it? Sorry.
I can talk about brakes a little bit more, because the 64 Corvette has already had a brake change. However, it was at 9 o'clock last night. Which may well mean that they'll need another brake change before the end of the race, if not later on this morning.
And the Ferrari run very different sort of pads for these races. Endurance pad, their endurance pads are incredible. In fact, on the GT AM classes, sometimes they can get the whole race without a pad change. It'd be interesting, though, at the pace that Pierre Guidi is running in the Pro car, I suspect that they will need a pad change. Interesting, though, we're going into that. I know that Paul doesn't like to use this word happy hour, but Alessandro Pierre Guidi just setting the fastest middle sector of that number 51 Ferrari that car has done so far. His last flying lap was a 3-minute 50.3, very, very respectable, nearly into the 49s. It'll be interesting to see if he manages to sneak into the 49s. And Paul, perhaps you could let us know what is the fastest time of the GTE Pro class at some point that's happened so far in this race.
Yes, I mean, the key thing with happy hour, and the thing that I like about happy hour, is that you do see what the cars are capable of doing when they're not new anymore. You know, it's not like these are brand new cars. These cars have been thrashed all through the night.
Absolutely.
And what you get when the sun comes up is this sudden flurry of fast times coming through.
But the drivers are actually in the rhythm and in the groove very much. So even though the cars may be a little bit worse for wear, the drivers are absolutely on it. And interesting that Pierre Guidi there didn't set the fastest lap of that car. He did a 3-minute 50.285 on that lap. Christensen, who's lost 6 seconds but now pulled about 1.2 back, actually on that lap did a 3-minute 50.295, so very evenly matched.
Second place in GTE AM is heading to the pits, and Joe Bradley's watching.
This is great. Car being fueled. We did have brake discs readied. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's still going to happen. They're going to do it on the apron. And you know what? Just 4 garages down, the WeatherTech boys have come out. They're about to receive their car, but for now, they're watching on in earnest. No, they haven't got the stopwatch quite out. The Hardpoint team, the Hardpoint Motors Porsche team, go to work, and it's the brake discs and pads that are going to be changed. Now then, I can't quite see over the shoulder, but it's not one of the it's not one of the setups where the disc has the caliper attached. They're going to knock the caliper out the way, put in the new. No, sorry, I got that wrong. It is caliper already attached to the disc. Dry brake system on the hydraulic part of the cable, the pipage, I should say, and already the left-hand side's on. I suspect the right-hand side's going to be on as well. I know Paul's got the stopwatch on this, and we just get the pop the pads in there. That's already done. Wheel going on left front. That's the gun drilling it up. Right front going on now. So the 99 ready and able to go to the finish on this current brake setup. And that's it out. What does the stopwatch say, Paul?
2 minutes and 8 seconds, plus whatever it takes him to get to the pit exit. So it'll be 2:15, I reckon, by the time he's at pit exit for the number 99 car.
The 98 Aston Martin for Northwest AMR's just done a stop. Paul Dall'Anna back in the race, but Johnny Merlin, quite a wayward entrance to pit lane.
Yeah, you were just saying, weren't you, having to push and maximise the lack of time loss coming into the pits. There's 2 chicanes that sort of almost mirror what's going on track when you come into the pit lane at Le Mans, and Paul Dall'Anna just really overstepping and going right off through the gravel, almost going back across onto the track itself before bringing it back. Did well, actually, to hold that together across the gravel and the grass and still bring it into pit lane.
Yeah, so it's obviously at that point where a lot of the GTE AM cars are wanting to pit because Alessia Picariello from 4th position in and out again. Hardpoint Motorsport in the 99 back into 4th spot. Julien Andlauer can't be very far away, therefore, in the WeatherTech Racing Porsche as the class leader from needing a stop too. And the Glickenhaus 709 is in from 3rd position. They're making either an adjustment of the rear deck or, well, Shea Adam is there. What more do you know?
They just brought a new rear component out of the garage, so that's rear wing, lights, the entirety that clips onto the back of the car, having done the tire change as well at the fuel stop. It was not a driver change. I don't think it's Frank Bayou behind the wheel now, and I think he was the one who brought the car in, but it's taking a while to get the new tail section onto this car.
Yeah, a couple of giant Allen keys being used to just tighten that on, so we've seen many times here at Le Mans a rear clip change, which appears to be what they're doing at Glickenhaus. This is the 709. Ferrari number 51 is in from the GTE Pro class lead. And also, Joe, just before you knock off at the end of your shift, Julien Andlauer, 79, WeatherTech racing car is in.
Yeah, he's handing that car over to Thomas Merrill. We're talking about the WeatherTech car in from the lead of GTE AM. It really is turning into a fist fight, this one, isn't it? So as the fueling goes in, Julien Andlauer steps aside. Great job from him to keep this car in contention. We've got brand new rubber as well, Michelin, unscrubbed Michelin's going on, fueling still happening. Fueler indicates something, not quite sure what that means. Waving his hand there. Still got the fueling pipe inserted into the tank filler, and he pulls it away. Jacks go up. And we've got the left-hand side attached now. Off come the right rear, left front. So they're kind of doing it in a diagonal fashion. Music for this time of the morning, that.
This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
14 hours and 30 minutes now done in the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it's a 1-2 for Toyota Gazoo Racing, with Mike Conway in the number 7 car having completed 235 laps, leading by just over 26 seconds to Sebastian Buemi's nearly identical car, the number 8 machine for the Japanese squad. So the GR010s leading the way, and at this stage, pretty convincingly, the nearest hypercar to them is the 709, which has just made a pit stop and a major adjustment on the rear. New component to take, well, old one taken off, new one fitted to the back, and that took a little longer as a consequence. A 3-minute and 6-second pit stop for Franck Mayer, who rejoins in 3rd. LMP2 is led by the mighty 38 for Jota. Roberto Gonzalez, who is the silver driver in that combination, took over, or rather brought the car back out again about 5 or so minutes ago. Olivier Pla in the 708, trying his hardest to make it 4 hypercars in the overall top 4. He's got a bit of way to go yet, but at least that 708 has recovered the situation from earlier when a spin lost that car a lot of time. It's back up to 5th overall. 2nd position in LMP2, therefore behind the mighty 38, and 2 places behind is the number 9 of Robert Kubica, the Prema All-In team. Then in 3rd position and 7th overall is the 31 Rene Rast-driven Team WRT Orica. Jonathan Aberdeen is next in P2, also for Jota, number 28, and it's Matthias Besch and Fabio Scherer, 5th and 6th in class for TDS Racing and Inter Europol competition, respectively. Quite a bit further down in 22nd overall is the Pro-Am LMP2 leader. That's still James Allen for Algarve Pro Racing, number 45. It's been that way for many hours. Matt Bell for Nielsen Racing in their debut in LMP2, running 2nd, number 24. And Francois Perrodo, AF Corsa's car, number 83, still looking good for a podium at this stage in Pro-Am. GTE Pro, talking about a dogfight. Well, yes, the gloves are off and have been for several hours now, with Porsche, Corvette and Ferrari all involved. Michael Christensen with his new brakes, despite that very scary moment at Mulsanne a couple of laps ago for the Dane, is leading the class. They're 19 laps back from the hypercars, to give you an idea. Car 92 leading by just over a minute from Tommy Milner's 64 Corvette. 3rd is the 51, the rejoining Daniel Serra for AF Corsa. Another Porsche 4th, that's the number 91 of Jean-Marie Bruni. Davide Rigon is 5th for the 52 AF Corsa car. Sam Bird in 6th position for Riley Motorsports, Ferrari number 74. And in GTE Am, here's the top 4. 33 for the time being, TF Sports Aston Martin, and Ben Keating goes to the lead because the previous class leader, number 79, with the WeatherTech Racing Porsche, has just pitted, with Thomas Morel taking over. Paul Dalla Lana almost losing it completely on the run into the pit stop previously, but the Canadian is still very much in the fight. Car 98, the Northwest AMR Vantage, ahead of the Hardpoint Motorsport Porsche for currently Alessio Picariello, the mighty Belgian, number 99, in 4th place in GTE Am.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
A little while ago, Johnny Molan was asking about fast laps in GTE Pro. Well, they're being set right, left and centre. 3:49.387 is the fastest lap in GTE Pro, set by Michael Christensen, number 92, on lap 216. That's the lap that he's just completed. Second fastest lap to Tommy Milner in the 64 Corvette, a 3 minutes 49.433, also set on lap 216, which is the lap that he's just completed. Third fastest lap to Jordan Taylor at the wheel of the 63 Corvette, 3 minutes 49.696. But that was set 20 laps ago, so just as soon as the slow zone was released that preceded Johnny and Johnny coming back on. And then the Riley Ferrari is the quickest of the 3 Ferraris, number 74, with a 3:49.876. So they're all underneath that magical 3 minute 50 mark that you were asking about, Johnny. Very quick indeed in GTE Pro.
Yeah, fantastic, Paul, and that just goes to show that the track is just coming to us. The conditions are perfect, and you're seeing fast laps everywhere, fast sectors everywhere, and the fight. Michael Christensen, as Johnny Palmer was just mentioning, in the 92 Porsche, obviously leading this class. He dropped about 5 or 6 seconds behind with that mistake at Mulsanne, pulled about a second of that back. Then Pierre Guidi pitted to give over to Daniel Serra in the number 51 Ferrari, which was leading at the time, but by the time they came out, it wasn't a particularly great pit stop. I noticed that getting the air jack in took a little bit of a while. They lost a bit of a fumble there, lost a second or two. The tyres as well, the left rear took a little while to set on the pegs before they could tighten it up. And so the result of that was that when they did come out, they were actually behind the Tommy Milner car, which obviously didn't take tyres, had a quicker pit stop by somewhere around 20 seconds quicker, and then put him up ahead of them, but Michael Christensen ahead of both of those. So currently leading his class, few laps off sync in terms of the strategy. Tommy Milner still aboard the 64 Corvette in second place, a minute and 7 seconds behind the Porsche, but obviously, as we said, just out of sync a little bit on the stops. And Daniel Serra now 20 seconds behind Tommy Milner in the number 51 Ferrari. So that GTE Pro battle that was nose to tail for a little while, or everyone within about a second and a half, has spread out ever so slightly, but this will all pan out again with the different strategies. And will we see the Corvette, number 64 Corvette, and also the 51 Ferrari at some point doing another brake change?
Now, during that last Valkyrie AI hourly update, I'm sure I saw a Ferrari skating off to stage left at Mulsanne corner. Was that from a while ago, or was that live action?
It was a replay.
Fine.
I saw it as well.
And I was clocking it, and I thought I should mention that at some point, but it was from a little while.
The telltale flashing replay was in the top left, so
okay, good.
It wasn't live action.
Good, so we don't need to update people with that then. It looked a little bit like the AF Corsa car number 54, but nevertheless, that car is still circulating with Thomas Fleur at the wheel, and got quite a few key runners in GTE AM that are slowly getting back to the sharp end after difficulties earlier on. I remember that being very strong initially for Porsche when the top 6 places were 911 RSR 19s, but the Aston Martins are working their way, have been working their way to the front. 2 of the Vantages represented in the top 3 right now. Richard Lietz down at Porsche. Just is he returning to the garage after a snooze perhaps, and maybe not very far away from taking over in the 91 car. Jean-Maria Bruni 4th place right now in that 91 car, and great to have all 3 manufacturers well in the fight for GTE Pro. Christensen is, as I mentioned in the update, just over 60 seconds to the good over Tommy Milner, but it'll be Christensen in next ultimately in GTE Pro in car number 92 for fuel. 9 hours and 20 seconds to go. Nose to tail coming through Porsche curves for a couple of LMP2 cars, and one of them is James Allen, who leads the Pro-Am division. He's catching DKR Engineering's car that was featuring in that Pro-Am scrap not too long ago. Actually, Alexandre Cugnot has dropped to 4th place, so that won't be for position. 45 got at least a lap on number 3, which heads into the pits.
Yeah, and then he peeled off into the pits, which James Allen would have been very pleased about to get out of his way, because he was definitely holding him up there through the Porsche curves. Probably lost about a second behind him at that point.
Yeah. So James making the move to Algarve Pro Racing in the winter period. And James has raced for lots of different teams actually in LMP2, including Graf, been a race winner at European Le Mans Series level only a handful of years ago for the French squad, but now racing for Stuart and Sam Cox's team based in Portugal, Algarve Pro Racing. United Autosports in. This is Josh Pearson bringing the number 23 car in, Johnny.
Taking a little while to get out of the car there, actually. It's almost like there was something he was trying to deal with, maybe get the belt buckle over the front of the seat to allow Ollie Jarvis, who I believe is getting in, to actually have a better way of getting his belts done up. But a little bit slow, lost 2 or 3 seconds there getting out of the car. Ollie Jarvis now getting in, and that car still trying to sort of wend its way towards the front of the grid after all the various different trials and tribulations and penalties and unsafe releases that it's had to go through over the course of this race so far.
Yeah, with the unsafe release, a light pod, or the half the nose basically came off the car and ended up in the middle of the road on the Mulsanne, which caused chaos for all those behind. They have had a multitude of problems, but typically with United Autosports, they phase those out and focus on the task in front. They're back up to, well, what is currently 8th position, and flirting with the top 6 at certain times during the pit stop cycle.
It's taken them, it just shows the depth of talent in this. It took them just about to get to 7th or 8th, then they dropped to 13th in terms of after their stops. They're still a little bit out of sync on their stops with many of the other LMP2 runners, even now, sort of hours later, and with their first cut tyre brought them in after 2 laps, and that really threw them out of sync a little bit. And they keep on just gradually climbing up into the top 6 or 7 and then dropping down to about 9th or 10th. And in this case, actually 12th coming out now after the pit stop. Sorry, that's 9th out coming out after the pit stop. So they are moving slowly towards the sharper end in terms of position. Whether they're actually catching in terms of pace, probably the overall LMP2 leader, who's also in 4th place overall, which is really a fantastic showing for the Jota car, currently with Roberto Gonzalez still aboard, and I suspect that he'll have been doing most of his 6 hours by the end of this stint and got that out of the way. Perhaps Paul can let us know.
Well, he was actually a good way off it. When he got in the car at the beginning of the stint, he'd only done 2 and a bit hours, so he had to do some catching up. And for example, in the number 9 car, the Prema All-In car, which is in 2nd place, Robert Kubica now back at the wheel of that car. But in the early morning, Lorenzo Colombo did a lot of laps, and Lorenzo has now done 5.5 hours.
And what's Roberto done so far?
Roberto has now done 4 hours.
Okay, so still 2 hours left.
Minimum of 6 hours for all drivers, isn't it, Paul? But the silver in LMP2, or indeed the bronze if you're in Pro-Am, is so crucial. They have to do the mandatory 6 hours, and then we'll see drivers of the gold or platinum precious metal rating doing a lot more than that.
Yes, what will be interesting is whether teams do the cut-off right on the 6 hours for the silver or bronze, or whether they let them complete their 9-lap stint.
Yeah.
And that is going to depend a little bit, I think, on their pace.
On how quick they are. I think most teams will, as I'm sure you will agree, Paul, will prefer to try and finish off the stint, because obviously then you're maximising. It does depend a little bit, and at this point it's hard now with slow zones and all the rest of it to calculate how many pit stops you've got between now and the end of the race. But if they know that there's going to be a short one at the end, then they might shorten them by a lap or 2, but it really is preferable to try and let your AM driver see out his stint, if at all possible.
Especially when they're only 33 minutes long. It's not like you're going to be out there for an hour. In GTE AM, slightly different case in point, because in GTE AM you're talking about an hour-long stint, or maybe even a little bit longer, with depending who your gentleman driver is. And just to correct myself on Roberto Gonzalez, not as I miscalculated. He's done 3 hours and 17 minutes only. Has Gonzalez.
So only just over half the distance, in fact.
Exactly so, yes.
Charles Galeal assaulting, I think that was Sebastian Bourdais in the number 10 LMP2 car there, and I suspect he might get a penalty for that, because he was leaving that lunge very, very late.
Yeah, that was into the Daytona chicane, the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, and Bourdais, Le Mans native, forced into a spin as they were turning right and then trying to turn left, but both cars continued to the right because of the contact made at the turn-in point. Race leader is in. This is Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota, and
looked like he was sucking on a gel that they gave him there, an energy gel. It looked like that might have been it. I didn't only caught the end of it. I wasn't watching the screen until caught the last glimpse of it, but that would make sense at this point.
Certainly at 6:45 in the morning, might just need a little bit of an energy boost, and the Toyota is away quickly. Parts of the racetrack now just bathed in this golden early morning light at Le Mans. Classic stuff. I noticed the whole of the Forest S's has that brilliant quality of light, and also the run into Arnage as well. Perfect for, I'm sure, many photographers that are around the racetrack, no doubt pumping back live pictures right now. The contact, unsurprisingly, between Sean Gelael and Sebastien Bourdais is under investigation. That happened at Marshall Post 11, but as we've said, that's the Daytona chicane. Thankfully, as Mike Conway arrives there, both cars are now no longer sitting in the middle of the racetrack and are back in the race. It's a bit of a drama for the 37 Cool Racing car a moment or two ago. Classic Mulsanne corner stuff as Nicholas Cruton, who is brand new to LMP2 racing, has been a star in P3s in the European Le Mans Series in recent times. This is quite a step up, though, for the young German, and very nearly found the full gravel trap at Mulsanne corner. Did well only to drop a couple of good years on the left-hand side into the stones there, Johnny.
Yeah, did very well. As we're seeing a lot of mistakes happening down into Mulsanne corner. It is very tricky. You're kind of turning. You have to come. You come down to it. You kink to the right. In a GT car, you kind of kink to the right. Have to ease out the throttle as you start turning, and then ease into the brake pedal, because you can't get it through the right and then get it straight and then brake for the right. It just isn't possible. With the prototypes, it is a little bit easier to maybe go through that kink flat, get it straight and then brake, but you're braking diagonally across the track, so you're going across the crown of what is effectively a public road. It's not as bad there as it is on the straights going down into the Daytona chicanes, but there still is an element there of rutting from a normal public road. It's a little bit bumpy, and therefore you're seeing a lot of people locking up, and once you lock up there, you know you can't turn in because you're going to spin, and then you're going to spin into the gravel. So they kind of keep the wheel a little bit straighter longer, try and carry on slowing the car down, and then turn right and sort of wall of death it a little bit, as we saw there. And so just dropping his left-hand tyres into the gravel there, but getting away with that probably only cost him about a second.
Two abreast out of Arnage, which is a United Autosports LMP2, picking off the DKR engineering machine. Sebastien Buemi in a slightly nightmare situation here. He's caught 4 LMP2s all together and is having to feed his way by where the opportunity presents itself. Tricky, of course, now these days, where the hypercar hybrid doesn't help you out of the slower speed corners. It doesn't kick in fact, these days, until you get to 190 kilometers per hour in the Toyota GR010. So having to use the power from the ICE via the rear wheels to get by as quick as possible and as safely as possible. And this should be an in-lap for Sebastien Buemi, so it'd be nice to clear all that traffic just in time to dive into the pits. The Glickenhaus is also in. That must be the 708, and is. Olivier Pla back into the race in 6th position, and the LMP2 leader is in, Shea Adam.
And I was really hoping that I was going to be able to grab an interview because the driver would be getting out of the car. Not the case. This is a windshield clean and fuel for Ricardo Gonzalez. He's pointing to indicate, guys, I need my side window clean too, please. I can't see out of it very well. That has been done now. And just, wow, that actually was a big difference. His side window was almost opaque compared to how it looks now with a bit of a clean. And just waiting on the fuel, the signboard flips over, waiting, fuel nozzle comes out. Roberto Gonzalez wastes no time, and he does not want to stay for an interview yet.
No, but it is only a matter of time. I'm sure, Shea, you'll be on the spot, ready to welcome him maybe next time around. These LMP2s still pitting at the rate of 32 minutes, roughly speaking, as the Buemi car is already back on the move. It occupies the fastest of anybody's time through the 3rd sector, but that may well have been done quite a bit earlier on in the race. In fact, The fastest lap is still in the hands of Brendan Hartley in the same car. That was done on lap 56, and we're now working 241, Paul.
Yeah, that was about 9 o'clock last night when Brendan Hartley set his fast lap. I think you can't overemphasize how many slow zones we've had in this race and how much they've affected matters. The last time I counted, I think it was about 18 of them. So it's certainly been a lot of the circuit. Yes, 18 slow zones. A lot of the circuit has been affected by a lot of slow zones a lot of the time. So Buemi back out onto the track. And Mike Conway already well ahead of him. So if anything, on that particular pit stop cycle, Mike has extended his lead over Sebastian Buemi rather than it being reduced, and I'll try and work out where that
I think Buemi lost quite a bit of time in traffic on his in-lap as well, and Mike Conway, looking at this, had about a second quicker pit stop than the Buemi car, and that gap 19 seconds now between the two of them.
I don't think we ever said, and if we did, I'll repeat it, but the time that Conway got ahead of Buemi was probably 2 or 3 pit stops ago now, and it was because Buemi had to be pushed backwards and forwards in the pit box on his pit stop. There wasn't enough room so he could get in, but then they had to push him back before they could get him out again, because either United was there, no, it must have been United was there, and they were blocking the way in for Sebastian, and that just lost him about 10 seconds.
That's a lot, actually, to lose in that, yeah.
Actually, it wasn't as much as 10, it was 7.
Yeah.
But then that, plus a slow zone, which Sebastian Buemi got unlucky and had to go through the same slow zone twice, whereas Mike Conway did his pit stop for part of that pit.
And if you remember, Paul, it was earlier on, quite a few hours ago, I remember we were hearing Mike Conway being interviewed, and he had the same thing happen to him in the slow zone, and they lost 20 seconds. So it's sort of ebbing and flowing, isn't it? And you like to think that over the course of the whole race, the luck will work both ways, so that the car that wants to, on merit, be in front will end up in front.
Now, every slow zone is different, Paul, but is there generally an average time that a slow zone might be out for? I mean,
I did say so during the free practice sessions, that they try to keep them to be multiples of 3.5 minutes. However,
which is a lap time.
That's not been the case in this race. Now, I'll keep counsel on some of that, because some of my data has been corrupted a little bit by some dodgy internet connections. But from the data that I've got, some of the slow zones have been even less than a minute, and we had one, the longest of the slow zones was 38 minutes. So they too have ebbed and flowed, but quite a few of the zones have been considerably shorter than 3.5 minutes. And that does mean, whilst it's good that the track is green for longer, it does mean that you'll get some cars that arrive and the slow zone is there, others arrive and the slow zone's gone.
And the aim of 3.5 minutes, you thought from free practice, that's just in the interest of fairness, is it? That each car will go through the slow zone at some point on the same lap, but there's
only fairness on the hypercars than LMP2s,
well,
though,
true.
isn't it?
Because they're lapping at 3:35.
Yes,
yeah, and the GTs
are
closer to 4
at
minutes or 350s.
Yes.
Yeah, so I do understand. I mean, sometimes in World Endurance Championship races, you've got a full course yellow in a 6-hour race, and I know Eduardo Freitas has said a full course yellow will stay out, on a shorter track for 2 laps sometimes. That's what he will aim to do, unless it's close to the end of the race, and then we want to see racing. So again, that aim will change accordingly. But you're always going to get winners and losers during cautions. That's just the nature of them.
I'll be very careful how I say this, but although we have had a lot of slow zones, but I'm not going to say the rest of the sentence.
Fair enough. I think we know where the direction you're going there. Matthias Besch is in the 5th position car from LMP2, which is the TDS Racing by Viant car. Remember, no longer a Pro-Am entry. That's a very normal driving lineup, in that it is technically, there has a semi-pro in there, but a very strong car now after Philippe Chimodomo unfortunately had a couple of incidents during free practice, and the official said he wouldn't be able to take part in the race as a consequence, so that team brought in Nick de Vries, bronze driver replaced by Platinum, and they're on for a top 5. I did think they would be strong. Matthias Besch, very quick indeed during some of the sessions earlier in the week. And in GTE Pro, Jean-Marie Bruni now pitting from 4th position in the number 91 Porsche. And there will be a driver change there as well. I saw Richard Leitz getting ready, and it is indeed Leitz.
He was spraying his glasses, wasn't he, and getting the anti-mist onto his glasses. Richard Leitz wears glasses when he's driving, and you could see him spraying those, because obviously you do get very sweaty. And it's I never actually had to drive with glasses but you know that they will steam up. I remember actually one year I was trying these new night vision goggles with slightly yellow lenses to try and help pick up the shadows a little bit better, and they did keep steaming up, so I kind of gave up with them. But now you've got some pretty good products, akin to Rain-X, but instead of against the rain, against the mist.
Rain-X for your specs.
Yes.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, I've seen many times before. I remember Ricky Taylor involved in an off, and as soon as the engine cut in his LMP2 car, that meant that the aircon went as well, and as soon as the glasses just started steaming up straight away, so he had to take them off and get them away from the body temperature. It's just something else to be thinking about, isn't it? But there are a number of drivers that drive with specs. I mean, Sebastian Bourdais wears specs out of the car as well as in it, others just for driving duties. Number 9 back in the race as well. Robert Kubica, second position. Olivier Pla behind him on the road in 6th place overall, and car 708 taking a pit stop.
I tell you what, they're not doing anyone for track limits coming out of the Dunlop chicane, are they? Because the cars are going very wide beyond the curves multiple times, and I certainly haven't seen any warnings come up recently, but every car, be it GT or LMP, seems to be going very, very wide out of Dunlop.
It was fuel only for Robert Kubica, so happy to push on that set of good years. Olivier Pla is now back into the race. There was a driver change, I noticed, for TDS Racing, with Tijmen van der Helm taking over. So he's effectively the lowest ranked driver in that trio now as the silver, but still very rapid, the young Dutchman. And he's about 45 seconds adrift of Nicholas Cruton, with Nicholas's brief moment in the Cool Racing car down at Mulsanne not so long ago. The GT Pro order, Michael Christensen in the 92 Porsche, from 64 Corvette of Tommy Milner, and Daniel Serra in the 51 Ferrari. And there's about a minute and a half covering that top 3. We did have them nose to tail prior to the previous bout of pit stops.
But Michael Christensen obviously slightly out of sync there with the pit stops. He kind of almost owes us a pit stop there. The Tommy Milner, Daniel Serra gap sort of ebbing and flowing, but kind of ending up every lap at about 20 seconds. I thought for a while that Daniel Serra was bringing it down, but then obviously it's when they're hitting traffic at different times, so kind of stabilized at about 20 seconds, but obviously going to want to try and reduce that gap, and that is real. They're on a very similar strategy.
Spot on there, Johnny, with Michael Christensen, because he will be in the pits at the end of the lap that he's currently on, I think. Possibly he'll do one more, but I'm pretty sure he'll be coming in at the end of this lap.
Okay, so the reduced recovery is also more boost Porsche corners. Is this okay?
Yeah, we try.
Copy.
Team radio for Toyota number 8 and Sebastian Buemi. So talking about boost recovery there. These Toyotas are turbocharged. Little V6s is the internal combustion engine, and then they have the additional hybrid as well. Clearly they're still, I was going to say, messing about to a certain extent with the number 8 car, but they're trying to find a happy medium, I reckon.
Well, I think it's more a case as we see the ultimate number 35 LMP2 with Ariel cruising on the right there. Obviously some kind of issue. I don't think it looks like he's got a puncture or anything. It looks like it's more an engine issue or an electrical issue. But yeah, going back to what you were saying with the Sebastian Buemi number 8 Toyota, they have different recovery systems, and obviously it's not controlled by the driver necessarily. So what they were saying to him was a certain different recovery, which will give him potentially a bit more recovery in other areas, will give him more boost through the Porsche curves, asking whether that's okay, because obviously now with the lesser downforce and all the rest of it, they need to know the drivers what they're going to be getting back in response there, because they don't actually necessarily able to control it manually from the cockpit.
Yeah, so that's the KERS,
exactly.
Yeah, the kinetic energy recovery system, which then powers the hybrid. It is very nearly 7 o'clock in the morning at Circuit de la Sarthe. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
It's
It's been a very clear night, which means that hardly any cloud this morning. The temperature 12 degrees Celsius, and therefore very little chance of rainfall right now. We had last night a chance of about 10%, 10% chance of rain early this morning, but that's gone because it is wall-to-wall sunshine throughout the rest of the day by the looks of things. Still very humid at nearly 90% humidity, but the temperature is going to rise throughout the course of the morning, and then later on this afternoon we'll reach a high of 24 Celsius. Dipping tonight if you're heading back home maybe this evening. Pleasant driving conditions, but the low this evening for Sunday will be 10 Celsius.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
9 hours to go, and the Toyotas lead on lap 244 by over the difference between the two, just a little over 16 seconds. So they're still very much in touch with one another. It gives you an idea of the similar strategy that the Toyotas have taken. That one or two have had issues. Clearly the 8 car not quite as quick as the 7, generally speaking, but there's bits of traffic that they catch, and sometimes that lead difference condenses. The 7 car in the better position, and it pits a lap ahead of the 8 every time.
Yeah, which started right back at the very beginning of the race. Having said that, Buemi has brought that sort of 20-odd second gap down, or I think it was 19, down to 16.6. So again, working on the traffic side of things, even though the fastest lap still lies with the 7 car, I think you can see that the traffic is playing a part as we see the Ferrari again running deep into Mulsanne corner on a lockup. LMP2 is becoming a little bit more spread out even at the front. I noticed that Oliver Jarvis is now cleared David Heinemeier Hansen and Mirko Bortolotti, and is chasing down Dane Cameron. In fact, on that last lap, Ollie is absolutely flying, did a 3-minute 33.8, so that's one of the fastest laps. In fact, that's the fastest lap in the LMP2 class at the moment on that last lap, and really pressing on, still pushing that 23 car himself, and Alex Lynn, ably supported by Josh Pearson, really trying to bring that car back up into sort of top 5, top 6 contention.
Yes, and one or two LMP2 pit stops in the midfield happening. So Ed Jones still driving the number 28 Jota car, running in 4th spot. Nicholas Cruton's just been in and back out again. That may well have just been fuel for 37 Cool Racing. The Wayward car, oh, that's the one I was going to spot for you, the 61 heading into the gravel briefly at Mulsanne, which is the AF Corsa car for Conrad Grunewald, who's the bronze in that driver combination. It's Vincent Abril's car that he took to Hyperpole in GTE Am on Thursday night. Matt Griffin just ahead of them on the road is in pit lane, but the class GTE Am still being led by the Proton prepared WeatherTech racing car. Thomas Morel, number 79, driving duties for him right now. He's 45 seconds ahead of Alessio Picariello, who's been there or thereabouts. So effectively that's a Proton 1-2 for Porsche, but WeatherTech racing ahead of Hardpoint Motorsport to give you the official entry names. 79 ahead of 99. Then the Northwest AMR, Aston Martin and Paul Dalla and Ben Keating burning some bronze time for TF Sport is 4th.
Interesting that now that the pit stops have all panned out, and let's bear in mind, as Paul Truswell rightly said, the 92 Porsche on a slightly different pit stop strategy to the current leading Corvette in GTE Pro of Tommy Milner on the 64 car. That's panned out in that Tommy Milner is now back in the lead in the 64 Corvette. Christensen now about 15 seconds behind in the 92 Porsche, and Daniel Sierra a further 5.4 seconds behind him. So the pace of that Porsche, despite potentially having flat spotted the tyres, and it would be interesting to know actually whether they left the tyres on in that last pit stop. It looked like they might have done given the speed of his pit stop. I think it was a 1 minute 1 minute 26, so maybe they changed tyres in that stop on the Michael Christensen number 92 Porsche, but he's still edged away bearing in mind that when Pierre Guidi pitted, Christensen was about 5 seconds behind him, albeit with about 7 or 8 laps left to run.
Shay telling me that the 92 did do tyres.
Well, exactly, and they were brand new, so that's a set of tyres that have been burnt that might come back to play against them later on in the race. So that did look like a big lock-up, and clearly they were going to change those before not trying to triple stint those tyres.
And that's where the fact that this has been a dry race as well could hurt them, because as soon as you get a sprinkle of rain and the race director says this is a wet race, then you can use wet weather tyres and they don't count against your allocation. The allocation of tyres is only for dry weather tyres. So we'll keep an eye on that one, as you say, Johnny, and how many tyres they're getting through. That information which we don't actually get here as to when they change tyres or not. We purely do it, and Johnny was just looking at the pit stop time and saying within that time they had time to change the tyres. And
it does seem to be like a 110. Sometimes I've seen a 105, 106, but that seems to be fuel only. And then when it's about another 14 to 20 seconds more than that when they do tyres, doesn't it, Paul?
Yeah, exactly right.
Couple of messages from race control, including, sadly for the 31, although quite rightly, a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That was Sean Galaile heading into the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, with Sebastien Bourdais. Both cars spun as a result. Julien Canal getting his reactions back up to speed, chucking a tennis ball back and forth with a mechanic at Panis Racing, so he can't be too far away from taking over the number 65 car. They lost a bit of ground fairly recently, Panis Racing. There's also a warning flag for car 41, another WRT car. This is Norman Nato for abusing track limits. He's in the last chance saloon regarding warnings before he may be issued with a drive-through penalty. And a very good lap for Davide Rigon's Ferrari last time through. That's the best the car's managed all race. 52 just doing a 3:49.8. The incident involving Sean Galaile, he was nowhere near fully alongside Sebastien Bourdais as they turned in to the right-hand down.
That was always going to be a penalty. I'm surprised they took that long to bring that out and announce it.
Laurence Rohr on a bit of a charge now as well in the DKR Engineering number 3. Still maybe on course for a Pro-Am podium by the end of it. The DKR Engineering crew will always go well with Laurence Rohr, who was an LMP3 champion last year in the ELMS. And Nicholas Cruton and Dane Cameron having a good scrap for 6th position in LMP2 as well. So Cool Racing having just made a stop. Dane Cameron's just 0.9 of a second off the back of the German.
He's been catching him, actually, the Cool Racing car. Dane Cameron's been catching that car at about, on average, about half a second to 3/4 of a second a lap over the last few laps, and now got within striking distance. And be interesting to see if he can clear him quite quickly. The lap times, I would say, are probably about a couple of seconds a lap quicker in clear air, but that still it's not quite enough of a gap and an advantage to easily clear. And that's what we're seeing with these P2 cars. You can be quite a lot quicker and catch the car in front, but then it's actually a lot trickier to actually get past them. Quite often you need a little bit of assistance from GT traffic.
Sean Galaile's in, presumably for his drive-through, get that sorted very quickly and then continue on.
That's a third place in LMP2, isn't it? So that's a bad penalty for them in the hunt at the moment for the P2 podium. Sorry, Paul, go on.
Yes, he is due to have a fuel stop anyways, Sean Galaile, so he'll probably take the fuel stop first and then the penalty next up, assuming he stays behind the wheel, which I think he probably will, yeah.
Are you able to do drive-through penalties, Paul?
Along with the pit stop?
Along with the pit stop.
Sadly
not. At the same time, no.
Exactly.
Same time round, next time round.
Exactly.
So Shay's watching the actual pit stop, and you're going to get him again next time around, very likely.
Yeah, the thing that's good, at least for his co-drivers, is that they are not putting either Robin or Renee in the car to serve the penalty earned by Sean. It will be him taking that trip back down the pit lane, fuel only, and they did add some oil. They have several mechanics actually in the air intakes of the rear of that car pulling out little bits of rubber. I'm just 2 garages down. I was waiting for the Iron Lakes. The number 80 machine came into its box and then went backwards into the garage. They did a four-wheel brake change. So all four corners with new brakes, and it is Richard Highstand who's been installed. So talk about burning bronze time. Richard is the bronze of this car. Now the WRT machine gets rolling again, but that was a very lengthy stop for that car, which now needs to come back down the pit lane for a little bit of a trundle. Ooh, Trumbull firing up the 80. There we go. That took a bit longer than it should have, though, gentlemen.
Thank you, Shay. There are some penalties that you can do, incorporating them into a standard stop, like the ones where you have to hold the car for 5 seconds or 10 seconds, but a drive-through is a drive-through.
Exactly, and that will drop him behind now. He's dropped the Nicholas Cruton. In fact, Van der Helm, Nicholas Cruton, Dane Cameron have all jumped ahead of Sean Gillel in that last pit stop, but now that he has to do another drive-through, Oliver Jarvis, who's only about 5.6 seconds behind him now, will also jump ahead of him, and has now brought the gap to Dane Cameron down to about 24 seconds. So that penalty is really going to hurt the number 31 WRT car.
Yeah, so that car will come back in again next time around. The two Inter-Europol competition cars from P2 pitting on the same lap as well. David Heinemeier Hansen in the 43, Alex Brundle in the 34, and Brundle's back into the race, but Owen Mildenhall, more of a drama for car 43?
Yeah, as you said, both the Euro Interpol cars came in together, but the 43 has gone back into the garage. David Heinemeier Hansen's still in the car, but the tail section's off, and there's a lot of guys looking around the back of the car. Lots of laptops being plugged in at the moment, and a few scratched heads here at the moment, so far from routine for the 43 car.
Into Europol competition, charging as hard as they can, but an unexpected problem for the 43 car. All press relations being looked after by Cara de Vlaming as usual, but it's her final race ever after so many years coming to the 24 Hours of Le Mans and to so many different endurance races around the world as well. Started with the Orica Viper in the early days. And great to have Cara here for one more time, but she's got some golf to play heading into retirement. I'm sure she may well visit the odd endurance race in the future, but wanting a break, Paul.
And why not?
Yeah.
Everybody gets to that stage eventually. Ollie Jarvis's inheritance of that position that you were talking about, Johnny, I don't think it's going to happen because he's just coming up to
Is he due in this lap, is he, Paul?
He's due in for his own pit stop, so that's going to scupper his chances. And just looking down a little bit further, because I've got a feeling we've got pit stops due in the GTE Pro class as well. Tommy Milner will be in, not this time around, but the time after that. So it'll be Ollie Jarvis in this time around, and then Tommy Milner in the next time around. And that will elevate Michael Christensen in the 92 Porsche back to the lead of the GTE Pro class. But, you know, the fact that the lead changes are cycling through every pit stop just is an indicator of how close the race is. And, you know, we even get the potential for that in the between the two Toyotas. The gap there between Mike Conway, Sebastian Buemi coming down again, 13 seconds now. And the next driver due into the number 8 will be Brendan Hartley, and he's the one who just seems to have the measure of that number 8 a little bit better than the other two this weekend for no good reason. Well, probably for a very good reason. I just don't know what the reason is. But looking forward then to Brendan Hartley getting behind the wheel of the number 8 Toyota, and at the same time that Brendan Hartley gets into the number 8, so we will be due to get Jose Maria Lopez into the number 7.
Galeo's back in, as expected, for WRT. Ollie Jarvis is in, though, so he's not going to be able to pounce as we expected. Yeah. Sorry, yes. So WRT back out again, and Alex Brundle on the outlap, as stated. David Heinemeier Hansen in the 43 car, still going to be in the pits for a little while. They might actually do a driver change there for Inter-Europol competition. We'll try and get more on that regarding the extended pit stop for car 43 from Owen Mildenhall, his end of the pit lane. And Westy's just taken over the Glickenhaus car 709 They are 3 and a bit laps back from the leading Toyota. Gap's come down a touch, I noticed, between Mike Conway and Sebastian Buemi. It is edging that way. So down to 14 seconds now.
No saving. It's to brake hard, very hard. There is a lot of grip. He can brake late and hard.
Copy.
Okay, so that's encouraging. There is lots of grip, braking late and hard on the number 8 car.
And he was talking about no saving there, wasn't he? No energy saving there. So obviously they're adjusting as they go.
Yes.
Of course, it's the brakes that generate the electric power, which then go into the hybrid system, which gives him the four-wheel drive Toyota that he likes to have so much. And the problem, at least the problem that I remember reading about in great detail on the previous hybrid Toyota, is how they balance that delivery of power to all four wheels at the same time, because they're two very independent systems, and if you're not careful you end up with two different deliveries of power, and you don't want to be spinning the front wheels and not the back or anything silly like that.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. And again, with the track grip ramping up and the fact that he's able to brake so much later in certain corners, maybe even do a little lift and coast occasionally into those corners, then brake incredibly late. So as the track's evolution is evolving, then that's changing the system in terms of how they can generate the grip going into the regen zones and the brake zones. So it's interesting that it is like a living thing, this whole circuit, isn't it? Le Mans is alive.
At least the track surface is.
Yes.
I think most of the spectators are dead, but the track surface
Well, I hope not. They may be asleep anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, yes,
dead to the world.
Dead to the world, quite.
Yeah, but they'll be slowly waking from a slumber. In some cases, a very deep one. It might have been quite a late night. Alcohol-induced? Quite possibly at Le Mans? Surely not. It's been fascinating to me to kind of work out where the Toyota is able to gain that extra power from the hybrid. There's only a couple of spots around the Le Mans circuit where it can do so, where it's north of 190 kilometers per hour, so exit of Tertre Rouge, and then obviously parts of the Mulsanne Straight. But whereas previously, well, in LMP1 days, you got so much extra drive at low speed through those front wheels in the Toyotas. And then when Hypercar first came into the regulations last year, the Toyota was able to pick up the extra power at 120 kph, but they've now got to wait till something like 120 miles per hour, there or thereabouts, before that hybrid can be engaged, and it's all very cleverly electrically managed, but that is adjustable, and they're going through that process with Sebastian Buemi. Back to LMP2, close still.
Dane Cameron still, we were talking about it earlier, he's now 0.637 tenths behind Nicholas Cruton in the number 37 Cool Racing car. And as we said, Dane Cameron caught Nicholas quite quickly, but still struggling to get past, and they're stretching that out to sort of 4, 5, 6 car lengths on the straights, not able to get a slipstream and get past that car in front, even though I suspect that Dane Cameron, if he could clear him, would be quite a little bit quicker and be able to move up into 5th in LMP2. So that's the battle for 5th, 6th place in LMP2.
And in GTE Pro, Tommy Milner expected in at the end of this pit stop. As he comes in, Michael Christensen will be completing the 5th lap of the stint that he is currently on. The gap between the two of them at the moment is just 10 seconds, so Michael Christensen will be able to take over the lead of GTE Pro at that point. Daniel Serra at the wheel of the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari is a further 6 seconds behind, so he'll be hot on Christensen's tail, taking over in 2nd place in GTE Pro as the pit stop for Tommy Milner unwinds. But have to say, all credit and hats off to the number 64 Corvette. We thought that was going to be out of the race, or at least struggling to get itself back into the race, and here it is, not just challenging for a podium position,
Challenging for the win, I would say, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Absolutely, and I think that just shows that the Corvette does have the edge. They're very closely matched, the GTE Pro cars, but the Corvettes do, and now the one Corvette left at the sharp end does have the pace of the other manufacturers in this race this particular year, and it seems to, as we get back out into the heat of the day, I suspect that pace will become even more apparent.
Side-by-side Porsches a couple of minutes ago into Arnage. That was the 88 car on the outside, locking a brake, so a big puff of tyre smoke into that tricky T-junction right-hander, and in from third position on the road in GTE AM, the 98 Northwest AMR Paul Dalla Lana driven car. So we reckon that might be the end of his driving duties for the time being. He's certainly just done a double because there was that slight error on his route into pit lane last time around. Now he's going to stay at the wheel. Paul Dalla Lana happy to plough on and tick off the best part of another hour of his bronze driving time.
And the 57 car guy Ferrari just not looking in his mirrors then going into the Dunlop chicane. Didn't see Dane Cameron chasing through, still desperately trying to catch Nicholas Cruton in front and pass him. And the 37 Cool Racing car, the LMP2 car, seems to have the legs on the straight to that Dane Cameron car. Again, whether they're running slightly different downforce levels or the Dane Cameron car just looking that little bit extra drag, maybe not getting the traction off the corners. I don't know what tyre life is like, but Dane clearly quicker, but doesn't seem to be able to either come off the corners or carry the speed down the straights, which is what's making it so difficult for him to actually get in front.
It's also credit to Nicholas Cruton at only 19 years old, a young German. So both of those drivers, Cruton and Cameron, making their Le Mans debuts. Amazingly for Cameron, for me, because he's done so much racing in the States, but finally he can tick this race off. And Team Penske, Nick Damon was making the point, haven't really shown a great deal amount of pace in free practice in the middle portion of the week, but have come to the fore in the race, as all great Team Penske cars have done in so many different racing disciplines. But you're right in that he's getting close, but not quite close enough to fashion this opportunity to get through. And that's credit to how Cool Racing have maybe trimmed that car out, but also Nicholas Cruton's driving style.
Yes, I was watching actually through the chicanes. He was hitting all his marks, nicely using the curbs, not overdoing it, using quite a lot of track coming out of the final chicane onto the short front pit straight, but not too much. He's driving very nicely, you're right.
Just going back to Paul Dalla Lana, staying in, as you say, Johnny, for a double stint this time. It's his first double stint that Dalla Lana has done, but he does need to catch up on his drive time because he did a single stint early on in the race. He did another single stint in the night, and as you say, he's just done a further single and is now embarking on his first double stint of the race, but he's still yet to do 3 hours of the race, so he's yet to do half of his drive time, and here we are 15 hours into the race, well over 2/3 distance. So Paul Dalla Lana does have to start getting his laps in.
99 is in from second position in AM as well. Alessio Picariello for Hardpoint Motorsport. WeatherTech lead the class from Ben Keating's Aston Martin. So that's become a Porsche versus Aston Martin fight. Again, Ferrari's just struggling to make their mark in GTE AM. They had that turbo turn down as part of the balance of performance adjustment earlier on in the week. Given some of that back on Friday, but it hasn't put them on a level playing field, it feels, within GTE AM, Johnny Molan.
No, definitely not. They didn't get half. As Dane Cameron again coming out of the Porsche curves at karting there and pits, and that he needed to clear that. Was that the 54 Ferrari? It looks like it would be. Yes, the colouring. I think it's a Thomas Floor car. But yeah, Dane Cameron, they're desperate to clear the Ferrari so he could get into the pit lane. Dives into the pits, probably less than a second at the point that he dived into the pits behind the Cool Racing number 37 car.
Yeah, Fleur is in 8th position, GTE AM, behind Ollie Milroy's Team Project 1 Porsche. Ben Barker occupying the 6th place in GTE AM, car number 86. But Penske, their car is now in, and the fuel man right on point, as is Shea Adam watching the stop.
No driver change, so Dane Cameron staying aboard this machine for yet another stint. They did give him a windshield tear-off, though, examining the Goodyear tires, trying to make sure that they are all fine and dandy, but it's going to be a difficult exit for the number 5, as the next car up towards pit exit has just come into its box. Well, it rolled into its sister car box because the 51A, of course, Ferrari did not actually have room to get into its box because the Penske car was blocking the entry. So, came in, rolled back. Now the fuel probe is attached, but this means that Dane Cameron needs to be rolled backwards. They are adding some fluid first. That is oil going into the canister, and now Dane Cameron rolled backwards. He was released into the path of another LMP2 car, but he makes it out well ahead. That was actually a very good call from the Penske mechanic to release Dane, because he would have lost a couple seconds if they'd waited. Still waiting on the fuel for the Ferrari. Daniel Serra is staying aboard. No second or third drivers visible for any of the Ferrari garages. I was waiting for a quick word from Simon Mann, but he ran to the bathroom and then forgot to come back and talk to me and ran out the back of the garage. But I did chat really briefly with Didi, who runs AF Course and all of their cars. He said, it's not our year, and indeed it's not. The first Ferrari in the GTE AM class, a lap down on the overall leaders.
Penske out just in front of Charmy Lacey and the Richard Mille Racing crew in that metallic maroon number 1 car. They are on different laps though, Paul, as they rejoin.
Yes, and as Shay was saying, it was a good call by the car controller to release the car exactly when he did. I've learned how they do that. I've always been mystified in the past as to how they judge it, but there's a what each team does is they put a little marker on the pit wall on the opposite side of the pit lane from where the garages are as to where a car can be, and they can still get out before another car gets to that point. So it's a bit like having a little mark in the road. You know how long jumpers mark out their run-up. And so each team has their little mark where they reckon that they can get their car out up to the maximum speed limit in the pit lane, which is 60 kilometers an hour. But a car accelerating from 0 to 60, a racing car accelerating up to 60 kilometers an hour, takes absolutely no time at all. But if you look closely along the pit wall, there's lots of little markers, and each team has their own little marker, and they use that to release the car.
Some better news, I think, regarding the Inter-Europol competition, the 43 that had to go into the garage, and Owen Mildenhall can bring us that.
Yeah, so the car went into the garage. The guys were plugging laptops in. They were chasing a loss of power, but they changed the coils, and now the problem is solved. And David Hannemar Hansen didn't get out of the car. He went straight back out in the car. Problem solved.
So 15th position for the 43 car. It has cost them a significant amount of time. It was in the pit stop, in the pit lane for nearly 9 minutes. So that's a tough one for Inter-Europol competition.
Interesting what Paul was saying there about releasing. Obviously, Paul, that relies on the, as we see the number 8 Toyota sort of clearing the 79 Porsche there, but it always relies on the driver being consistent in the way he leaves the pit lane, because there's always that human factor in there, isn't there, Paul, in terms of if the slight hesitation, clutch, control, etc.
Get your word on that in a moment, Paul, but back to Owen in the pits.
Yep, so I'm down here with Esteban Gutierrez. Obviously, your sister car had a small problem, back out again, but your car's running well. You're a long way into your first Le Mans now. Can you give us your thoughts on what it's like? What's the experience been like? How are you finding it?
Personally, it has been a fantastic experience. Yeah, it's been really, really fun. You get a lot of time to drive, so it's a lot of it's very adventurous, basically. I mean, you go in the night, you go in the day, different conditions. The track evolution is changing massively. The car balance is changing as well. So it requires you to change your driving style massively, and I feel very, very good with that concept. Luckily, my personal performance has been quite good. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen in this race. It's just unbelievable how special and how long it is.
And obviously this is a real boom time for sports car racing. So, you know, you've come into sports car racing at probably the perfect time. So have you fallen in love with sports car racing now? Is this the direction you want your career to go for the next few years?
Yeah, at the moment, WEC is a great way for me to combine my business commitments with racing. And for me to be here is really my passion to drive, to perform, to compete. And like you say, the series is growing really nicely, and it's a good time for to be here, because as you see, there is so many LMP2 cars, so many teams that are going to jump into the hypercar category or the LMDH. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities in the future.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
$15 hours and 30 minutes now gone, so that leaves 8.5 still to go, and an unusual situation in that the Toyotas have pitted the other way around just now. Car 8 in before car 7, and there's still 20 seconds between them, but Jose Maria Lopez will still lead the motor race at car number 7, and he is in front of the sister GR010 of Brendan Hartley in car number 8. Richard Westbrook is in third in the 709 Glickenhaus, the GR010. The 007 LMH is the Glickenhaus car running in third position. And remember, the sister car was attempting to catch up with the 708, as in the 708 driven by Olivier Pla. Well, that's now in 8th position, so getting closer at times during the pit stop cycle, but it will take a bit more performance from 708 Glickenhaus to catch up with the sister truly and be into 4th place, because there are 4 LMP2s that stand in its way. The class leader remains the mighty 38 for Jota and Roberto Gonzalez, 3 laps back from the first of the Glickenhauses. Then it is Robert Kubica in the Prema All-In team, number 9, having just made a stop, second in LMP2. Third is the 28 Ed Jones-driven Jota car, so 2 Jota machines still in the top 3. And Cool Racing's Nicholas Cruton makes it up to 4th now for Cool Racing, but he'll be close to needing a fuel stop. Then the Glickenhaus number 708 is 8th, as mentioned, driven by Pla. Sean Galale in the WRT car could be further up the order, but because of that error that he made into the Daytona chicane, making contact with Sebastian Bourdais' Vector Sport car, he had to take a drive-through right after a standard pit stop, and that's put him back to 9th. Tymon van der Helm strapped in for a second stint in a row for TDS Racing by Vaillant. Car 13 is in 6th position. In the Pro-Ams in LMP2, here's the numbers: 45 ahead of 83 and car 3. So that's Algarve Pro Racing for Stephen Thomas, number 45, ahead of Francois Perraudot's AF Corsa Orica and the DKR Engineering Laurence Rohr machine, number 3. Perraudot's just come in for a pit stop. GTE Pro, still all 3 manufacturers represented in the overall top 3 there. So Porsche, Corvette and Ferrari, first, second, third. The 92 Michael Christensen driven 911 RSR 19 ahead of the Corvette by 71 seconds, and then a further 17 seconds back, Daniel Serra in the 51. Richard Leitz in the 91 Porsche is 4th, ahead of the second of the AF Corsa Ferraris for Davide Rigon. And in GTE AM, TF Sports Aston Martin Ben Keating leads, number 33, ahead of Andrew Harrianto for Hardpoint Motorsport in their Porsche, number 99. WeatherTech Racing's Porsche Thomas Morel, former class leader, number 79, dropping to 3rd for the time being. And Paul Dalla this will be 3 stints in a row, I reckon, for the Northwest AMR driver, number 98. He is 4th. There are 8 hours and 26 minutes still to go.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
It's Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. You were desperate to get in during that update. Johnny. What did you want to say there?
No, now that Paul's back, I'm going to let Paul let you
okay.
know why the number 8 Toyota pitted before the number 7 on that particular lap.
Right.
Yes, we didn't really draw attention to the fact at the time, but of course it did come in before the number 7, and in fact it came in after a stint of just 10 laps, which is 2 laps early. Reason it came in, right rear puncture for Sebastian Buemi, so that was a shorter stint. Shorter stint and a slightly longer stop for the number 8 Toyota. Back on his way with Brendan Hartley behind the wheel. It was due to change over to Brendan anyway in a couple of laps' time, and he was ready and waiting to take it over, so that was good news for him. In the meantime, number 7 Toyota has also been in for its routine pit stop at the right time after 12 laps, and Jose Maria Lopez has now taken over at the wheel of that car, but of course the margin has stretched a little bit, not much, just a little, to 22 seconds, but the advantage has swung a little bit more towards the number 7 because it now can go a lap further on its fuel, whereas it was coming in a lap earlier on its fuel. So a little bit more fuel longevity for the number 7 that will keep it in the lead through the next set of pit stop cycles. We've also had another retirement.
Oh, no.
Which is the number 59 car. We kind of knew about it. The number 59 car, the Alexander West car, which stopped out on the circuit, remember? And that car has now officially been posted as a retirement, the Inception Racing Ferrari. It's still only the 4th retirement, though. 8 hours to get some more retirements in. Otherwise, we're looking at a record, again, ignoring the 1923 race, which had only 3 retirements out of 33 starters.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it will certainly be a post-war record for, well, let's see before I say anything, for longevity, for reliability.
What is the sorry?
It's all right.
What is the record, Paul? Just interested to know what the record post-war is in terms of what we need to beat in terms of retirements.
18% retirements, which would equate here to 11, 12 retirements.
Paul, we've got drivers waiting. Here's Francois Perroda with Shay.
Francois, it's been a difficult race for the 83A, of course, LMP2, but is there anything better than driving Le Mans as the sun comes up?
No, except the sun in your face. So in Sector 1 and in the Porsche curves, it's literally blinding you plenty, and it's difficult. You can't see the apex. You have to guess more or less when to brake, when to steer. So yeah, it's been difficult.
Well, hopefully better luck for next year.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, had to chat with him quickly because he has a very short break before he's getting back into the race car. He's dripping with sweat, and he managed to talk to us before running back for what he said will be about a 30-minute break.
Thank you for hanging on and holding him there, Shay. Appreciated. We're also trying to grab a word with Ben Barker, because the one thing that we were surprised about, Johnny Molam and I, is that on Ben's in-lap for the GR Racing Porsche, he was all over the road, drifting it through Porsche curves to the left and to the right, and a most unusual mistake which pitched the car into a spin. That's either very old tyres or a very tired driver in Ben Barker. He's now handed that GR Racing car over to Ricardo Pera, by the way. And I know Owen Mildenhall is hanging out outside GR Racing's garage to try and get an update on how their race is going, because GR have been there or thereabouts in the top 6 for the last few hours. The 27 CD Sport car. Oh, big problems here for the leader in GTE Pro. The Porsche for... it is Michael Christensen. The front right has gone massively bang, and it's taken virtually the whole front of the car with it, Johnny Molam.
Absolutely. That's disastrous for Porsche. Absolute disaster. That's a very high-speed blowout, it looks like. And as you say, he's just ripped the right fender clear off. The damage that will have done, no doubt will have done some suspension damage. You can see it slapping away on the front splitter, on the right front side of the splitter there as well, and incredibly unlucky. You see him going deep. I wonder whether that
It's at Mulsanne now,
Yeah,
so you've got the whole of that long final sector still to do.
So basically, it looked like he went deep into the corner, went through the gravel, and now if we keep watching, potentially now we're going to see the right... There we go. So basically he ran, and you saw the whole of the front of the car just flying off there. So basically he ran deep into Mulsanne again. Whether it was a flat spot, whether he went down on the... I don't think it looked like he was locked up there. Went in, picked up potentially some kind of puncture or something like that. Although, to be fair, if it was a slow puncture, it wouldn't let go like that. Tyres tend to let go like that with a bang when there's some other fault in the tyre.
He's going to have to slow down a lot to get that car home. He has done now. But it was, as Johnny was describing there, quite a major piece of damage done to the car, and he was driving it too quickly to get it back. Now he has slowed down a lot, and the car looking at the front end, look at old 935.
Oh,
true.
That was a massive lock-up. I suspect that was contributing there, the actual lock-up too, obviously. It's too much of a coincidence, a huge right front lock-up through the gravel, and then literally about 4 or 5 seconds later, the right front blows.
Yeah.
So I suspect that would have gone down maybe to the cord or something like that. And they're having problems. It almost looks like they need far a bit for us to say, but it looks like they need to wind a little bit of rear brake bias there, because
I think this is a problem
up.
since they changed the brakes.
Yes.
In all seriousness,
yeah, you're right.
Christensen did it very, very soon after that car came out again after the brake change, and you mentioned the bias might be slightly out straight after you change those brakes. I mean, they're shaking their heads at Porsche.
Well,
thinking,
this is because they know that this is pretty
race
much
gone,
the race gone. Because even if they get that car back in and just put wheels on and a new bumper, the race is gone. And you can see there the tyre there right through to the metal cords on the right-hand side.
Torn off not only the front right wing, the fender, but the front, the whole front bumper section and the front left as well. So both fenders have gone.
It's all one
piece,
yes,
basically, isn't it? It's all hooked together, modular. And we were talking about how the Corvette could just take off panels at will when the 63 came in with its dramas. But now, I mean, progressively, Christensen's just getting slower and slower because he's realising the extent of the damage that might be done here. Mind you, I mean, there's been so much damage to the front of that car. Can he now not afford to just up the pace because there's so much of it missing already?
Well, actually, the splitter's not looking too bad, just looking at it visually, coming back in there. So, no, Paul's right. You need to come in as slowly as you dare. But it's so, as a driver, you're coming back in. You want to get back into the pits as quickly as possible so they can start fixing it. And in this situation, you really have to exercise some self-discipline coming back in. But even if it's not just going to be a case of bolting something straight on, but the time he's losing, even if it was a case of just bolting the front straight back on, it means that race is pretty much over for them.
I'm not getting sector times because the car is actually shown as stopped on the racetrack, and Alcamel's timing system therefore tells me best times for that car so far in the race. But, I mean, minutes being lost very easily here.
And that is such a closely fought class.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That it's effectively lost any chance now of finishing on a podium, really. The Corvette already having gone through into the lead. The AF Corsa Ferrari, Daniel Serra, number 51, has gone through into second place. And by the time he gets to the pits, the number 91 is
he already went
just
past
been
him.
overtaken by Richard Leet and by Regon's further back, isn't he?
Yes,
4 minutes
Leets,
adrift, but Leets is into third now.
Just went round the outside of him, didn't he, going into the Porsche curves?
And Laurence Vanthoor just staring into the middle distance. He's had such a difficult spell in motorsport with a monster crash at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with brother Dries Vanthoor at the end of, what was it, 3.5 hours or something in the Nürburgring, 24 hours, which practically wrote off the Manthey Racing Porsche in that instance, and he was due to be the driver to take over car 92 from teammate Michael Christensen. And this long wait, it's going to be even longer then for the car to go into the garage and the team to descend upon it. But I see what you mean about going too fast here. I mean, there are bits integral to the front that are going to be so much more difficult to fix than just the bodywork.
I'm going to say that with that lock-up, it maybe made a patch on the tyre that then has allowed a section to delaminate, because the tyre does not look like it's completely It's not ripping apart, so it's intact, but it's got the belt. You see that metal belt? That's how they're put together with the heat and the rubber. They put them all together. That metal belt is thrashing around and flailing. Obviously, the tyre is flat, but it's still. He's doing a good job here to actually bring it back in without it completely coming off the belt. But that's going to be doing a lot of damage. So that will obviously be going into the garage, and then they'll start looking at all the little bits and pieces underneath the car that could have been damaged.
And so slow has this in-lap been from Michael Christensen that the slow zone that was put into place up at Mulsanne Corner to deal with the debris has already been cleared.
Wow.
So, you know, the track is now back to green. There'll be local white flags to warn people of a slow car on the track as Christensen brings it back. But yeah, I mean, Johnny, you were describing how Al Kamel's system can't cope with how slow this in-lap has been. But the team will thank Michael Christensen for it, I'm sure. It's not going to be a case of just whacking some new bodywork on, because they'll have to replace the fittings on it as well. And I don't like the way those bottom struts that hold the splitter on are waving around either. The metal struts that hold the right-hand side of the splitter.
Well, they have slack in them, Paul. They're not solid. They have slack in them, and they're to allow it to stop dropping.
So we're going to refuel and then get the car in the box. So you jump out, Lawrence will get in while we're in the box. Okay.
10-4, he says, rather, well, very, very downbeat for Michael Christensen. A massive lock-up then into Mulsanne Corner, which kick-started this big narrative change in GTE Pro. Again, we've had so many of them. Out into the stones. It wasn't that caused a puncture. It was just for so long the front right was stationary. And it's a massive failure then that rips the whole of the front of the car off. And that was the reason why the slow zone was initiated.
I would have thought there must have been a vibration before that happened. There must have been a massive vibration before that blowout, if it was caused by the lockup.
I mean, it's found a flat spot, presumably, when he's going into Mulsanne, and found the flattest bit of the tyre, which is then just made worse.
Well, what happens, it damages, it goes through the surface of the tyre down towards the cord, and then you've got a vibration, and that can actually then explode the tyre.
Yeah.
You don't normally get a tyre explode without some level of warning, but sometimes if it's a puncture, you get a very, very, literally you'll get your TPMS light come on, and then literally as it comes on, the tyre explodes.
You know that first lockup that we were talking about immediately after the brake change? We said that they did tyres in the next stop, didn't
they did change tyres.
So we don't know how old that new set in inverted commas were. We're doubtful that they were brand new Michelin tyres. Anyway, Porsche do now have the car back in their hands.
Look how solid that splitter is. That splitter, to me, looks intact. And that would have taken a big hit.
It's been taken off the front of the car, and now they are going to get to the next layer of bodywork.
They're going to lose 2-3 laps here, minimum.
Just trying to assess exactly what else needs to be pulled off the car. Actually, very little. So, new the new front splitter, which is part of the initial bit of the under tray as well, which goes right underneath the front of the car, going to be fitted. As now then, yellow flag because the Toyota is stopped. This is the race leader stopped on the road. I thought the picture had frozen, to be honest, our onboard pictures, but Jose Maria Lopez is stopped in the middle sector as the race leader, going again now, but there will be a lead change because of this. No, Jose Maria Lopez stops once more. This is on the exit of Arnage Corner and losing a massive amount of time now to the sister car number 8.
He's recycling the ignition. You can see all the lights go off. They'll be telling him basically to do a full reboot on the car, seeing if they can get it moving again.
As soon as we get any team radio for car number 7 to maybe offer us an explanation, we'll get that to air. But he's having to, this was it coming out of Arnage, realising that there was no power whatsoever, and sensibly pulled it straight off the racing line.
It's very strange that he pulled it over and literally braked.
Stopped.
You know, he didn't normally pull it over and you'd start coasting while you're trying to do things, but he pulled over right to the side. It gives me the idea that they potentially know what the problem is. So he wanted to pull over and recycle it, and he's got going again now. So he wanted to pull over and recycle as quickly as possible.
Stop the car and power cycle.
Stop the car. Power cycle is the advice from Gazoo Racing. That's exactly what the Argentinian has done, and it's moving again.
Yeah.
Shea Adams reminding me that it wasn't very far away from that point. It was actually the route into Arnage out of Indianapolis, where Ryo Hirakawa had his problem earlier in the week. Free practice 3 or 4. It's all moulded into one now. It was 3, wasn't it? Yeah, fairly late on, because we thought that was a pre-designed exercise, actually, Paul, but no, it was a genuine problem for the 8 on that occasion, not the 7.
And that's exactly why he got over, stopped, recycled, got it going, and
because the recycle doesn't work if the car is still rolling.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah. Incidentally, just going back to the Michael Christensen problem, 6 minutes were lost by Michael on the in-lap. So 6 minutes, not the in-lap took 6 minutes, but 6 minutes were lost on the in-lap, and he's now in the pits having the car worked upon, and he's been there now for 4 minutes. So 10 minutes lost and counting for Michael Christensen, as into the pits comes Jose Maria Lopez with the number 7.
So how early is that, Paul, on when he would have come in?
5 laps.
Wow.
7 laps, sorry. He had completed 5 laps, so he should have done 12.
So, yeah, so clearly...
Well, Toyota are just looking at the car right now, and obviously on the radio to Jose Maria Lopez, chatting him through the procedure. By the way, Laurens Vanthoor, as I mentioned, was preparing himself to get on board the 92 Porsche, and the driver change has happened, I understand, in the garage. So when that car returns to the racetrack, it'll have the Belgian on board.
Was there some kind of penalty that they have to serve here, Paul, or is
No, not that we've been informed of.
I'm not sure they can touch the car in this state. It's like when the marshals, this is why they did the exercise earlier on in the week for the testo. There's a green light on the side, so...
Power cycle, wait for 5 seconds before the main and 5 seconds before the ignition.
Precious time being lost here with Toyota number 7, and all of a sudden it's a minute back from the sister car of Brendan Hartley.
And more importantly for Toyota, the Glickenhaus is still running.
Yeah.
It was 3 laps behind, but of course every 3.5 minutes that pass, one through those laps gets clawed back by the Glickenhaus.
It's just bizarre, this is being in a pit stop, and the crew don't seem to be able to help Jose Maria Lopez. They're just standing watching it.
And also the recycle worked out on track. Why is the recycling now, when it was actually working, not working when he's in the pit lane?
Well, it worked in terms of getting it into some sort of limp mode. Mind you, no, it got back to full speed, didn't it?
Yes,
but
he came in pretty quick. And you can see every time there's lights on the side, there's a blue light, a green light, and a red light. And you can see him recycling. And each time he recycles, those lights are flickering, almost like when you reboot an internet.
Yeah, the power drop-off happened coming out of Indianapolis. He was behind the Richard Mille racing car from LMP2 and realised something was up, Jose Maria Lopez, coming out of the left hand, the bank turn in Indianapolis. So that's the reason why, after going through Arnage, the car pulled dramatically to the right. Now they can touch the car, so they're happy for the fuel to go in. The recycling has been done. Obviously, they wanted that process completed before they attached the fuel nozzle. And Romain Dumas, involved with the Glickenhaus driving project this year, with eyebrows slightly raised, because Glickenhaus are back in the fight potentially, certainly for second position with so much time lost. WeatherTech Racing now in GTE and with its own dramas, taking the peculiar route at Porsche curves. Looks like all 4 Michelin tyres are still inflated. What happened then to Thomas Morel? Oh, it was a big spin at Porsche curves in amongst a load of LMP2 cars going backwards. Did very well actually to control that situation and not find himself back on the racetrack. He was out in the marbles there, I think.
Yeah, it was very tricky. This is such a quick corner. There's only really one line through that second left at the Porsche curves. You've got the fast right in, then first left, second left. It's slightly off camber, and he had the P2 cars overtaking on the inside there and just got a little bit wide. It's easily done there, so he did well to keep that out of the wall. But going back to the Toyota and the overall lead here, Paul, that's advantage firmly onto the number 8 Toyota now, isn't it?
Very much so, yes. And it's already got a lap of a lead, but as I say, I think the bigger concern at Toyota Gazoo Racing is how close is the Glickenhaus going to be.
And if the number 7 car also, number 8 car also gets the same problem, because
well,
we have seen it.
Toyota have been unlucky, haven't they, Paul, at Le Mans in that situation?
They certainly know how to lose this race as well as knowing how to win it. How many interviewers have we done today where people have said anything can happen, there's a long way to go? Well, I'm not going to say it again, but both of those things are still true.
There have been 2 World Endurance Championship rounds already this year prior to Le Mans, and Toyota, of a possible 2 cars, have only got 1 to the finish in each. The 7 car crashed at Sebring dramatically. Jose Maria Lopez ending up on his roof around the airfield circuit there, and the 8 car was the power cycle hybrid related issue for Sebastian Buemi at Spa-Francorchamps, and that was the occasion where the marshals could not touch the car until a couple of Gazoo racing mechanics were taken out in a separate car, an intervention vehicle effectively, and they had to disarm the car before it could be recovered. So there is scope for these Toyotas to have a problem. By the way, the 92 Porsche has now been fixed. That was a pretty quick process from the GT racing team. Not denying the fact that it's lost a bag full of time. 9 minutes and 48 seconds as an in-lap. Laurence Vanthoor, though, now in the driving seat for car 92, and it returns into 6th place in GT Pro, Paul.
After a pit stop of 7.5 minutes for Christensen. Although the car since then... No, that's the other car who's now having its routine pit stop. News from Alistair Moffat, PR at Toyota Gazoo Racing. First of all, he said had to do a reset. Reason was not clear. And then he says Lopez did several resets in the pit lane to clear the issue. Now, it's very clear from what we saw that it was very much Jose Maria Lopez who was clearing the issue and not the team. Okay, they do have the ability to do things and transmit information to the car when it is stationary in front of the pit, but it was very much a case of the driver doing it and the engineers doing it by transmitting data rather than the mechanics getting in there and doing it the old-fashioned way with screwdrivers and spanners. And in fact, apart from putting the fuel in, I don't think any of the mechanics actually even touched the car.
So the 91 now, Paul, sorry to interrupt there, the 91 Porsche now in, which had inherited 3rd place when the sister car had that blowout, now changing their brakes.
And the Corvette's in. Now, is that the night? Yeah, it must be the 63. So that car is in for some extensive work too. We maybe had a phase at almost 2/3 distance where the GT cars need some work. Hang on, team radio.
What was that, mate? What was that? Why it didn't work? Why it didn't work with 5 seconds, mate?
We are investigating. We're investigating. Looks like we need more time to discharge, but now should be fine.
So that is Jose Maria Lopez trying to find out from the team why the recycle process didn't work after several attempts at it.
So maybe that's what he was doing, sort of discharging the system, and that's why it was taking so long when he was doing reboots in the pit lane.
And why they couldn't touch the car safely as well. The 22 United Autosports car is in, as is the WeatherTech Racing Porsche of Thomas Morel after that dramatic spin at Porsche Curves. Now, a couple of moments ago in LMP2, the CD Sport Ligier headed across the line. Behind it, the 39 car from the Graf team. And was there then a spin for CD Sport? No, that was just a little bit of an overtake on the main straight and heading up towards the Dunlop curve.
It looked like Oliver Jarvis there. We saw the 22 car in the pit lane, the United Autosports LMP2. It looks like, 23 car, sorry. It looks like he stayed in. He's having a monster stint here, isn't he, Paul? I feel like he's been in the car for ages, and he's back out there and actually overtaking Shaw Galale for position, the 23.
It was a short stint actually for Ollie Jarvis. He brought the car in after just 4 laps. So he is heading out on a quadruple stint now, but really it's only the second half of stint number 3.
Now, let's get an update on the 79's pit stop. This is WeatherTech Racing, and Owen is watching.
Yeah, so as you predicted, the tyres came off, very large flat spots on the tyre. Other than that, no damage to the car. Cooper McNeil went into the car and it's back on track. I'll try and get hold of Thomas to see if I can have a quick word with him, and I'll come back to you.
Yeah, heading backwards into the Porsche curves is never a great idea, but he didn't do it intentionally, of course. He was surrounded by LMP2 cars, wanted to make space for them into that really fast section, the second part of Porsche curves, and got out into the marbles, as far as I could tell. Christophe Cresp has just brought the CD Sport Ligier in, and the Spanish squad are throwing their mechanics at it on the apron there. Windscreen getting a good clean. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM and around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Lovely morning here at Circuit de la Sarthe at nearly 8 o'clock and 14 Celsius, the current temperature, but barely any cloud in the sky. It's been a clear night, which meant that its temperature dropped to about 13 Celsius, but by no means chilly. Wind fairly light. It's going to pick up to 13 and at times 15 kilometres per hour later on in the day, but not bringing any untoward weather in. In fact, the chance of rain will remain at 0 to well beyond the end of the race. Sunny skies, and the temperature is going to rise to 24 Celsius. Later tonight for Sunday evening, a low of 10 Celsius.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell with this phase of the race. We have now had 2/3 of the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we feel like all the time there's going to be a moment that will change the story of this race. We've had a big one in the last couple of moments, which was a drama for the number 7 Toyota, our long-time race leader, but now there's a full lap between the 8 and the 7 car, currently working lap 260, and Brendan Hartley, the Kiwi, who took Hyverpole on Thursday night at Circuit de la Sarthe, the comfortable race leader, and the gap between the second place Toyota and the Glickenhaus has certainly come down. It currently stands at, is it 3 laps, 3 and a bit laps, Paul?
2 laps.
Okay.
And in terms of time, I can't tell you because it still has to unwind from that pit stop.
Yes.
But the lead is a lap plus about 35 seconds. So it's not a lot more than a lap, but should we have that thing that I've not mentioned, then of course it is a lap ahead.
Yeah, and we will have to allow Richard Westbrook to head through that final sector in car 7 and 9. He is on an outlap in the Glickenhaus to give us a real-time gap, but Alcamel system should provide that between Jose Maria Lopez and Richard Westbrook in the next minute and a half or so. And the 708, which has just been brought into the pit lane by Olivier Pla, is not necessarily out of this either. It is kind of toying with, if it was an LMP2 car, a podium within that, because at times there are only 2 LMP2s that separate the 2 Glickenhauses, and others 4 cars from the secondary prototype class can squeeze in there. Will Stevens leading in LMP2, car 38, the mighty 38 from Kent squad Jota. Italian outfit Premar, who are have this very interesting project with Iron Lynx. So much so Premar are based at the very far end of the pit lane with 4 Iron Lynx Ferraris, and Robert Kubica neatly placed in car number 9, only 90 seconds back from Will Stevens at the head of the LMP2 battle. Jota a third in P2 with Ed Jones's number 28 car, and Ricky Taylor has taken the 37 Cool Racing car over from Nicholas Cruton. He's running 4th in the LMP2 fight. Pro-Am is still led by Algarve Pro Racing, number 45, and James Allen, who's been at the wheel of that car for some time now. GTE Pro led by Corvette once again, so 64 through various means, has found its way back to the front after a pretty substantial brake failure or brake fade for Nick Tandy last night. But Alexander Sims now at the front of GTE Pro, 20 seconds to the good of the Daniel Serra-driven AF Corsa Ferrari number 51, and Richard Lietz, now the best-placed GT team Porsche number 91, having inherited the third place. Well, he's gained a spot because of that dramatic issue for Michael Christensen when the whole of the front of his 92 Porsche was ripped off after the front right tyre went bang coming out of Mulsanne corner, Paul.
Yes, slightly misleading what you were just telling us in P2, only because the number 38 car had just made a pit stop and the number 9 car owes us a pit stop. So that gap will go up when these pit stops unwind themselves.
Let's go to Shay Adam, who's managed to find Matt Griffins from Spirit of Race, Shay.
Matt, it's been a difficult race for all of the Ferraris in the GTE AM class, but what is it about just finishing this race that keeps you guys in the Spirit of Race number 55 pushing so hard?
Yeah, I mean, for us particularly, our goal is to finish. You know, Duncan, who's the amateur in the car, he made that clear. He wants to finish the race. Then let's see what happens, but we really want to finish because the last 2 years we've been very unlucky. I've not finished the race. So yeah, we're being a bit cautious, but like you said, it's a tough race for the Ferraris. We got killed with BOP, and then Porsche turn around and in the first stint go quicker than the Hyperpole lap. So honestly, we can't change it, but it's not fair. There's this BOP game that everyone plays is just ridiculous. Porsche were nowhere. They played it better than us, Ferrari obviously. And then all of a sudden the GTM Porsches are going quicker than the Ferrari Pro cars. So it means that we have no chance in the race. But as you said, Shay, our plan is to finish the race. Our car feels great. For me personally, I'm struggling with the super soft tyre, so I'm using the soft tyre, which is a bit of a harder compound. I can go quicker on it. It's not quite the right tyre, but for me, it's the better tyre.
Now, did you get lucky in getting the morning shift, or was that you drawing the short straw coming up from sunrise and into this early morning?
I don't know. I've done a lot so far, so I've done like I think I've done about 8 hours so far, so yeah, I just seem to be in the car a lot. No, it's just the way it worked out. To be honest with you, it was a really, really tough stint with slow zones. I had a huge lock-up into one slow zone, a flat spotted, the 2 front tyres down to the canvas, so we had to pit and change them for safety. But also with the sun in Tete Rouge in the first corner, it's tough, but it's Le Mans. It's never easy, but it's great.
This is your 11th Le Mans, I want to say off the top of my head. You've been here so many times. Has the track ever been in as good condition as it was when you got out of the car?
It's a bit weird because we've had like great weather all week. The track condition is brilliant, but we're significantly slower than last year for whatever reason. The track is a bit tricky, if I'm honest. There's a lot of grip online, but if you're slightly offline, it's very, very easy to make a mistake, and you can see, thank God we've not had any big crashes this year, but there's a lot of people making small mistakes, and I think it's down to that. But yeah, I don't know how long there's left to go in the race, probably about 8-10 hours, something like that.
Just under 8, yeah.
Just under 8, so yeah, we're hoping to keep the green machine pointing forwards and be running at the end.
Thanks for the chat, Griff. Good luck.
Thanks, Shay.
It's Matt Griffin chatting to Shay Adam from the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari in the green and the white. Interesting comments there from the Irishman, Johnny Monham.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not happy, and I totally get it about the BOP.
Yeah.
It does seem to be that when they implement BOP, sometimes the logic doesn't seem to be there. I remember at the very end of last year in the WEC, the similar sort of thing happened with 2 or 3 races to go, and then they started giving it back, and then it ebbs and flows. And sometimes when they do it without explanation, it can be very frustrating. But good to hear that Matt's out there and still fighting. Interesting now that Andrew Haryanto is in the Hardpoint Motorsport number 99 car, leading AM from Ben Keating's TF Sport. Ben back in. He's like an Iron Man, Ben, when it comes to Le Mans, isn't it? And then in LMP2, and this is, I'm going to need Paul to step in here and guide me slightly, Paul, because it looked to me like Oliver Jarvis, wasn't it only 2 or 3 laps ago that he pitted? I saw him take tyres. I don't think they were new tyres, but they were new to him, which is, looked like a good sign. It was an early stop, I remember you saying, but it somehow seems that he's got into a sequence there where shortly after that Dane Cameron pitted, Sean Gallagher was on the same lap. And is he legitimately running in the top 5 in LMP2 now?
That
you go.
1, 2, 3. Yes, he is legitimately in the top 5. He will owe us a pit stop in 2 laps, whereas the leading Jota car, Will Stevens, has just made a stop. The second place Orlan car, which is now still in the hands of Robert Kubica, has just made a stop. So he is kind of on the cusp of being there.
Is it literally, as you say, 2 laps? So that means he came in 4 or 5 laps ago. Because
yes, that short stint.
It's amazing how short those short stints keep catching me out, Paul. I just sitting there because I'm thinking it was literally only like 4 minutes ago that I saw him pitting, staying in the car and taking tyres.
Yes, that was about 22 minutes ago.
Unbelievable.
Time does fly when you're having fun. Promise me you are having fun.
We are, Paul.
We are being told we are having fun.
2 more LMP2 cars coming in. The 28 the 28 Jota car and the 37 car, which is a Cool Racing entry. And I always say at Le Mans, from 6 hours out, you can start back timing. You can start looking at what I call slack. And the slack laps are the number of laps that you can squeeze to the end of your final stint. And basically, the more slack laps you've got, the more flexibility you've got, but the longer your final pit stop has got to be. If you don't have any slack laps, you just run to the end and you finish the race on 0 fuel or 1.5 litres or whatever the regulations demand. But if you have these slack laps, then you have a little bit of flexibility if something goes wrong. For example, you get a puncture, to come in and deal with it. What you don't really want to be doing is to be running out of fuel with 2 laps to go, because then you have to come in and make that very frustrating final splash and dash, which doesn't really do you any good. What you need to do is to try and make your final stint a full stint.
Brendan Hartley's in from the race lead, so that's at the end of lap 262 for the Kiwi, and stays at the wheel as we'd expected. So back into the race, very quick stop, 1:24.
I'm wondering now whether, maybe they were already doing it, but whether they'll start really going into conservation mode with the Toyotas, because obviously the fight between the 2 of them, if there was a fight, which I think there probably was, certainly from the driver's perspective, that is effectively over. So now will they just start saying to both cars, you know what, we've got the pace to beat the Glickenhaus car. The only thing that can stop a 1-2 now is reliability. Should we just start easing it back, staying off the curbs and just being careful?
It depends what causes this issue. And Toyota, I think they're quite happy to call it an issue. They don't quite know what causes it. The engineer very helpfully said to Pechito Lopez on the radio, it should be fine now. But that's a bit like when the plumber kind of fixes your boiler, leaves you and says you should be fine now. You kind of believe him 3 days later when the boiler has been working for 3 days. You don't believe him at the time. Trust me, it happened to me. But if they knew that by slowing down it would solve the problem, then yes, they would do it. But the trouble is they don't know that slowing down necessarily solves the problem. And if they end up slowing down and it happens again, then they've got less of a cushion to protect themselves from the Glickenhaus.
No, very true. And I wasn't sort of thinking slow down 10, 15, 20 seconds a lap, but maybe, slow down the 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap that stays off curbs. Because, again, we don't know, and they're far cleverer than I am in terms of understanding what the problem may be. But when you're running exit curves, when you're running Tetra Rouge, we have those gullies, all the sort of vibrations through the car. When it appears to be potentially electrical issues, that kind of vibration being put through a car can exacerbate a problem. So by maybe just staying off all of the curbs that generate that, potentially, that although albeit losing a few seconds, 2, 3, maybe seconds a lap, that might help it. I don't know. But
just
right now they
just
just exactly, and right now it's just about making it to the end reliably, isn't it? It's not about a race anymore at the front, unfortunately.
Well, yes, true. We are denied that fact, but they want to make sure they still finish 1-2 with the threat of the Glickenhaus still sitting there in third position. The second Glickenhaus dropped away because of the spin at Tete Rouge many hours ago for Olivier Pla. They're still in sixth place, though, the 708, but the 709 is the big threat for Toyota. Therefore, they cannot afford to, back it back, as you say, to the tune of 20-odd seconds per lap, but maybe just take the very top end of the risk away. Now, up to fourth position in LMP2 is Ollie Jarvis for United Autosports. We're in a good phase for the Anglo-American squad once again. This is tending to be the highest that they get to, but they are inching closer to the podium.
This is the first time we've seen them that high, even though they do owe us a pit stop in the next lap or two, but that's the first time they managed to get up into the top 4 prior to a pit stop for a long, long time.
One of the cars has just done a drive-through penalty. It's the Paul Dalla Lana Aston Martin, car number 98 for Northwest AMR. That was a track limits abuse penalty, so costs the cars about 25 seconds all told when you go through the pit lane at 60 kilometers per hour. Feeding back into third place in GTE AM. Andrew Harrianto still leads that class in his Porsche for Hardpoint Motorsport. And right on cue, Ollie Jarvis has come in the number 23 United Autosports car then. So that will drop the car from fourth position down to 8th, possibly 9th place.
And Ollie probably staying in the car to do a quadruple stint would be my estimation, especially because
they gave him tyres, didn't they, last time, Paul? So I would say that's a good assumption.
Yeah, one of the stints was only 7 laps, so as you were saying there, Johnny, right on cue. For the moment, at least, 2 Toyotas back on the lead lap, separated by a couple of minutes, nearly 3 minutes, but they are on the same lap, with Brendan Hartley having taken a pit stop. Jose Maria Lopez yet to take, I can't really say the equivalent pit stop, because he came in early as a result of the electrical issue that they experienced. But what it does mean is we'll be getting Lopez in before we get Richard Westbrook in the Glickenhaus. That will drop Lopez off the lead lap, and it will elevate Richard Westbrook to being just 2 laps behind the Lopez-driven Toyota. Not really close enough to threaten, as Johnny Molan's been saying, but just a little bit of a worry.
Now, the Toyota's pit stops were a lap apart, and many, many hours that was the case. How many laps apart are they now? I don't mean in terms of, first to second, but the pit stop cycles are, what, 5 laps out?
5 or 6 laps apart, yes.
Okay.
So pretty much half-half.
Yes.
Lopez will be coming in when Brendan Hartley is halfway through his stint.
Getting confirmation from Owen Mildenhall that they still don't know exactly what the issue is for Car 7. We can't get anybody from Toyota Gazoo Racing to air, unfortunately, because they're refusing to comment, essentially, but they still don't know what it is, and they're chasing that, and that was the message to Jose Maria Lopez as well. Why did it take so long to recycle, said the Argentinian? We don't know. We're trying to find that out, but we'd love to know, because it will help us judge the pace that we need to go at in the remaining 7 3/4 hours. But for the time being, they're back on the lead lap, and that's a very good final sector there from Jose Maria Lopez. So there's nothing wrong with the pace of the car when it is on full song. A 95.3 second final sector, Johnny Molan.
And we're on board going into the Porsche curves with Dane Cameron in the Team Penske number 5 LMP2 car, chasing Ricky Taylor, who's just been held up in the Porsche curves by the number 79 Porsche.
Owen Mildenhall's been working incredibly hard, and here is Rob Luypen from Toyota Gazoo.
Rob, so there's obviously not what you wanted for the lead car. A lot of recycling in the pit lane. Do you know what the problem is with the car now, or are you still scratching your heads a little bit?
We were required to make a reset of the front motor of the systems. So this was happening, say, for Jose. It became very unpredictable. He did it on the track. Had to come back into the pit to do another power cycle, and yeah, after that it was okay.
And as you say, the car's now running absolutely fine, no problems reported.
There's no issue. All things are fine, and it runs as it should be. This is normal after the reset, so yeah, that's
perfect
where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Doesn't really answer the question.
Doesn't give
it?
a lot away, does he, Rob, in those situations?
What is making it need a reboot? That's the critical thing. And is it going to happen again and again and again? And is it going to become more frequent as the race unfolds?
I mean, Toyota have had various issues over the years. Obviously, the one that everybody remembers was when the car stopped on the last lap. But since then, they had the problem where there was a problem with fuel feed, where the car was doing less and less laps on a tank full, and they got themselves around that one. And then, I mean, last year's problem was bizarre. I mean, hats off to Toyota, Pascal Vasselon coming clean to John Hindhaugh from Midweek Motorsport and explaining exactly what was needed. But it was one of those situations where what the driver had to do in order to get around the problem was so complicated that they couldn't explain it to him over the radio. They had to get him into the pits, explain it to him in the garage, and there was a various sequence of what they had to do going into the corners to get the system to, this is to do with the power regeneration systems, to work for them. And they ended up actually putting in software changes to the software that runs the car on the fly, having it beamed in from Cologne, which is remarkable change control apart from anything else that ever worked with software. But there is almost no limit to the amount of investigation which is possible. I mean, the cars themselves are incredibly complex, but the amount of investigation that's possible and the amount of manipulation that can then be done, it's all electronic. It's all done through mystical ways. As I say, spanners and screwdrivers are things of the past, but they are possible to do. And you can be assured that if your internet is wherever you are slowing down, it's because Toyota are taking all the bandwidth everywhere.
But it's an interesting point you make, though, Johnny, about, is the problem going to come back again? And therefore, is it going to become more frequent towards the end of the race? And they must be thinking, if it can affect the 7, then it certainly can affect the 8. We've already had the drama for Ryo Hirakawa during free practice 3, which was not part of a pre-programmed test, as we thought it might have been at the time. And every recycle that they go through, each bit of feedback that they get through the telemetry, but also through these clever electrical systems on board the car that beam information back again, they will be learning, but having to adjust at the same time. Shay Adam watching GT stops.
Fuel and tires for Alexander Sims. He stays behind the wheel of the 64 Corvette. But for Ferrari in the number 51, it is now James Colato who's taken over from Daniel Serra. Fuel going on right now, still waiting for that to finish before they can give James 4 new Michelin tires. Here we go. Now, it was about a 20-second gap when they came into the pit lane, and if they can finish, drop the car about now, and they do, and James gets going. Yep, I would say that was equal pit stops from both of the crews, so no time gained or lost.
And the guys on the 64 car very, very happy with their pit stop, fist bumping at the end. They knew that was a good one, Johnny.
Yeah, I think they might have actually stretched that. Interesting to see when Collada comes out. Yeah, 26 seconds. So I think they managed to stretch that Corvette with a faster, slightly faster pit stop. We were riding on board with the Dane Cameron Team Penske LMP2 number 5, chasing down the Cool Racing number 37, driven by Ricky Taylor. So Dane Cameron and Ricky Taylor, two IMSA drivers knowing each other well.
Certainly. Now, there's a drama for one of the Iron Links Ferraris. This is Christian Hook on board the 75. It's a very similar situation to Michael Christensen with the front right going again, this time on a Ferrari rather than a Porsche, but it has torn up the Ferrari very badly indeed. The front fender just splits into splinters and it's littered the track, Johnny Molan.
The difference there, though, was that tyre was going earlier. It didn't just let go like the Michael Christensen car did and take the whole front end off. It was beginning to go. You see again, right front lockup into Mulsanne. This is what's damaging those tyres. They're not able to cope with that kind of lockup, and you can see how far locked up he was into that corner. And then when it started going, and hopefully we'll stay on board, you can see, actually can see that flat spot through to the cord on the right front tyre there. And then it begins to let go, and he doesn't slow down early enough, and then it takes the right fender off.
Yeah, Christian Hook is significantly less experienced than Michael Christensen, but if Christensen can have that problem, then so can any bronze-rated driver in the race.
I think they just need to get that brake bias to the rear going into Mulsanne. I mean, it just...
So that's something you do in the car.
Absolutely,
around the lap. You're adjusting it all the time.
You can change it. It's on the steering now. You can change it lap by lap. It used to be a little where you had to turn a lever, but most of these cars now, certainly in the prototypes, you can actually do it on a button on the steering wheel.
But again, you know, from a bronze point of view, if you're new to GT racing, it's something else to be thinking about, and
you can adjust it though.
But you might forget to do it. I mean, I would forget to do it, and it's a question of, I suppose, good guidance from the team manager down at Iron Links. What it's left is just bits of Ferrari all over the road now, and we're going to go into a slow zone as a result. Yeah,
another slow zone, same place as we had for the Michael Christensen incident, and the poor old marshals having to run out and collect the debris once again as Toyota make a pit stop with the number 7
This
car
is early, isn't it?
ahead of schedule.
They're taking advantage of the slow zone, surely.
Well, they haven't done up until now, and we've had bigger slow zones than this.
But I think on a car that's not behaving, let's face it.
Maybe they're trying to get back on the same strategy, or I wouldn't understand what the reason for that would be.
I think Johnny
they're trying to gain some time back, aren't they? Sure, I mean, you know, you pit whilst some of the track is slow in an attempt to get that 2 minutes and 42 seconds that they lost.
No, good point. No, it's not as simple as that, because they need to be out on the track doing the laps, using up the fuel, because the amount of fuel they put in, they could have stayed out for another 4 or 5 laps.
Right.
They would rather, I think, would have stayed out. They've chosen to change tyres, I noticed, so there may have been a slow puncture on the number 7, but I think more significantly, they're using the time that the car is sitting in front of the garage to do software updates. You can't send data to the car when it's out on the track, but you can do while it's sitting in front of the garage.
Well, it was 1 minute and 14 seconds in the pit lane, so you think that's more likely, Paul, that they're able to just do a little update or check something
while the fuel is going in, there'll have been Bluetooth connection to the car and some kind of software going in there. It's speculation, I admit, but I think that would be the reason for going in.
But the mathematics say that actually pitting whilst there's a slow zone on track isn't going to gain you time compared to the Glickenhaus in third, than if you'd just gone all the way into the stint, burnt all the fuel, and then put a full tank of fuel in.
The only time that's worth doing is if there is 2 or possibly 3 slow zones dotted around the circuit.
Okay. Yep, understood.
Watching a really good battle in LMP2, this time for 4th position, with Ricky Taylor now having hunted down Tiemann van der Helm in the TDS Racing Valiante number 13 LMP2 car. And had a look down into the Dunlop chicane, thought better of it, backed out Ricky Taylor, but caught very quickly, and again demonstrating that one thing's catching and another thing's passing.
Yeah, so they're heading now through the Daytona chicane, the right, left, right on the Mulsanne straight. Tasted a little battle at this. We get pockets of those in LMP2 at times.
Yep. Sorry, John, just another little question just before we go to the next hourly update, which is almost, they come around almost as quickly as LMP2 pit stops. The number 63 Corvette had that long pit stop. We thought it was maybe not long for this race, but Jordan Taylor brought it into the pits over half an hour ago now, and it's been sitting there for half an hour. So maybe that's a job that the pit crew can look at.
For Shea, right
Shea's already
now.
on it.
Yeah, that car is actually having new headers put on it right now, but I've just managed to flag down Daniel Serra. Daniel, it looked not so good for the 51 Ferrari at the start of the race, now battling for the win. Do you think that the pace is there to be able to take it to the Corvette?
I don't know. I think now when it's cooler, it's better for us. I think now we are closer to them, but I still think they have a little bit more. But anyway, 7 hours to go. I think we just need to do our job as best as we can and see what's happening then.
How long of a break for you?
Sorry?
How long of a break do you get before getting back in the car?
I think around 4 hours, and then I'm probably back. So that's it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel.
Daniel Serra with Shea Adam from the AF Corsa crew, the 51 Ferrari, his car being driven by James Collado right now. Then in second place and 81 seconds down from Alexander Sims. So the Ferrari 75 of Iron Lynx going into Mulsanne corner with Christian Hook driving it. That's where the tyre let go, well, moments out of Mulsanne, in fact. It properly let go and took lots of the front of the Ferrari with it, Johnny.
Oh, I'm slightly concerning that a flat spot, even a flat spot. I mean, the Michael Christensen flat spot did not look as bad as that. I can kind of understand it with this Iron Lynx Ferrari that happened because it was a colossal lockup and that would have gone through to the cord.
Yeah.
But the Michael Christensen lockup didn't look that bad. It definitely wasn't as bad as this one. And then to get the blowout afterwards is slightly concerning.
We don't know the age of the tyre, and remember that they were forced into a tyre change on the 92, changing them earlier than they wanted because they'd already been flat spotted after they brake change.
And the one that when they changed it, Johnny, it was a slightly worse flat spot, the second one when he had the blowout, than the first one where he came in at the end of that stint and changed tyres rather than doubling the tyres. But I wouldn't have said it was massively worse.
No.
The only difference was with the second one, he actually went through the gravel trap. So I wonder whether that maybe caused him to pick up something that then caused the blowout with the puncture.
Yeah, could have driven a stone or two into the tyre surface itself, Paul.
As far as I can work out, that was Christian Hook's out lap. Or if it wasn't his out lap, it was his first flying lap. So very early on in the stint, having just taken the car over from Pierre Arret. So that's the number 75 car, isn't it? Yeah, the Christian Hook green Iron Lynx car.
Yes, indeed. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
16 and a half hours now completed in the 90th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That means 7 hours and 29 minutes still to go. Brendan Hartley is the clear leader for Toyota in his Gazoo Racing GR010 then. Car number 8 is still on the same lap as the Jose Maria Lopez car number 7. Although we have just been going through the latest pit stop cycle, which will have put the number 7 car back. The out lap for Jose Maria Lopez of 5:47 in fact. So flirting between sometimes 2 minutes and 45, sometimes a full lap between the top two Toyotas, and the 7 car pitting earlier than we had expected during a single slow zone. But Paul Trustwell reckoning that actually that didn't benefit the Toyota. We needed a few more than just the single slow zone out on track. But they are monitoring those electrical glitches related to the front motor, which is all the power from the hybrid. Car number 7 still running in second place and ahead of the third place car, which is the Glickenhaus for Richard Westbrook, car number 709, completing the hypercar podium places. Top 2 in LMP2 now making their stops, but likely to return to action in the same order. So car 38, the mighty 38 for Jota, is Will Stevens in at the end of lap number 260. And behind it, pitting Robert Kubica's Prema Orlen team car number 9. Sixth place overall is the 708 Glickenhaus for Olivier Pla. That's the Glickenhaus 007, the second of those cars. Seventh place overall and third in LMP2 is Jota's number 28 for Ed Jones. Then Tymon van der Helm for TDS Racing by Vaillant, number 13 in 8th position, ahead of in 9th Cool Racing's Ricky Taylor. And Ollie Jarvis for United Autosports USA is 10th, car number 23 in LMP2. In the Pro-Ams for P2, leading that, the 45 Algarve Pro Racing car still being driven by James Allen. From the AF Corsa car of Alessio Rivero, the Italian now taking charge of that. And you can bet the lap times are going to be very respectable with him in charge, number 83. Laurence Rohr for DKR Engineering, the team from Luxembourg, running in third for the Pro-Am LMP2 teams. GTE Pro looks like this. Corvette are in front of Ferrari, so 64 Alexander Sims leading James Collado to the tune of 70 seconds. The AF Corsa Ferrari is number 51. Then it's Richard Lietz in the 91 Porsche RSR 19 for the Austrian. Second AF Corsa Ferrari is fourth for Miguel Molina, and Shane van Gisbergen now into the top 5 for Riley Motorsports with their Ferrari number 74. TF Sport lead GTE Am with the number 33 Aston Martin Vantage AMR for Ben Keating. Cooper McNeil for WeatherTech Racing and their Porsche number 79 is in second position. T-Project 1 and Brendan Iribe third for the 56 crew. They lost the other car, remember, as the first retirement, number 46, but 56 doing very well and now into the podium places ahead of Christian Reed's Dempsey Proton Racing car number 77, which is currently in fourth.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. The two Johnnies in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, Palmer and Molan. Paul Trustwell's here as well. But let's head first of all in this segment of the broadcast to Owen Mildenhall with an update from the pit lane.
Yep, I'm down in the 84 GR Racing Porsche garage with Ben Barker. Ben, we've just seen your car come in for what looked like, was that a front floor change? And was that from an issue earlier on in the session? Or?
Yeah, so we were due to change the front brakes anyway. And we seized the opportunity with the slow zone there. But we had a bit of splitter damage from earlier on in the race, and we're struggling with the car balance actually quite a lot. So we just took that opportunity to change the front splitter, change the rear diffuser as well, just to make sure that it's not diffuser damage. So boys did a really good job. Changed it quickly back out. It's a shame because we were only about 15 seconds off P4, so we really made our way up through the night. But I don't think it's cost us. I mean, it's cost us time, but it hasn't cost us loads of time. So now we push on for the last seven hours or so and see what we can make of it.
And I guess you're hoping that's going to improve the car balance, because the guys in the studio were commenting on the big spin that you had and how that's really unusual for you. You don't make those sort of mistakes. So obviously you're struggling with the balance, as you said. Are you hoping these changes might help that, or are you still scratching your heads a little bit?
No, it's definitely aero related. So it's splitter or diffuser. Hopefully not the floor, but yeah, it was almost undrivable through right-hand corners. So turn 1, for example, Indianapolis, and obviously where I spun, it was a real handful. So yeah, I haven't made many mistakes in my career at all, and that was a big one. So, but hopefully it's better now. So just waiting for a response from Ricardo on the balance. But yeah, fingers crossed.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, if it's a handful for Ben Barker to drive, then Mike Wainwright at some point has got to get back on board, I assume, unless he's done his 6 hours, which is actually unlikely, I think, at this stage, depending on whether you've front-weighted the bronze driver early on in the race. But, I mean, this is so tough to be able to take command of a car that is 16 and a half hours into a race, nothing like how the car was set up for 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
And such a narrow racing line now as well, with the tyre rubber having been thrown off the tyres all around the circuit. You're very much constrained to being right on the racing line, otherwise you'll lose out. Alistair Moffat's been on the phone. It was a slow rear right puncture on the number 7 car. That was why they came into the pits when the slow zone was put in place.
That's the second time that car's had a puncture, isn't it?
Number 8 car.
Oh, was the 8 before, was it? Okay.
But it is the second slow puncture on the car. Remember, they do have tyre pressure sensors on those cars, so as soon as they go down a little bit, they're able to bring him in. And Alistair saying that they're not quite sure why it punctured, but it was only a slow loss of pressure. It wasn't a sudden deflation.
Now, I was saying how well Team Project One were doing with Brendan Iribe's car. Oh, my word, into the first chicane. Iribe loses the car on the brakes into the Daytona chicane, and the car, rather than Michael Fassbender's incident earlier on in the week, spearing right, this time it's gone left and smashed into the barrier at top speed, absolutely torn the front end of car 56 away. Johnny Molam.
Such a shame, such a shame. That car was doing so well. I feel for them all, Ollie Milroy, Brendan, Ben. And that's, it's, again, I've seen that happen before. You get on the brakes, downshifting, just lose the rear in a straight line, turns you sharp left, head on into the barrier. Hopefully he's all right. I think that hopefully he will be. The cars are designed to be immensely strong, but hopefully he's okay. But that would have been a big hit. You're going pretty quickly down there, even though you've still got onto the brakes. And it happened early in the brake zone. The cars in front of him maybe just forced him to get a little bit harder into the pedal because he knew there were cars ahead, and it just grabbed the rear brakes and straight into the wall into the Armco on the left. Such a shame.
That's going to be a long slow zone. Slow zone is already in place. It was Brendan Iribe at the wheel of the car at the time, and yeah, as you said, Johnny, it was certainly a big hit. But there'll be.
Looks like he's talking though on the radio to the team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he certainly looks like he's fine. He's just waiting to see if that's drivable. Obviously, the engine not at the front.
True,
so,
but a lot of the radiators are, though.
Yeah, a lot of the radiators are, and it's a long way back from there, and overheating the engine. I suspect that car will be out of the race.
I think you're right. I'll tend to agree with that, Johnny.
The problem is he's only just out of the first sector. You know, that's very early on, 1/3 distance down the Mulsanne Straight, so there's a considerable amount of road still to cover before he can get back to Team Project One, and that assumes that then Team Project One have the relevant bits to put on that car to fix it, but it is blowing a lot of steam even at this stage, so engine temperature is going to be going sky high.
There's going to be no water in it by the time
there's no water in it now, I don't think. Basically, he's probably dropped it from the scene of the impact to where he ended up.
So it's very likely that both Team Project One cars will be out of the race. Team Project One, former World Endurance champions with different lineups from the 56 crew, because remember, Ollie Milroy and Brendan Iribe, who drive together very often, making the step across from Inception Racing, they raced with last year in a Ferrari, to Team Project One. Ben Barnacote making the move with them as well, but it will mean that Ben is denied the closing stints that I'm sure were part of the plan in GTE AM, and they are denied a potential podium because they just crept into, in time for the update, our last Valkyrie AI update, crept into the provisional podium spot. So Christian Reed now back up to 3rd in GTE AM in the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing car, and Andrew Harrianto for Hardpoint Motorsports up to 4th. So it's Aston Martin and the 33 TF Sport car ahead of WeatherTech Porsche, and then Reed and Harrianto the top 4. Speaking of which, Ben Keating, the Texan, heading through the slow zone, which is in place on the Mulsanne Straight, and everyone behaving nicely through that.
It's amazing how long some of these slow zones are. Just to explain to the listeners, that slow zone started before Tetra Rouge, even though the impact was going into the first Daytona chicane.
And because of where it is, it's actually taking up 2 slow zones.
Yeah.
So you've got slow zone 3, which is from Tetra Rouge up to the first chicane, and then because the car has come to rest past the first chicane, they've slow zoned
all the way to the second chicane.
To the second chicane as well.
So there's a large chunk of track right now. So now's the time to do a brake change.
Now it is worth coming in if you want to do a brake change or need some fuel. And I've got a feeling it's going to be a fairly long one because there's a substantial amount of barrier that's going to need replacing there as well.
Causing the marshals to scatter at the post there on driver's left on the approach to Daytona, and we never like seeing that, and the Armco has been severely bent back. So the first slow zone will be in place because the Armco's not in a fit state right now. They'll need to fix that, and then the second slow zone in place because that's where Brendan's crawled to a halt on driver's left out of the Daytona chicane. So you can push again in the throttle out of the second chicane, well beyond the incident, but that's just how the slow zone is formed, and the exit of the slow zone deliberately placed at an acceleration point. So back up to full speed, or as much as you can be in time then to brake once more for Mulsanne Corner down at Marshall Post 20. The rest of the racetrack available, though, to everyone to overtake and to continue racing on. But about 1/3 of it, you are tempered to 80 kilometres per hour.
Just saw that Ferdinand Habsburg in the 41 real time by WRT LMP2 car, which was one of the favourites before the start of this race for contending for the victory in LMP2, and then had all those problems in the first 200 metres, just set their fastest lap of the race, 3:32 flat.
Corvette going nicely for the 64 car. It's been a very different story, though, for the sister number 63. Let's hear from one of the 63's drivers. Here's Nikki Katzberg with Shay.
Nikki, for the drivers of the 63, this is a difficult race because you want to be out there going round and round. But for Corvette racing as a whole, it's still a good day for now. What's the impetus in trying to get the 63 back out on track?
Well, it's always important. I mean, there might be a situation where you would have to decide between different tires, and we could do some test work for them. So it's always good to have both cars out. Plus, we never give up at Corvette, so we're trying to fix it and get back out there.
So it's more for gathering information for the sister car than it is to test out this car for Watkins Glen in a couple weeks' time.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, but right now the focus would be fully on the 64 car. They're doing a great job. Alexander Sims is in the car. He's been putting up a show, so let's see if they can keep it up and win this race, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
It would be a good thing, too, because the Sebring 12-hour win earlier in the year to back it up, and that was for you guys, so that would be kind of fair, right?
I would say so. I'm not sure which one I would prefer, but I think we all know it's Le Mans.
Nikki, thank you. Better luck next time.
Yeah, let's hope there is a next time. You know, GTE Pro, unfortunately, but maybe in a few years.
Well, and you still have Petit Le Mans this year as well, so there's still Le Mans for you.
Yeah, you still have the small version. Let's give it a try there as well, but right now, I really, really hope the 64 car can win. They have had some bad luck over the years, and it would be great to see them win.
Yeah, never quitting down here at Corvette Racing, Johnny.
Nikki Katzberg reflecting on the fact that we are saying goodbye to full pro lineups. GTE Pro going to be a thing of the past after this 90th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We are heading into the world of GT3, or GT3 Premium, with some Evo kits being thought about to further add to the elite nature of GT cars. But as Nikki Katzberg quite rightly says, all pro lineups for next year are not going to happen. We will have GTE AM, or GTE, I suppose it will just become known as it similarly is in the European Le Mans Series. So a combination of a fully pro driver plus a silver and a bronze for next year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. DKR Engineering have had a moment in their Pro-Am run LMP2 car. Is that still Laurence Roux at the wheel? Yes, it is. He's made one or two errors over the last few days. A spin in warm-up, which I thought was very uncharacteristic for the young German, and now gone straight on at what looked like Mulsanne Corner, Johnny Molin. There's also extra work going to be taking place on the 51 Ferrari. James Collado's just brought it in.
I think this will be brakes. We were just saying, weren't we, Paul? This is a good opportunity to come in with these slow zones, and I think Paul's absolutely right that this is going to be quite a long slow zone because of the barrier damage. So if you're going to be changing brakes, then this was a good opportunity to take.
Wash, brush up, shave, everything the car needs, and by pushing it back into the garage, they can have as many people as you like working on it. And as I say, as much cleaning up as you can do whilst changing the brakes, which in itself is only about a 90-second job.
They do them so efficiently, don't they? It's incredible. Did you say that the 64 car had a brake change at about 9 o'clock last night? So
evening.
do we think that they're good to go to the rest of the race, or are they going to need to do another?
I don't know.
But do they know?
I think they will need another one.
Because that's early to do it, so they must have had to do it. You wouldn't choose to do it that early in the race, would you?
No, exactly. And you know about these things far more than I do. But, okay, now it's nice and cool. Brakes need cooling in order to be efficient. The hotter it gets, the more the brake wear will get. And Johnny's been promising us throughout with his weather forecasts
that
it's going to be warm and sunny soon.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a cracking day.
Well, it is in the Caymans.
That's going to create...
Always. Like it. I see what you did there, Johnny Molam. Yes, but no, beautiful day at Le Mans as well. Barely a cloud in the sky for the second day running. Saturday was very hot, actually, and it's promising to get to a similar temperature at 4 o'clock this afternoon for the end of the race. To the pit lane, I know in Mildenhall.
Yeah, I'm down at the Inter-Europol garage, which is another strange one. I don't know if you remember earlier on, the 43 car came in and had some new coil pack fitted, and now the 34 sister car is in the garage having the exact same thing done to that car as well. So both of those cars now receive new coils. The 34 car is now getting its engine cover back on. It looks like it's going to head back out with Esteban Gutierrez still at the wheel.
And whilst that was happening, 91 Porsche in and out again, but they've changed the driver. So Fred Makovici taking over the 91 Porsche, which feeds back in to third position in GTE Pro, just heading up towards Tertre Rouge now and straight into the slow zone. So Makovici needed to be briefed well to say, you'll get up to speed, but it'll be a very short process. End of the first sector, back down to 80 kilometres per hour.
Yes, absolutely. And the 51 car back out again already. James Collado at the wheel. And so that was a brake change. And that was like blink and you miss it. It's incredible how quick these brake changes are on the GTE cars.
Yeah. Some intense conversation going on down at AF Corsa, though. Let's hope it's all gone to plan. They were uber quick. But let's hope no corners were cut with the new set of brakes, and James Collado will have to adjust to those as quickly as possible. Again, brake bias, maybe a moot point for the first few laps. Somebody of his great deal of experience, a race winner in Pro last year, James Collado, will be able to adjust those on the fly, as we've been saying.
So we've been talking about a potential Corvette brake change, a second one for the 64 car, and I would have thought now, with 7 hours and 10 minutes left to go, that if they were feeling that they were going to need one, now would maybe be a good opportunity to do it under such a long slow zone out there.
Yeah.
As we ride on board now with the 64 Corvette going through the left-hander just after the fast right into Indianapolis, approaching Arnage corner. So the fact that they're not choosing to do it now, because you would think they would easily, obviously, given that they did it at 9 o'clock, make it from now to the end of the race, says to me that potentially they're hoping they may not have to, but maybe I'm wrong.
Are they wanting it to fit more so into the fuel stop window, though, as well?
I was about to suggest that, yes, and just looking down at where the 64 Corvette is on its refueling cycle, it's 1/3 of the way into a normal cycle. So I would expect it to get at least into the final into the final quarter of its stint before it did that brake change. So
if the barrier takes a while, Paul, to fix, they may choose in 2 or 3 laps' time to do it.
Exactly. It was 38 minutes, the last barrier change that we needed doing. Another answer to a question which was posed to me earlier on by my learned friend on the right there, Johnny Molam, was asking me about the fastest lap in LMP2, actually set by Dries van Toor in the number 32 WRT Orica at 3 minutes 30.946.
Wow.
So that's your fastest lap. I haven't got into the 29s yet, but 3 minutes 30.946, a very rapid single lap time from a very rapid driver.
Given that Ferdinand Habsburg just set earlier on, about 4 or 5 minutes ago, the fastest lap of that car, which has been quick, the number 41 real team by WRT, and his was a 32 flat, so he's still 1.1 seconds away from the fastest lap of the class.
Yeah, I mean, that lap from Dries is a good second, not quite a second but almost a second quicker than anybody else has gone in the P2 class.
Fastest lap of the race overall still stands with Brendan Hartley, done on lap 56, a 3:27.906. The fastest lap produced by the non-hybrid hypercars was from the 708 Glickenhaus, 3:28.110. That was done a good few hours ago now as well. Paul's mentioned the LMP2. Still the best lap in Pro-Am is the race leader, unsurprisingly, the 45 car, which does seem to be the class of the Pro-Am field, 3:32.6, which no doubt was a James Allen lap time. And now there's been a moment for the 83 AF Corsa prototype down at Arnage corner. Stick it in the reverse, try and get it rotated. Car 83 is...
Still in reverse, that's Francois Perrodo.
That was the name
and
I was
again,
looking
lost
for.
it on the brakes. Lost it on the brakes, locked the rears on the downshift,
And
going
right.
down the inside into Mulsanne and just turned him sharp left.
Yeah, right in front of Christian Ried as well, which could have been a heck of a lot worse for the German, who has still, to this date, done every single World Endurance Championship race that there's ever been.
And
Christian
another
Ried.
car, under yellows, is that the
Glickenhaus.
Under yellows, out braking himself. They'll take a pretty dim view of that, and now also seems to be struggling to get going again. Down into Mulsanne.
708, yes it is,
Yes.
708 of Olivier Pla. Did he outbrake himself, or did he have a mechanical drama?
No, that looked, he was locked up going in. So either that, if it was a mechanical drive, might have been missing a downshift, maybe had a dog-to-dog on the downshift. You can sometimes, very rare now with the paddle shift, but sometimes can have a situation where the downshift, when you call for it, doesn't go in, and then obviously you don't lose the engine, you don't have the engine braking rather, and then that forces a situation where sometimes you can have a lockup. But yeah, the problem with that was it was a yellow, because the yellows were out for Francois Perrodo, and then to head off in the direction of Francois Perrodo under yellow, they quite often take a dim view of that.
Yeah, you need to be showing that you're in control of the car, not quite being slowing down and being able to stop, because, well, it would have been double-waved yellows. So, yes, you need to be displaying the fact that you are fully in control of your car, which arguably Olivier Pla was not. That's an outlap for the Frenchman, isn't it, car 708? So it'll be full of fuel, and at its heaviest, Ryan Briscoe also made a stop in third for the 708 Glickenhaus.
And also coming out of the pits then, they would have been hot tyres. Then he goes through that incredibly, he doesn't have a lot of time before the slow zone. So arriving at Mulsanne potentially would have been a lot colder tyres than he would have expected, potentially hence the lockup.
Slow zone has now been removed though. At least it should have been removed. Yes, it has been removed. Why doesn't my computer tell me that it's been removed? So we're now back to a fully green racetrack, but there's still a yellow flag sign at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's just they've removed... Yes, they removed zone 5,
but
we still have 3 and 4.
Exactly, for the barrier damage, yes.
Yeah.
So they've removed the car, but still fixing the barrier.
Laurens Vanthoor, having made a stop, is back out again in the 92 machine. GTE Pro 6th place runner. That was a respectable stop this time around with 1:35 on the clock. So Vanthoor staying on board, but it being that long, is that fuel and tyres, 1:35?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. So 92 back in the race. Felipe Fraga, 74, also pitting on that lap. Miguel Molina in the 52. Corvette, leading the pro class, haven't necessarily missed their opportunity then of doing this brake change whilst there is a slow zone out on track, and still displayed on the track map from Tête Rouge through to the exit of the second chicane. So
I don't think that's right, though. I think they've removed it at the second one, Paul.
No, they actually had a zone in place all the way to Mulsanne Corner, in fact.
Wow.
I'm not quite sure if there was some more debris down there, or they took the opportunity while there were slow zones in place to implement another one to clear debris.
Sweep the track, maybe.
Quite often early
So that's
in
a
the morning.
third of the track now that's under slow zone.
It was. Now we've only got 2 slow zones in place. We've got 3 and 4 are slow zones. 5 has been removed. So from Tête Rouge to the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight are under slow zone.
I haven't had a chance to get eyes on the exit of the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, but I'm surprised it's taken so long to get Brendan Aribe's car recovered. because I would have expected between the two chicanes to be back to green by now. The barriers is obviously going to take a long time, but the easier of the two problems would have been the recovery of the Porsche from Team Project One. You would have thought, but depends where Manitous are and where they can get the car safely recovered to.
And there's still a slow zone now going down to Mulsanne.
There is.
So it literally is from Tête Rouge pretty much all the way to Mulsanne Corner is a slow zone.
There's the green.
Oh, there's the green. Yeah, just leaving into Mulsanne Corner. Yes, so just coming out. Paul was right. I should have trusted Paul's judgment.
Trust well, always.
Trust well. He knows all. And yeah, so exiting the second chicane, although you come out quite a long way before they wave that green. You're well out of the chicane, and then you have a little blast down to the Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah, so intense fighting once again in LMP2 as they head out of Mulsanne Corner, past the old signalling pits, nose to tail in places. Some of these cars not all on the same lap. The 43 car we know has lost a lot of time in the pits with having those coil packs replaced. Pietro Fittipaldi trying to gather some of the time lost back again for the Polish squad. They're running in 15th with the car 43. Car 34 better. 12th position now for Esteban Gutierrez. We were hearing from him on air not too long ago, but the LMP2 lead is still the dice is between Jota and Prema. Will Stevens ahead of Louis Delatraz with a fair bit of distance between them, trying to get a gap actually. They are still on the same lap, Stevens and Delatraz, 38 and number 9. Yeah, I'm not sure that it does display a whole lap between them, but I think once we get Delatraz through the next split, might put him still on the lead lap, do you reckon, Paul, or is he just off it, Louis Delatraz in car number 9 from the 38? They're both in the final sector right now, so it's going to be a close run thing either way. Stevens, well, I mean, ideally, this far into the race, would love a full laps advantage.
He has a full lap advantage.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so confirmed.
Little while to respond there, but there is a full lap of an advantage between Will Stevens and Louis Delatraz. And in terms of the pit stop cycling, the cars are both on exactly the same schedule, so they'll be coming in at the same time. So it's not one of these fake ones.
Yeah.
It is a full lap that Jota has as an advantage.
They both just crossed the line. They're actually seconds apart, but as you say, Stevens
trying
is
to
ahead.
unlap himself, exactly.
Precisely.
So Delatraz is trying to get in front to unlap himself.
Yeah, he was a second quicker actually on those. Well, they were laps involving slow zones, so they're actually churning out 6-minute lap times right now. That's how much it's costing the LMP2s when they can regularly post 3:38s, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so confusing going into the first slow zone at Tête Rouge. Lots of overlapping there into the yellow flag zone, which the officials will not like. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Lovely day expected for the completion of this year's race. We've got 7 hours still to go, and at 9 o'clock local time, wall-to-wall sunshine, a very, very slim chance of rain, down to 1% and 2%. I don't think we're going to get it, frankly, because we haven't got the cloud cover that would normally generate the rainfall, and it's a very pleasant temperature currently of 15 Celsius. Going to creep up through the rest of this morning and into this afternoon to a high of 24 Celsius. And if you're heading home later on tonight, pleasant driving conditions. Heading into this evening, a clear night, and overnight Sunday into Monday, a low of 10.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
And 17 hours of the race are now completed, just 7 to go. Say it quickly enough, it doesn't sound that too long. Off into the gravel, and a further course for slow zones to be implemented, although currently it's just been handled with a local yellow, has gone Ricardo Pera, car number 86, the GR Racing Porsche. Seemed to go straight on at Indianapolis, managed to stop the car before he hit the barrier, or if he did hit the barrier, it wasn't too much of a knock. So he's now being given a hoist, a little Manitou unit coming up to lift the car. They'll put it onto the escape road at the back of the gravel trap at Indianapolis, and then they'll try and get the car started up, and Ricardo Pera hopefully will be able to bring the car back. But he's losing places while he's stuck there on the circuit, and as I say, it's currently placed 7th in GTE AM. The screen in front of me at the moment is still showing me as it running, but it has definitely stopped and is in the gravel up there at Indianapolis, and will be losing places very soon. So rather than everybody settling down as we've got up and got daylight and being able to see where you're going, there's been far more incidents actually since it's got light than when we were in the pit track. We had a little bit of incident as darkness fell, John Hindhoff, but as I say, now we've got the daylight. I think people are trying to go a little bit too quickly too soon.
So not as much as happy hour as the mad half hour or something like that. I always think 7 o'clock-ish, 8 o'clock in the morning, when you've got full daylight, does tend to bring that. Whether it's people thinking, woohoo, we're nearly there, and in that very moment forgetting where their braking points are. It used to be up at Dunlop, didn't it? Everybody went off there just around breakfast time.
The cars are getting worn out. You know, it's not been a race of attrition by any means, but there has been a lot of wear and tear gone on, and you know, there's been parts replaced and work done on cars, possibly brake balance not quite being set to the driver's satisfaction, but it all is becoming more of a challenge nowadays, or in this part of the race it would seem, to get everything going than it was earlier on.
Welcome to Le Mans Breakfast with Visit Cayman Islands and Sacred Coffee. Some great places for breakfast here at Le Mans, of course.
Breakfast?
Yes, go on, Paul. Yes, go on.
Right,
your breakfast awaits. Porsche serving Sacred Coffee, partner of partner of Porsche Motorsports. And we've got the Wellington pods here. Shay's been raving about the Auckland blend, and we've got the new Porsche roast, and of course the Lotterer limited edition as well. Thanks to Tubbs and the rest of the team for keeping us going, and we'll be talking you through some great breakfast spots in the Cayman Islands in the next couple of hours as well. If you know one, let us know. Hashtag HaggertyRLM to get you in front of Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhoff. Morning, Bruce.
Morning, John. We were here together earlier in the morning, but that was before sunlight. Well, just as sunlight was arriving. But as Paul was just pointing out, suddenly the madness. I guess they could see more, but maybe it's the effect of being that little bit tighter.